Chapter 1. Year 1489 of the Sea Circle Calendar. In the 5th year following the Battle of the Valley of Gods, the era of legends is on the brink of dawning. In a remote corner of the ocean, two golden-haired men, an uncle and his nephew, gather together. The climate of the Ghana Islands is indeed humid, just as it was on Hive Island back then. Draped in a splendid golden kimono, the golden lion strides through the dense jungles of the island, clad in wooden sandals and bearing two large blades diagonally across his waist. The already humid environment, intensified by the heat, is thick with moisture reminiscent of Earth's tropical rainforests. The stilt roots grow wildly, lush flowers lavishly adorning the stout trunks, while dark green moss quietly envelopes every hidden corner of the jungle, obscuring the island's full visage from view. It is the rainy season. Now the Ghana Islands terrain is enclosed, coupled with the mountains surrounding the dense forest, preventing the moisture from dissipating in the sea breeze. Over the years, it has become this hot and humid, like stepped onto the ground, causing the overly saturated soil to sink slightly beneath his weight, the mud staining his boots. Yet, Lex seemed unfazed. Speaking of which, Hive Island has a rather arid climate. How could it possibly be humid? In response, the golden lion, displaying rare patience, elaborated, having reserved such patience solely for Lex. The climate back then was indeed quite humid, but later, some scoundrel permanently altered the climate with nature-based powers, rendering it increasingly arid. For these past few years, Wang Ji has occupied that territory, and I haven't visited much. Wang Ji? Aside from having some connections with the old man of the silver axe, I rarely encounter him. Lex continued to follow the golden lion, weaving through the humid, feverish jungle. You've been hiding in the West Sea for so long. Who could you possibly know? True enough. Lex smiled faintly, offering no rebuttal. The uncle and nephew engaged in trivial conversation, continuing their forward march. The golden lion's pace was not particularly swift, but his strides were long, exuding an aura of a lion that reigns supreme over the seas, his presence commanding and formidable, causing the surrounding beasts to retract their fangs and cower to the ground. In stark contrast, Lex moved with a lightness that rendered his footsteps almost inaudible, as if he were gliding rather than walking. At first glance, he seemed unremarkable, however. If one were to scrutinize closely, they would notice that each step appeared meticulously calculated, maintaining a consistent stride reminiscent of leisurely strolling. By the way, Uncle, do you often leave the Sky Sea on your own like this? In the New World, no one dares to oppose me, so I naturally relish the leisure. Haha. Lex offered no further comment. At last, the two arrived at their destination, a grave site. They had left behind the tangled jungle, arriving at a cascading mountain stream. This burial site featured two headstones. Let's pay our respects. The golden lion, unusually setting aside his ever-present cigar, adjusted his golden kimono and sat cross-legged. Lex remained silent, bowing thrice before settling beside the golden lion. With a slight lift of his left hand, a flash of azure brilliance flickered, akin to starlight in daylight. In the next moment, a bottle of sherry and a bottle of West Sea's secret brew, Glassy, materialized beside them. If there's anything you wish to express, do share, we are all ears. The golden lion spoke gently, his tone a departure from his usual bravado. Lex pondered briefly before speaking slowly. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, by the end of this year, I shall ascend upon Mariewa and eliminate those individuals. Beyond that, I cannot accomplish much more for now. It will require several more years. But rest assured, this sea shall ultimately belong to the Leon family. Isn't that a bit hasty for this year's end? Once we unify the underworld and establish an economic foundation, we can commence war. Eliminating those individuals is merely a side task. The primary goal remains complete independence, to expel the influence of the world government and the Navy from a new world. Only then can we create a space for free development, laying the groundwork for future endeavors. As long as you have confidence, I will always support you. Farewell, brother, sister-in-law. Farewell, father, mother. Thus concluded an enigmatic exchange, fading into silence. The uncle and nephew departed from that place. Notably, their departure was markedly different from their arrival, no longer laboriously traversing the jungle. The golden lion leaped into the air, his loose kimono billowing upwards, and moments later stood tall amidst the clouds. Almost simultaneously, the sky rippled like water. In the next heartbeat, Lex stepped forth from the void, standing upon the sea of clouds. Shall we proceed? Is there anything else? As the golden lion navigated through the ocean of clouds, he inquired of Lex beside him. I plan to first visit the ancient town, then take another look. I couldn't find that fruit back in 1486, so I wish to search for it again. Lex's manner of flight was peculiar. It resembled not so much flying as traversing through the void. Upon closer inspection, one would notice his body was in a state of phasing, imperceptible unless one possessed overwhelming haki. Is it the mythical beast fruit you mentioned before? Indeed, I wish to present it as a gift to my master. Afterward, he'll meet with some individuals to establish connections, initially covertly subduing the underworld, then preparing for war. Very well, let's part ways here for now. Agreed. Above the sea of clouds, the uncle and nephew paused in unison, proudly standing amidst the void. For in the distance, where the sea meets the sky, a red sun was slowly rising. The golden lion faced the tumultuous, boundless sea of clouds, having witnessed such breathtaking scenery countless times before. Yet this time, he felt an ineffable sensation. Suddenly, he called out, "Lex." Lex gazed at the thick layers of cumulonimbus clouds before him. It was early morning, the dawn breaking, the sea breeze blowing, and the golden light piercing through the towering clouds, cascading upon the azure sea below, a moment where gentleness and splendor, grandeur and magnificence coexisted. Setting sail at 20. The golden lion implied that this year, Lex, now 20, was to embark on his journey. What is your purpose in setting sail? To pursue my desires, eliminate those I wish to kill, love someone worthy of my affection, and behold the landscapes I long to see. And what of kingship, freedom, power, authority, and wealth? Upon hearing this, Lex fell silent for a moment. Do we not already possess them, uncle? Ha ha ha. Yet human ambition knows no bounds. Is it merely the pursuit of one's desires? To chase after one's freedom, isn't that what everyone lives for? In that moment, the golden lion shed his defiant demeanor, embodying the patience of a wise elder, posing question after question to Lex. Over the past 20 years, the uncle and nephew had seldom engaged in such heartfelt dialogue. In contrast, it was the Red Count who frequently shared such candid conversations with Lex. Have you not felt lonely in these 20 years? Loneliness is the norm while enjoying freedom. Solitude is inevitably intertwined. 20 years is sufficient to transform one's worldview entirely. Lex, in his previous life, was ordinary yet exceptional. He walked his own path, clear about his direction, strolling through life, witnessing many unforgettable vistas until abruptly halting. In this life, Lex embarks once more, standing at a higher starting point, endowed with greater capital to strategize and advance, as time flows endlessly, treating everyone and every heart equally. The might of time is capable of turning the seas into mulberry fields, of desiccating the oceans and eroding stones. Yet upon reflection, Lex discovers that despite the tribulations of time, the essence that remains unchanged through 2 lifetimes is what? Lex understands it is a heart that yearns for freedom and nothing more. Ha ha ha. Lex, pursue what you desire, persist, and continue steadfastly on your path. Whatever you wish to do, the Sky Pirates shall be your steadfast support. Live life to the fullest. Ha ha ha. The golden lion's eyes glimmered with depth as he fixed his gaze upon Lex, his golden hair swaying in the morning light, eagerly anticipating Lex's response. Upon hearing those words, Lex's thoughts surged like tides, his azure gaze reflecting the vibrant hues of clouds. In the next instant, he drew forth the 2 long blades from his waist, crossing them before him. In an almost instantaneous motion, 3 distinctly different powers surged forth, intertwining with the blades. The first layer was deep blue spatial power, overwhelming and shattering the very fabric of the surrounding space, swiftly followed by the encircling, potent flow of armed haki. In the next moment, The signature black-red arcs of Conqueror's haki slowly manifested upon the blade, enveloping it. The observation haki expanded outward, enveloping hundreds of nautical miles. K-destruction, all things are impermanent. In an instant, a colossal azure cross shot forth, at times vanishing into the void, and at others coalescing into form, emanating a faint, deep blue aura. Suddenly, the cross bifurcated into two elongated crescent-shaped flying slashes, one ascending into the heavens, while the other plunged into the ocean depths. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Hundreds of nautical miles of ocean were cleaved in twain as if it were mere tofu, exposing the seabed, while torrents of seawater surged violently into the void between. The ocean was severed. Above the azure expanse, the sky was rent asunder, resembling a meticulously parted hairstyle. As the thick layers of cumulonimbus clouds were split in two, air currents roiling, the sea of clouds boiling, stretching endlessly into the horizon, resulting in a brief but fierce downpour. The heavens were shattered. The sky and the seabed lay in fracture. The celestial phenomenon had been altered. Lexus sheathed his twin blades, extending his arms horizontally at a full 180 degrees, inhaling the fresh air tinged with the briny scent carried by the damp sea breeze. Through his actions, he addressed all the inquiries of the golden lion. The tenacity of life, his own path, lay firmly within his grasp, beneath his feet, upon his blades. Regardless of the choices made, they were paths forged by his own volition. Gazing at the unhealed ocean and clouds, along with the colossal carcass of a sea king that surfaced post-mortem, the uncle and nephew paused in unison, taking in the sight from afar. After a lengthy silence, the golden lion spoke. Thus, the first decade-long endeavor shall officially commence, Lexus. Indeed, from the very moment I set sail, Lexus replied softly, yet with unwavering resolve. Let's embark. Go forth and proclaim to this vast ocean what constitutes the utmost glory of the Leon family. The audacity of Lexus' unparalleled strike only served to amplify the Golden Lion's ambitions. His already indomitable spirit, roaring across the seas and instilling fear in nations, was now laid bare, his eyes gleaming with the aspiration to conquer the four corners of the world. At this moment, as the water met the sky, the sun had fully risen, casting its golden rays upon the ocean. It was dawn. In the year 1489 of the Oceanic Era, Lexus Leon, at the tender age of 20, set sail. After a temporary farewell to the Golden Lion, Lexus entered the alternate dimension, traversing at remarkable speed. The entirety of this alternate realm was predominantly a light blue hue, and if one gazed deeper, they might occasionally glimpse a deep blue glowing ability Lexus had developed since consuming the fruit. Years had passed, and it had become as instinctual as breathing, his movements fluid and effortless. Navigating through this alternate space was immensely taxing on one's stamina. The sensation of spatial stagnation would rapidly deplete energy, yet allowed for significant spatial leaps. If it were only Lexus, traversing the entire doldrums in an instant via the alternate dimension would pose no challenge. This was the superhuman-type space fruit, a superior fruit of all space-related abilities. Moments later, within the central seas of the New World, a towering man, standing at 3 meters and 33 centimeters, appeared in the narrow alleys of Sleepy Town. His long, light golden hair cascaded to his shoulders, his face resembling a fine jade, with eyes that were reserved yet possessed an undeniable charm. His expression unchanging, or rather, inscrutable, betraying no emotion. Lexus Leon strolled leisurely out of the alley, still managing to evade the gaze of all passers-by. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with sparse pedestrians hurrying along, the entire sleepy town resonating only with the cawing of a few crows, almost devoid of sound. Though it was daylight, an oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. As he surveyed his surroundings, Lexus noticed a middle-aged man clad in a tailcoat. Adorned with a jazz hat and clutching a black umbrella in his left hand, he appeared to be of noble descent. Yet at that moment, he bore a tense expression, hastily advancing with his head bowed, seemingly in a rush to reach a certain destination. while the surrounding pedestrians recoiled as if encountering a harbinger of doom, silently averting their eyes and quickening their pace. Lex's form blurred into nothingness, slipping into an alternate dimension, silently trailing behind the man unless his observation hockey surpassed Lex himself, rendering it impossible for him to be detected. However, in Lex's perception, such a feeble aura should lack the awakening of observation hockey. Even the wisest may falter. Lex, known for his composure and meticulousness, would conceal himself in the alternate space even if he were merely an ordinary noble. Indeed, caution was paramount. Announcing his arrival with fanfare served no purpose. Quietly following the nobleman, Lex observed his demeanor. Why had Lex fixated on this man immediately upon arriving in sleepy ancient town? Because among the crowd, his emotions appeared most tumultuous. Anxiety intertwined with profound dread. A facade can mask one's expression, yet the emotions buried deep within one's soul are not easily deceived. Lex could sense the turmoil within him. His master had imparted this ability, one that relied heavily on innate talent and the fruits of power, rather than mere instruction. Yet, both master and disciple possessed this skill, and Lex's master, being rather prideful, had termed it teaching. This time, Lex had come to sleepy ancient town primarily to seek fruits for his master. While his master might do without, he himself could not afford to neglect his duty. Thus, he pondered as he followed the nobleman to their destination, a venerable church. Upon entering the hall, the intricately carved wooden dome had succumbed to the ravages of time, now in disrepair, draped in cobwebs, casting the church into a dim gloom, illuminated only by a few scattered candles defiantly flickering with faint light. The nobleman seemed to be searching for something, pacing aimlessly, his forehead beaded with a growing sheen of cold sweat, clearly overwhelmed by anxiety as he failed to locate his objective. Lex remained impassive, his observation hockey extending subtly, detecting two peculiar auras, living dead. A spark of realization ignited within Lex as he seemed to uncover a lead. Evidently, the bearers of these two auras were connected to the fruits Lex sought. Suddenly, the lights in the church dimmed, the few candles extinguishing in an instant, and darkness enveloped the space. A series of strange sounds echoed, and from the shadows emerged a figure, approximately 2 meters tall. Slender, its outline discernible yet grotesquely contorted in a non-human manner, this figure lunged at the middle-aged nobleman. The blood slave was momentarily taken aback, hesitating before responding. "I am unsure. It has been like this since he set up the pool. Perhaps it is due to the power of the fruit." Lex then proceeded to ask a completely unrelated question. "What is your name?" The blood slave momentarily floundered, filled with confusion, yet respectfully replied, I am Cyrillou." "My lord, did you merely come to inspect the pool?" That scoundrel seemed to have arranged something within it. Very well." Lex approached Cyrillou, drawing nearer to the blood pool, though it was merely a few steps away. Cyrillou's heart raced with excitement. He had finally succeeded. He had deceived a being far beyond his own strength. Even though this powerful entity possessed an unassailable space manipulation ability, he had still triumphed. As long as Lex stood beside the blood pool, his master would strike with lethal precision. His life would remain here. What use was strength then? How foolish, ha ha ha. With another step taken by Lex, Cyrillou's pride swelled even further. But at that moment, Lex suddenly inquired, "Cyrillou, are you from the town of Sleepy Ancient?" "Ah, yes." Understood. In the next instant, a faint blue ripple enveloped Cyrillou, instilling a profound terror within him. He opened his mouth to speak, yet felt the space around him freeze, rendering him utterly immobile and voiceless. He was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, scattered across the ground. Lex, with an impassive demeanor, continued forward, drawing closer to the blood pool. "Is the one below not coming out to introduce themselves?" Lex remarked. With that, Lex unleashed his conqueror's hockey, which surged toward the blood pool, dark red lightning intertwined with streaks of deep blue. The walls of the room instantly cracked, the fissures spreading like a spider's web, air swirling violently, the blood pool boiling, and the bottom exposed. Emerging was the figure of a woman, entirely unclad, her blood-red eyes cold and piercing, her disheveled black hair cascading behind her. She fixed her gaze on Lex, revealing unabashed malice and trepidation. Rising to her feet, seemingly oblivious to her nudity, she thrust out her chest, legs tightly pressed together. Addressing Lex with a frigid tone devoid of any anger, "What brings a being of your caliber to the town of Sleepy Ancient? I do not believe I have ever provoked you." The black-haired woman stared intently at Lex. Quite an admirable physique, I must say." Lex nodded slightly, a hint of a mocking smile finally gracing his previously expressionless face. the bear woman finally recognized her predicament. Waving her hands as the blood scattered across the ground coalesced into a crimson cloak around her form. As for whether the cloak concealed any undergarments, that remained a mystery. Perhaps she had been momentarily stunned by Lex's overwhelming conqueror's haki. Failing to grasp her state of undress, she comforted herself with such thoughts. "Are you the user of the vampire fruit?" Lex asked plainly, without any circumlocution. "Is that so? You seek to seize this fruit. But you have arrived too late. As you can see, I have already consumed it. Even if you were to kill me, it would be of no avail. The ability will reincarnate in another corner unknown to you. Why not sit down and discuss this? Perhaps I could join you." The black-haired woman remained undeterred by Lex's eerie spatial abilities and formidable conqueror's haki, articulating her thoughts with conviction. "What is your name?" This marked the second time Lex posed this question in the same location. Sensing Lex's inquiry about her name as an attempt to recruit her, the black-haired woman responded, "I am Phoenix. Are we to form a pirate crew? I have some knowledge of navigation, and I may be of assistance." Phoenix eagerly advocated for her abilities, bolstering her chances of survival. In truth, she had already concluded that this tall, golden-haired man before her would undoubtedly take her aboard his vessel. Killing her would yield no benefit. However, recruiting her could grant him a formidable Zoan-type devil fruit user, a strikingly beautiful woman at that. Who would not desire such a prospect? This powerful captain appeared quite reliable. Possibly not even a pirate captain at all. In any case, he would be the future boss. Yet she could not allow him to easily obtain her. She needed to retain more leverage. "Phoenix, are you also from the town of Sleepy Ancient?" Lex repeated his earlier question. "Yes, Captain. Very good. Oh, by the way, I am not a pirate, although my elders were indeed pirates." Lex responded nonchalantly. Phoenix seemed poised to elaborate further, yet alas, the space around her had already solidified, rendering her incapable of movement or speech. Unlike Cyrillou, she did not immediately dissolve into a puddle of flesh. Instead, her body gradually faded from the bottom up, from the inside out. Phoenix's blood-red eyes remained locked on Lex, filled with terror, confusion, and fury, as if seeking more answers in the indifference of his expression. However, regrettably, her eyes too vanished. In the next moment, a fruit materialized in Lex's hand, roughly the size of an apple, adorned with bizarre, deep purple patterns. This was none other than the devil fruit. Animal type, mythical Zoan, bat fruit. Vampire form. Lex stowed the vampire fruit into his spatial storage. His spatial realm housed a plethora of items, serving as a personal dimension where several fresh fruits were preserved in a state of suspended time, preventing decay. However, placing living beings within would lead to their demise over time. Under his uncle's guidance during childhood, Lex had conducted such experiments, resulting in the unfortunate deaths of numerous pirates and Navy personnel. Yet simultaneously, Lex had developed an even more astonishing ability: complete recovery of devil fruit powers. By leveraging the unique nature of his spatial fruit, he could isolate a dimension wherein, upon the death of a user, the powers contained within the fruit would inevitably seek to reincarnate nearby, adhering to the principle of proximity, re-emerging within the designated fruits Lex had prepared in the alternate dimension. In truth, utilizing sea stone to create a sealed space could achieve a similar effect, albeit with significantly greater difficulty. Ever since then, Lex had begun to carry various fruits, bananas, pineapples, apples, dragon fruits, with him at all times. This strategy was undoubtedly purposeful. After all, if a natural type fruit could recover devil fruit abilities, there was no reason a being of my caliber, a divine type, could not. Indeed, from the moment he consumed the fruit, Lex had firmly believed he had ingested a divine type fruit, rather than a paramecia type. It was evidently the devil fruit, animal type, mythical Zoan, god of space form. However, it seemed Lex was not the destined child. Time slowly revealed that he was merely an ordinary paramecia type, until last year, in the year 1488 of the sea-round calendar, Lex came to understand the true nature of the space fruit. Upon awakening its powers, he finally recognized the boundless potential of the space fruit. It was indeed a divine type, not merely a paramecia type. Last year, in the New World, at the aerial stronghold of the Flying Sky Pirates, 1,000 meters above the New World. Hey, Lex, are you even capable? Don't actually get yourself killed. Who will take care of me in my old age? The Golden Lion, wielding a sword, looked at Lex, who lay sprawled on the ground, bloodied and gasping for breath, with a mocking expression. Ha ha ha, Shiki, isn't this the perfect moment to deliver a finishing blow? Lex just told us that himself. The Red Count grinned wickedly at the Golden Lion. Leda, it's best not to joke around at a time like this. I can't believe you are still Lex's master. What if he really dies? I didn't hold back at all during my last airquake. The concern reflected in the eyes of the white-bearded man was profoundly palpable, for this towering figure, the golden-haired limited edition of Whitebeard, was acutely aware of the terrifying might behind his full-force strike. Moreover, it was noteworthy that just moments ago, these three legendary pirates had unleashed their collective strength, inflicting damage that subtly transcended the limits of this vast ocean. A feat even unmatched during the fateful battle at God Valley when Rox met his demise. The gazes of the trio converged once more upon Lex, who lay there, drenched in blood, his two swords strewn beside him. Motionless on the ground, seemingly bereft of breath, the sea breeze gently caressed the air, causing the golden strands of Lex's hair at his temples to sway lightly. In less than an hour since the battle commenced, Lex found himself on the brink of death, still too young, too weak. At an altitude of 10,000 meters above sea level, he was once again pushing his limits, reminiscent of the last time he awakened the Conqueror's haki while Roger, Whitebeard, and Garp simultaneously attacked him. This was Lex's final desperate measure after countless attempts to awaken his devil fruit powers had failed. Courage and faith, colloquially known as courting death. Each monumental breakthrough had invariably come at the cost of flirting with mortality. This time, he compelled his three elders to unleash their full might upon him. Alone, the pressure was manageable, a 50-50 chance. With two, their extraordinary fruit abilities could barely suffice, a 9-to-1 odds, teetering on the brink of life and death. Against three legendary pirates, well, it was a matter of life or awakening the fruit powers that in that moment. Time seemed to slow infinitely. Within the perceptive grasp of the three legendary pirates, Lex's aura had grown feeble beyond measure. Suddenly, his chest began to rise and fall, a sign of life returning as he struggled to draw breath. Laboriously, he crawled up from the beach, grasping his two swords, Wanqing Yuhang and Budi Yuan, both supreme blades. He barely managed to prop himself up with his swords, tilting his head back, his gaze surpassing the three legendary pirates to the azure sky above, where the sun radiated warmth and light. Exhaling a breath of foul air, blood continued to seep from his myriad wounds, yet Lex's eyes grew increasingly tranquil, infused with a madness that screamed for him to truly die once and for all. He straightened. Lex pondered for a moment before responding slowly. My master's swift swordsmanship is difficult to advance for the time being. Hence I shall learn my uncle's dual sword style. His voice, slightly youthful due to his age, was measured and steady, possessing a gravitas not typically found in one so young. Your master? I recall that rascal Shiki boasting about you. Your master is none other than Ryder? Lex nodded gently. Indeed, he is my esteemed teacher. Remarkable. That proud Ryder has actually acknowledged you. Yes. Lex felt no need to elaborate further, as it was unnecessary. What now, with Shiki absent? What are your plans? I shall return to the West Sea. Not going to linger here. Loxus is present. I cannot stay for long. Upon hearing this, even Whitebeard's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Lex closely. This young man dares not approach Loxus? However, Whitebeard, being who he was, refrained from further inquiries. Interesting young lad, you just claimed to have mastered Ryder's swordsmanship, yet you find it difficult to advance, hence you wish to practice the dual sword style. Shiki's nephew, Ryder's disciple, a swordsman indeed. Here, allow me to gift you something to make your journey to the new world worthwhile. With that, Whitebeard produced a scroll from his bosom, which Lex grasped eagerly. A glance at the cover, adorned with the name Loxus, sent a tremor through his heart. Whitebeard continued, this scroll, entrusted to me by Loxus as part of the division, contains his swordsmanship notes. It is quite a precious artifact upon these seas. Precious? It is a veritable treasure, the swordsmanship notes of Loxus D. Jibek? Lex understood well that nothing comes without a price, hence he did not hastily pocket it. What do you desire in exchange? What I seek is beyond your means. Whitebeard chuckled heartily, casting a keen look at the young Lex. Is that so? Then, farewell. Lex turned to depart. Wait. Just as Whitebeard was about to engage Lex in further conversation, a scintillating blue starlight flickered, and in an instant, the young man had vanished. Whitebeard's gaze narrowed, murmuring to himself, interesting indeed. This lad possesses the ability to traverse space. It seems he just took something from me without compensation. Yet, as Whitebeard, he would not dwell on such matters. Born in Sphinx, Whitebeard was an orphan from a young age. Having endured a tragic childhood competing with wild dogs for sustenance, he ventured out to sea at a tender age, having witnessed the myriad flavors of life, thus he could not bear to see others suffer as he had. In truth, when the golden-haired youth uttered, Loxus is present, I cannot stay for long, Whitebeard felt a profound tremor in his heart. This boy seemed somewhat extraordinary to Whitebeard. He appeared to tread a fine line. Thus, a sense of compassion stirred within him. He was well aware of the value of Loxus's swordsmanship notes. But what of it? Whitebeard simply found this golden-haired, blue-eyed youth pleasing to the eye and wished to bestow the gift upon him. Nothing more. In the year 1483 of the Sea Circle era, Whitebeard chuckled heartily. What brings you here again? At that moment, he was stationed at Thunder God Island, tasked by Loxus, who was rumored to be concocting a grand scheme. Lex had grown taller, yet still appeared diminutive before Whitebeard, the towering man standing at an imposing 666 centimeters. Loxus is likely to make a significant move soon. Given my uncle's ambitions, I fear he may act recklessly. Lex's brow furrowed. He recalled that in a few months, Loxus would launch a surprise attack on God Valley, heralding a battle that would alter the world's balance. Are you suggesting I assist Shiki? Not assistance, merely a precaution. I worry he may not be able to contain himself. A watchful eye would suffice. The youthful Shiki, ever defiant, was already weary of Loxus's oppressive reign. Lex knew his uncle all too well. Very well, but Lex, how do you know Loxus will be active soon? I am somewhat of a celestial dragon myself. In a few months, I will attend the Celestial Dragon's triannual night selection. At that time, a non-member nation will be randomly chosen for a nationwide hunt. If I am not mistaken, Loxus will likely take action then. The weight of his words was staggering, yet Whitebeard remained unfazed. I understand. In the year 1484 of the Sea Circle era, at God Valley in the West Sea, Lex concealed himself in a different dimension, alongside Red Earl. Master, do you sense anything unusual? Red Earl unleashed his formidable observation haki. Sensing the surroundings, after a moment, he shook his head gently. Lex remained fixated on the epic battle unfolding outside, vibrant energy waves clashing in the sky, colossal strikes obscuring the sun, debris scattering, and dark red lightning engulfing the island. As the sea trembled beneath the onslaught, threatening to sink the very land up to the heavens, Lex seemed to gaze skyward, an idea sparking in his mind. Without hesitation, he deftly maneuvered through the alternate space toward the sky. Indeed, within the clouds lay Uranus, a fearsome, colossal ancient weapon of celestial origin, brimming with technology, lurked within the cumulonimbus, possessing the power to manipulate weather. The massive cannon of Uranus aimed at God Valley, poised to obliterate everything. Red Earl's expression turned grave as he scrutinized this behemoth before casting a glance at Lex. He understood his disciple possessed a strategy. Let us depart. Now is not the time. Lex observed the concealed skyship. Contemplating for a moment before retreating, he pondered extensively. Watching the combatants below, Loxus and Roger were embroiled in a fierce confrontation, while Garling and Whitebeard stood in opposition. His uncle was quite compliant, merely observing. Yet his gaze frequently darted toward the battlefield's center where Loxus fought, revealing an unmistakable ferocity. The others were similarly engaged with their respective adversaries. Time passed. With Loxus's final, unparalleled strike, a shroud of darkness enveloped the sky, signaling the end of an era. What are your plans? Lex inquired, facing Whitebeard, whose chest bore a fresh scar, still painful from Garling's strike. Why does it seem you are so pleased after Loxus's demise? Whitebeard sensed a palpable joy emanating from Lex. Even his usually somber tone seemed notably lighter. A new era. Is it not worthy of celebration? Lex gazed out at the rolling azure sea, the clouds thick above. Where the horizon met the water, everything appeared so free. Even the air carried the fragrance of liberty. Loxus D. Jibek had fallen. A new era was about to unfold. So, what are your plans? I shall establish a pirate crew and leisurely explore these seas. Whitebeard too felt a surge of joy, inexplicably. With Loxus's death, everyone felt a sense of relief. The Golden Lion, ignoring Lex entirely, hastily returned to the New World to assemble his flying armada, preparing to claim the vacant throne left by Loxus and dominate the New World. The other captains of Loxus's division were similarly ambitious, eager to stake their claims upon the sea. Yet Whitebeard, at this moment, leaned against the rugged rocks of a nameless island in the West Sea. Golden waves of hair dancing in the sea breeze, gazing contentedly at the vast blue ocean. Perhaps he was savoring the taste of freedom. So, regarding the pirate crew, are you planning to recruit a grand fleet to rival the New World like your uncle? Lex, mimicking Whitebeard's relaxed demeanor, settled against the rocks, quietly listening to the waves crashing upon the shore. I have no interest in such rivalries. Let Shiki and the others fight for that. Whitebeard leisurely closed his eyes, attuning himself to the sounds of the ocean. When he faced the sea, he often found himself reminiscing about his childhood. Because of hunger, he had set sail early, becoming a pirate. Through countless trials and tribulations, he had finally reached this point. Yet, upon reflection, what remained now? It seems I am still all alone. No, wait. There is this similarly golden-haired youth beside me. He opens his eyes once more, not directing his gaze towards Lycese, but instead fixated on the surging azure sea. Hey, Lycese, are you a celestial dragon? My mother is, but my father is not. I haven't heard much about your father. I haven't met him either. However, you have Shurji. Though he may be a rogue, he is, after all, a decent uncle. Whitebeard mused with a hint of nostalgia. A thought crossed his mind, as if a realization dawned upon him. Hey, kid, what do you think about me forming a pirate crew entirely made up of family? That does align with your aspirations. Kahahaha. Just thinking about it is delightful. Sailing the seas with beloved family members is my ultimate pursuit. Family? It's decided then. You shall be my chosen one. This unexpected declaration caught Lycese off guard, as he lacked the ability to read minds and could not easily discern Whitebeard's inner thoughts. Kahahaha. But I haven't agreed. Kahahaha. As long as I agree, that suffices. Now, let us design the pirate flag. We are about to set sail. However, I cannot accompany you on this journey. I know, your ambitions are grand, and it is not yet your time to shine. But fret not. I shall assist you. Thus, the two inexplicably began to sketch the pirate flag. Get lost. You aren't even joining my crew. Why are you drawing two swords? Does that mean I have taken you in as my adoptive father for nothing? Draw them smaller. Make sure my emblem stands out. Whitebeard relented. Indeed, only the identity of family could compel him to yield so readily. Haha. Rest assured, in a swift motion, Lycese waved his hand, and two long, imposing swords materialized, flanking the crescent-shaped emblem of Whitebeard. Whitebeard's eyelids twitched. But considering the golden-haired lad before him was his first family member, he endured. That very afternoon, Whitebeard, with the brand-new black pirate flag in tow, officially set sail. That year, it appeared as if a tacit understanding had developed between the Golden Lion and Whitebeard, as they simultaneously took action to cleanse the new world of the ravenous hyenas, stabilizing the chaotic situation that had arisen following the disappearance of Rox. Returning to the present, aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard sat regally in the captain's chair on the deck, gulping down his drink. Suddenly, a glimmer of crimson flashed in his eyes, and he burst into hearty laughter. Lads, prepare for the feast. Your brother Lycese has returned home. Kuah! Rising to his feet, he brandished the Tsonyun cutlass. Hundreds of voices echoed in response from all around the ship. Sachi, hurry and prepare the feast. Brother Lycese is coming back. The youthful pineapple-haired lad, Marco, called out to another young man clad in a chef's uniform. Hey Marco, come help out. We won't manage without you. Brother Lycese will arrive shortly, and time is of the essence, Sachi replied. How do you know Brother Lycese will be here so soon? Have you forgotten what fruit Brother Lycese possesses? How foolish. I suppose that's true. All right then, Marco conceded. Go wash the vegetables, Sachi instructed. Sachi, did you just call me foolish? Marco's deadpan expression narrowed slightly. How could I? No way. Sachi feigned innocence with a smile. No, you definitely said that. Marco retorted. All right, just wash the vegetables quickly. Sachi shifted the topic. You scoundrel, don't think you can evade this. Washing the vegetables, today. The Whitebeard pirates remained as harmonious as ever. As the sun dipped below the horizon. Aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard sat in the captain's chair, drinking heartily, when suddenly, a faint blue glow emanated from the space to his right, and Lycese's figure materialized from the void. Lycese had changed his attire, swapping his blue-green kimono for a striking red and blue cape coat. Marco, pay no heed to that. Lycese greeted Whitebeard, who occupied the captain's chair. Kuah, Lycese, I heard you've set sail officially. Whitebeard tossed a jug of alcohol towards Lycese, who caught it with one hand, settling cross-legged across from him. Well, I did set sail, but it wasn't that official. It was just my uncle present. What did Shurji say? Did he invite you to join his flying pirate crew? Whitebeard inquired, his voice low. Uncle didn't mention it, and besides, wasn't it agreed that even if I set sail, I wouldn't become a pirate? Lycese replied. Kahahaha. Then what is your purpose in sailing? Could it be that you, too, wish to dominate the world like Shurji? Surely that would be too audacious for you. Whitebeard chuckled, taking another swig. How could I? Such utterly mundane affairs are best left for my uncle. Besides, there's no way it would succeed. Even he couldn't conquer the new world, Lycese added, downing a gulp of his drink. If Shurji knew his nephew spoke of him in such a manner, I wonder how he'd react. Kuah. Whitebeard was genuinely amused by Lachese's remarks about Shurji. Lachese's thoughts mirrored his own. Ambitions of world domination were unattainable, even for that man, Roxdada. Thus, such words are merely for you and the master. I wouldn't dare voice them directly to my uncle, allowing him to remain peacefully as a legendary pirate. Pirates are inherently restless, Lachese reflected. Are pirates eternally restless? Kuah. The free-spirited men of the ocean have never known restraint. Whitebeard laughed heartily, downing another generous gulp of his drink. But are you truly unbound? What of my brothers? Lachese turned to glance at Whitebeard's other sons, who were busily preparing the feast. Kahahaha. Cherished family is a priceless treasure, not a shackle. Moreover, as long as I am here, no one dares to harm you. Whitebeard proclaimed with authority. Lachese smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet, at that moment, he thought to himself, as long as I am present, the Whitebeard pirates shall never fall, even if he is not a member of the crew. He is undeniably one of the two swords on that black flag. Father, have you found any new family recently? I recall I haven't visited the New World in over 2.5 months. Lachese remarked, looking up at Whitebeard with a smile. Ah, indeed. Look at that lad behind you, the one with 2 western swords at his waist. Bista, what do you think? Quite impressive, right? Kuah. Whitebeard's excitement was palpable as he introduced his son to Lachese. In truth, ever since Lachese boarded the ship, he had taken note of the slender yet robust dark-skinned youth, sporting a ponytail, without a hat or the iconic beard he'd grow 30 years later. Yet, he wore an open-collared suit, exuding an air uniquely befitting a swordsman. Ah, Bista? Is it a pleasure to meet you? Lachese stood, extending his right hand to greet him. Brother Lachese, a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance. Bista responded, somewhat taken aback. He had been on board for over a month, and had heard Marco and the others mention Lachese more than 100 times, how he was the nephew of the pirate Admiral Golden Lion, the disciple of the legendary, solitary Red Count, and Whitebeard's first son. His strength was said to be formidable, capable of battling Whitebeard to a standstill, standing at the pinnacle of the sea at merely 20 years of age, a true heavyweight. Furthermore, he was known for his gentle demeanor, treating everyone in the Whitebeard pirates like true family. To have such a figure extend his hand in friendship was nothing short of astonishing. It truly exemplified the character of brother Lachese. A fine swordsman indeed, with commendable presence. We must have a spar when time permits, Lachese observed, eyeing the 2 western swords at Bista's waist with a slight smile. Really, I would be immensely grateful for your guidance. Bista was well aware that the imposing figure before him, Brother Lex, was a genuine dual-wielding sword master, distinctly different from their father, who wielded the supreme blade while relying on sheer brute strength to overcome myriad techniques. Kula la la la, come forth for the feast, you 2 rascals, Whitebeard urged, as Sachi wheeled in the banquet cart, trailed by an unending stream of delectable dishes. Marco and several others brought over dozens of barrels of fine wine. It has been quite some time since I savored Sachi's culinary skills. I find myself rather eager, Lex remarked, patting the earnest Sachi on the shoulder. Please enjoy to your heart's content. Ensuring the guests are well fed is my greatest challenge. Sachi exclaimed with palpable excitement. Kula la la la, lads, to celebrate Brother Lex's official departure to sea, we commenced the feast. Whitebeard stood, brandishing his blade, voicing his proclamation with gusto. Always adept at finding suitable reasons for a celebration. Indeed, every remarkable pirate captain possesses this talent. The gathering quickly formed a circle, initiating the festivities. Brother Lex, once you set sail, do consider joining our Whitebeard pirates. Your presence would undoubtedly strengthen us, the young Marco chimed in, his face alight with enthusiasm. What are you saying, Marco? How foolish. Have you forgotten who Brother Lex's uncle is? He would likely choose the Flying Sky Pirates instead, the earnest Sachi interjected, relishing the opportunity to cook and tease Marco. You rascal, why must it always be you? Hurry up and get back to cooking. This paltry spread wouldn't satisfy anyone. Let the nearby navy think we can't afford a decent meal, Marco retorted, visibly irate. Ha ha ha, he, Sachi chuckled, hands behind his back as he exited. Well, I don't intend to join my uncle's pirate crew. This voyage is not about becoming a pirate. However, I may frequent the Moby Dick for banquets with you all. Lex replied, sipping his drink as he addressed Marco. Wait, you're sailing without becoming a pirate? We're all having so much fun sailing together every day, Marco exclaimed, astonished. For him, his time with the Whitebeard pirates was blissful. Therefore, Marco, you must train diligently. Only by becoming sufficiently strong can you protect this joy, Lex advised. But isn't father and brother Lex here. Besides, I'm a ship's doctor, Marco protested, patting his pineapple head at that moment. It seemed that young Marco had yet to experience heart-wrenching trials, which might only come 31 years later in the original timeline. During the climactic Marineford War of 1520, Marco would lose everything. He witnessed Whitebeard perish before him, Ace collapsing helplessly, and the Whitebeard crew fracturing. It was at that moment Marco would come to loathe his inability to change any of it. Let me make this clear. When I return to the Moby Dick, it will be in 3 months. If you haven't attained the strength to defeat a Marine Major by then, even father cannot protect you, Lex stated with a slight smile, his gaze dangerously intense as he spoke to Marco. But I'm only 14, brother Lex. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Marco replied, a pained expression on his face, well aware of the severity of Lex estimates. Ha! Your phoenix fruit is a mythical beast type. And your father is none other than Whitebeard. Do you think your starting point is lacking, or that no one is guiding you? Even so, defeating a Marine Major is currently beyond my reach. I can't even use hockey proficiently, Marco admitted. That makes it all the more vital for you to train hard. Father will grow old. Although that day may seem distant, it doesn't mean it won't arrive. I hope you become stronger still. If you possess the strength of a Marine Admiral, then even after father ages, no one would dare to bully our family, would they? Lex said earnestly. Marco fell into silence. I know you are still young, and I don't wish to burden you with too much pressure. However, you must understand that under my observation hockey, you are the only one in the entire Whitebeard pirates with such potential. Even though you are merely a trainee pirate now, I hope that in 30 years, the Moby Dick will be sheltered beneath your wings. Do you understand? Lex spoke with heartfelt sincerity, while Whitebeard, from a distance, savored his drink, attentively observing the exchange. Promise him, Marco, for the next 3 months, train with me. I shall personally guide you in hockey. Whitebeard's voice suddenly resonated in Marco's ears, snapping him from his reverie. Marco steadied himself, inhaled deeply, and stood, his youthful face displaying an unprecedented seriousness. I understand. In 3 months, I will possess the strength to defeat a Marine Major. All right, no need to be so serious. Let us continue drinking. But Marco, a young lad like you should stick to juice. Lex teased. Aren't you merely 6 years older than I am? Sachi, bring the wine. I want to challenge brother Lex to a drinking contest, Marco shouted. Oh, isn't this the future Captain Marco? I look forward to living under your wings. I'd better fetch you some wine. Sachi taunted once more. Rascal, you eavesdropped again. I must teach you a lesson today. Marco chased after him, while Lex shook his head, chuckling, and approached Whitebeard. As Lex made his way to Whitebeard, still clutching his unfinished rum, the lively atmosphere of the Whitebeard pirates surrounded him. Everyone gathered around the bonfire, holding bottles of wine and roasted meat, joyously singing the pirate song Bink Sake to conclude the feast. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. I bring you Bink Sake. Riding the winds and waves, I roam free. The surging tides and the setting sun dance. Birds sing, their melodies piercing the sky. Farewell at the harbor, memories linger. Sing a verse to express our sentiments. The waves surge, splashing foam. A true man strides across the earth's edge. I bring you Bink Sake. On the vast ocean, we pirates reign supreme. Waves like pillows, ships like nests. The skull flag flutters in the wind. Across the endless sky, the winds roar, the waves dance, and the drums roll. Tomorrow, the rain will clear, and the clouds will part. A true man fears not the trials ahead. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. I bring you Bink Sake. Last night and tonight, I seek in dreams. The departing figures gradually fade away. On the full moon night, we shall reunite. I bring you Bink Sake. Sing loudly the song of the sea. Life is fleeting, and the world is unpredictable. Tonight, we drink and revel. Lex strolled amidst the gathering, their voices carried by the sea breeze to unknown horizons. The night was adorned with a few scattered clouds, just enough to obscure the moonlight. The stars twinkled overhead. The sea lay silent, the waves gentle, and the night deepened. Lex inhaled the moist night air, settling beside Whitebeard in the captain's chair. Father, the feast has concluded. Shall we not return to the captain's quarters for rest? Lex inquired, setting down his bottle. Let us sit a while longer, Whitebeard replied, a faint smile gracing his lips, his golden waves swaying gently in the wind as he rested his chin on his broad hand, gazing at the starry sea, seemingly savoring the moment. By the way, Father, today I insisted that Marco train earnestly and made a pact with him to defeat a Marine Major in 3 months. You won't mind, will you? Lex asked thoughtfully. Didn't I already agree? Why ask again? While that may be true, I can't shake the feeling that you're not entirely pleased. Lex responded, I guess at your observation hockey that sensed this. Whitebeard's gaze shifted to Lex. Perhaps so, but I think the Whitebeard pirates only have your top-tier strength, which is still insufficient. Marco has immense talent, and if he trains diligently, he can surpass that threshold. Lex stated, taking a sip of rum. If the children need to fight on the front lines, then what am I as a father? I will protect you all well, even if Lex, you no longer require my protection. Whitebeard's expression grew serious. I see. So that was the cause of your displeasure. That I didn't pry into your thoughts. I merely sensed your emotions. Lex chuckled. Thus, was it a miscalculation? Nevertheless, old man, do you believe in fate? Lex cast a sidelong glance into Whitebeard's eyes. Fate. Such a thing undoubtedly exists, but I only believe in the fate that I desire. Whitebeard replied nonchalantly, still gazing out towards the sea, avoiding eye contact with Lex. I have seen it, old man. 30 years hence, you will ignite a grand war, and then perish at the naval headquarters, sacrificing your life to usher in a new era. The Whitebeard pirates will consequently disband. Retreating from the age, becoming mere history, Lex spoke candidly, without a hint of embellishment. Conversing with someone like Whitebeard, beating around the bush would be futile. Whitebeard fell silent for a moment, then suddenly erupted into laughter. Kula la la la. Perish in the new era, you say? Such matters can be discussed in 30 years. According to your words, I might still live for another 30 years, which is quite commendable. By the way, what will become of Marco and the others? Whitebeard turned his gaze towards Lex, clearly more concerned about his family than his own mortality. Marco will survive, but many of our kin will remain forever in Marineford. A moment of silence ensued. Is that so, Lex? I believe your words. You have never been one to jest lightly. Whitebeard continued to gaze at the ocean, attempting to raise his wine jug, only to find the liquor unpalatable. Anyone would feel a pang of sorrow upon hearing of their family's demise, let alone someone like Whitebeard. Old man, I say this to inform you that perhaps this can be altered. What do you intend to do? Whitebeard inquired, fully aware of Lex's character, knowing that his extensive discourse led to a forthcoming revelation. As anticipated, Lex immediately continued, to cultivate the elite forces of the Whitebeard pirates, expand our influence, forge a complete alliance with Uncle and the others, develop clandestine connections, infiltrate the upper echelons of the Navy and world government, strategically position ourselves within the Navy branches across the seas, unify the underworld, expel the Navy from the New World, confine their power within Paradise, advance technology, establish a lunar base, and, when the moment calls for it, initiate a full-scale war, taking the offensive. Lex elaborated extensively, his words flowing freely. He had only discussed such notions privately with the Golden Lion, who had wholeheartedly endorsed them, laughing heartily, praising Lex as his nephew and urging him to pursue his ambitions. However, as Whitebeard listened, the more he felt something amiss. Initially, it resembled the actions of a pirate, R&T pirates known for plundering and pillaging. The more honorable ones espoused righteousness, collecting protection fees while genuinely providing safety. Often more secure than some islands under Navy protection, albeit such pirates are rare. Yet, Lex's outlined plans grew increasingly absurd, entirely uncharacteristic of what a pirate crew ought to pursue. It was not entirely Whitebeard's fault. In this so-called old era, most pirates were quite conservative, traditional in their piratical ways. Even those who aspired to upend the world could only achieve something akin to Rox, gathering a band of misfits to assault the celestial dragons. In truth, Rox was not wrong. In this world of formidable pirates, such a method was straightforward and efficient. However, the margin for error was exceedingly narrow. Any slight deficiency in strength could lead to utter obliteration. Which was why Rox faded into the annals of history. But Lex, he had witnessed what true peace and prosperity entailed, basking in tranquil times, only to arrive in a world mired in darkness and chaos. It is crucial to note that he was never a native shaped by this world's distorted values. He had always been a traveler, possessing a mature mindset, a complete ideology, and an independent spirit. He held his own distinct values and worldview. While he could not claim to have weathered countless storms, the passage of time had bestowed upon him a wealth of invaluable experiences, having lived 2 lives. He understood what peace, decay, and freedom truly meant. He had journeyed far enough to become indifferent to trivialities in life, temporary wealth, illusory power, or the fleeting allure of beauty. No, no, no. He is Leon Lex, a man who dreams of overturning the world. Perhaps with Lex's current strength and status, he could lead a life more extravagant than that of the celestial dragons in Mariewa. Yet, he is Leon Lex, perhaps the world's only traveler. His desire to change the world stems solely from his own volition. This is his pursuit. Through this journey, he has experienced a freedom previously unknown, felt the weight of his existence, grasped the meaning of his life, sensed the pulse of the era, and felt the winds of destiny. So, old man, will you support me? Lex raised his head, gazing directly at Whitebeard. You must have already contemplated these schemes. Well, my uncle and I refer to it as the first decadal plan, which officially commenced the moment I set sail. What is the ultimate goal? To reshape the world. Kula la 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 la. Although it sounds utterly implausible, the fact that you are my son suffices as a reason. Go forth and pursue it. For I am Whitebeard. Ahaha. Let us eagerly anticipate a world transformed. In the early hours, at dawn, an orange-red glow began to blossom on the distant horizon. Before long, half the sky was bathed in its hues. The colorful clouds and waves reflecting an enchanting radiance on the deck of the Moby Dick. A gathering of individuals bid farewell to Lex. For now, the old man and everyone else must part ways. 3 months hence, he shall return to visit. Lex hovered mid-air, suspended, his garments billowing in the wind, waving goodbye to Whitebeard and the others behind him. Kula la la la. Be off swiftly, if you encounter troubles beyond your means. Remember to contact me via Din Din Mushy, Whitebeard called out, watching Lex with hearty laughter. Din Din Mushy had become relatively widespread across the seas, though most common folk remained excluded. Lex, I will strive diligently in my training. By the time you return, I shall defeat the Navy's captain. Marco's usually placid face bore a rare excitement. Lex, do not forget your promise to instruct me in swordsmanship, Vista shouted, upon your next visit home. I shall treat you to the new dishes I am developing. Lex, Sachi chimed in. Lex, when you come back, remember to bring me that new DKP skirt from the South Blue. Whitebeard, still aboard the Moby Dick, eagerly anticipated Lex's description of the deep blue gown, which was of keen interest to Lex's wife. Thus, Lex had absorbed much information, and at this banquet, he had promised Whitebeard to bring back the latest version as a gift. I shall remember all that everyone has said. Take care of yourselves. Lex's form gradually became ethereal, emitting a faint blue glow. Lex, you must take care as well, when you have time, to bring your wife to visit. We have yet to meet her. The crowd called out with laughter. Ha ha ha. I shall certainly do so. Farewell, everyone. Lex's figure vanished entirely, leaving only his voice reverberating in the air above the Moby Dick. This is the Sabaody Archipelago, located in the middle section of the Grand Line, backed by the Red Earth continent, in close proximity to the Navy headquarters, Marineford. The islands are comprised of 79 towering Urukuman red trees, thus divided into 79 uniquely numbered islands, forming the largest red tree cluster in the world. Due to the roots being perpetually exposed to the water's surface, the Sabaody Archipelago was born. The most distinctive feature of the Sabaody Archipelago is the special natural resin secreted by the roots of the Urukuman red trees due to respiration, which is known as bubbles. When this resin comes into contact with the air, it expands, forming bubbles that ascend into the sky, as long as the bubbles remain within a climate suitable for the growth of Urukuman red trees. They maintain remarkable resilience and stability. Hence, Sabaody Archipelago has developed the largest bubble culture in the Azure Sea, featuring bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, houses built on bubbles, and even utilizing bubbles for transportation. In short, bubble culture permeates every corner of Sabaody. Due to the Sabaody Archipelago's backing by the Red Earth continent and its proximity to Marineford, it is exceptionally secure. Consequently, the celestial dragons, the world nobles of Mariewa, often descend to play. Where there is demand, there is a market, and within the slave culture pervasive among the celestial dragons, each descent necessitates the procurement of a new batch of slaves. Thus, the Chambered Islands are also renowned as a talent marketplace of the Grand Line. Commonly referred to as a hub for talent, these islands represent a veritable paradise for the affluent, a breeding ground for slave traders, a haven for pirates and gangs, and a hell for the impoverished. Beneath the resplendent bubbles refracting a kaleidoscope of sunlight, countless human tragedies unfold, unbeknownst to the world. This is the authentic realm of piracy, shrouded in darkness. That it is not the joyous adventures of the second generation of pirates, nor is it the tale of the so-called destined liberator, Nika. For the past 800 years, the narrative has largely been one of darkness and brutality. At this moment, on island number 66, home to the naval branch, Lex sits at the reception, responding to the inquiries of a female naval officer. So, Mr. Lex, you are a family member of the Navy, correct? Indeed, Ms. Rashi, Lex replies with a smile. Very well, your wife, Chi Yuan, a commander at the Navy headquarters and the head of the 3rd Duty Unit in Chambord, is on her way. Please wait a moment. If you don't mind. Would you like some tea to relax? As Rashi speaks, she pours tea for Lex, her heart racing. Oh my, is Commander Chi Yuan's husband truly this handsome? And so tall. His voice is so gentle. No wonder he is Commander Chi Yuan's man. They are a match made in heaven. I ship them for sure. Lex silently listens to the thoughts of the young naval officer before him, maintaining a calm smile as he savors his tea, patiently awaiting Chi Yuan's arrival. To recount the tale of Lex and Chi Yuan, one must trace back to Lex's years of training in the West Sea. A few years prior, Lex had been told, engaging in combat with more formidable swordsmen is the most effective method to comprehend the way of the sword. You cannot grasp the myriad paths of swordsmanship by only fighting me. You must traverse the 4 seas and the Grand Line, continually challenging stronger swordsmen, honing your skills, and carving your own path. The Red Count rarely spoke so extensively. Typically, their conversations involved Lex speaking while the Red Count listened. Yet today, he spoke at length to ensure that Lex would embark on the journey of challenging the world through his training over the coming year. Half a year has passed, and Lex is now 16 years old. In the North Sea, at the renowned swordsmanship dojo, Listening Rain Dojo, the head instructor, Mr. Kayanoki, declares, Lex, you have seamlessly integrated your will and ambition into your strikes, transcending the realm of great swordsmen. There is little more I can teach you. But I have one final request. Mr. Kayanoki, please speak. I shall exert all my effort. To Lex, Mr. Kayanoki is both a mentor and a friend, a significant figure in his life. I am nearing the end of my days. You should be able to sense this with your observation hockey. You know well that I hail from Wano country, where a group once set sail, and I was among them. As you may recall, that rascal, Shimatsuki Jinsaburo, has settled in the East Sea, while I have found my place in the North Sea. Yet, time is an adversary that even the mightiest, like the god of war, Shimatsuki Ryoma, could not withstand. How much less can I endure? However, before I depart, I cannot leave without addressing my daughter, Chi Yuan. Her mother passed away early, and she has been my companion on this journey, now at just 14 years old. Although she has stepped into the realm of swordsmen, she is still a young woman, struggling to survive in this vast sea. I wish to entrust her to you, to accompany you on your voyages. You are a man worthy of trust. I implore you, Lex, let this be my payment for our months of swordsmanship training together. Beside him, Chi Yuan, resembling a young girl, kneels next to Mr. Kayanoki, weeping uncontrollably. Father, I do not wish to leave you. I can endure. I can remain at Listening Rain Dojo. I will strive to become stronger, just like Lex, and become a great swordsman. Father, I do not want to leave you, nor do I wish to sail with Lex. Tears streamed down Chi Yuan's face as she clung to Mr. Kayanoki, overwhelmed by the pain of parting and the weight of separation from home. For a 14-year-old girl, this burden is far too heavy. Even for one who has already entered the realm of swordsmanship. Mr. Kayanoki embraced his daughter, gently stroking her back, and spoke softly, I understand, my dear. However, Chi Yuan, I truly cannot accompany you any longer. This may seem cruel, but you must grow up quickly. Chi Yuan, please grow up. Stay by Lex's side, and he will continue to protect you in my stead. But, Chi Yuan sobbed, nearly gasping for breath. Lex, promise me you will take good care of her. Although it may seem a tall order, you are her best option. Mr. Kayanoki lifted Chi Yuan's hand and extended it toward Lex. Having wandered the seas for many years, Mr. Kayanoki understands the paramount importance of strength in this treacherous realm. Regardless of wealth or power, without corresponding strength, they amount to mere illusions, ephemeral and unsustainable. Only formidable power can secure a foothold in this harsh ocean, and Lex, at a mere 16 years of age, possesses an unyielding character and a gentle demeanor. Most importantly, he wields unparalleled strength. At 16, he is nearing the pinnacle of the sea. What about at 20? At 25? In the distant future? It is unimaginable. Only a man of such caliber can safeguard Chi Yuan. Lex, upon hearing this, remains silent. He gazes at Chi Yuan's small hand reaching out from Mr. Kayanoki, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. He knows precisely who this young and beautiful girl is. Chi Yuan, the future Vice Admiral of the Navy, the first swordswoman of the Navy, the pinnacle of female martial prowess, succeeding Vice Admiral Crane. He is acutely aware of his own identity. Although he is not a pirate, does it truly make a difference? Even if he stood before the Gorosei or Admiral Akainu and expressed a desire to join the Navy, Would that even be possible? His background is far too intricate, entangled in threads that connect him to the world government. Fundamentally speaking, he is an enemy. No matter how well Golden Lion conceals Lex's identity, what if one day it is revealed? What if the world learns that he is the nephew of the Golden Lion, the disciple of the Red Count, and the adopted son of Whitebeard? It is absurd. For the world, once they uncover Lex's identity, his very existence becomes the gravest of sins, even though he has never committed the heinous acts associated with piracy. Allowing Qi Yuan to accompany such a perilous man is akin to sending a lamb into a den of wolves. Yet, Lex also recognizes that he does not engage in senseless acts of malevolence. Not out of necessity, but simply because he chooses not to. However, at his core, Lex is a man who follows his desires, pursuing what he loves to do. What if one day, this endeavor threatens the interests of the world government? After a moment of hesitation, Lex speaks, "Mr. Kainoki, I must apologize. There is something I have not disclosed to you." Mr. Kainoki's eyes reflect confusion. Lex pauses before continuing. "My uncle is the Golden Lion, Shiki, the infamous pirate of the New World. And my master is the Red Count, Baroque D. Reedfield, another notorious pirate. Moreover, my lineage is somewhat complicated, containing a trace of celestial dragon blood." After uttering these words, Lex feels a weight lift from his shoulders. Mr. Kainoki falls silent. Having roamed the seas for many years, he knows precisely who these two men are and what they represent, as well as what the celestial dragons symbolize. "Lex, let me ask you. Are you a pirate? Or have you ever engaged in piratical deeds?" Mr. Kainoki raises his gaze once more, directing a question at Lex. "Mr. Kainoki, I understand your concerns, but regarding Qi Yuan, I cannot comply. Pirates are the scourge of the seas. No matter how powerful they may be, they cannot change this truth." Lex gently shakes his head. "Lex, do you know why I left Wano country?" Without waiting for Lex's response, Mr. Kainoki continues, "Years ago, a significant conflict erupted in Wano over whether to open the country, exacerbated by the covert intervention of the world government, resulting in a tragic loss of life. Consequently, I left Wano aboard a ship. Many years later, I learned that the world government's involvement was likely due to Wano possessing an artifact capable of destroying the world, Pluton. To maintain the rule of the celestial dragons, they would stop at nothing. Over the years, as I drifted across the seas, I gradually came to understand that notions of justice and evil are merely matters of perspective. Lex, were you merely a descendant of some small-time pirate, it would be one thing. Yet you are precisely the heir of the Golden Lion and the Red Count, and I am acutely aware of the immense power that embodies this legacy. However, I earnestly hope that you will refrain from involving Qi Yuan in this matter. I beseech you." Lex. Kaimu rose and performed a deep bow towards Lex, a gesture that signified the utmost respect from an elder to a junior. Lex's mind was in tumult. He was a person of great responsibility, and once he made a promise, he would exert every effort to fulfill it, even if it meant compromising his own stance. In that moment, Lex resolved to protect Qi Yuan. Ultimately, refusal was not an option, yet by bringing Qi Yuan to his side, was he not simultaneously affirming that the threads of destiny in this world were shifting? Lex stood, took Qi Yuan's delicate hand, and gazed at Kaimu, enunciating each word with solemnity. "I, Leon Lex, swear by my name as a swordsman. As long as there is breath within me, Qi Yuan shall remain safe and sound. Here, I swear upon my blade." Lex drew one of his twin blades, Wan Qing Yukong, and unsheathed its length. Observing this, Kaimu also retrieved his weapon, Jin Pai Luo, presenting its blade for inspection. The two exchanged long, contemplative glances. In the next instant, their blades were sheathed with a resounding clash. Qi Yuan, with tears glistening in her eyes, clutched Lex's hand tightly, transfixed by the moment before her, an indelible memory etched into the tapestry of her life. As dusk approached, the sky was painted in hues of crimson. The Shambadi archipelago shimmered like a dream beneath the iridescent bubbles of a rainbow, while the sun's rays filtered through the dense foliage of the Yal Chi Manhong trees, casting dappled light upon the verdant grass and cobblestone paths. The resulting Tyndall effect rendered the islands utterly enchanting. The Navy Family Reception Desk. "Mr. Lex, Colonel Qi Yuan has returned to the headquarters. Would you prefer to go there now, or shall we await her arrival?" asked Rashi, putting down her telephone with a beaming smile. She eagerly anticipated Lex's response, as it would surely provide fodder for her evening gossip with her fellow Navy sisters. Who was more enamored? Lex with Colonel Qi Yuan, or vice versa? Lex couldn't help but chuckle at Rashi's words and thoughts. Indeed, gossip seemed to be an intrinsic trait of women in any realm. Lex, too, had his share of curiosity. especially regarding the tumultuous romance between Whitebeard and Miss Bacon. However, ever since Whitebeard had sent him flying with a shockwave, he had refrained from broaching that subject again. Yet, he remained observant of Stussy's movements on Joy Street. By the way, did that clone of Bacon count as his godmother? Lex rose, retrieved his twin blades from the sofa, donned his suit jacket, and strode towards the door, his observation hockey informing him that Ji Yuan was in her office. Mr. Lex, Colonel Ji Yuan should be in her private office now. Do you require me to guide you? Rashi called out as she regained her composure. Thank you, Ms. Rashi, but I am well aware of the way. Lex replied, not bothering to look back as he waved his hand and continued onward. Watching Lex's tall figure and the golden strands of his hair dancing in the breeze, Rashi felt a flutter of admiration. Though she could not engage directly, indulging in gossip brought her a sense of satisfaction. Lex arrived at a secluded alleyway. Space. Instantaneous movement. In the next moment, he entered Ji Yuan's naval office without knocking. Do you not know how to knock? Ji Yuan said without looking up, continuing her work on the patrol log. Lex made himself comfortable, as if returning home, pulling a chair to sit beside Ji Yuan. He casually lifted her just cloak, wrapping his arm around her waist, resting his head against her long hair, inhaling her unique fragrance with a gentle breath. Was every girl so fragrant? Stop it. I have yet to finish writing. Ji Yuan protested, shifting her shoulders as if to shake off the clingy presence of Lex, whose actions disrupted her focus. Have a little consideration. I journeyed from the West Sea to the New World, visited Sigu town, and even made a trip to the Moby Dick, all without pause, just to see you, my dear wife. Come now, grant me a kiss. Lex unabashedly leaned closer to Ji Yuan's face, despite being 2 years her senior. Oh, how annoying. Get away, Ji Yuan exclaimed, still not lifting her gaze. I distinctly recall someone crying at 17, insisting that we would never part. How is it that after merely a year in the Navy? You've changed, Lex teased, a mischievous grin upon his face. Be quiet. Ji Yuan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, momentarily halting her writing. Just last year, when Lex had insisted Ji Yuan join the Navy, she had resolutely refused to leave his side. Their 3 years together, especially after the loss of her father, were filled with his unwavering support, delightful surprises, and gentle reassurances during her sorrowful moments, all of which had indelibly inscribed Lex's name in her life. Thus, when Lex decided to have Ji Yuan join the Navy, to reshape the threads of fate and orchestrate his decade-long plan, she wept for an entire afternoon, inconsolable. Her once vibrant crimson eyes were now bloodshot. A stark contrast to her usually aloof demeanor, and this became a source of playful teasing for Lex in the future. Then let us kiss, and I shall remain silent while you finish. Lex shamelessly continued, adhering to his long-held principle of being unabashedly forward in front of the proud Ji Yuan. Hearing this, Ji Yuan sighed in resignation, turning her cheek slightly to plant a fleeting kiss on Lex's lips before quickly retreating. What? Is that all? I barely felt it. Do it again. Lex's hand, resting on Ji Yuan's waist, mischievously squeezed her soft abdomen. Enough. Move away a bit. How did I not notice how shameless you were before? Ji Yuan retorted. Though she did not extricate herself from Lex's embrace, instead leaning slightly against his arm as if accustomed to it. All right, I won't tease anymore. Hurry and finish your writing. Once you're done, let us explore Shambody. It has been too long since I last visited. Lex settled down, patiently awaiting Ji Yuan's completion of her log while his right hand occasionally squeezed her waist. Finally finished. Take your clumsy paw away. Ji Yuan stood, swatting Lex's arm aside with a swift motion. Then hurry and change, my dear. Do you think a dress would suit you? As she walked towards the changing room adjacent to her office, Ji Yuan inquired. You would look splendid in anything, even without clothes. Humph, how insincere and shameless. Lex had grown accustomed to such banter. Over the past 4 years, he had progressed from novice to a formidable warrior, mastering Conqueror's hockey and awakening the powers of the space fruit. Yet he had never discovered the definitive answer to this question. In Ji Yuan's words, simply stating she looked good seemed too dismissive. Saying she looked bad indicated a lack of affection, while explaining why she looked good felt overly deliberate, and stating why she looked bad was tantamount to seeking a divorce. As he watched the curtain of the changing room draw closed, Lex's lips twitched slightly. After approximately half an hour, the sun had fully set, and the night quietly descended. With a swish, the curtain parted, revealing Ji Yuan, breathtakingly beautiful under the lights. She wore a soft pink off-the-shoulder gown with a high slit. Her makeup delicately applied. The dress featured intricate cutouts at the waist and clung tightly to her figure, accentuating her near-perfect silhouette. The only imperfection lay in her ample bosom, which was decidedly eye-catching. Befitting the future leader of the Navy's fourth major faction, possessing remarkable poise at such a young age, Lex gazed intently at Ji Yuan, the half-hour wait having been well worth it. Perhaps we should forego our outing. You've worked hard all day, and we could simply return home to rest, he suggested playfully. Less chatter. We are heading to Island 36. It's been ages since we visited the amusement park. 18-year-old Ji Yuan seemed not yet fully matured, and many of their cherished moments over the past 4 years had been spent at the amusement park in the West Sea. Very well. My princess, shall we walk or teleport there? Lex raised Ji Yuan's hand, bringing it to his chest and kissing it gently, smiling as he inquired. Of course, we shall walk together. As Ji Yuan stepped outside with a sweet smile. Lex followed closely, holding her hand. Beneath the night sky, after 4 years of companionship, even a brief separation felt like a fresh marriage, and the couple reveled in their joy. On Island 36, Lex and Ji Yuan strolled under the moonlight, flanked by a row of shops on either side, taverns, inns, clothing stores, and warehouses, with the occasional sight of women from the red light district beckoning under the street lamps. Lex's half-stepmother Stussie's business empire had begun its gradual expansion from the new world to paradise. 9 years hence, as the era of great pirates dawned, chaos would ensue, the number of pirates would swell, and the plight of fallen women would increase, elevating the red light district to new heights. Hey, Lex, I want to eat that. Ji Yuan exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a takoyaki stall not far ahead, tugging at Lex's arm. My dear ancestor, do you have any idea how much you've spent tonight? A whopping 3,225,600 berries. Ask your conscience, does your naval salary amount to this in a year? Lex was left speechless. Huh, how could it be so much? I feel like we haven't eaten that much. Are you just tired of accompanying me? Haha, lost love. Ji Yuan turned away, her back to Lex, pouting in a huff. Would you care to see this dress priced at 2,999,999 berries? Clearly a tax on intelligence. Embedded with sapphires beneath the starry sky, a testament to eternal love. Such obvious tricks, and yet you would buy it. Lex produced a stunning blue dress from another dimension. Then why didn't you warn me? Was I not hinting at it like crazy? My observation hockey heard that Vendor was a swindler, yet you pretended not to see. Did you? So, do you love me, Lex? Of course. Why? Then buy me a dress as proof of your love. After all, you're not short on money, Ji Yuan said nonchalantly, but you buy this kind of intelligence tax item almost every time we go shopping. Having money doesn't mean wasting it, Lex replied. Unusually agitated. Humph, less talk. I want takoyaki, hurry and buy. Ji Yuan shot Lex an annoyed glance. All right. Lex relented, turning toward the takoyaki stall. It was only right to pamper his own wife. If it weren't for Lex's ambitious 10-year plan and the inevitable split from the Navy, he would never allow Ji Yuan to rejoin. Yet he indeed needed a future naval powerhouse. The takoyaki stall. Lex addressed the octopus fishman. Boss, I'll take 20 servings of your signature takoyaki, 10 spicy and 10 non-spicy. Lex observed the octopus fishman before him. Is this from Fishman Island? Is little 8 born yet? Probably not. And besides, Rayleigh is still quite young. Lex mused, noting the fishman's honest demeanor, resembling little 8's father. After all, selling takoyaki was a remarkable ancestral skill. However, it was particularly significant to Lex. The only thing worth his attention in the entirety of Fishman Island was the yet-to-be-born Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons. The mermaid princess, Shirahoshi. Lex's next decade-long plan was fundamentally about acquiring the power of ancient weapons. Just then, a swift hand chop struck the back of Lex's head. Lex, what are you dazing about? Hurry up and get the takoyaki. I'm starving. Ji Yuan snapped at him. For her, accompanying Lex was love, while teasing him was a daily routine. Almost done. Just a moment. Beautiful lady, the octopus fishman hurriedly replied, flipping the takoyaki on the griddle. For him, receiving an order for 20 servings of takoyaki at night was a delightful surprise, allowing him to earn a little extra. He still hadn't gathered enough for next month's south rent in Fishman Street. In this world, most people were just ordinary folks striving for a living. In contrast, Lex and Ji Yuan were undoubtedly fortunate in their upbringing. Here you go, esteemed guests. Please enjoy the specialty takoyaki from Old 8. The octopus fishman warmly introduced. Pfft. Lex couldn't help but chuckle. What's so funny? Ji Yuan inquired, curious. Nothing, just recalled something amusing. Old 8, Little 8, truly a lineage, isn't it, however. Hearing about this Old 8 specialty takoyaki, Lex hesitated to ask if it was a secret recipe but felt shy. Under the streetlight, Their shadows elongated as Lex and Ji-Yun continued walking. "Wife, try this. It smells delightful." Lex offered a non-spicy portion, knowing Ji-Yun didn't tea like spicy food. Feed me. Ji-Yun opened her mouth slightly, her crimson eyes blinking. Lex chuckled as he carefully held a takoyaki with a skewer, cautiously bringing it to Ji-Yun's lips, afraid it might burn her. Ji-Yun took a bite, chewing while waving her small hands in front of her mouth. Finding it a bit hot. "Here, West grape juice, with ice." Lex retrieved the prepared juice from another dimension, presenting it to Ji-Yun. She eagerly accepted it, taking a couple of gulps before passing it back to Lex. Continuing to speak. "Lex, I want more takoyaki." Perhaps truly hungry, or maybe the old 8 specialty takoyaki was genuinely delicious. Ji-Yun devoured her 6th serving of takoyaki that day. Here, Lex's greatest convenience from another dimension was saving items and preserving food freshness while shopping with Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun suddenly spoke. "Yes, kiss me." Mua. After a kiss, Ji-Yun resumed eating her takoyaki, heading towards the amusement park's bubble Ferris wheel, occasionally licking her lips. In the New World, the Flying Sky Pirates occupied the latter half of the sea. Ruling over the most expansive waters, the Whitebeard pirates resided in the central region of the New World, bordering the Flying Sky Pirates' territory. As for the Roger Pirates, they indeed held territory too. However, the Roger Pirates seldom stationed themselves on their land, wandering the world instead, leaving only the Roger Pirate flag behind. No one dared to infringe upon it. The only king pirates were not mere words. Their elite routes held considerable merit at this moment. On the island of Anthe, where the territories of the Whitebeard pirates and the Flying Sky Pirates converged, both factions were convening in a secret meeting within a secluded chamber. Their observation hockey attuned to the movements throughout the archipelago. "Ski, can you truly trust the people you brought?" Whitebeard inquired once more. "Newgate, they're certainly stronger than the little brats you brought," Shiki remarked dismissively. Glancing at Marco, Vista, and Sachi behind Whitebeard. "Kula, family and subordinates are not the same. Has T-Lex told you?" Whitebeard replied with a proud smile. "Kekiki, speaking of Lex, that kid should be vacationing in Sabaody with Ji-Yun right now." Shiki added, "Captain, let us not dwell on the young master's vacation. Let's expedite the Alliance proceedings to avoid unnecessary delays." One of Shiki's top aides, Agulus Gut, the tall, dark-skinned First Fleet captain of the Flying Sky Pirates, reminded. This reliable figure was a testament to tradition. Historically, top-tier pirates were often unreliable, while their subordinates proved far more trustworthy. Of course, exceptions like Red Count and Mihawk existed. "Kekiki, Newgate. Lex must have given you a rough overview, right? The 10-year plan." Shiki's eyes sparkled, cigar in mouth. "Well, that is precisely why I'm forming this alliance, but I must clarify in advance. I will not gamble with the lives of my family." Whitebeard stated solemnly. "Rest assured, though these young brats have some talent, they are still far from enough. I am not so destitute as to exploit the strength of this new generation. You must understand." According to Lex and our plan, the first 10-year plan focuses more on covert arrangements. The Golden Lion spoke eloquently. "It is precisely for this reason that we are here to form a clandestine alliance." Whitebeard added, "Very well. Allow me to reiterate the essence of our alliance. This will be conducted in secrecy, known only to the highest echelons of our respective factions, after the alliance is established. Everything shall proceed as usual, with no public declarations, and from this point onward, we shall support one another in vigilance. Centered around a decade-long strategy, we shall unite our strengths with the provisional aim of expelling the Navy from the New World. Does anyone have any objections?" Guter, holding the plan, announced. Paradise, on the 36th island of Shambaudi, was already cloaked in midnight. Beneath the night sky, the stars flowed like a river, their light cascading from the heavens to the pinnacle of the bubble Ferris wheel. "Ahem, Lex," Shizuka blushed, mumbling softly. "What is it?" Lex cradled Shizuka in his arms, his hand seemingly toying with something, his gaze fixed on the nightscape of Shambaudi beyond the bubble. "More." Shizuka tilted her head up, playfully pouting. Lex chuckled and leaned down to kiss her. The first rays of dawn broke over the treetop of the 66th Yarkaman red tree, filtering through the dense branches and leaves, transforming into an uneven patch of light. Subsequently, more beams coalesced into scattered flecks of illumination upon the ground, creating a veritable ocean of light and trees. "Hey, Lex, remember to call me every day," Shizuka whispered sweetly, standing on tiptoe against Lex's ear. "I can come to Shambaudi often." It only takes a day or two. And aren't you finishing your patrol mission in Shambadi next month, returning to Marineford? I'll come to see you then. Lex gently wrapped his arm around Shizuka's waist. But you're a pirate, Shizuka teased lightly. Haven't I mentioned? Though I sail the seas, my identity is not that of a pirate. Lex sighed in exasperation, aware that those who knew of his identity subconsciously perceived him as a pirate, born to be the pirate king. Could the offspring of pirates truly become a just navy? Moreover, he was the successor of the Golden Lion, the Red Count, and Whitebeard. Lex continued. Besides, it doesn't matter. Over at the world government, only one red-haired uncle and 5 old men are aware of my identity. They would never expose me. Rather, it would aid your future rise to admiral. On the pirate side, with the insight of my master and me, the number of those who know my identity is few. And it won't be revealed for the time being. Lex flashed a confident smile, ruffling Shizuka's hair. But when the world knows your identity, how will I face you? Will we have to engage in a secret romance? I always knew Lex had a penchant for the unconventional. Will you sneak into Marineford to tease me? Shizuka joked that ha ha ha, it won't be long. When my identity becomes public, the world government will dare not acknowledge me as a pirate. At my level, the distinction between justice and evil becomes less significant, or rather, less clear, merely differing stances and thoughts that quote the future warlord, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Only the victor is just. The world is not so black and white. Much of it exists in shades of gray, increasingly evident as one ascends the ranks. Lex, I know you are formidable, yet the more I ponder, the less I comprehend the significance of your sending me into the Navy. Even if I were to attain the power of an Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Zifa, or Vice Admiral Karp, it wouldn't be indispensable to you. Shizuka gazed earnestly into Lex's deep blue eyes. Indeed, what I require is not merely peak combat prowess. I do not lack for that. What I seek is the collapse of the Navy's faith in the very existence of 2 navies. Lex spoke thoughtfully, resembling a schemer as the morning light illuminated his face. His blue pupils sparkling. He uttered these words with a smile under the sun. Shizuka was taken aback. She had never considered that Lex's intention in having her join the Navy was so insidious. While it felt inappropriate to think ill of her man, the truth was undeniable. But can I truly achieve that? Shizuka questioned, both Lex and herself. Even if you doubt yourself, do you not trust me? Lex embraced Shizuka once more. Leaning against Lex's chest, she felt an overwhelming warmth. Since the passing of her father, Kai, Shizuka's father, Lex had become Shizuka's entire world. Even bearing the stigma of treachery against the Navy was of little consequence. Ahaha. How could I allow you to bear the title of traitor? Rest assured, not only will you not become a Navy traitor, but you shall also become a true Navy hero. Lex instinctively replied. Shizuka paused for a moment, then playfully punched Lex's chest. You scoundrel, didn't you promise not to eavesdrop on my thoughts? How despicable. Lex, humph. Shizuka freed herself from Lex's embrace, crossing her arms and turning her back. Ah, my apologies, darling. I couldn't help myself. Lex quickly pulled Shizuka back, softly explaining. Humph. Using your special observation hockey to eavesdrop on others' thoughts is truly annoying, Shizuka retorted, brushing aside Lex's outstretched arm. All right. I'll bring you all the delicacies from the West Sea next time I come. Please don't be upset, my dear. Girls age faster when they're angry, Lex said, uttering the usual sweet nothings, which Shizuka found irresistibly charming. It was a surefire tactic. Perhaps it was because Shizuka only fell for Lex's charms. No one else could compare. You promised you'd bring me all the delicacies from the West Sea. Oh, and don't forget the North Sea, East Sea, and South Sea. Shizuka turned around, listing the names of the 4 seas in quick succession. Spare me. Even if the space fruit is formidable, scouring the entire 4 seas for delicacies is asking too much. Lex lamented. I don't care. You started it by bullying me. Just tell me. Will you bring all the delicacies from the 4 seas to Marineford? Shizuka had a look of triumph, fully confident in her ability to sway Lex. Although she lacked Lex's mind-reading capabilities, she could always ascertain what he was thinking. In other words, whatever Shizuka desired, Lex would go to great lengths to procure for her. This was another form of mind-reading. All right, I promise, but you must be obedient and train diligently. I know. Then I shall take my leave. I will call you from the West Sea, Lex finally stated. Shizuka remained silent. Her crimson eyes wide open, the black mole beneath her lips trembling as tears welled up, yet she fought to hold them back. The pain of having once possessed something and then losing it was far more acute. Every parting was always more painful than the reunions. Lex, unable to bear it, drew Shizuka into his embrace, holding her tightly as if to meld her into his very being. He then loosened his grip and spoke. It's all right. I'm not gone for good. I'll be in Marineford to see you in just a few months, and then there will be delicacies from all four seas. Lex, I don't understand why. But over the past year, I feel as though I'm drifting further from you. You never used to leave me for more than 3 days, even when you went to the New World to see your uncles. You would return swiftly. I always felt that was just how it should be. You should always be by my side. Shizuka finally broke down, tears escaping her eyes. Yet, it wasn't until last year that I realized it wasn't like that at all. I was so foolish, thinking all your kindness was something I deserved. But it wasn't. I couldn't help you with anything. So when you asked me to join the Navy, I was heartbroken. Yet I still agreed. I thought that perhaps I could assist you, make your life a little easier. As Shizuka continued to weep, Lex held her tightly, patiently wiping away the tears cascading down her cheeks. Listening to her words without uttering a sound, he understood that no matter what he said at that moment, it would pale in comparison to allowing Shizuka to have her moment of sorrow. Even if it broke his heart to witness. Since the year I was 14, when I returned to the West Sea with you, you've trained to the brink of death more than once. When I asked you why, you merely bled and insisted it was nothing. However, I am well aware that no one would engage in such relentless training day after day without a profound ambition driving them. Yet, you have never confided in me, and I initially thought you regarded me as a burden, which plunged me into a period of despondency. However, upon learning from my uncle that you had kept your struggles from him as well, I felt a bittersweet joy mixed with sorrow. I remain in the dark about your pursuits, and it pains me to witness you shouldering everything alone, tirelessly honing your skills and growing stronger, all while remaining silent about your motivations. Thus, I can only follow in your footsteps, striving to become more formidable, so that I might lend you my strength. Yet, the chasm between us only widens, to the point where I can barely sense your presence anymore. My subsequent enlistment in the Navy was merely to transform myself into a resource for you. Yet now, I am overwhelmed with regret. You understand, dear, I cannot bear to be apart from you. And I am filled with remorse, caught in a conflict between my desire to assist you and my wish for you to find ease in life. I am at a loss, Lex. Ji Yuan continued to weep, her tears flowing unabated, her eyes swollen and red. A mere 18 years of age, Lex felt an acute pang of compassion as he grasped her shoulders, their gazes locking, mere inches apart, just as in the most poignant scenes of films and novels. Lex leaned in and kissed her deeply. This kiss held a fervor and duration that surpassed all those shared over the past 4 years. Ji Yuan closed her eyes tightly, lost in the moment, her delicate tongue instinctively probing deeper, only to be overtaken in a moment of vulnerability. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Lex enveloped Ji Yuan in his arms once more, one hand resting on her waist. My dear, everything will be all right. His familiar and soothing voice whispered near her ear, yet where his arms had embraced her, there was now only emptiness. The morning breeze ruffling her hair. Lex had departed. In an alternate dimension, Lex journeyed toward the West Sea, albeit at a leisurely pace. Unable to forget the image of Ji Yuan's tear-streaked face as they parted, he could still faintly detect her fragrance lingering on himself. However, some matters take precedence. Lex murmured to himself, shedding his confusion and quickening his pace toward the West Sea. The essence of traversing this alternate realm hinged primarily on 2 factors: the development of one's fruit abilities and physical stamina. The greater one's mastery of their abilities, the more vitality they possessed, enabling swifter and further travel. In some cases, one could even transport others along. As for transporting objects, the limitations were even less stringent. In theory, Lex could even teleport an entire island, albeit at a cost to his stamina. As for the alternative space he used for storage, it was a unique dimension he had developed, an everlasting space. This space was not vast, requiring gradual expansion, but once enlarged, it became a fixed interstitial area between several dimensional realms. Even if the ability user perished, it would persist, albeit unnoticed by others, resembling the permanent environmental changes wrought by the awakening of natural-type abilities. Over the years, especially following last year's awakening, Lex's everlasting space had reached a remarkable capacity of tens of thousands of cubic meters. Lex's strength was beyond question. Now, he was hastening toward the West Sea to undertake his first significant endeavor after setting sail, subduing Luska. Who is Luska, you might ask? He is the sovereign of the Calm Belt, a colossal sea beast with pure ancient sea king blood, the largest octopus in existence, over a millennium old, and a true ruler of the pirate world. The name Luska was bestowed upon him by a comrade of Joy Boy, signifying the mighty king of the sea. Thus, Luska is also a pivotal element in the agreement between the mermaid princess and Joy Boy. Made 800 years ago, he represents the commander of the Sea Kings, the foremost general under the mermaid princess during the Cataclysmic War, and the time for their 800-year pact is nearing. Luska is gradually awakening and, by fortunate coincidence, has become Lex's ally. How did Lex forge a friendship with this behemoth of the deep? Unlike Roger or the future Straw Hat Luffy, he lacks the unique voice of all things. Yet he possesses a form of observation haki that allows him to read minds, enabling seamless communication with Luska after diligent practice. In truth, Lex's master, the Red Count, was the first to encounter Luska, possessing a far more enigmatic observation haki. Nevertheless, Lex finds it easier to connect with Luska. As he contemplated how to converse with Luska, Lex arrived at the West Sea's first destination near the Calm Belt, his homeland. The birthplace of the Leon family, and the Red Count's long-term residence, Fenghuaiqianli. Indeed, this expansive island bears the name Fenghuaiqianli. As its name suggests, this large island, comparable in size to Marineford, is rich in resources. Lush with greenery, and characterized by towering peaks interspersed with numerous small lakes, rivers, and waterfalls. What truly imbues this island with its soul is the sprawling forests of maple and locust trees that blanket the land. The island, with its southern maples and northern locusts, stretches into the Calm Belt to the east, while the West Sea lies to the west. This island is a place of miracles, a kingdom of maple and locust trees. In midsummer, the green locusts provide shade, while the maples flutter in the breeze. In deep autumn, the locust trees turn a brilliant gold, and the maples blaze like flames, their hues illuminated by the setting sun, creating a breathtaking spectacle across the island. The locust trees stand tall, generally exceeding 20 meters, with some extraordinary specimens on Fenghuaiqianli reaching over 50 meters, many of them ancient. The towering locust trees boast dense foliage, their branches twisting and intertwining, while their roots twist and coil. When the locust flowers bloom in April and May, a fragrant aroma wafts across the island. If a wild beast were to wander through the locust grove, it would inadvertently set off a shower of locust blossoms. The autumnal maple grove is a sight to behold. With the phrase stopping to admire the maple grove at dusk, the frost-kissed leaves outshine February's flowers coming to mind. As the late autumn of Fenghuaiqianli bursts forth in fiery reds and captivating golds, the vibrant red leaves of the maple trees are broad, rustling in the wind, creating a melody that celebrates the golden autumn. The southern maples and northern locusts converge miraculously in the island's heart, their golden and crimson hues reflecting an indescribable natural beauty, evoking an unprecedented sense of tranquility. The heart of the island, a lake without a name, remains untouched, for the eastern side of Fenghuaiqianli stretches deep into the Calm Belt, making it nearly impossible for ordinary folk to enter, let alone settle there. Fortunately, the island is self-sufficient, dotted with small villages that add a touch of vitality to this masterpiece of nature. At this moment, on the heart-shaped island within the lake of Fenghuaiqianli, a modest wooden pavilion stands. Inside, two individuals sit on the ground, a jug of liquor placed before them. One picks up the jug and pours, the liquor flowing slowly into a bowl, ripples expanding outward before dissipating. Soon, another wave of ripples spreads. An endless cycle. The Red Count gazes at the spiraling patterns in the bowl, his slender brows furrowing, his eyes deep with contemplation. Do not stop, keep pouring. But it's full, master. Use haki. Lex continued to pour the liquor. Yet it did not overflow from the bowl. The haki formed an invisible barrier, encasing the liquor within the bowl. The armament haki was released. It's empty, master. The liquor jug was now entirely transferred to the bowl. Yet the liquid exceeded the bowl's capacity, remaining suspended above it in mid-air. Try to use your haki to return the overflow to the jug. Shall we not drink it while it's warm? It will cool down soon, no matter. Lex employed his armament haki, demonstrating an exceptionally refined application of it, lifting the liquid in a stream back into the jug. He was diligently working toward this goal, attempting to form a water column, yet he struggled to align it perfectly with the jug's opening. Haki is a manifestation of will, a reflection of the heart's direction, able to traverse any barrier. Lex had heard this phrase but could only grasp its essence superficially. Nevertheless, he exerted himself to transfer the liquid into the jug, bit by bit. However, it is not continuous, for one can never bend the liquid of liquor. To be precise, it is impossible to simultaneously shape one's domineering aura into a hollow cylinder while bending it. Lex now stands at the pinnacle of the ocean, yet he has yet to master the most advanced application of this armed color domineering. Lex, behold that maple leaf. The Red Count slightly tilted his head, gazing at a fire-red maple leaf floating on the lake's surface about a mile away. The lake was tranquil, devoid of ripples, and the leaf moved erratically with the slightest of motions. Frost settled upon the crimson maple, while the water drifted with the red leaf. In the next moment, the leaf began to rise slowly and without wind, hovering atop the lake, where the water beneath appeared to encounter some invisible force, sending out ripples. Subsequently, the maple leaf continued to ascend, swiftly gliding towards the center of the lake. Remarkably, its trajectory traced a fiery red-shaped dot. In the next instant, the leaf gently descended, caught between the elongated fingers of the Red Count. He set the leaf aside and turned his gaze to Lexd. Oh, you see clearly now? Is it through the rapid flow of domineering that one achieves bending? Lex seemed to grasp something. It is merely one of the many methods. The highest level of domineering never adheres to a fixed approach. Just put your heart into it. Lex felt somewhat speechless. His master spoke in such a manner, revealing only fragments of knowledge. However, in the next moment, the column of liquor lifted by Lex's armed color domineering began to bend gracefully, flowing from the jug's mouth back into the vessel. If one cannot understand after witnessing it once, he would not deserve the name. Leon Lex. It is essential to discover one's own method of utilizing domineering. Every heart is unique, and so too is the domineering, as long as it can be maneuvered at will. The Red Count reminded him. How long did it take my master to find his own method? 30 years. Shall we continue drinking? It has grown somewhat cool. By the way, master, I have some appetizers. Lex retrieved the sleeping ancient town's devil fruit from the eternal space. A devil fruit, you say? The Red Count paid no heed to Lex's trivial jest about the devil fruit being an appetizer. Master, this is a zoan-type, mythical beast species, vampire form, possessing the ability to restore stamina, injuries, and even vitality by absorbing blood. It can rejuvenate the elderly and boasts the physical enhancements of a mythical beast species, along with the ability to fly in its vampire form and hybrid form. Theoretically, as long as one is not killed and possesses sufficient blood, one could attain immortality. Lex elaborated on the extraordinary abilities of this devil fruit. In the original timeline, this fruit would eventually be consumed by the Red Count. But that was over 30 years later. The fruit possesses its own will. Particularly with mythical beast species, it is often unclear whether the fruit chooses the person or the person chooses the fruit. Doesn't the garden need it? The Red Count inquired nonchalantly, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, even in the presence of such an extraordinary fruit. I have other preparations, and besides, she pursues the ultimate sword path and is currently unwilling to consume the fruit. Then why would you think I would accept this fruit? The Red Count countered with interest, for he was a great swordsman standing at the pinnacle of the ocean, one of the few who stood at the absolute summit of the sword path. In the original future, the Red Count could defeat the then Admiral Steelbone Kong solely with a parasol sword. Surely, Master will consume this fruit, won't you? Lex smiled slightly, offering no further explanation. Hee. Indeed, a wicked smile curved upon the Red Count's lips. With that, he took a bite of the vampire fruit, gently furrowing his brow, yet maintaining an air of nonchalance. He tossed the remainder of the fruit into the lake, for one need only take a single bite. The notion that one must consume it entirely to awaken its abilities is mere folly. So, how's the ability, Master? Lex inquired with concern. A marvelous ability, immortality, you say? The Red Count gazed at his hands, which had transformed into the claws of a beast. In the next moment, he morphed into a vampire, entirely different from the half-dead blood slave Salu. The Red Count now emanated a dark, eerie, and bloody aura, simultaneously exuding an air of nobility, as his already proud noble demeanor seemed to reach unparalleled heights. His neatly groomed long hair was braided and cascaded over his shoulders, his skin turned pale, and his crimson pupils became chillingly cold. His already handsome visage radiated an alluring yet sinister aura, revealing a pair of razor-sharp fangs that glimmered ominously. A pair of leathery wings sprouted from his back, resembling demonic black wings, for bats are the only mammals to have evolved the ability to fly. The Red Count quivered his wings and soared into the sky, with Lex swiftly teleporting to follow. Above the clouds, the Red Count and Lex stood suspended in the void, locking eyes with one another, their spirits ignited for battle. If memory serves, the last encounter ended in a near defeat, Lex pondered. Yet his form surged forward with wild ferocity towards the Red Count, wielding dual blades, invoking the techniques of Manching and Voodoo. In the next moment, just as Lex was about to close in on the Red Count, he vanished without a trace, leaving only the Red Countess' silhouette in the sky. That a faint smile graced the Red Countess' lips as crimson light burst forth from his eyes. He swiftly drew his parasol sword, enveloped in a swirling, vibrant armed color, and positioned it to block against the left rear. Clang. The metallic clash resulting from their armed color confrontation reverberated across the heavens. In what felt like an instant, both figures rapidly separated, retreating towards their respective backs. Master, is it a life or death match once more? Lex smiled, holding his dual blades, his expression warm and inviting, like a gentle spring breeze. Indeed, a life or death match it shall be. Consider it my opportunity to familiarize myself with the fruit's abilities, the Red Count replied, his smile devilish, sending shivers down one's spine. That it was perplexing how these two had formed a master-disciple relationship. In any case, in the next moment, the sky erupted with hundreds of tremendous booms, the clouds scattering like strands of white silk. First, a vast expanse of clouds fractured, followed swiftly by the sound of clashing metal. In mere moments, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. The next instant, they ceased their exchanges, gazing at each other from a distance of 100 meters. In an instant, an overwhelming torrent of Conqueror's hockey surged forth from both of them, transforming into thick, black-red lightning that intertwined across the sky. The lightning on Lex's side shimmered with a hint of azure, while the Red Count's was imbued with deeper crimson. The two forces of hockey collided in an instant, creating a tempestuous whirlwind, dispersing the clouds and tearing apart the skies. For just a brief moment, the clash of Conqueror's hockey yielded no victor. In the next moment, as if responding to an unspoken connection, the hockey converged towards themselves. However, it did not dissipate. Instead, it began to slowly entwine around their weapons. The blades and swords, already enhanced by high-level armed color hockey, displayed even greater might in this moment. Both were swift attackers, and in a heartbeat, their blades clashed. Lex crossed his dual blades before his chest and struck towards the Red Count, who countered with a slender sword. The blades did not directly collide. Rather, they formed a vacuum zone, within which swirled a sphere of black-red lightning. The legendary clash of hockey, a confrontation at the ocean's pinnacle. They continuously infused their hockey into their respective swords, causing the spherical lightning to swell to an enormous size, surpassing both their figures. Yet still, there was no clear victor. But in the next moment, the black-red lightning sphere erupted with a thunderous boom. Silence, an overwhelming silence. Here, in the air above the windless zone, beneath the two combatants lay the tranquil waters of the Central Sea, devoid of any ripple, eternally silent. Yet at this moment, the entire elongated stretch of sea began to stir without wind, and gradually, the waves grew larger, surging towards the eastern coast of Maple and Sephora. Beneath the two engaged in battle at the center of the windless zone, the ocean floor, plunging to depths of 10,000 meters, revealed itself as countless sea kings of considerable length scattered in terror. The air currents continued to surge violently, racing towards greater heights, creating chaos across the entire sky and sea. The very landscape had been irrevocably altered. Have you grown so strong already? Lex, how swiftly time passes, the Red Count remarked, holding his sword with one hand, a look of nostalgia upon his face. Indeed, time flows ceaselessly. Yet life is fleeting. Thus it feels as though it has passed swiftly. Lex held dual blades, suspended high in the air. It was not merely that. The Red Count gazed at Lex's figure from hundreds of meters above, his voice resonating clearly in Lex's ears. You have progressed too swiftly. However, it is still insufficient. Although I am unaware of the true strength of that you mentioned, if even I cannot defeat him, how can one entertain ambitions of altering the world? Accompanying the Red Count's words was a strike of unparalleled swordsmanship. Red's secret technique, Bloodfall, a colossal crimson slash surged forth, instantly breaching the 100-meter gap. With everything in its path, air, dust, even sunlight, fading into a blood-red hue. That moment, the strike hurtled towards Lex with incredible speed. Oh, would it not be better if it were stronger? Lex replied slowly, yet in his hands, the two supreme blades began to dance with rapid precision. Break God, sixth slash. The deep blue, massive cross slash collided with the blood-red arc, only to be obliterated in the void. Immediately following, Break God, annihilated space. Lex unleashed his fruit's ability, causing the entire sky to ripple with wave-like patterns, continuously undulating and expanding, creating a sealed space. The Red Count did not evade the encroaching annihilated space. For after thousands of encounters over the years, he might be the individual most familiar with the spatial fruit ability, second only to Lex himself. This area control technique was simply impossible to evade unless one possessed a similar spatial ability, developed to an exceptionally high level, ideally to the point of awakening. Otherwise, one would need a level of haki comparable to an emperor's, which required the continuous and intense consumption of haki. Is worth noting that in the world of pirates, it is rare for equally ranked adversaries to be instantly defeated. Most are akin to resilient beasts, relying on stamina, haki, and willpower in the later stages. Annihilated space, however, would significantly drain one's haki if one refrained from using haki to defend. They would fall into Lex's domain. At that point, one would be akin to meat upon a chopping board, effectively leading to their demise. Thus, there was but one method to counter it, to rely on overwhelming haki to shatter all illusions. Only haki could reign supreme above all. In the next moment, the Red Count's umbrella sword was enveloped in an intense aura of haki. In fact, dark streams of energy surged along the blade, and blood-red lightning flickered incessantly. This was the culmination of the most refined armament haki and conqueror's haki. Red secret technique, Song of Hell. This time, there was no grand sword energy strike, only a blood-red afterimage. Nearly imperceptible, hurtled towards Lex. Puff. Blood gushed forth as a massive scar opened across Lex's chest, exposing bone. The entire annihilated space shattered like a bubble. Lex's form began to tumble downwards from the sky, bloodied and battered. However, the Red Count did not attempt to catch him. He merely spread his wings and hovered in the air, watching quietly. Has your acting improved yet again? The Red Count chuckled softly. Lex's injured body plummeted through the clouds, stirring up vapor, and continued to accelerate toward the sea. He was about to descend into the doldrums, just as Lex's body was on the verge of touching the water. The sea below began to churn violently. The water surged upwards, resembling a massive inverted bowl. Thus, the current Luska has recently emerged from its juvenile phase and stepped into maturity. I do not care. Cunning Lex hastened forth from the alternate realm. With no victories to boast of, Luska's anger has somewhat abated, leading him to engage in a war of words with Lex. First, you must assure me that you will not retaliate. I promise that I do not believe you, Lex brazenly retorted. You must swear by the name of the Sea King. Shameless thief. Hurry and make your oath, and I shall emerge. Very well, I swear by the name of the Sea King that as long as you, Lex, come forth, I shall not exact revenge upon you. Luska's slightly immature voice echoed in the minds of Lex and Baron Red. Upon hearing this, Lex gradually materialized above the ocean, albeit still partially ethereal. Keeping his guard up, it is worth noting that Luska does not hold the Sea King in high regard. Thus, invoking the Sea King's name holds little sway over him. Just as anticipated, in an instant, 8 tentacles surged forth at breakneck speed towards Lex, shattering the sound barrier. Martial ethics. Have you betrayed the Sea King? Lex vanished once more into the air. Coward. If you have the audacity, do not flee. Luska felt utterly frustrated. Despite possessing formidable powers that defied comprehension, he found himself unable to unleash them, akin to striking a punch into cotton. His anger simmered within him, and as an octopus of the Sea King lineage, with 3 hearts, he felt thrice the ire. Then come inside if you dare. Lex's audacious voice resonated from the alternate space, drifting over the sea. Such insolence. Humans are indeed treacherous beings. Luska, unable to contain his frustration, resorted to venting his anger upon the myriad Sea Kings inhabiting the windless zone. He swiftly extended his 8 tentacles while his head lingered at the ocean's depths, a clear indication of his immense size. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, dozens of diverse Sea Kings were pierced by the tips of Luska's tentacles, skewered like kebabs and delivered into his maw. The sounds of chewing and swallowing reverberated like seismic tremors from the ocean floor, transforming rage into appetite. Hey, Luska, toss me a few Sea Kings to munch on. After playing with you for so long, I find myself rather hungry. Lex's voice emerged, this time without hiding in the alternate realm, openly appearing above the surface of the sea. Get lost. Luska continued to feast. After a year-long slumber, he required substantial sustenance to restore his bodily functions. However, he refrained from attacking Lex once more. After all, striking would yield no results, and scolding would prove futile. Most vexing was that his initial intention had merely been to awaken from slumber to rescue Lex, only to be subjected to ridicule. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, leading to the consumption of yet more Sea Kings. Lex, too, was not idle. The light blue space delved deep into the ocean, and in no time, several Sea Kings found their way into Lex's alternate space. Yet, raw fish was not to Lex's liking. Therefore, He drew forth the sword of Wan Qing, unleashing a flaming slash. Instantly, a roaring inferno erupted upon the ocean's surface, sufficient to engulf the sea kings. In the vast sea. You dare to play with fire and still call yourself powerful. If memory serves, Kinemon, one of the red scabbards of Kazuki Odin, could sever flames, and there are numerous flame-wielding swordsmen upon the ocean. A slash that conjures fire is far too commonplace. What a lack of combustible materials, vanishing without a trace. Lex's fruit was nearly omnipotent. The spatial aspect stagnated while heat continued to radiate. Ultimately, it was merely Lex utilizing swordsmanship to convert his stamina into another form of heat. Sustained by the spatial fruit, nothing more. Before long, numerous sea kings were perfectly barbecued. Lex retrieved a plethora of seasonings from the eternal space: chili, cumin, pepper, fine salt, sauces. Master, dinner is served. Lex called to Baron Red, who was quietly observing the sea from a distance. Quite impressive. Your culinary skills have advanced more swiftly than your combat prowess. Lex conjured a miniature island from the alternate space, floating it above the surface of the sea. Soon, the two began to indulge in the succulent barbecued sea kings. The flesh of the sea kings was the most delectable and energetically potent meat in these waters. Even an ordinary person, with a steady diet of such meat, would develop remarkable physique. Lex and Baron Red, however, had consumed barbecued sea kings hundreds of times their own size. One wonders how the stomachs of the world's strongest could accommodate such feasts. The two then began to drink. Lex sipped on sherry, while Baron Red savored the West Sea wine prepared by Lex. Hey, Luska, care for some barbecued meat? Lex shouted towards the depths of the sea. Bring some over to show me. A slightly immature youthful voice resonated in Lex's mind, filled with anticipation yet tinged with shyness. Ha! Here you go. 2 barbecued sea kings were tossed into the ocean, and in an instant, the water surged, revealing a colossal octopus head, just the tip of the iceberg. It was astonishingly enormous, evoking awe at the creator's artistry in this realm. Luska's mouth, akin to an abyss of the deep sea, caught the 2 barbecued sea kings. As the meat entered his palate, an explosion of flavor ensued. How had he never known Lex's grilling skills were so exceptional? 800 years prior, the mermaid princess had prepared such fare for him, and thus deceived him into serving her. Now, the taste felt strangely familiar, yet Luska found no aversion. Lex possessed an innate magnetism, a peculiar aura that, in human terms, could be described as the feeling of friendship. Being with a good friend was immensely comforting. This was entirely different from the oppressive subjugation he experienced at the hands of the mermaid princess, even though she was a gentle and kind woman. Hey, Luska, still want more? Lex inquired with a gentle smile. Yes, bring forth more of that delectable barbecue, Luska joyfully replied. Then help me hunt for sea kings, and I shall handle the grilling. Deal. Burp. An hour later, Luska let out a resounding belch that caused the windless zone to tremble thrice. Hey, Luska, Lex called from the edge of the floating island, sitting cross-legged. What is it? Would you like to become my companion? Lex suddenly declared, his voice resonating across the azure surface of the windless zone. What do you mean? Luska was momentarily taken aback, recalling some distant and unpleasant memories. You, who participated in that great war, should understand what a companion signifies. Yes, the rulers of this world are the victors of that very conflict. Lex continued. Those traitors, you say? I am aware. Luska paused before continuing. But why should I join you? Give me a reason. Will I be thrust into the front lines as a warrior, or be the shield that withstands Uranus's blows? Or merely a foolish sea king to be exploited, or like that clumsy elephant, bound for 800 years due to tardiness? Tell me, Lex. Luska's voice grew increasingly fervent, brimming with defiance, anger, and lamentation. The entire windless zone stirred with tumultuous winds and rising tsunamis. Stop being foolish, Luska. Yes, I do need your strength to realize my ambitions. However, if mutual effort among companions is deemed exploitation, then you may continue to await your absurd fate that spans 8 centuries. Lex stood, unleashing a formidable conqueror's haki. Is that so? Lex, my companion. Luska's voice gradually diminished, as if he were lost in contemplation. Luska, become my partner, and let us once more strive towards that void throne. Luska did not respond. Instead, he began to speak of another matter. Do you not believe in the legend of Joy Boy? The warrior of Nika shall shine like the sun over the sea, and the drum of liberation shall echo through the skies. That warrior, inheritor of free will, shall once again scatter laughter across the azure sea. Luska's voice was imbued with bitterness. Indeed, Bitterness, he was a warrior who had endured 8 centuries of conflict, and this prolonged wait of 800 years had nearly drained his patience. The words imparted to him by the mermaid princess before her demise, those notions of destiny and waiting, had gradually faded into oblivion, lost amidst the waves of time. Luska, over a millennium ago, in an era even more distant. Did Joy Boy exist? Did Nika? They were merely seekers of free will. After all, why must it be a person bearing the name who could fulfill this endeavor? What exactly is? Is it dawn? Is it dream? Is it darkness? No, none of these. It is merely the unyielding will to live, the crystallization of the aspirations of those upon the sea who ceaselessly pursue beauty and yearn for freedom. We, too, were born upon this ocean. Basking in the same sunlight and inhaling the same air, why should we not pursue our own freedom? Why should we not do what we desire? Luska, I yearn to alter this reality, to enact change. To reject the absurdity of fatalism. Luska. The conquerors will surge beyond the heavens, dispersing the clouds that stretched for thousands of miles, and the calm belt roiled with tumultuous waves. The red count was moved. Luska fell silent. Who is our enemy? After a prolonged silence, Luska inquired slowly. Ha ha ha. Our enemy. It is everyone who seeks to thwart us. Lex spread his arms wide with abandon, his golden locks flowing. Is that so? Then let us once again stir this ocean into chaos. Luska provided its answer, affirming the fate it chose to believe in, the fate that transcended 800 years, a legacy passed through generations. A destiny awaited by countless souls. In that moment, accompanied by Lex's laughter, it was shattered for the first time. What will the future hold? Will it be better or worse? Or could it possibly become even worse? The sea remained silent, its waves surging. The calm belt had returned to tranquility, undisturbed by a single ripple, just as it had been for over 8 centuries, at the very least. Luska declared this to be its homeland. Before that war, the calm belt was not as it is now. The world's geographical landscape was not as it stands today. The deity upon the empty throne obscured history, extinguished the flames of hope. Proclaiming itself the creator of the world, while in truth, it destroyed the world as it once was. Where has your decade-long plan progressed to now? Luska asked. Lex and the Red Count had returned to the eastern coast of Maple and Hawthorne. While Luska leaned against the shore, its back to the calm belt, the eastern part of Maple and Hawthorne delved into the calm belt, while the western side bordered the West Sea. Should one continue eastward? Crossing the calm belt, they would directly enter the latter half of the Grand Line's New World. However, the forces or individuals capable of traversing the calm belt are exceedingly few. The Navy's technology of embedding sea prism stone into the hulls of ships has yet to be conceived. In other words, Dr. Vegapunk was still engaged in research at MADS a few years prior, aimed at aiding world peace, having not yet joined the Navy. Meanwhile, fellow members of this organization, Queen, Katakuri, and Stussy, were all devoted to the creation of formidable weapons. This MADS, if Lex recalled correctly, should be the charitable enterprise of the Dark King of the Underworld. The Loan Shark King Doflamingo. It is rather ironic that the Loan Shark King funds charitable scientific research aimed at developing inhumane weapons. Is it any wonder that this is the world of pirates? Returning our gaze to the eastern coast of Maple and Hawthorne, upon hearing Luska inquire about his decade-long plan, Lex answered candidly, "Well, that is just beginning. After all, I have only just set sail. Why did you embark on your journey so late? If I am not mistaken, Joy Boy began traversing the seas at a young age." Luska stated, "Ha ha ha. Is that so? However, I initially planned to set sail at 17, feeling that would be quite meaningful, but due to certain circumstances, and primarily because my strength was still far from sufficient. Many of my plans required a solid foundation of power, wouldn't you agree, Luska?" Lex smiled. To be honest, Lex, I must tell you, even your current strength would rank among the strongest of that era, aside from 1 or 2 exceptional individuals. Moreover, your devil fruit is quite powerful, even somewhat peculiar. After all, I have never heard of a spatial fruit in the 800 years I have existed. Perhaps it is due to my prolonged slumber. Then, Luska, can you share some details about the war that took place over 800 years ago? I have perused some historical texts, but I cannot comprehend them. I even visited O'Hara to seek out individuals who could understand. But to little avail. If you wish to know about that, it might pose a challenge for me, as I merely followed the Sea King, the Mermaid Princess, into battle. Wherever she directed me, I would strike. And most of the battle plans were beyond my involvement due to my immense size as a Sea King. Those secrets were only mentioned in passing by the Mermaid Princess shortly before her demise. Hmm, is that so? However, I must first ask you, Lex, are there currently any individuals in our ranks who surpass you significantly, not merely in the realm of strength like Raid, who is rather comparable to you? Only slightly stronger in observation and armament. Hakide A.S. Luska spoke. It cast a glance at the red count beside Lex. Luska was evidently a learned Sea King, possessing keen insight into the classification of hockey levels and combat prowess. Indeed, Lex surpassed the red count in terms of his devil fruit, while the red count, being older, had fully developed observation hockey and superior hockey overall. Hiss, Master, back during the God Valley incident, did I not discreetly bring you to witness it? Lex turned to glance at the red count, who was likewise seated cross-legged. We observed it in your alternate space. Were you inquiring about rocks? The red count instantly discerned Lex's inquiry, not through reading his mind. For neither could Lex perceive the red count's thoughts. Perhaps this was one of the reasons the red count took Lex as his disciple. After all, in the solitude of the vast ocean, finding a fellow monster was a stroke of fortune. Yes, indeed, Lex nodded. Rocks, in comparison to my current self, is undoubtedly stronger. However, if the mythical zone I have just consumed awakens, I might reach a comparable level. He did not count those who exceeded specifications. Roger and Garp, back in their prime, could barely be considered at the peak, albeit still somewhat young. Among the elder generation of the sea, the Red Count's age is relatively advanced, surpassing other legends by half a generation, including Steelbone, Roxy. Zebek. When the events of the year 1500 in the Sea Circle timeline commence 31 years hence, they will all be octogenarians. Is that so? Then we seem to be without such monsters exceeding specifications. Luska, Lex remarked nonchalantly. Then we must avoid confronting the current world government head-on. Even with Shiki, Raid, Whitebeard, Rhine, and yourself, despite my reluctance to admit it, that scoundrelism has indeed surpassed the limits of this ocean. The one upon the empty throne, one of the original 20 kings, who betrayed Queen Lily of the Nefertari family. I understand. Lex nodded slightly in response. You seem quite knowledgeable. However, it would not be entirely accurate to call it a betrayal. And the others have their own pursuits. Their paths merely diverge, Luska remarked with a hint of sentimentality. Such matters are inconsequential, as long as I strive to grow stronger. That is what matters, right? If I possessed the power to cleave the moon in twain, no enemy would be a concern. Lex declared confidently that it is good to have such confidence. However, one must remain cautious and avoid drawing the attention of the world government to our burgeoning power. We are already quite formidable. Even the events of 800 years ago could alter the tide of battle, and precisely for this reason, we must understand the importance of concealment. Until we are adequately prepared to face the world in open defiance, we must not expose ourselves. Fortunately, we are not so we should not easily provoke him's ire. Luska cautioned with gravity. It was a wise and seasoned sea king, having navigated storms far more tumultuous than the average human. Despite having only just entered maturity, it had lived for over 1,000 years. I will. Currently, the primary focus remains on the New World and the Underworld, while the four seas are temporarily beyond reach. The mere thought of dealing with the Navy and unifying the Underworld is somewhat overwhelming for me. Lex responded. It has only just begun. I have a premonition that the true grand era has yet to arrive. And we have ample time to prepare, with significant advantages on our side. Do you understand? Lex? Luska shifted the conversation, directing a question at Lex. Understand what? The reason I abandoned the pact with the Sea King, which has lasted for over 800 years, to follow you, a man not even of the D lineage, in such a mad endeavor to overturn the world? Luska inquired with a knowing glance at Lex. Upon hearing this, not only Lex, but even the ever-listening Count of Red grew intrigued. Upon careful reflection, it indeed seems rather simplistic to invite Luska to partake in this venture. Is it merely due to the bond shared between Lex and Luska? After all, Luska, in a certain sense, is half a sea king. Would such a being so easily forsake an 800-year mission to join a 20-year-old's audacious scheme? Quite preposterous. In the next moment, Luska voluntarily elaborated. Lex, you are the most extraordinary man I have encountered in a millennium. In what regard? Lex raised an eyebrow, curious. Firstly, from the day I came to know you, your gaze is entirely unlike that of a typical human youth. I have witnessed orphans forced to scavenge with wild dogs due to national turmoil. Their eyes exhibit numbness, sorrow, or madness and extremism. I have also seen well-educated noble children, whose eyes reflect a yearning for freedom or are brimming with desire amid their privileged lives. Some precocious youths appear composed and mature, yet lack the unique aura you possessed back in those days? Luska, do you truly have such an understanding of the human world? Have you not been dormant at the bottom of the calm belt for years? Lex interrupted Luska's lengthy analysis. Lacking in romantic subtlety, the Count of Red chuckled softly. Hey, you scoundrel, you are not permitted to interrupt while I am speaking, Luska retorted, irked, underestimating the wisdom and insight of the world's foremost sea king. Foolish humans, my intellect could easily surpass yours 1,000-fold, brimming with sagacity. Ha ha ha, all right, regardless of what makes me special, it matters not. You are now my partner, and that is sufficient. For now, you shall be responsible for sending your sea kings to search for the enormous golden lanternfish I mentioned. We must not linger, for the sooner we commence our search, the greater our hope. Although my master and I may not have much use for pure gold, it is vital for uncle and father. I entrust this matter to you, Luska. Lex rose, paying homage to the colossal octopus head on the shore. Rest assured, I shall swiftly search the world for it. Finding a sea king in the ocean may seem fanciful to humans, but for me, it is not overly challenging. However, if the lanternfish you mentioned is indeed attracted to gold, you will need to prepare a substantial quantity. While gold exists in the sea, it would be best if you could refine it into sizable ingots. Lusko advised, you need not worry about that. I will have Uncle personally deliver a large quantity of gold from the New World shortly, though refining it may take some time. Very well. Then I shall take my leave. I must accompany my master to the Sky Island in search of certain items. Please continue to keep an eye on Fenghua Qianli, Lex stated earnestly, since I have agreed to join you. You can confidently leave these matters to me. All right then, farewell, Luska. Lex stood, a brilliant azure glow emanating from him, shimmering like the blue starlight of day. Until we meet again, the Count of Red also rose. Surrounded by the same radiant azure light as Lex. Farewell to you both. Luska waved his massive tentacles. In the next moment, Lex and the Count of Red vanished from the eastern shore of Fenghua Qianli. Leaving Luska behind, Luska paused for a moment, gazing at the significantly smaller large island. Fenghua Qianli remained a forest of maples, lush with greenery, as the maple leaves gradually turned red, rustling in the wind. After a long while, Luska turned back towards the depths of the calm belt. Yet, a sigh echoed in the air above the eastern shore of Fenghua Qianli. Though interrupted, what was that sense of profundity I perceived in your calm gaze the first time I met you? Lex, the calm belt returned to tranquility, without a ripple. Within Lex's alternate space, Master, does this mean my observation hockey has not yet reached the divine realm you mentioned? Lex, traversing through the alternate space towards the Sky Island, inquired of the Count of Red beside him. Well, I am not entirely certain. On the surface of the ocean, no one seems to have attained that level. After consuming the vampire fruit, I felt a loosening of the bottleneck in my observation hockey, which had not progressed for many years. Perhaps this is akin to how your space fruit enhances observation hockey, as mine also gained a boost from the vampire fruit, leading me to sense a certain realm beyond. The Count of Red spoke slowly, each word carefully considered before being uttered. These notions are merely his conjectures, and he remained uncertain as to whether that higher realm, the transcendent divine domain, truly existed. It must exist. After awakening my fruit last year, I sensed my observation hockey has broken through the mundane barriers. What was once unable to encompass the entire West Sea can now barely achieve that. I have a feeling that such an astonishing range of observation hockey must possess a higher tier. In due time, it should even be capable of enveloping this planet. Lex continued to analyze. This was a discussion between the two foremost practitioners of observation hockey in the West Sea, as they subtly brushed against the divine realm. Is there a divine realm for conquerors hockey? The Nika fruit is akin to divinity, but Nika's strength arises from the multitude of suffering souls in this dark world. Therefore, the will and faith are naturally potent, amplifying its power. Thus, the Nika fruit is formidable. The mythical beast type of emu might also have touched upon this domain. The eternal surgery of the awakened surgery fruit is akin to divine might, albeit merely a one-time use. Lex also sensed that the space fruit harbors the power to transcend this ocean. Or rather, each fruit might possess such potential, brimming with infinite possibilities. But what of hockey? Can one ascend to divinity solely through hockey? It is well known that the devil fruits are the crystallization of human thoughts and desires over millennia. This is a manifestation of collective will. What is hockey? It is a power derived from one's own soul, a manifestation of individual will. After consuming a devil fruit, people can achieve many incredible feats through its extraordinary, anti-natural capabilities, even stepping into the realm of gods. For countless years, the hopes and desires of humanity have been immeasurable, akin to the abilities of users entering the divine realm through the hands of the world. And what of hockey? Clearly, it is far more challenging. How can individual will contend with the will of the countless beings of this world over millennia? The answer is that it certainly can. Haki counters all fruit abilities. Without a doubt, and no matter how outrageous a fruit's power may be, it is rendered trivial when faced with overwhelming haki. This is the unique nature of the pirate world, where immense power can be concentrated in one being. Therefore, individual will is often remarkably strong. A person's persistence can challenge the will of the masses. Hence, Lex asserts, "Master, I believe haki possesses even greater potential." However, due to factors such as talent and lifespan over the millennia, few have ventured into higher realms. He paused and continued. Yet, why could Roger's Conqueror's haki reach such an extraordinary level? Why is your observation haki unparalleled upon the seas? Master, why has no one ever surpassed Admiral Karp's armament haki? It is undoubtedly because they have touched upon a higher tier, perhaps having already subtly entered that domain. Suddenly, Lex recalled the final confrontation at God Valley. Realizing that the haki of Roger and Karp was the primary reason for their defeat of Rox. Lex, I now understand why Luska has chosen to join you, the Count of Red interjected unexpectedly. Not continuing Lex's train of thought, but instead speaking about Luska. Why is that? Because you will undoubtedly be the first man to attain divinity through haki upon these free seas. The Count's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance as he spoke each word with conviction. I, however, possess little confidence, Master. Lex smirked bitterly. No, this is the first time I have placed my trust in someone else more than in myself. Lex. If it were anyone else, I would scoff at it. But because it is you, I firmly believed, he continued, for this aloof man, it is only because it is Lex that he would utter so many words. Your will is extraordinary, as Luska once said. It is not merely a determination and ambition to overturn the world, but rather an indescribable essence, perhaps a rebirth after enduring trials and tribulations, absolute tranquility, absolute perseverance. Lex, I want to ask why you possess such resolve at such a young age. I simply believe you are Lex. Am I not right? The Red Count smiled, his charm unassuming. A brief silence ensued. Yes, I am indeed Lex. The Sky Island is one of the most miraculous creations over this vast sea, suspended 10,000 meters above sea level. Numerous sky islands can be found above the Azure Sea, scattered across various maritime regions, and some of these islands can move with the clouds. Among these sky islands, aside from the man-made ones like the Gold Lion that rely on fruits, the naturally formed ones generally share a similar origin. They are born from underwater volcanic eruptions that transport a substance known as electric molten fluid from the ocean floor into the sky, where it mingles with the clouds. Due to the density differences of the keratin particles, sea clouds and island clouds are formed. Sea clouds are akin to water, and people cannot stand upon them. They constitute the primary component of the White Sea, where the creatures of the White Sea and vessels reside. What one can step upon are the island clouds, with most sky islands formed from them. Islands like Appiato, which possess soil, arise from the soaring ocean currents that come from the vast sea to the White Sea. Sky islands, a marvel of nature, just as Shambody formed its bubble culture due to the Yarkaman mangroves. The Sky Islands have cultivated a unique shell culture because of the White Sea. The myriad shells are indispensable to the livelihoods and battles of the Sky Islanders, intricately intertwined with their existence. Sound shells, lamp shells, water shells, wind shells, flame shells, heat shells, fragrant shells, barrage shells, Fijian shells. The vibrant array of shells forms the cultural backdrop here, by the way. Master, are we truly not going to pay that 10 billion registration fee at the so-called Gate of Heaven? Lex and the Red Count appeared above the surface of the White Sea, both soaring towards Appiato, the divine realm as spoken of by the inhabitants of the Sky Islands, the other half of the island of Gaia that ascended 400 years ago due to the immense soaring ocean currents, the land of gold. Shandora, please refrain from asking me such tedious jokes. The Red Count continued to flap his wings, flying towards Appiato, while Lex followed directly behind. The spatial fruit allows the user to soar akin to the float fruit. However, Lex generally prefers to utilize spatial teleportation in his daily life. Haha. The notion of paying 10 billion is quite amusing, even though it only translates to 100,000 berries. The Red Count did not respond to Lex's jest, but instead gazed at Appiato, saying, "Is the thunder fruit confirmed to be here? It is highly likely. For centuries, this fruit has not appeared above the Azure Sea, and fruits possess their own will. The thunder fruit is closely linked to the Sky Islands. Master, your vampire fruit is also intimately connected to the sleeping ancient town. There seems to be a certain secret pertaining to the devil fruits. Perhaps it is because these fruits are formed from the belief and will of people. The more similar wills there are in a place, or the more individuals recognized by the fruit are present, the more attractive it becomes to the fruit. Pausing for a moment, Lex continued, the thunder fruit embodies the power of lightning in nature, making its presence in the realm of storms understandable. However, with so many sky islands, I only have a general idea that the thunder fruit is located above the sky island of Gaia. Though I cannot pinpoint its exact location. As long as you know, the two ceased further conversation, taking a moment to arrive at Appiato. They stood atop the enormous vines of Shandora in the White Sea. Beneath their feet lay a vast sea of clouds, rolling like gigantic waves, the undulating cloud waves rising and falling like a tide, surrounding them in profound silence, detached from the world. They stood there, gazing at the sea of clouds, feeling an overwhelming sense of peace, as if the vastness of heaven and earth enveloped them. The pinnacle of the azure sea, serene yet majestic. The essence of life lies in the grandeur of scenery and the brilliance of struggle. Lex beheld the dreamlike vista before him, his heart swelling with ambition. Contemplating such magnificence, Lex thought of life's endeavors and the splendor of the world. Youth is fleeting, and life passes in an instant. Time in the capital of Nara eludes my grasp. The Red Count, meanwhile, murmured softly, reciting a haiku. His weathered gaze seemed to pierce through layers of clouds, reflecting on his past, in the face of such splendor. The Red Count contemplated life's regrets and the passage of time. After a moment of savoring the scenery, Lex finally spoke. Master, how shall we locate the fruit? We have spent 2 days delving into the hearts of so many people without uncovering any crucial clues. And using observation hockey cannot hone in on a devil fruit devoid of life force. Should we temporarily abandon our quest? The Red Count furrowed his brow and turned to Lex. Lex, you must always remember that you are the leader. Even if you decide to give up, there is no need to consult anyone's opinion, including mine. Although this mission involves only the two of us, you will always remain the leader. The Red Count fixed his gaze on Lex, articulating each word with conviction. While it is true that such is the case, Master, Lex was interrupted before he could finish. There is no but. It is not just me, even Shiki, Newgate, and Rhine, the Gold Lion's first mate. The King of Heaven, Rhine, the second mate of the Gold Lion, the man who orchestrated the alliance between the Gold Lion and the Whitebeard in the And Islands, Shano, and Roy also center around you. I hope you can disregard our opinions moving forward. If you have made a decision, then issue the command. If you are overly concerned with the feelings of those beneath you, it will hinder your success. Pausing, the Red Count continued, this is not just my sentiment. It is the consensus of the others as well. Upon hearing this, Lex fell silent for a moment. I understand. Yes, you must remember that although it is just us now, more powerful individuals will join in the future. At that time, a unified voice must serve as the core. Overthrowing the world cannot be accomplished merely through the strength of a few. You should understand this better than I. Lex, keep it in mind. Then let us continue searching for the thunder fruit. If we do not find it before tonight, we shall take a portion of Shandora's gold back as reserve internal funds. Lex stated. Shall we then split up? No, Master, stay with me. Continuing to read minds one by one in Appiato will yield little results. Let us head to Baika. If it is not in Appiato, then it must be in Baika. As for the fruit, if it truly floats above the White Sea, it is beyond our reach. Understood. Baika, a small sky island located to the south, is not as expansive as Angel Island, yet it remains a part of the Sky Island civilization, and is the birthplace of Inaru. Lex had mistakenly recalled that Inaru obtained the thunder fruit while still on Baika, possibly within the last few years, after which he obliterated this island filled with resentment and humiliation, embarking on a period of wandering, during which he encountered various priests, and subsequently, with the power of the thunder fruit, effortlessly defeated the god Ganfer of the divine island Appiato, replacing him as the new deity of the Sky Islands, commencing his dictatorial reign. Fortunately, Lex now recollected that the thunder fruit was most likely located in Baika. Lex and the Red Count continued to observe the outside world from within the spatial realm. Without the unique wings of the Sky Islanders, if they were to step out, they might be regarded as anomalies like Inaru and face expulsion. Killing all the inhabitants of Baika would not be out of the question. Yet it would be detrimental to their search for the fruit. This fruit is crucial for Lex's future technological development and establishing a space base. It is irreplaceable. The two continued to unleash their observation hockey. Noticing an unusual scene at the opposite end of the island, that a group of children surrounded another child, striking him with fists and feet while hurling insults. The bullied boy possessed unusually large earlobes far beyond the norm. Most conspicuous was the absence of white wings that distinguished him from the other group of boys, a feature that served as the very reason for his bullying. It is a sad truth that people naturally tend to prey upon those weaker or different from themselves, rarely daring to confront the stronger. The wingless outcast child, with his enormous earlobes, is you, lad. Come, master, let us take a look. Lex spoke, finally recalling a clue, having lived in the pirate world for over 2 decades. Many details from his previous life had inevitably become hazy. Yet, the overarching narrative remained vivid in his mind, and Lex intended to exploit this advantage to its fullest extent. The two swiftly transported themselves to a different dimension. Observing as the boy with the large earlobes continued to suffer bullying and humiliation at the hands of a group of youths. Bah, a wingless wretch like you deserves to be taught a harsh lesson. One jeered. Humph, you should consider yourself fortunate, Anilu, for daring to snatch food from my pet dog. You're nothing but a filthy mutt, unworthy of even the scraps we toss to dogs. A beating is a kindness for you. Ha ha, look at him, too frightened to speak after our little lesson. Such cowardice. As they spoke, 5 or 6 boys relentlessly pounded on the youth named Anilu, their aggression far from casual, resembling a vicious assault. Indeed, what would it matter if a wingless orphan like Anilu were to be beaten to death? Who would care? Who would take offense? No one. The adults would likely rejoice at the prospect of one less eyesore in Baika. This is why many passersby, upon witnessing the scene, pretended not to see. The weaker one is, the more they are bullied and humiliated, to expect mercy and protection from the strong due to one's frailty is nothing short of foolishness. Anilu, surrounded by the boys, curled into a tight ball, protecting his head with all his might, offering no resistance, even though he possessed the strength to easily overpower any one of them. Resistance would only ignite the aggressor's enthusiasm further. Having endured countless beatings, Anilu had long since learned this lesson well. Ha ha ha, still so weak. Anilu, how utterly disappointing. Let us go, Perla, prepare more food for your dog. After all, it was Anilu, another mutt, who stole the food. Hey, my dog is far more noble than this filthy wretch, retorted a boy named Perla, his words dripping with the satisfaction of cruelty. When the group saw Anilu lying on the ground like a corpse, silent, his forehead pressed against the earth, offering no resistance, they grew bored and dispersed. With his forehead pressed firmly to the ground, Anilu trembled slightly, whether from pain or resentment, it was hard to tell. His clothing was tattered. No, it was hardly worthy of being called clothing. Merely a single adult shirt scavenged from who knows where. Barely covering his emaciated frame, his frail body bore countless shocking scars and wounds, puncture wounds, burns, cuts. These injuries told the tale of Anilu's extraordinary hardships over the years. It was almost unimaginable that a boy of less than 10 years had endured such a hellish existence. With great effort, Anilu pushed himself off the ground, the pain radiating through his body making every step an arduous task, yet he clenched his teeth in determination, despite the trembling pain coursing through him. He resolutely took steps away. Since Lex and the Red Count arrived here, they had yet to hear Anilu utter a single word. The pity for the weak is of no consequence. Ever since his mother passed away when he was very young, Anilu had persevered alone, resolutely walking his path, determined to reach the infinite land his mother spoke of, though at this moment, young Anilu could barely steal a meal meant for a dog without facing a brutal beating. Yet, who in Baika could fathom the fervor for the infinite land that resided within this frail body? Upon returning to his dwelling, a dilapidated wooden cabin nestled at the edge of the Baika jungle, Anilu carefully extracted herbs from a wooden box. Applying them to the most grievous of his wounds, these herbs, gathered through his own efforts in the jungle, had been learned through trial and error. He had discerned which could heal his injuries. Fortunately, none of the herbs contained deadly toxins, or else Anilu would not have survived to see another day. Lex, should we not knock this boy unconscious to read his memories again? We found no information regarding the fruit through mere mind reading. The Red Count suggested in the alternate space he had endured a similarly tragic fate, having been labeled a monster for his innate mind-reading ability, growing up amidst beatings and ridicule, becoming accustomed to the indifference of humanity. Thankfully, he had encountered a young brook, which led him to the sea and the commencement of a legendary new life, as for sympathy toward Anilu, perhaps a hint, but the Red Count hardly cared. No need for that, master. Isn't the thunder fruit right there on the shelf? Lex replied nonchalantly, glancing toward the corner of the dilapidated wooden cabin, where a lightning-shaped yellow fruit lay prominently displayed atop a shelf. Having finished tending to his wounds, Anilo had only applied herbs to the most severe injuries. If he did not address them promptly, he would be unable to move, thus risking starvation. Waiting for death would be his only option. However, herbs were equally hard one for young Anilo, and he could not afford to apply them to every wound. To exist alone in this world is a profound challenge. Yet, over the years, young Anilo had grown accustomed to it. Though he had not become numb to it on starry nights, he would sit alone atop the cabin, gazing at the vast expanse of stars. The elevation of Baika, over 10,000 meters, made the celestial bodies seem tantalizingly close. At such moments, young Anilo would invariably think of his mother, the gentle and kind woman who always shielded him, cared for him, and narrated tales of the infinite land under the night sky. If only his mother were here, those bullies would never dare torment him so. But in this world, there are no ifs. Young Anilo must continue on his solitary path through life, heading toward the infinite land. The destination his mother spoke of. For this reason, young Anilo steadfastly persevered, fiercely resisting the world's cruelty and darkness. He lived in the gutter, yet still gazed at the stars. Now, as Anilo dragged his weary body, preparing to venture out to gather herbs, he found his supply running low. Should he lack sufficient herbs, he might very well perish due to improper treatment after the next beating. The island's doctor would not graciously spare this filthy wretch. Just as young Anilo readied his bag and prepared to step outside, a gentle yet vibrant voice greeted him. "Hello, young man." Then, he witnessed one of the most unforgettable scenes of his life. That a young man with golden hair and a middle-aged man in a red cloak materialized outside the wooden cabin. First was the towering golden-haired man, standing at an impressive 3 meters, wielding 2 formidable long swords at his waist, clad in a brilliant blue cloak, with a blue and white shirt and trousers. A sapphire ring adorned his left ring finger, and he wore jet-black leather boots. A slight smile graced his lips, his demeanor radiating warmth and charm, with an indescribable aura emanating from his eyes. He was not conventionally handsome at first glance, yet his presence was irresistibly magnetic, imbued with a spirit as vast as the ocean. Beside this young man stood another tall, middle-aged man, relatively thinner than the golden-haired man. His crimson eyebrows exuded a certain charm, with a gold chain dangling from the corner of his mouth. His long black hair was braided and cascaded over his shoulders, dressed in a magenta shirt and blood-red trousers. With gold-trimmed black shoes adorning his feet, he wore a cloak similar to Lex's, though in a blood-red hue, embellished with a unique checkered pattern, and a blue rose adorned his neck. In his hand, he held a slender bat-handle umbrella. "Who are you? What do you want?" Young Anilo's gaze was sharp, revealing a maturity that belied his age. A life filled with malice had compelled him to approach each stranger with caution. Perhaps this was the reason why, decades later, Anilo would often rely on his mind network to eavesdrop on the discussions of every individual on Sky Island. "Fear not, young one. You appear frightened, yet you exude an unexpected bravery," the golden-haired young man observed. Lex chuckled lightly, a perennial smile adorning his face. "Well, I have no significant purpose for being here. I merely passed through this jungle and was intrigued to find that there were still people residing in such a place. So I thought I would come and see what was happening." Pausing momentarily, Lex continued, "Oh, by the way, my name is Leon Lex, a resident of the West Sea. This is my master, Barolik Redfield, also from the West Sea." Observing the growing astonishment on little Anilo's face, Lex subtly probed Anilo's thoughts. "West Sea. Is that the Qinghai my mother mentioned? The homeland of that scoundrel father of mine? Qinghai, right? And both of them, astonishingly, have no wings. Is the West Sea part of Qinghai? How did you arrive at Baika? Was it through that massive skyward current?" Anilo eagerly bombarded Lex with questions. As for the aloof-looking gentleman in the red cloak beside him, it was evident he was not one to converse easily. Unbeknownst to Anilo, he felt no aversion towards these 2 wingless individuals. In fact, he found them somewhat endearing. Let me think. Qinghai encompasses 4 major seas: the East, South, West, and North Seas, with a great trade route encircling the center of Qinghai and vertically surrounded by a circle of red earth continent. That's roughly how it is. Lex patiently answered Anilo's inquiries. Upon hearing the term red earth continent, Anilo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly inquired, "Is that the infinite land? How can one reach the red earth continent?" "Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be the case. However, I do know where the infinite land is." Where? Anilo looked up at Lex, his voice rising. He had never felt his dreams so tantalizingly close. What once seemed unattainable now appeared within reach with Lex's arrival. "Could we perhaps step inside and sit for a while? We can converse at a leisurely pace. By the way, little one, what is your name?" Lex asked. Inalu, my mother named me, and I've heard it means freedom in the infinite land. Please, come in and sit. Although we might be short on seats, I hope you won't mind. Inalu excitedly explained, thrilled to encounter others without wings for the first time, especially one so amicable. Inalu, freedom, that's delightful. Upon entering the dwelling, Inalu presented fresh water along with the scant food he had left, including a fruit from the shelf, to host Lex and the Red Count. That I apologize for the simplicity. Gentlemen, this is perfectly fine. There are countless souls perishing of thirst upon the sea, and having even a sip of water is quite commendable, Lex replied, lifting the worn bowl and gulping it down. Moistening his throat as for the lightning-shaped yellow fruit, he did not scrutinize it carefully, merely casting a brief glance. Surprisingly pleasant. This is the first time I have been treated since arriving at the Sky Island. Thank you. Inalu, Lex continued. I'm glad you like it, but you both don't seem like impoverished individuals. You must have come to the Sky Island for leisure, yet why is there no one to greet you? Inalu inquired curiously. We are not here for leisure. We specifically came to the Sky Island in search of something. We have been searching for nearly 3 days without much progress, but fortunately, we have made a bit of headway now. Oh, you're seeking something? If it's within the Baika jungle, I can assist you. No one knows this jungle better than I do, though there are quite a few ferocious beasts that may pose a challenge. But rest assured, I am well acquainted with their habits. Thank you so much, Inalu. Fortunately, I have already found what I was looking for, just moments ago. That's splendid. Little Inalu was genuinely delighted for Lex, since his mother's passing. He had met anyone willing to sit and converse with him on equal footing, especially those without wings. Lex picked up the yellow fruit that Inalu had offered him and asked, May I inquire how you came across this fruit? That. I found it while gathering herbs a few days ago. I hadn't seen such peculiar fruits in the jungle before, but it seemed quite durable. Having lasted several days without spoiling, so I thought to keep it as a backup food source to dough. What a coincidence. This is precisely what I was seeking, Lex smiled. Really? That's wonderful. I didn't expect to be of help to you. Please, feel free to take it. Upon hearing this, the Red Count shot a brief, approving glance at little Inalu. Inalu. Lex suddenly turned serious, calling out Inalu's name. What is it, Mr. Lex? Inalu asked, taken aback. Would you be willing to accompany me? To Qinghai, I can take you to the infinite land. However, I must warn you in advance, I am not a good person. Following me could be perilous, and death is a possibility. I am willing, even if it means dying the next moment. I want to follow you, Mr. Lex. After a moment of silence, Inalu burst into tears and then shouted aloud. Let me introduce myself again. I am Leon Lex, a seeker of freedom. Lex stood up. Gazing at Inalu. I am Inalu. My dream is to reach the infinite land. Inalu paused, seemingly struck by a thought, then exclaimed, and to follow Mr. Lex. You're quite admirable. Little one. This was the first sentence exchanged between the Red Count and Inalu. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Redfield. Inalu looked excitedly at the Red Count, feeling that he had been acknowledged by another companion of Mr. Lex. The Red Count nodded slightly. He was quite pleased with Inalu's recent response. Regardless of what ambitions one might harbor, as long as they steadfastly followed Lex, the Red Count could accept them. The darkness of humanity is unfathomable. This had troubled the Red Count for much of his life. Until Lex appeared in his world, illuminating long-sealed emotions, a sentiment called trust. Thus, possessing the ability to read minds, the Red Count no longer cared as much about the past darkness and filth of humanity that had once repulsed him. As long as one could faithfully follow Lex, he generally disregarded the unsavory aspects lurking within their hearts. It is rare to find a soul as pure as it once was. Even 7-year-old Inalu harbored resentment towards all of Baika, filled with a strong desire for destruction. Yes, deep within the heart of 7-year-old Inalu lies a yearning for the destruction of all Baika. Lex, who also possessed the ability to read minds, was fully aware of some of Inalu's inner thoughts. But he remained indifferent. What of Baika's destruction? The annihilation of an island is trivial to the Red Count and Lex. Lex had been scheming for a decade to oppose the world government. Is it out of pity for the countless civilians suffering at sea? He is not Monkey D. Dragon, not a revolutionary, nor a philanthropist. He is Leon Lex, an ambitious dreamer, choosing to challenge the world simply because he desires to do so. Did Luffy, from the day he set sail, think of liberating the sea like his father, Dragon? If so, why become a pirate? Luffy initially aimed only to become the Pirate King, as that would grant him a sense of freedom. Likewise, Lex merely believes that opposing the world will bring him freedom. Some may ask, why conquer mountains? Must there be a definitive reason? No, no, no. It is simply because the mountains stand there. Ainalu, let us host a feast. As a ceremony to welcome you into our fold. Though I am not a pirate, I grew up among pirates, and feasting is quite delightful. Oh, pirates, those rascals from Qinghai that one hears about. Ainalu inquired. Indeed, most pirates are scoundrels, though. But if we are to feast, Mr. Lex, do you have the means? I don't have much food or drink here. Haha, fear not. There is plenty. Come, watch this, let me perform a little magic. Lex raised one hand before Ainalu, and a brilliant blue light emanated from his palm. In an instant, a plethora of food and fine wine appeared out of thin air, filling the small space of the room to the brim. Wow, are you a deity, Mr. Lex? Enel, overwhelmed with excitement, leapt into the air. Ha. This is the power known as the devil fruit, a force you will gradually come to understand. With that, Lex smiled at Enel, who was drooling over a mountain of food. Hooray, this is fantastic. I'm about to dig in. In that moment, Enel felt an immense wave of happiness wash over him, after being caught stealing food and receiving a harsh beating. He returned home, weary and despondent, only to encounter two wingless inhabitants from the Qinghai region. They were nothing like the people from Baika, who would scold and hit him at the slightest provocation. Instead, they engaged him in conversation as equals, sharing tales of life in Qinghai. Mr. Lex even promised to take him to the infinite land. Enel felt a warmth and care he had not experienced since his mother's departure. He picked up a fragrant chicken leg, savoring the taste he had long been deprived of, opening his mouth wide to take a hearty bite, chewing and swallowing with gusto. Yet, amidst his indulgence, a salty flavor flooded his taste buds. He raised his trembling, emaciated hands to wipe away the tears at the corners of his eyes, but they flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks, burying his head in his chest. His shoulders shook incessantly as teardrops, like pearls, cascaded down his face and splattered onto the ground. Do you know, mother? I have met another kind soul like you that I wonder what he sees in me, but he won't treat me like those from Baika. He told me his name is Leon Lex. What a magnificent name. He resolved, mother, no matter his intentions, I shall unwaveringly follow in his footsteps, that I will be his strength, his stepping stone. Rest assured, mother, one day I will reach the infinite land through my own power. But until then, let me first become Mr. Lex's strength. Upon hearing Enel's heartfelt cry, the Red Count's lips curled into a smirk. Lex continued to sip his sherry, smiling in silence. Hey, Enel, keep eating. Try this apple. They must be rare on the Sky Island. Lex offered an apple. Thank you, Mr. Lex. Enel replied, still weeping. Sometimes, when overwhelmed with emotion, his tears flowed like a dam bursting, regardless of the circumstances. That was how Enel felt at that moment. The banquet continued, the Red Count listening to the conversation between the two, occasionally sipping his glass of exquisite glassy red wine, a rare brew from the West Sea. Lex and Enel feasted heartily, their cheeks bulging as they chatted. So, Mr. Lex, is it true that there's an octopus larger than 100 Baika Islands? I've told you several times. Luska is our companion, so of course it's true. And Luska can even talk, but you may not hear it just yet. What? An octopus can talk? But I can't hear it? Don't worry, with your observation hockey, you'll hear it soon enough. Lex patted Enel on the shoulder. What is observation hockey? It's what you call the heart net on your Sky Island. Lex casually explained, knowing that Enel would eventually learn all of this. What is the heart net? It is a power that sharpens the senses, allowing one to perceive the presence and even the emotional fluctuations of beings around them. Mastering it can lead to glimpses of the future. Those with special abilities can even see into the hearts of others, read memories, and influence emotions. You will come to know this in time. Lex patiently elucidated. Huh, do I really have such a talent? Enel exclaimed in delight, realizing this power could aid Mr. Lex. You certainly do, and you are among the very best. That's wonderful. Lex continued, by the way, Enel, have you ever sensed that you could hear the thoughts of others? Or perhaps overhear distant conversations? Lex inquired, stroking his chin. Let me think. Oh, there was one time when I was badly beaten and nearly fainted upon returning to the wooden house, just before I passed out. I heard a cacophony of voices, as if I could hear everyone on the island speaking. But then I fainted and never experienced anything like it again. Is that what you mean by observation hockey? Mr. Lex? Upon hearing Enel's account, the Red Count cast an appreciative glance at him. The little fellow's experiences mirrored his own so closely. Both had been deemed monsters by those around them, endured tragic childhoods, possessed remarkable observation hockey talents, and encountered Lex. Indeed, it seems that the already astonishing observation hockey has become even more extraordinary with the enhancement of the thunder fruit. Lex mused internally. Enel, do you wish to possess power? Lex shifted the conversation, holding up the yellow, lightning-shaped fruit, directing the question at Enel. What power? Is this the devil fruit you mentioned? Enel asked curiously, gazing at the yellow fruit. Lex, this fruit would be better suited for Jiuan. There's no need to give such a top-tier fruit to Enel, the Red Count interjected, recognizing Enel's potential but believing that the thunder fruit's supreme power should be entrusted to Jiuan. Clearly, the Red Count favored Jiuan, and it was understandable since Jiuan was Lex's partner, while Enel was merely a new 7-year-old addition to No worries. The fruit will choose its bearer. This is not only the will of the fruit, but also the will of the world. While reshaping the fate of the world, one must also utilize the so-called destiny. Destiny tells me that this fruit will reach its zenith in Enel's hands. Am I right, Enel? Upon hearing Lex's words, Enel was filled with fervor. It seemed that Mr. Lex had rejected Mr. Redfield's suggestion, insisting on entrusting this fruit of mysterious power to him. Therefore, no matter what, he must ensure that this fruit reaches its pinnacle in his hands. Absolutely, Mr. Lex. Ha ha ha. Splendid. The wheels of fate continue to turn. In that moment, Enel seized the thunder fruit and took a hearty bite. Ugh. Tui. Enel instantly recoiled, his expression as if he had just consumed something vile. However, almost simultaneously, arcs of pale blue electricity began to emanate from him. Fate had returned to its rightful course. Enel, destined to consume the thunder fruit, in the southern lands, on a small sky island, Baika, deep within the island's jungle. Before a grave, the three stood before the tomb, adorned with several bouquets of flowers known as sky blue, a specialty of the sky island, resembling blue chrysanthemums. Mother, I am leaving Baika. From now on, I will follow Mr. Lex and Mr. Redfield, both of whom hail from Qinghai, the place my mother often spoke of in reference to that scoundrel father of mine. I will soon journey to Qinghai with him, or .lex.as for the infinite land. Do not worry. Mother, one day I will reach it through my own strength. Enel paused, his expression growing more sorrowful. He continued, Mother, I may never return to see you again. I have resolved to make Baika disappear, completely vanish from this world. Rest assured, I will not be blinded by hatred. I simply do not wish for those demons who bullied you to continue living comfortably in this world. Enel vaguely recalled that his mother had been ostracized by the people of Baika after meeting his father from Qinghai and giving birth to him. A wingless child, forcing her to reside in the jungle, ultimately subjected to cloud flow punishment. This grave was merely a tomb without a body. Enel's own experiences over the years were equally tragic. Perhaps most of the people on Baika were not inherently wicked. They had families, friends, and lives of their own. They could also be kind and sorrowful, perhaps having committed petty wrongs, but their sins did not warrant death. Most chose to remain silent regarding Enel. Yet, for Enel, these people deserve their fate. Can one expect a child who has grown amidst darkness and suffering to show mercy? The world has kissed me with pain. Should I respond with song? Ha! Inalu, do you wish to hone your abilities for a few years before personally annihilating Baika? Or shall I assist you in obliterating this place directly? Lex smiled as he inquired. Hearing Inalu articulate his desire to destroy Baika for the first time, Lex, though aware of this intention through his mind-reading abilities, did not attempt to dissuade him. Instead, he inquired with a radiant smile about the method of destruction. Meanwhile, the Red Count, who had been staring at the grave, also wore a faint smile, remaining silent. However, the somewhat sinister grin he bore was ample evidence of his support for Inalu's decision. Among the trio, distinguished by their significant age differences, the Red Count possessed the most lethal disposition, followed closely by the merely 7-year-old Inalu, and lastly, the benevolent Mr. Lex. Please assist me. I wish for this group to not endure even another day in this world. Inalu said, gazing vacantly at his mother's grave. As for your mother, Lex began, but Inalu interjected, let us bury her here, amidst this white sea, as if those individuals shall accompany my mother in death for a few more years. Very well, Lex acquiesced. Now, the three stood suspended above Baika Island. A gentle breeze stirred, causing their garments and hair to flutter slightly. The sun hung high in the western sky, heralding a splendid afternoon. The sunlight over Baika was just right. A soft breeze kissed their cheeks, and the humid air was suffused with an aura of happiness. The inhabitants of Baika Island strolled leisurely through the streets, where vendors unfurled large cloths displaying an array of shells, vociferously proclaiming, "Come and see, freshly harvested wind shells and sound shells, low prices for high volume." Others, having just finished their midday meal, ambled along the streets with their wives and children. "Daddy, Nini wants that dress," piped a charming little girl, tugging at her father's hem with her delicate hand, pointing to a clothing store. The tall man chuckled wryly, glancing at his wife. "But Daddy doesn't have the money. We must ask your mother." Nini. He affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair, his tone a blend of indulgence and helplessness. "Oh, you care so much for your daughter. Do you not spare a thought for your wife?" The young woman beside him said with a beaming smile, her eyes glimmering with a uniquely feminine sense of danger, hinting at her jealousy over her daughter's attention. "Ha ha, indeed. The weather is splendid today. Wouldn't you agree, my dear wife?" The tall man laughed heartily, asserting his authority in the shop, yet yielding completely before his wife and daughter, unable to offend either side. The streets were filled with laughter, as it was the year 1489 of the sea-round calendar, a time when pirates were far less numerous than in later years. Particularly in the Sky Island, regarded as a legend above the azure sea, entire years might pass without a single pirate sighting. The tyranny and malevolence of the celestial dragons scarcely reached this haven. The tranquil lives of the small populace were undoubtedly more stable, and most residents enjoyed a measure of happiness. The three in the sky bore witness to it all. "Inalu, would you like to personally eliminate those who have tormented you?" Lex inquired, as Inalu was suspended in midair by Lex's fruitability. Inalu replied. After spending a day in their company, he had come to understand the extraordinary strength of Mr. Lex and Mr. Raidfield, a power that seemed boundless. "Very well. As the words left his lips, Lex lifted his right hand, deep blue starlight shimmering in his palm, as beautiful and enchanting as the starlight of day. Space, instant transfer, in the next moment. Several children of varying ages appeared beside the trio, looking around in bewilderment before realizing they were suspended in midair. Panic ensued as they turned to Inalu, Lex, and the Red Count. "Hey, Inalu, did you bring us here? Let us go back." "Yes, or we'll teach you a lesson." "You bastard." Inalu, collaborating with the wingless outsiders, truly a mongrel. Inalu remained silent, his gaze complex as he regarded them, lost in memories of past torment. After a prolonged silence, perhaps feeling uncomfortable under Inalu's scrutiny, or perhaps overwhelmed by the imposing presence of Lex and the Red Count, the children began to plead. "Inalu, if you let these outsiders release us, we promise we won't bully you anymore. Yes, not only will we refrain from bullying you, but we'll even offer you food," another hastily added, harboring resentment. "Please, Inalu, let us go. I still need to return home to help," the others clamored, their voices tinged with desperation. Yet their former domineering demeanor was difficult to shed in an instant that it was implausible for them to grovel before Inalu. Merely softening their words was already a significant concession. Inalu remained silent, his gaze distant, before resolutely firming his resolve. "Zizi." Sizzle. Inalu raised his right hand, his arm transforming into blue lightning, which surged directly towards one of the children. The one named Perla, who had once beaten him mercilessly for stealing food meant for his dog. Perla's body trembled violently, his skin rupturing, half-cooked, his features grotesquely distorted by the electric shock. He attempted to cry out for mercy, but could utter no sound. For those subjected to high voltage were rendered mute. The Red Count observed quietly from beginning to end, silently witnessing Inal slay several individuals, and then watching as Lex swung his dual blades, annihilating the inhabitants of Baika. He smiled and addressed Lex, saying, "Blood. Do not worry, master, I have preserved it," Lex replied, after which he unleashed the eternal space, causing a multitude of corpses to appear in the sky, all belonging to the residents of Baika. While wielding his blades, he also utilized his fruit's abilities to transfer the people of Baika into his eternal space. The Red Count gazed upon the vast array of bodies, noting that some still bore expressions of terror frozen at the moment of death, their corpses even radiating a hint of warmth, indicating their recent demise. In the next moment, the Red Count's hands transformed into bat-like claws, piercing into the corpses. Before long, the bodies had become desiccated, reduced to mere skin stretched over bones, a sight that was rather unsettling. Yet, Lex and Inal remained oblivious to it. Immediately thereafter, the Red Count's entire being was enveloped in a brilliant crimson light. His aura surged dramatically, showcasing the formidable power of his mythical beast type. The blood of everyone on the island alone healed all the latent wounds accumulated from years of warfare at sea. allowing his body to reach an unprecedented peak once more. Generally, the strong must engage in relentless training, battles, and countless life-and-death struggles to cultivate the formidable presence and physique forged through blood and fire. Breaking through in the crucible of peril, inevitably, this process leaves behind some hidden injuries. Such occurrences are commonplace among the elite warriors. Zephyr suffered from asthma in his later years, a once indomitable admiral tormented by illness. Whitebeard, burdened by the latent injuries from years of using the tremor fruit, found himself lacking during the Marineford War. Roger, the first king-level contender in the history of the Blue Sea to be felled by a virus, who subsequently chose to surrender to usher in a new era. His uncle, the Lion of Gold, first impaled himself on a ship's helm, then became disabled, relentlessly diminished, ultimately defeated by the third-rate Prince Luffy. Even the later four emperors were all frail and ailing. In such a context, the Red Count's vampire fruit held immense significance for a top contender of the SEA. At the very least. Barolik Raidfield could not possibly be defeated in a one-on-one confrontation on the sea. Observing the corpses transform into shriveled remains, Lex casually sank them into the White Sea, returning them to nature. The bodies plummeted into the water like dumplings, splashing into the White Sea, where fish gathered to feast, swimming in the ocean while meat fell from the sky, a testament to nature's bounty. The fish swirled and leaped, the sea and sky merging in a picturesque panorama, with the White Sea as resplendent as ever. However, the three figures in the sky had long since departed from this place. What of the gold of Sandora? The Red Count inquired. Not yet the time. It is temporarily unnecessary. I only took a portion from the belly of that great serpent. Lex replied while managing the otherworldly space. Isn't funding for your infiltration of the world government and navy a concern? Those individuals are notoriously greedy, the Red Count remarked, well aware of most of Lex's plans and the myriad of covert operatives he had cultivated. No worries. I shall personally venture into the New World. It is time for a change among the influential figures of the underworld. By then, funding will not be a problem. The gold of Sandora may be finite, but the wealth of this sea is boundless. Lex responded confidently. As long as you are certain, the Red Count smiled in agreement, acknowledging Lex's expansive vision, which extended far beyond this ocean. Shall we first escort Enel back to the West Sea? Enel, do you wish to accompany me to the New World or stay behind? Lex asked, turning his gaze toward the side where Enel stood. Since entering the otherworldly space, Enel had been marveling at his surroundings. Utterly captivated by the deep blue expanse that radiated an ethereal shimmer akin to rippling water, rendering him oblivious to the potential world-altering conversation unfolding between the two titans nearby. I was listening. Mr.Lex.is there's something you need. Enel hastily responded, regaining his focus. You wish to join me in the New World, or would you prefer to return to the West Sea? Lex continued. I'm not quite familiar with the two places you mentioned. Mr. Lex. I just want to follow you, Enel replied earnestly, regarding Lex as the entirety of his world at that moment. Master, what do you think about arranging for Enel to join the government or the Navy? Lex asked, turning his gaze toward the Red Count after hearing Enel's response. The Navy? Is that not sufficient? The Red Count retorted, convinced that Ji Yuan would inevitably become an admiral, provided Lex could find a devil fruit comparable to the vampire fruit or the thunder fruit. Ji Yuan was prominent. As time passed, many things would become difficult to conceal. Moreover, regarding the celestial dragon side, Izambaron Vikanejru, one of the 5 elder stars, known as the financial martial god, a bald elder with a sword, and the Figureland family were somewhat aware of my subtle maneuvers. Eventually, facilitating Ji Yuan's rise to admiral would be their greatest concession, which is fortunate since we are not of the D lineage, and I also possess a portion of celestial dragon blood. In their eyes, we are merely ambitious individuals with some strength. Such figures are abundant in every era. Even Rox was dealt with by them in God Valley, although the New World is rife with pirates. They undoubtedly consider it inconsequential, incapable of shaking their foundations. For now, we shall not attract undue attention from them, allowing us to infiltrate the Navy and CP more extensively in the coming years. Lex analyzed the current situation, continuing with his insights. Enel was undoubtedly the perfect candidate. Young, an orphan, and most importantly, having consumed one of the strongest natural type devil fruits, the thunder fruit, which had not appeared in the sea for centuries. This was precisely what the inhabitants of Mariawa needed. We merely need to arrange a suitable identity, leave behind some evidence, and ensure a clean background. Would this not make him a prime candidate for admiral in the eyes of the government? He might even be secretly groomed as the strongest shield for CP. That would be even more ideal. Master, you should recall that I have placed many individuals within the government over the past few years. Making it a breeze for Enel to enter CP, Lex expressed unwavering confidence in this endeavor. Firstly, Lex had directed the Lion of Gold's attention towards several unique fruits over the years, systematically hunting down their users and reclaiming most of the fruits. Among them were the memory fruit, later known as Big Mom's daughter Brulee's fruit, and the emotion fruit. Creating some evidence to mislead certain individuals would be a straightforward task. The sea is dotted with countless islands, and nations number in the hundreds, with vast expanses of water that are nearly impossible for common folk to traverse. Aside from newspapers, there is scarcely any source of information, and the orphans generated by war and poverty are innumerable. Enel is but a speck of dust amidst the vast starry sea, unlikely to attract any attention or suspicion. Moreover, as Lex spoke, he had already devised a script. Through the memory fruit, he would locate a sparsely populated, remote island in the West Sea, implanting Enel's existence into the minds of the islanders as an ordinary orphan, cared for by the community and raised on a diet of shared meals. Unfortunately, the island would fall prey to a pirate raid, with most of the townsfolk slaughtered, leaving only a few survivors who escaped unnoticed, among them Enel, who would inadvertently acquire the Thunder fruit. Such events are exceedingly commonplace in the pirate world. Verging on the mundane, when the great pirate era dawns, this will be a regular occurrence if the government dispatches CP to investigate. By then, only a handful of individuals will remain on the island, those intentionally left behind by Lex. 4. The pirates would surely be orchestrated by Lex as well. If feasible, Lex might even ensure that the investigating Navy and CP members are also his people, for it would be best to eliminate the island's survivors when the time comes. Thus, the plan would be impeccably seamless. Enel, having witnessed the brutal slaughter of his caretakers by pirates, would develop an intense hatred for them, vowing to uphold justice, and thereby, with the approving smiles of the world government, smoothly join the Navy or CP, embarking on his path of righteousness. Thus, this plan hinges on one crucial aspect. Enel, will you steadfastly follow me? Lex smiled, his gaze taking on a profound depth as he activated his observation hockey to capture even the slightest detail of Enel's thoughts. Of course, Mr. Lex, there were no grandiloquent proclamations. For a 7-year-old child who had traversed darkness and glimpsed the dawn, the name Leon Lex served as Enel's lifelong beacon, his singular banner, and unwavering faith. Lex raised an eyebrow. Sensing Enel's resolute spirit, it felt splendid to be so steadfastly followed. Very well. I shall first escort you to the maple flamboyant 1,000 miles in the West Sea. Your master will take care of you for a while, imparting essential knowledge about the Qinghai and matters of cultivation. You will follow your master. Is that agreeable? Lex inquired of the Red Count. Your opinion is my opinion. Then I shall return you to the maple flamboyant 1,000 miles before I venture into the New World. In the New World, soaring above the sea, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, lay the headquarters of the Flying Sky Pirates. One could not help but admire the ingenuity of the Golden Lion's fruit mastery, utilizing a float fruit to enable dozens of islands, indeed an entire maritime expanse, to float perpetually at such heights, creating a veritable sky world. At the heart, surrounded by these aerial islands, was an exceptionally large isle, teeming with dense forests and rampant wildlife, indicating an abundance of resources. This island was named Ant Island, the largest among the Ant Archipelago, which the Golden Lion had relocated to serve as his base. The Ant Archipelago held a unique position, straddling the territories of the Whitebeard Pirates and the Flying Sky Pirates. Its allegiance was somewhat ambiguous. Had the Golden Lion and Whitebeard still been at odds, a direct confrontation would have resolved matters, likely resulting in the Golden Lion claiming this maritime domain. However, the current state of the Whitebeard Pirates was hardly formidable. Apart from Whitebeard himself, they were but a band of youngsters. Kazuki Oden would not join Whitebeard's ship for several more years. Yet, due to Lex, even the disinterested Whitebeard had secretly allied with the Golden Lion, right on the borders of Ant Island. Thus, to alleviate this predicament, the Golden Lion conveniently took the largest isle, Ant Island, with him, leaving the remaining waters to Whitebeard. Such concessions from two legendary pirates of the seas stemmed ultimately from Lex and his formidable strength. In truth, whether it was the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, or even the Red Count, Rhine, and Agula's Gut, they all understood that once Lex set sail, there would only be one true voice in the New World. The support extended to him by these maritime legends was merely the tip of the iceberg of Lex's revealed strength and ambition. Meanwhile, within the palace on Ant Island, the palatial complex had been relocated directly from the Golden Lion's former headquarters using his fruit abilities. The architectural style was uniformly traditional, predominantly wooden, adorned with intricate carvings and towering structures that, while grand and resplendent, retained an air of simplicity, prompting admiration for the artisan's unparalleled craftsmanship. In the main hall's corridor, two lines of individuals stood at attention, leaving a central passageway clear. Should the Marines be present, they would undoubtedly recognize these figures as the high-ranking members of the Flying Sky Pirates, each boasting bounties exceeding 100 million, an impressive feat in the year 1489 of the Sea Circle era. The hall doors slowly opened, revealing Lex clad in a loose, blue-green striped kimono, with two long swords slung at his waist. With a soft patter, Lex strode into the hall. "Greetings, young master," the cadre called in unison. Bowing slightly. "Thank you all for your hard work," Lex replied, smiling and nodding, continuing his advance. Ha ha ha. "It was Lord Rhine who informed us that you would be arriving, so we dutifully awaited your presence." A remarkably tall and robust man chuckled, his laughter causing the palace to tremble slightly. His bounty stood at an astounding 445 million berries, an unimaginable figure. "All right, Peter Leese, your laughter is too boisterous. The young master does not appreciate it." "And neither do I," interjected a woman whose voluptuous figure and enchanting visage bore a heavy makeup that concealed her true age. Yet, her alluring curves hinted at her being a captivating mature beauty. Her bounty, however, was a staggering 1.0786 billion berries. Known as the Jelly Queen, she served as the second in command of the Flying Sky Fleet. "Not at all, Sister Lily. I quite enjoy Paterlus's laughter," Lex replied, casting a clear-eyed gaze at the stunning beauty. A faint smile gracing his lips. "Oh, does the young master not appreciate my laughter? Do you prefer men? That would make me quite sad," Lily teased, covering her mouth with a delicate hand, her brows knitting together in mock sorrow. "I favor women, Sister Lily. Oh, does the young master fancy me? How delightful. Will you have me keep you company in bed tonight?" Lily provocatively inquired. Stop, Sister Lily. I have Shizuku," Lex interjected, exasperated, well aware of Lily's penchant for risky humor, which was not merely superficial but often acted upon. "Oh, but I do not mind. Shizuku can join us." "Enough, Lily. Cease your jesting with the young master. He has serious matters to attend to." A commanding voice resonated from behind the palace screen. Shortly after, a middle-aged man in a suit descended the steps, standing before Lex, his stature matching Lex's impressive 3 meters, making their presence together less conspicuous. "Uncle Rhine," Lex greeted, taking the initiative. Rhine was one of the few individuals within the Flying Sky Pirates who warranted such formality. The king, Rhine, the Golden Lion's first mate and indispensable right hand. "Come forth, young master. The Admiral and Gut are awaiting you in the courtyard. Lily and Pepe will accompany you. There are tasks at hand." Rhine instructed the 2 senior officers. "I shall attend," Lily chimed in. "I understand." Pepe, a diminutive figure, emerged from the crowd, standing only to the thigh of an average person, this dwarf, resembling a child yet sporting a thick white beard and a large, rosy nose that dominated half his face, waddled forward, prompting all to instinctively part a path for Pepe. After all, one does not attain the position of Third Fleet leader in the Flying Sky Pirates without being formidable. In the Flying Sky Pirates, strength alone dictated hierarchy. To anger a powerful figure meant facing dire consequences without a soul to advocate on your behalf. The hierarchy within the Flying Sky Pirates was straightforward: the Sky Admiral, the Golden Lion, Leon Ski, the King, Rhine, the First Fleet Commander, the Flying Knight, Agula's Gut, the Second Fleet Commander, the Jelly Queen, Lily, the Third Fleet Commander, the Cannibal Monster, Monrala Pepe, and the Fourth Fleet Commander, the Night Queen, Brianna Rania, the 12th Fleet Commander. The Naval Trader Rear Admiral, Von Sias. Each fleet commander oversaw not merely a single ship but commanded a substantial fleet, each comprising over 5,000 elite pirates, many proficient in the dual hockey. The 12 fleets, alongside several hundred affiliated pirate crews, collectively formed the Flying Sky Grand Fleet. This was the Flying Sky Pirates, a force that dominated the new world like a lion reigning over the skies. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Lex and his companions were immediately enveloped by a subtle, elegant fragrance that invigorated the senses. They beheld a scene of stone peaks and emerald woods, babbling brooks, resilient pines, and the melodious chirping of birds amidst fragrant blooms. 2 individuals sat by the flowing water within a pavilion, seated on the ground, with an assortment of beverages and fruits before them. Upon noticing Lex and Rhine accompanied by Lily and Pepe, Gut nodded slightly and remarked, "Everyone, come and sit. You brought the secret brew from the West Sea, Glassy." young master?" Rhine inquired as he settled beside the golden lion. "Indeed, Uncle Rhine, here it is," Lex replied, waving his hand, causing several bottles of precious West Sea brew to materialize beside Rhine. By the way, does Pepe drink juice? Lex cast a glance at the unassuming little figure to his right, recalling that Pepe's preferred beverages were either human blood or juice. "A sip of juice would be delightful, thank you, young master." Pepe stuck out her tongue and settled beside Lex. Where is Sister Lily?" "Oh dear, young master, I desire some sake," Lily remarked, taking her seat to Lex's left. Playfully coaxing his arm into the valley between her bosom, her voice tinged with a childlike innocence. "Here you go, Sister Lily, but do please finish your sentences in one go next time." Lex produced a perfectly warm bottle of sake. The convenience of the eternal space ensured its temperature remained constant, and Lily was undoubtedly aware of this, which was why she asked Lex for it. Ha, Lex, this fruit of yours is truly remarkable," boomed the golden lion, holding a glass of his beloved sherry. "Indeed, the power of space is among the most supreme and fundamental forces in existence. Moreover, since the young master awakened his fruit, he has wielded its abilities with extraordinary finesse. As long as the young master desires, no one on this vast sea can rival him." Rhine, savoring his favorite West Sea brew, glassy, chimed in agreement with the golden lion's sentiments. "Pepe," she said, taking a sip of grape juice, "Lex is the person I respect the most. So, young master, shall we commence that matter now? We have already deciphered much of the underground world's web of relationships and profit distribution. We can replace those dark kings at any moment." Gusar assumed his usual role of presiding over the meeting. It was he who had facilitated the secret alliance between the Golden Lion and the Whitebeard at the Ant Archipelago last time. "Uncle Gusar, could you outline the divisions of underground forces in the New World?" Lex inquired, his tone slightly serious, attempting to withdraw his arm from Lily's embrace, yet feeling hesitant to exert too much force. Leaving his arm ensnared in her hold, Gusar feigned ignorance of Lex and Lily's interaction and continued. "Since the conclusion of the Battle of God Valley, with Rox's exit from the stage, the underground world has undergone tremendous upheaval." Aguilas Gusar, holding a planning document, continued his analysis for those gathered in the loft. "Currently, aside from the red light district, arms dealing, and slave trafficking, the remaining industries have essentially stabilized, forming a complete industrial chain. Uncle Gusar, if I recall correctly, the woman named Stussy has developed her red light district enterprise quite well, has she not? Why has she yet to unify the red light district?" Upon hearing the mention of the red light district, Lex's thoughts drifted to Stussy, a woman of multiple identities, a clone of Miss Bakken, a secret member of the world government CP0, a spy for Vegapunk, a beautiful woman playing the game of espionage in the pirate world. The sea is rendered fascinating by the existence of such individuals. Of course, Stussy had only recently emerged on the ocean scene, seemingly appearing in 1485, if Lex's memory served him correctly. Although Stussy had made rapid advancements, there were two other formidable players in the red light district, deeply rooted and popular among a diverse clientele, including women of various races, men, and even children. Recently, Stussy had been preoccupied with competing for the remaining market share of the red light district, aiming to expand her dominance by absorbing the other two, though her efforts had yielded little success. Gusar explained, thoroughly aware of the intricate web of relationships involved. After all, how else could he be the Golden Lion's second-in-command? Did anyone notice how relaxed and carefree the Golden Lion and Rhine appeared while sipping their drinks as Gusar elucidated these matters? Rhine might possess some knowledge of Gusar's revelations, but the Golden Lion was completely indifferent. Had Lex not mentioned the need to unify the underground world promptly, he would have had no interest in these lowly rats at all. Indeed, in the Golden Lion's eyes, these so-called Dark Kings were akin to mere rats in the gutters, ambitious yet lacking in strength, and thus not worth worrying about. A mere pack of gutter rats hardly merits the attention of a lion soaring through the skies. This viewpoint was not unfounded, given that he had been steeped in the teachings of the old captain. Rox D.Jibek. He held a blind confidence in power, believing that possessing strength akin to Rox's would grant him everything and enable the fulfillment of all his ambitions. Rox's demise was merely due to his insufficient strength. This encapsulates the peak of the Golden Lion's essence, contempt for all, soaring above the seas. As for the aged Golden Lion of over 30 years later in the original timeline, he was no longer the formidable pirate he once was, but rather a foolish failure, entrapped in a misguided 20-year-long IQ research endeavor. However, it is fortunate that this time, with Lex in the picture, the Golden Lion is destined to avoid the same fate. Returning to the matter at hand, noticing Lex's lack of further inquiries, Gusar continued. The other Dark Kings include Dufeld in the currency domain, known as the King of Usury, and Dorag P. Claro in the assassination sphere, dubbed the Major Funeral Society, which seems to have some connection to Pepe. Gooser glanced at the unassuming figure of Pepe to Lex's right. The aforementioned Pepe was sipping the freshly squeezed grape juice Lex had provided. Upon hearing her name mentioned, she lifted her head. That P. Chloro fellow is a dimwit who loves killing but has no taste for devouring. Pepe, she exclaimed, resuming her enjoyment of the delicious juice through her straw. I have heard that P. Chloro indeed relishes combat. Delivering lethal strikes at critical moments, Gooser casually remarked. Furthermore, there is the rising intelligence domain monarch, Big Newsmorgans. He appears to be a user of the bird fruit, model albatross, often presenting himself in beast form. Leveraging his unique fruit abilities and exceptional news talent, he has constructed a global news industry chain through his newsbirds, nearly monopolizing the entire news market. At this point, Lex imagined a besooted birdman, often shouting big news. Quite an amusing character. Additionally, in the storage sector, there is Kyberson, known as the Concealer, and in the transportation domain, Yumit, dubbed the Deep Sea Current. Both command significant underground market shares, virtually dominating their respective business fields, and are regarded as dark kings of the underground world. Gooser paused to reflect for a moment, then glanced at the Golden Lion and Lex. Admiral, young master, these individuals maintain close ties with the celestial dragons of Mary Joa, with connections that are hard to sever. If we were to replace them outright, the entire underground world, and indeed the sea itself, would likely descend into chaos, prompting intervention from the world government, which could lead to a direct confrontation with them. Ha ha. What are you worried about, Gooser? Let them come after me. The Golden Lion scoffed dismissively. The others, hearing this, were unperturbed. The Admiral, uncle, was simply that way. One grows accustomed to it. Yet Lex interjected, what I propose is that I personally take charge of this matter for the time being. Engaging in a proper discussion with these Dark Kings, Uncle Ryan will oversee the follow-up. Uncle Gooser will continue gathering intelligence while keeping a close eye on the stance of Mary Joa. And Sister Lily will discreetly mobilize personnel from the Flying Sky Pirates to take over those underground markets, minimizing our presence. Pepe will assist Sister Lily in coordinating and dealing with any obstinate rats. Ryan acknowledged. All right. Gooser concurred that I shall obediently heed the young master's words, said Lily. Pepe, chimed in Pepe. Lex did not solicit the opinions of the others. He stated these directives in a declarative tone. They all readily agreed without hesitation. No one felt it was inappropriate. Should the Golden Lion suddenly vanish, Lex taking over the entire Flying Sky Pirates would raise no objections. In fact, many believed that the Flying Sky Pirates might ascend to even greater heights, possibly reviving the glory of the Rocks Pirates of yore. What do you think, Uncle? Lex inquired of the Golden Lion, deeming it prudent to seek his uncle's opinion. After all, rules must be upheld, and technically, he was not even a pirate yet. On what grounds could he command the senior members of the Flying Sky Pirates? Proceed as you see fit. If you need anything, just inform Ryan and Gooser directly, he replied. The Golden Lion spoke nonchalantly. At times, having a nephew who is excessively strong and all-capable is not necessarily a blessing. It leaves one feeling rather like a mere mascot, he mused quietly. However, one should never underestimate the Golden Lion. He is, in fact, the true essence of the entire Sky Pirates crew. Well then, let us commence our actions promptly. With a tentative plan to gradually supplant the entire underworld within a year, we must consolidate our funds. Following that, we shall initiate the hunting plan against the naval branches of the New World. Everyone present was aware of the decadal strategy. Thus, Lex had no reservations and casually spoke of the next steps. Only a select few in the Sky Pirates crew were privy to the complete details of the first decadal strategy. Beyond that, even the captain of the fourth ship, known as the Night Queen Brienne Alania, remained in the dark. In this world, apart from these few members of the Sky Pirates, only Whitebeard, the Red Count, Ji Yuan, and a handful of others had the slightest inkling of the matter. Oh, and indeed, Lex had mentioned it in passing to Roger during a drinking session a few years back, but it was evident that a man like Roger hardly paid it any heed. Upon hearing that Lex was officially launching the plan, several among them were eager to take action. The Sky Pirates were set to hunt the seas. The winds of this new era began to stir from the loft of the palace at Annie Island, 1,000 meters above the New World, heralding the commencement of the decadal strategy. One last matter, Uncle. I need to borrow a person to attend to some affairs in the West Sea. The individuals in the loft remained seated together, sipping on wine or juice. Hearing Lex's words, the Golden Lion expressed mild curiosity and inquired, who just summoned them? Such matters can simply be communicated to Ryan. Fegney, the user of the memory fruit, is presumably the vice captain of the 7th Fleet. Lex pondered before responding. Is this person available? The Golden Lion paused momentarily but did not dwell on it too much. Aside from the 12 fleet captains and a few unique pirates, he was indifferent to the other vice captains and officers. Primarily because Rhine managed them well, rendering the Golden Lion's concerns unnecessary. Moreover, he had no recollection of the memory fruit. Lex had collected an abundance of fruits over the years, and to avoid arousing suspicion from the outside world. Many of them were stored away and not distributed among his subordinates. After all, if the main force of a pirate crew consisted predominantly of those with abilities, they would surely become targets. What Lex needed was to continue lying low, rather than emulating the later Yonko Blackbeard, who, upon becoming a minor Yonko, flaunted his status and brazenly collected fruits. Yes, Admiral, the young master specifically instructed me to keep an eye on this individual. More precisely, it is this fruit. The young master indicated it would be of great use in the future, and advised finding a clever and trustworthy person to consume it. Thus, I chose Fegni, as you know. The captain of the 7th Fleet, Petrelise, is a muscle-brained fool. Hence, the vice-captain must be particularly astute, and Fegni is an excellent choice, Rhine elucidated. Indeed, Fegni is quite commendable, added Agira's gut from the side. Well then, in that case, take him to the West SEA.By the way, what do you intend to do? The Golden Lion inquired once more of Lex. I plan to utilize the memory fruit to stage a performance, arranging for a prodigiously talented young child to enter the world government system, allowing them to cultivate him from a young age as our future mole within the government. Lex explained. Everyone present was undoubtedly an ally, and he did not conceal any information regarding Enel. A prodigy, you say? The Golden Lion grew increasingly curious. If even his nephew Lex, the pinnacle of talent from the Blue Sea, spoke of someone as a prodigy. How remarkable must this individual be? His name is Enel, a user of the Rumble fruit, only 7 years old, who has awakened an extensive range of observation hockey and possesses exceptional physical prowess. Most importantly, he is absolutely loyal. Lex replied. Is he the one who has not appeared for hundreds of years, the user of the Rumble fruit, reputed to be the strongest Logia type? Got interjected, somewhat astonished. Given the immense reputation of this fruit, it certainly warranted the title of prodigy. Indeed, Uncle Gut, but the fruit was discovered by my master and me. Why not reserve this fruit for Ji Yuan? Lex's words incited some discontent in the Golden Lion. Such a remarkable fruit should not be entrusted to a mere child instead of Ji Yuan. It was evident that both the Golden Lion and the Red Count shared a profound consensus on this matter, both wanting to reserve the best for Ji Yuan, who was indeed very well liked. I have other plans for Ji Yuan, and she is part of a visible arrangement. Thus, it is inherently safer. I also do not wish to expose her to danger. After all, those truly intent on discovering her identity and connection to me can easily investigate. At least those old fellows like Fagaland Gegering and Izambaron v. Nejru are aware of this. And I have already briefed them, Lex continued. Double disguise, then. Rhine grasped Lex's strategy, which undoubtedly favored their plan. After all, even his own wife had joined the Navy in a rather above-board manner, providing reassurance to the higher-ups and reducing the likelihood of suspicion. Albeit they might find it somewhat perplexing. However, in a few years, Lex would stage another scheme to clarify matters for those 5 old men, ensuring no flaws would remain. Yes, Uncle Rhine. Ji Yuan and a select few will serve as our means of proving our innocence, while Enol and the other moles will be our ultimate trump cards. As long as the young master is aware, that is sufficient. Then, Uncle Rhine, let us commence our actions. First, take Fegni to the West Sea to seek out an island to prepare for the performance. Uncle Gut, please arrange a meeting with Dufilda on behalf of the Sky Pirates. Once I return from the West Sea, I shall begin with this king of usury. Lex meticulously outlined. Oh, and what of me? Young master, I wish to accompany you to the West Sea. Lily winked at Lex. Sister Lily, it would be best for you to remain at Annie Island. Pepe, who was nearby, suddenly chuckled, seemingly mocking Lily. Oh dear. What are you, a foolish little dwarf, laughing at? Lily exclaimed, her patience wearing thin, feeling humiliated by being mocked by the least intelligent of the group. Monlara Pepe. Pepe merely shook his head, swaying his large red nose and white beard, appearing oblivious to Lily's scolding. All right, Pepe, stop teasing Sister Lily. She is quite busy at Anti Island, with numerous matters to attend to. Sister Lily, please do not be upset. Frowning will only lead to wrinkles, Lex gently consoled. Lily leaned against Lex's arm, declaring, the young master is still considerate, unlike some foolish little dwarf. As she spoke, she nudged Lex's shoulder affectionately. Pepe continued to sport a silly grin, seemingly unaware that he had been insulted. Or perhaps he simply did not care about Lily's remarks. Indeed, if terms like foolish or little dwarf had been uttered by another, they might have already become mere fragments within Peppy's stomach. Haha, Lex, are you not staying a few more days at Andy Island? The Golden Lion queried. Not at all, uncle. I must first return to Fenghuaiqianli, arrange for Inel to enter the world government, and then I shall return to the New World to address matters concerning the underworld. Lex replied, rising and giving Lily a hand up, adjusting his attire. Haha, allow me to see you off. That bothersome fellow Zifa seems to be approaching again, and I shall take the opportunity to teach him a lesson. The Golden Lion also stood, sensing a familiar aura passing through the waters below with his observation hockey. However, to the Golden Lion, it was merely a parasite. Unable to be exterminated, they could only be reprimanded casually. In the contemporary New World, the pirate forces were overwhelmingly powerful, with remnants of rocks and other notorious pirates wreaking havoc upon the seas, their malevolent forces unmatched. The Golden Lion Shiki's sky pirates reigned over the New World like a lion of the skies. The Roger pirates, led by the legendary Gold Roger, roamed the world in pursuit of true freedom. The Whitebeard pirates, under the command of Edward Newgate, were united firmly in the name of family. The Red Count operated solo, traversing the seas unimpeded, and after receiving the vampire fruit bestowed by Lex, he became even more formidable. The remnants of rocks, led by Wang Ji, occupied the former stronghold of the Rocks pirates, Hive Island. Asserting their dominance, the Silver Axe, a remnant of the Rocks pirates, stands in alliance with Wang Ji, each dominating their respective territories. Captain John, meanwhile, possesses a staggering treasure trove, although rumors suggest he has recently encountered discord among his crew over the unequal sharing of spoils. The formidable Charlotte Linlin, through her extraordinary reproductive capabilities, has given rise to the flourishing Big Mom pirates, reigning over Tato Land. In recent years, Kaido has become increasingly monstrous, empowered by the Kaido fruit gifted by Linlin during their time in God Valley. Repeatedly challenging the Navy and evading capture. It is said that he has recently acquired a mysterious Lunalia youth from a secret government research facility, preparing to establish a stronghold in a defensible location to commence his reign over the seas. Furthermore, there are numerous powerful pirates not mentioned in the original text. The Mirage Sword pirates, led by the Dreamweaver Roy, have recently decimated the Navy's G7 branch in the New World, leaving the entire unit, including a vice admiral, in a state of eternal slumber upon the arrival of reinforcements. Additionally, the Gale swordsman Shano leads the Gale pirates, whose influence spans the western seas of the New World. Shano has recently clashed with Admiral Sengoku, resulting in a stalemate. Each of these figures is a gold or silver medalist of the ocean at AS for the Navy. Although equally formidable, they appear overshadowed by the pirates. Nonetheless, they remain a powerful force. The current fleet admiral, Steelbone Kong, adheres to the principle of balanced justice, while Admiral Sengoku, famed as the tactician, champions justice of sovereignty. Admiral Zifa, known as the Black Arm, espouses justice of idealism. And the heroic Marine monkey D. Garp, the Iron Fist, stands for justice of peace. Together with numerous naval officers and hundreds of thousands of elite Marines stationed worldwide, they form the backbone of the Navy. However, the future trio of admirals, Red, Green, and Yellow, have yet to join the ranks. The world government's most formidable violent entity, the strongest arm of the government, is one of the primary targets for Lex to dismantle. At this moment, Lex and the Golden Lion stride out of the courtyard, accompanied by the four from the Rhine. Hey, those weaklings under Zifa are coming for another round. Let's have some fun, cackled the Golden Lion. As he flourished his sleeves, the resplendent gold of his kimono swaying as he drew his twin swords and laughed heartily. Oh ha ha ha, keek keek. The cadre below, engaged in revelry and boasting, instantly perked up, drawing their swords and shaking their fists in response to the Golden Lion's words. Ah ha ha. Zifa really is a pitiful sight, always in such a state of disarray that it's a shame for those ordinary Marines. After all, human life is so undervalued. Observing the exuberance of the flying sky pirates, Lex could only surmise that Zifa's men were in for a rough time. Oh, are you feeling sorry for those Marines, young master? What about me? What if I get hurt later? What if I end up with scars? That wouldn't be appealing, would it? Lily, overhearing Lex's reflections, theatrically clung to his arm, her tearful expression so convincing that one might mistake this billion-belly bounty pirate for a fragile maiden. Lily, I think maintaining a sense of boundaries in front of everyone is advisable, Lex remarked, his brow slightly furrowed, a helpless smile on his face. Despite his strength, he could only speak gently to Lily, for she truly cared for him. Oh, does that mean we can be candid when no outsiders are around? Hee hee, young master, Lily teased, leaning closer, her alluring figure and fluttering eyelashes captivating. All right, let us first assess the situation outside. After all, we are dealing with an admiral. Sending just uncle might not be prudent. Lex subtly shifted the topic. Pepe, go take a look. Fight Zifa. It will be fun. Eat the Navy. It will be delicious. Pepe, whether genuinely foolish or playfully so, unwittingly provided Lex an escape from Lily's teasing. Moments later, 10,000 meters beneath the flying sky pirate stronghold and island, several warships and a few world government vessels sailed across the sea. The transport of the heavenly gold was surprisingly smooth thus far. A man clad in a full-body white robe spoke. Clearly a CP agent. Indeed, it is thanks to Admiral Zifa's protection that these sea hyenas dare not show their teeth. Another government official, dressed in a suit, nodded in agreement, flattering the admiral, a requisite skill for every government official. However, the tall, muscular man with purple hair standing between them furrowed his brow, remaining silent, his keen observation sensing an ominous premonition. Draped in a justice cloak, with his unique purple hair contrasting against the sea. He wore sunglasses and crossed his arms, exuding an undeniable sense of security to the myriad of Marines behind him. After all, this was Admiral Zifa. Have they truly arrived? I hope Shiki adheres to some semblance of order this time. Otherwise, we may face another fierce battle. What? That presence? Rain is also here. No, it's even more powerful. Who could it be? Damn it. The intelligence was flawed. Not only is Rain unexpectedly present at the Flying Sky Pirate stronghold, but another unforeseen top-tier powerhouse has also arrived. Zifa, using his observation hockey, detected 3 exceptionally powerful presences rapidly approaching. Additionally, numerous formidable pirates were descending from the sky. In the next moment, a raucous and boisterous laughter echoed from above. Keek keek, Zifa, long time no see. Have you come to pay your respects with treasures? Shiki, do not even think about it. This is heavenly gold from the world government, and any misstep is intolerable. Zifa barked, his face twisted with fury. Not necessarily. Lion's might, accompanying that robust and audacious voice was a massive golden cross that pierced the sky, hurtling towards Zifa's ship. If left unchecked, dozens of vessels would plunge into the depths of the ocean in an instant. Damn Shiki, ever the arrogant fool. Humph. Armament. Crushing tornado. Zifa suddenly swung his right fist, unleashing a punch that surged forth like a tornado, colliding with the golden cross. Boom. In that instant, the 2 devastatingly powerful attacks collided. The atmosphere cleared, the clouds dissipated, and the waves surged. The very heavens trembled. The shockwave from the clash forced several of Zifa's ships to retreat for miles. Zifa at his peak, a legendary powerhouse. Zifa, your punches are still quite solid. Not inferior to that mad dog Garp. Keek keek. The Golden Lion descended, landing atop the flagship of the Flying Sky Pirates, the Lion Ghost. The entire ship floated in the air, while dozens of pirate vessels hovered behind it, allowing the entire fleet to soar through the skies, a testament to the Golden Lion's might. The black pirate flag rippled in the wind, as pirates brandished their swords, snarling and challenging the navy and government forces below. Humph, Shiki, I advise you to step aside. The heavenly gold of the world government is not something you can casually meddle with, Zifa sternly retorted. In truth, he felt utterly uncertain. Just dealing with the Golden Lion alone was exhausting, and he had often found himself at a disadvantage in their past encounters. Moreover, the Rhine, embracing his arms with a mocking expression, bore a long knife at his waist, emanating a ghostly aura. He was acutely aware that Rhine was of comparable strength. And who was that golden-haired youth standing beside Lily, the second-in-command of the Flying Sky Pirates, wearing a playful expression? Such an aura could not be mistaken. Having battled the seas for decades, Zifa, who joined the Navy at 14 alongside Sengoku, 19, Garp, 18, and Tsuru, 17, rose to the rank of sergeant at 28, achieving a meteoric rise within 10 years, and ascended to admiral at 38, representing an achievement second only to Garp in pure physical prowess. Now 41, in his prime, he might still advance further. However, the aura emanating from Lex was something he had only felt from a select few individuals: Roger, the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Garp, Red Count, Steelbone Kong, and a handful of others from the Divine Knight Order. One might ponder, who is the true ruler of these seas? It is undoubtedly these top-tier monsters mentioned above. The majesty residing at the pinnacle, honed through countless trials, has reached a realm of mastery in martial arts or swordsmanship that transcends the natural order, yielding a power that defies reality. Coupled with nearly boundless stamina, and a resolve as unyielding as steel. This is what one might refer to as royal-level combat prowess. Yet, he could faintly sense such an aura emanating from a young man who appeared to be around 20 years of age. He fixed his gaze on Lex, his pupils narrowing slightly. Who, indeed, is he? When did such an extraordinary being emerge among pirates? As if noticing Zephyr's unusual demeanor, the Golden Lion's grin widened with pride. Ha ha ha. Zephyr, allow me to introduce my dear nephew, Leon Lex, age 20. What do you think, Zephyr? Ha ha ha. The Golden Lion laughed heartily, relishing the moments when he could boast about his nephew, Leon Lex, the highest glory of the Leon family. Humph, truly, the world of pirates is teeming with talent. Zephyr snorted coldly, casting a glance at the smug Golden Lion, yet internally, he felt utterly lost. In this precarious situation, not only was the protection of the treasure at stake, but his own life hung by a thread, along with those of his elite naval forces. The Golden Lion was no mere pretender in the world of piracy. The title of the Golden Lion is synonymous with power, cruelty, and darkness across these seas. This man, who has journeyed from the era of rocks, is undeniably the reigning sovereign of these waters, the most formidable pirate faction of the New World, without exception. Ahaha. Mr. Zephyr, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. However, let me clarify one thing. I am not a pirate, although you may find it hard to believe. Standing aboard the Lion's Ghost, what further meaning could words hold? Zephyr was somewhat taken aback, initially assuming that this golden-haired youth was as arrogant and dismissive as the Golden Lion himself, yet he seemed unexpectedly gentle and polite. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. The pressing matter was how to resolve the current predicament. If push came to shove, he would risk everything to ensure the safe retreat of the Navy and others behind him, even if it meant abandoning the treasure. This was the justice that Zephyr upheld. For him, not even the treasure was worth more than the lives of his sailors. One must understand, without eliminating a commander, the lives of pirates would remain unharvested, let alone those of his own men. Lex smiled faintly, standing beside the Golden Lion, and continued, Mr. Zephyr, there is no need for concern. My uncle does not care for such trivial matters regarding the treasure. If possible, you could contact the world government's financial elder, Izambel Vida Najuro, whom I have known for quite some time. Lex's words were startling, invoking confusion among most present at the mention of the name. However, the term elders was unmistakable. As a prominent figure within the world government's military hierarchy, Zephyr was well aware of the individual Lex was referencing and the authority he wielded. Essentially, all fiscal matters of the government flowed through this individual, encompassing the military budgets of both the Navy and Army, expenditures for CP, and various stability maintenance costs. In an instant, Zephyr contemplated many things but quickly produced a platinum-colored din-din mushy from his pocket. As a top-tier combatant, he possessed a din-din mushy that allowed direct communication with the highest powers. The current circumstances appeared to be orchestrated by Lex. Yet, Zephyr found himself powerless. He had to inform this elder about the unavoidable external forces he faced. The din-din mushy flicked its tongue before being connected, simulating the visage of a bald, scar-faced elder. Moshi Moshi. This is Zephyr. I am currently traversing the territory of the Flying Sky Pirates while transporting the treasure. I am now in direct confrontation with the Golden Lion, and the situation is dire. The treasure may be at risk. How dare that bastard Shiki? Even rocks fell, so why should Shiki be any different? Is Lex also present? As the din-din mushy simulated the bald elder's face, his expression shifted from anger to curiosity. Indeed, a young man named Leon Lex was beside Shiki. According to Shiki, this young man was his nephew. Zephyr glanced at the smiling Lex and answered truthfully. The bald elder fell silent for a moment before speaking in a calm tone. I see. I have a task for you, Zephyr. Please instruct. Hand the din-din mushy to Lex. The voice commanded, and Zephyr was momentarily taken aback, but he complied without hesitation. Proceed. Zephyr tossed the din-din mushy into the air, where it landed steadily in Lex's palm. Old man Gueche, long time no see. Though I can't quite see you now. Upon receiving the din-din mushy, the device immediately simulated Lex's demeanor and tone. Lex, what do you want with the treasure? Are you in need of funds? I know nothing. I merely accompanied my uncle for a casual visit and happened to encounter Mr. Zephyr, so I asked him to contact you to prove my innocence. Otherwise, being mistaken for a pirate would be quite troublesome. I am not a pirate. Lex feigned innocence. The two did not directly address each other's inquiries. Is Shiki aiming to plunder the treasure? The bald elder asked in a probing manner. My uncle is merely here for a casual visit. After all, it would be quite embarrassing for the Navy to traverse their own waters without taking notice. That indeed may be a lapse on Zephyr's part. Alternative routes should have been chosen. Zephyr, who had been attentively observing their dialogue, was utterly astonished. The world's highest authority had actually apologized, attributing it to their own negligence. It matters not. Does this batch of treasure contain anything of value? Old man Gueche, Lex inquired. Valuable items. I recall there are 2 ancient seeds and a renowned blade. The wind-whispering blade of grade 21. The wind-whispering blade? Do send it my way, ha ha ha. Your walking Yuhang Ambu to Yuhuan must far exceed this blade in worth. Indeed, while that may be true, it is better to gift such a renowned blade to a true sword enthusiast rather than let it adorn the villas of those foolish celestial dragons. Upon hearing Lex refer to the celestial dragons as fools, the bald elder showed no signs of anger. That is a fair point. Then it shall be yours. The bald elder's tone was unperturbed. As if this were merely a trivial decision, and indeed, it was trivial for him, ha ha ha. I am grateful, old man Gueche. Next time I have the chance, I shall visit Mary Geos for a drink. Please do not make things difficult for Zephyr and the others. Rest assured, it is of no concern. I shall hang up now, as I see the naval officers below are nearly on the verge of panic. Yes, do come over for a drink when you have time. With that, the conversation ended, and Zephyr, who had been monitoring the exchange with great intensity, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, his heart surged with tumultuous emotions. Leon Lex, a man capable of engaging in equal dialogue with the world's highest authority. Additionally, Mr. Zephyr, you heard him, did you not? The wind-whispering blade. Upon hearing this, Zephyr said nothing, seizing the din mushy and instructing his aide. Fetch the renowned blade from the treasure. Yes. Moments later, Zephyr's aide rushed over, cradling a long sword with a remarkably ancient scabbard. Zephyr grasped it and tossed it to Lex. Lex took it, examining the blade known as the wind-whispering blade. Its body elongated and curved. The hilt unadorned, with faint azure patterns that trace the blade, outlining the form of wind. Though the wind is formless, to listen to the wind is to possess intent. Thus, it is named the wind-whispering blade. Uncle, what do you think of this blade? Lex appeared unconcerned by the anxious naval officers and government officials below, instead handing the sword to the golden lion. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Then perhaps my uncle should spare this group of naval officers. Considering they have lowered themselves so greatly, well, in that case, I shall grant them clemency. However, if I see another Navy vessel trespassing in my waters, I shall wipe out every single naval base in the New World. The Golden Lion proclaimed recklessly, making sure Zephyr and the others below could hear. Yet, to Zephyr's ears, this declaration conveyed an entirely different meaning. What did this imply? It indicated that the typically arrogant Golden Lion was willing to alter his stance based on Lex's words. Even more astonishing was the highest authority of the world government. As the esteemed financial warrior Izambaron V. Nasu Langshing engaged in conversation with Lex, the tone was surprisingly casual, with Hassan actively bestowing such a precious gift upon Lex. Zephyr recalled that whenever Brother Kong conversed with the 5 elders, any slight dissatisfaction expressed by them would lead to scathing rebukes, disregarding the dignity of Admiral Kong entirely. Indeed, during the Warring States period of the future, a similar scenario unfolded when Sakazuki held the position of admiral. This illustrates the considerable influence Lex wields. If it were merely a matter of influence, Zephyr would not be so concerned. More importantly, it is the overwhelming aura of power that Lex possesses. Mr. Zephyr, my uncle is in good spirits and has decided to let you go. However, it would be prudent to navigate around. Should the Navy traverse through my uncle's waters directly, I cannot guarantee what actions he may take. It would not be impossible for him to annihilate the Navy in the New World. Lex spoke with a gentle smile, yet to the assembled Navy personnel below, his demeanor was far from amicable. However, unlike the future Admiral Akainu, Zephyr was rather adaptable. He immediately ordered the ship's course to be altered. The naval fleet began to sail in the opposite direction. By the way, Mr. Zephyr, do share your contact information. Lex initiated the conversation. Here you go, Zephyr replied, glancing at Lex as he tossed over his personal snail number. The shock that Lex had imparted upon him was far from trivial, and the fact that he was not a pirate was indeed crucial. Well then, farewell, everyone. Safe travels, Lex said warmly, bidding farewell to the group. Not a single pirate in the retinue of the Golden Lion dared to voice any foolish comments about detaining the Navy. It was clear that obedience to orders was paramount, especially when even the commander had no objections. Oh, the young master truly possesses a heart of compassion. Lily was the first to speak. Ha ha ha. Indeed, Zephyr has been taken advantage of. However, the young master surely has ulterior motives, Patrice remarked, displaying rare wisdom. Hey, Patrice, is that really you? When did you suddenly become so astute? Jested Sias, the captain of the 12th Fleet. Get lost. I've always been wise. I simply disdain employing tactics against those weaklings. Patrice retorted, widening his perceptive eyes. Is the young master considering the matter of Ziyuan? Ryan inquired, directing his question toward Lex, as they stood on either side of the Golden Lion. At that moment, the Grand Fleet was under the Golden Lion's command, soaring towards the sky island of to some extent. Yes, however, it is also for the sake of Zephyr, Lex responded. A naval officer with such unwavering principles is unlikely to join us. Ryan was puzzled. For anyone who ventured upon the sea knew of Zephyr's character, his unwavering justice and idealism were renowned across the oceans. Uncle Ryan, beliefs can shift with the passage of time and the trials of life. Who can truly predict the future? Lex articulated a rather ambiguous statement, his gaze drifting toward the horizon. As for Zephyr, that incident should occur next year, wherein his wife and son are mercilessly slain by the very pirates he once spared. In retribution, the justice of not killing, oh, justice. Lex continued to gaze into the distance, falling silent. Admiral Zephyr, will that formidable blade truly be handed over to those pirates? That is the property of the celestial dragons. A government official clad in a suit addressed Zephyr, his tone rife with urgency and anxiety, fully aware that if the celestial dragons sought retribution, he would have no recourse. It was evident that this government official lacked observation. He was unaware of the conversation between Lex and the financial warrior. Zephyr cast a sidelong glance at him, offering no further explanation, merely stating, if you believe you can defeat the entire Flying Sky Pirates, then feel free to return alone and retrieve that blade. I will not impede you. The official's expression froze, his face flushed, and he turned to leave without uttering another word. Zephyr dismissed this minor episode. After decades of hard work in the Navy, having ascended to the rank of admiral, he was well aware of the character of those in the so-called world government. To put it plainly, they were loyal hounds of the celestial dragons, tirelessly scheming to please their masters in hopes of gaining power and wealth. Zephyr gazed out at the receding flying sky waters, still contemplating the enigma that was Lex. Lex, what has prompted the sudden emergence of such a figure, the nephew of the Golden Lion, yet not a pirate, able to engage in equal dialogue with the highest powers of the world? His strength is unparalleled among the younger generation. Truly, the sea is a realm of heroes, each commanding their own prowess. Upon returning to Mariehua, I must inform Admiral Kong and the others. Uncle, I trust you have no objections to my letting Zephyr and his crew go? Lex, as was his custom, preferred to be forthright, rarely beating around the bush. No, I understand you have your own considerations. Besides, I never intended to plunder that shipment of gold from the heavens. It is not yet time for a full-scale war against the world government. The Golden Lion, alongside Lex, made their way through the alternate dimension towards the West Sea, accompanied by Ryan and Fegni. The young master possesses remarkable foresight, Ryan concurred. Fegni, the user of the memory fruit, remained silent, bowing his head, observing with keen attention, fully aware of his standing amongst the conversation involving the esteemed figures. It was no jest. The admiral and the king, along with the young master, were engaged in discussion, and he was acutely aware of his position within the hierarchy of the Flying Sky Pirates, which was distinctly stratified, unlike the Roger Pirates next door. On this journey to the West Sea, Ryan and Fegni were tasked with arranging Enel's identity. According to the plan, they would find a secluded island and seize control of a group of pirates to slaughter on the island. Ensuring to avoid drawing too much attention, primarily, it was crucial that Enel was not a surface dweller. Otherwise, there would be no need to fabricate such a complex identity for him. Rest assured, I will handle it. Ryan assured him. Yes, young master. Fegni immediately echoed in agreement. Uncle, while you're at it, please retrieve that shipment of gold for the New World. Converted to berries, it should be worth over 20 billion. Serving as a supplement for the gold you transported from the New World last time. Lex recalled having instructed Lust to deploy Sea Kings to locate pure gold, giant land or fish, necessitating a substantial amount of gold as bait. Thus, he had arranged for the Golden Lion to airlift a considerable quantity of gold directly from the New World. Ha ha ha. Does that Sandora truly possess such vast amounts of gold? While the Golden Lion values power over treasure, as a pirate, the mere mention of Gold Country is enough to stir excitement in anyone. Did you not visit that place a few years ago, Uncle? Did you not notice the island called Appiato? Oh, it's not too bad. It's just that the fruit of gold has not yet appeared upon the sea. Otherwise, gathering it would be quite simple. Lex contemplated a particularly unique fruit, the rich man fruit. With this in mind, Lex continued, therefore, unifying the underworld is imperative when that time comes. Both our intelligence capabilities and dominion over the sea will ascend to a new level. At that point, whether it involves searching for certain fruits or making other arrangements, it will become considerably more convenient. Among Lex's legendary pirate elders, the Golden Lion held the greatest ambition, yet, fundamentally, he was akin to Rox, merely seeking to dominate the world through sheer force. Whitebeard, on the other hand, longed for family, harboring no significant ambition. The Red Count was even simpler, living freely. Rhine merely followed the Golden Lion, as did Gut. Ultimately, they were all pirates. However, the endeavors Lex aspired to required the strength of pirates, yet not their identity. Or rather, he could assume any identity, as long as it facilitated his pursuits. Thus, many events would not have unfolded as they did without Lex's involvement. Whitebeard and the Golden Lion would not have secretly allied. The Flying Sky Pirates would not have attempted to unify the underworld. The Red Count would not have consumed the vampire fruit so soon. And Ziyuan would not have joined the Navy at such an early stage. Moreover, there were countless more hidden machinations at play. How significant can one individual's influence be? At the very least, Lex, at this moment, could overturn the seas at will, creating an impact comparable to that of Rox in his prime. Yet, even with such power, Lex knew he must prepare for another 30 years, bearing a trace of celestial dragon blood. He was acutely aware of the formidable forces lurking behind the darkness of Mariehua, upon the Void Throne. Leon Lex, the late biological mother of whom was a celestial dragon, for individuals arrived at the Western Sea. Reaching the eastern coast of the vast maple and locust forest, Shiki, Rhine, you have come, a cold voice resonated, followed shortly by the appearance of a blood-red figure. Oh, Raid, Sussy is ignoring you, Rhine gestured, having not seen the Crimson Count for over a year. Ha ha ha, I am here to claim the gold, the Golden Lion laughed, yet the Crimson Count discerned the underlying meaning in his words. My nephew is truly remarkable. 20 billion berries in gold is but a trifling gift for me. Humph. The Crimson Count paid no heed to the Golden Lion's remarks, focusing instead on Lex. Aniro had already garnered a general understanding of the Qing Hai and had been taught some cultivation techniques. Now, it was merely a matter of time for accumulation. The Crimson Count recounted the accomplishments he had achieved over the past few days. Thank you for your hard work. Mastered, I imagine the world government will spare no effort in nurturing Aniro. Rhine remarked, observing that there was nothing of great importance to discuss. Then, young master, I shall take Fijini to complete that task, he said. Very well, I leave it in your capable hands, Uncle Rhine. Indeed. With that, Rhine's form suddenly expanded, transforming into an enormous dark-winged dragon, emanating waves of black flames that devoured the world around it. Burning fiercely, the dragon unfurled its wings, lifting Fijini beside him, soaring into the sky. The second in command of the Flying Sky Pirates. The Golden Lion's right hand, known as Heavenly King Rhine, a Zoan-type mythical beast user of the black flame-winged dragon form. Furthermore, he was also a formidable swordsman. Without such prowess, how could the Golden Lion have forced the Roger pirates into a corner in the E.T. Walsey during the original storyline? If the Golden Lion is a counterpart to Roger, then Heavenly King Rhine stands in parallel to Dark King Rayleigh. Watching Rhine depart with Fijini, Lex said, let us go see Aniro and relay some matters to him. After all, at such a tender age, placing him as an undercover agent within the government is rather taxing. In the midst of his speech, he instantaneously transported himself along with the Golden Lion and the Crimson Count to the center of the lake. Aniro was engrossed in controlling his lightning, attempting to transform it into a spear of thunder to achieve greater potency. However, for a mere 7-year-old, he still required some time for practice. Not bad, quite impressive. You've made significant progress, Lex's voice resonated, causing Aniro to turn around excitedly. Indeed, Lex approached leisurely, accompanied by the Crimson Count and the Golden Lion. Ha ha ha. So you are Aniro? The Golden Lion scrutinized the small boy with large earlobes before him. Yes, I am Aniro. And you are, do you know Mr. Lex? Aniro replied cautiously, as the tall, fearsome-looking golden-haired man did not seem as amiable as Mr. Lex. Allow me to introduce, this is my uncle. You may call him Uncle Shiki or Uncle Golden Lion. Aniro, Mr. Lex's uncle? I beg your pardon, Uncle Golden Lion, Aniro hurriedly stated. Ha, you possess great talent. Practice diligently, for one day you will be relied upon to backstab those scoundrels in the world government. Young one. Yes, I will not disappoint Uncle Golden Lion's expectations. Aniro, I have some matters to discuss with you regarding the world government, Lex said, adjusting his demeanor as he looked down at the small boy who barely reached his thigh. To assign a mere 7-year-old as an undercover agent is indeed something that can be accomplished in the pirate world. However, it is precisely because Aniro is so young that the world government will invest heavily in his training, entrusting him with significant responsibilities in the future. Please speak, Mr. Lex. I will remember it well. There's no need to remember it too deeply, as what you need to do in the coming years is quite simple. Truly consider yourself a member of the government. It is best to forget everything about me. Remember your identity, an orphan whose homeland was ravaged by pirates, whose greatest dream is to exact revenge on all pirates, willing to go to any lengths to achieve it. You understand? Lex gazed intently into Anira's eyes, articulating each word with clarity. I understand, Anira replied, pausing before continuing, but how should I contact Mr. Lex? For now, there is no need to contact me. Once your observation hockey reaches a certain level, you will naturally know how to reach me. Until then, even if you were to contact me, you wouldn't be of much help. Lex answered calmly. As a man whose observation hockey rivaled that of the Crimson Count, he represented the pinnacle of such mastery across the seas. He knew full well that once observation hockey was honed to its zenith, and with a mutual understanding, one could awaken a Bluetooth mode, referencing the connection between Jesus Burgess and Usopp. At that point, contact would be established seamlessly. At least, the Crimson Count and Lex could communicate without barriers, though it was simply unnecessary in daily life. Moreover, Lex held exceedingly high expectations for Anira. Furthermore, Lex's own mastery of observation hockey was not stagnant and would continue to improve. He had an inkling that once he broke through a certain barrier, he might be able to connect with anyone without requiring the other party to possess a similarly high level of observation hockey or rapport. I understand, Mr. Lex. I will diligently practice observation hockey as instructed by Mr. Crimson Count. Anira discerned that Lex's words implied he was still too weak to warrant contact. This contradicted Anira's life ambition, as he aspired to become the strength of this man. If I have urgent news to relay to you, the government will send someone to find you. Understood? Lex's meaning was abundantly clear. Understood. Anira instantly grasped that he was not the sole pawn, merely the most crucial one in the future. My plan is to have you join CP, training you from a young age to become the strongest shield for the government. Of course, Anira, if you wish to join the Navy, that is also an option. I could facilitate that, allowing you to enjoy greater freedom. Lex inquired once more about Anira's wishes. I have heard from Mr. Crimson Count that Mr. Lex requires me to join the organization called CP. I will choose the place that Mr. Lex needs me most. Ha ha ha. Anira, is it not the vast earth that is your ultimate dream? Lex suddenly countered, treating the 7-year-old Anira with utmost formality, respecting every choice he made. Considering his aspirations. In this regard, he even surpassed the later Don Quixote da Flamingo. Yaha, Mr. Lex, are you not already aware? I will one day reach that place through my own strength, young Anira replied, his eyes sparkling with determination. I eagerly await that day, so strive to survive within the world government. Lex declared. Now, I must take my leave. Uncle Ryan will be here shortly to relay the remaining matters to you. Fijini will use the memory fruit to implant a fabricated memory into your mind, allowing you to smoothly infiltrate the government. Lex paused before continuing. At that time, while there may still be my eyes watching over you, you will not know who they are, and they will not provide any assistance. They will merely ensure your safety in the most perilous moments. Naturally, this also signifies your hidden failure. Thus, when you truly step into the world government, the only one you can rely on and trust will be yourself. Anira. Lex did not conceal any insider information from Anira. Having chosen him, he placed complete faith in him. Despite his tender age of 7. Anira fell silent for a moment, then gently spoke, his voice soft and seemingly less resolute. If, at that time, saving me would jeopardize Mr. Lex's plans, please do abandon me. The Golden Lion, who had remained silent throughout, cast a surprised glance at Anira, while the Crimson Count, already familiar with Anira's character, was not taken aback. I will. Lex's voice echoed within the room, yet his figure had already vanished, along with the Golden Lion and the Crimson Count. On the eastern coast of the vast maple and locust forest, Lex produced a portion of gold he had taken from Sandora. The amount was immense, piled high into a mountain of gold, reflecting a dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. Ha ha ha. With this much gold, John the Miser would likely go mad with greed. In the midst of his elation, the Golden Lion did not forget to vehemently belittle his old comrade in arms who shared his ship. Speaking of Captain John, I have a feeling that it won't be long before he sabotages his own piratical career. At that moment, let us conveniently incorporate his territory into the Sky Sea. Dear Uncle, Lex, possessing a godlike perspective, naturally understood the course of history in the original timeline. Captain John would meet his demise at the hands of his own crew due to uneven distribution of spoils, resulting in the disintegration of his forces. Indeed, if given the opportunity, I shall have Guter carry out this task. The Golden Lion did not hold much regard for that fellow John, or to put it plainly, he completely looked down upon him. Well then, let us have this batch of gold personally delivered by you to the New World. Uncle. I shall first pay a visit to Uncle Rhine, and subsequently return to the New World to attend to matters in the underworld. By the way, Uncle, it would be prudent for you to refrain from any significant actions recently. Best to slow down the territorial expansion and foster a more stable environment throughout the New World. What scheme are you concocting this time? It is not a scheme, merely that Ji Yuan is about to embark on a mission in the New World, and I wish for her to have a delightful experience. Lex smiled slightly. Ha ha ha, well said. It would be best for Ji Yuan to carry out her mission in the Sky Sea, and I shall arrange for my subordinates to bestow her with military honors. Upon hearing that his niece-in-law would be undertaking a mission, the Golden Lion became animated. Ha ha ha, that may not be wise. It is essential that those from Mariewa perceive my stance as neutral, which is precisely one of the reasons we arranged for Ji Yuan to enter the Navy. Is it not? Indeed, the bloodline of the celestial dragons can be both advantageous and troublesome at times, the Golden Lion lamented, having been aware of this fact since Lex's birth 2 decades prior. Thus, we have expended great effort over the past 10 years to devise a grand strategy, laying the groundwork in the East Blue, engaging in repeated contest with them. Enough of this talk. I must take my leave. The Golden Lion clapped his hands together, and the entire mountain of gold rose from the ground, forming a magnificent golden lion, with the Golden Lion standing atop its head, soaring towards the distant calm belt. Passing through it directly to the New World, as he watched the Golden Lion gradually recede, Lex regained his focus. Master, have you been unoccupied of late? Lex inquired of the Red Count, who had been standing nearby. No, the Red Count replied, as succinctly as ever. Then let us journey to the New World together. It would be much more convenient with you by my side as I take action in the underworld. I do not wish to go, the Red Count declined, offering no further explanation. However, Lex clearly surmised the reason. Is the winner of the 1,000-mile maple tree approaching? Indeed. Ha ha ha. Master still enjoys drinking and practicing swordplay during the winter of the 1,000-mile maple tree. As always. The Red Count remained noncommittal. Still on the eastern coast of the 1,000-mile maple tree, the Red Count had already departed for his villa by the Heart Lake to indulge in drink. Eagerly anticipating winter, one of the few things he looked forward to in his solitary life. Now, only Lex remained standing there. Beep, beep. Suddenly, the snail phone nestled in Lex's arms rang, and he took it out to answer. Uncle Rhine, are you ready? Lex asked proactively. Yes, it took a day, but the island known as Rockplate Island has been thoroughly ravaged by the pirates. Rhine responded from the other end, finishing up the final touches. Here's the situation. Rhine and Fegni first located the island called Rockplate Island, which had been largely overlooked by pirates due to its extreme barrenness. However, Rhine instructed Fegni to implant a fabricated message into a bloodthirsty pirate crew using a memory fruit, claiming that a legendary treasure in the form of a precious devil fruit had appeared on Rockplate Island. For a pirate captain from the West Sea, this was undoubtedly a fatal temptation. Whether for personal consumption or for sale to exchange for berries, it represented a substantial gain. Thus, he brought several hundred of his subordinates to the island. What followed was a familiar script. The pirate captain demanded to know the whereabouts of the devil fruit. Yet, most of the island's inhabitants were entirely ignorant of what a devil fruit even was, responding with confusion. After multiple futile inquiries, the pirate captain ordered the massacre of the island. Having been manipulated by the memory fruit and deeply misled, he would not have dared to do so under normal circumstances, believing that someone had secretly hidden the devil fruit that rightfully belonged to him. Consequently, the pirates raised their blades against the unarmed civilians. The island was filled with cries of anguish, blood flowed like rivers, and the stench of slaughter wafted far and wide. When only 2 or 3 individuals remained alive, Rhine stealthily intervened and concealed them. The pirates, believing they had exterminated all inhabitants of the island, were still unable to find the devil fruit that the captain spoke of. Thus, amidst their curses, they looted everything of value from Rockplate Island before DEP on the other end. Patrice promptly responded affirmatively. Steelbone Kong's tone bore a slight pause. Moreover, this matter must be kept under wraps. It must not leak. Understood? Steelbone Kong stated with profound significance. Understood. Patrice, having held a high position for many years, naturally grasped his superior's intent. The fewer individuals aware of this incident that would tarnish the Navy's reputation, the better. Very well, proceed with your task. After ending the call, Steelbone Kong leaned back in his chair. His eyes slightly narrowed as he reflected on the seemingly piratical massacre of an island. Years of naval service and a career in politics had endowed him with an extraordinary intuition. No pirate crew would seek trouble for no reason, nor would they embark on a mission to slaughter an island without cause, unless they were utterly deranged, which seemed unlikely. Alternatively, Perhaps the island harbored something precious, compelling these bloodthirsty individuals to take such risks. Or could it be that someone was directing them? As if on cue, the telephone bug in front of Steelbone Kong rang again. "Patrice, what is it now?" Steelbone Kong inquired. "Marshal Kong, I have just discovered a child among the survivors from Rock Island who possesses abilities. He is a 7-year-old boy capable of emitting lightning. It appears he is a natural type." Patrice replied, with the insight that only he could possess regarding Enel's powers. A natural type that can emit lightning. Could it be the rumble fruit? Steelbone Kong's spirits instantly lifted. It was now the year 1489 of the Sea Circle calendar. The future Akainu and Kazara would not join the Navy until the following year, becoming the first students of the widowed Zephyr, followed by the third batch, which included Akiji. This meant that the current Navy was deficient in exceptional new blood. "You must protect this boy until I make arrangements." After hanging up once more, Steelbone Kong felt he was beginning to piece together the truth behind the piratical massacre, though he was not yet entirely certain. 2 days later, Steelbone Kong reconnected with Patrice via the telephone bug. "Report, Marshal Kong. I have apprehended the pirates involved in the massacre," Patrice reported triumphantly. "Excellent. Have you ascertained their motives for the slaughter?" "Indeed. According to the captain of the Madblade pirates, he was driven by the news of the Devil Fruit's appearance on Rock Island, which led him to pursue it. After failing to find it, he decided to resort to intimidation through the massacre of the island's civilians to obtain the fruit." Patrice explained. Well done. Send those pirates to impel down. Darkness and torment shall be their penance for their sins. Furthermore, we can disclose a bit about the pirate massacre, but do not make it too ostentatious. The focus should be on the fact that we have apprehended the culprits. Understood?" "Yes," Patrice responded. "What shall we do with the boy who possesses the rumble fruit?" "You will escort him personally to Marineford. The Navy is in dire need of fresh talent such as his. If you handle this well, it will be a significant achievement for you." "Understood. I will ensure the mission's success," Patrice replied with excitement. After hanging up again, Steelbone Kong felt a surge of confidence. Although he remained stationed at the Marineford headquarters, he had already formed a wise judgment regarding the piratical massacre. Those pirates were indeed searching for the rumble fruit, only to have it inadvertently consumed by the boy on the island, allowing him to escape unscathed. Considering the importance of this rumble fruit, which had not appeared on the seas for over 4 centuries, he deemed it necessary to report to the 5 elders. Moshi, this is Steelbone Kong. There is a special incident that requires reporting to the 5 elders. On the other end of the line. Within Panga City, the 5 elderly figures, each distinct in appearance, were either reclining on sofas, standing casually, or sitting cross-legged. "Kong, what is it?" inquired the one known as Topman Vachali, the legal martial god of Mercury, distinguished by his characteristic W-shaped beard. "Today, a most heinous incident of pirate massacre was discovered in the West Sea, and among the survivors, we found a boy who has consumed the rumble fruit and possesses lightning abilities. I believe it is necessary to report this to you all." Kong replied formally. The rumble fruit," said Shepherd X of Jupiter. "It seems it has not appeared on the seas for quite some time," remarked Jagartius Satan of Saturn. "Such power should be wielded by us," added Marcus Mars. "Kong, you have done well. Hand that boy over to the government. CP is in need of such fresh blood," stated the bald-headed elder. Ultimately, Steelbone Kong's expression soured slightly. Although he had anticipated this outcome prior to the call, he still felt compelled to inform the 5 elders. For matters such as this, it was impossible to keep them hidden from these 5, as there were indeed many traitors within the Navy. And Kong was acutely aware of this. It was perhaps better to be forthright and negotiate for the boy with the rumble fruit. Yet, it was evident that Steelbone Kong was at a significant disadvantage. "All right, there are no buts. You are to ensure that boy reaches Mariewa. Understand your position, Kong," emphasized Venus. "Now that Fit is aging, the next supreme commander of the entire military is still to be determined. Do you comprehend my meaning?" "Kong?" Venus painted a grand picture. "I understand," Kong replied, his tone subdued. Steelbone Kong chose to compromise once again. Over the years, he had made countless such compromises, not out of a desire for power or status. He needed to ascend to a higher position to realize his sense of justice. Even if the government itself was deeply corrupt, a fragile balance and peace were exceedingly hard won. "All right, if there is nothing else, let it be." Mercury concluded the call. After a series of busy signals, Steelbone Kong quietly set down the telephone in his office. Kong continued to ponder the conversation with the 5 elders. Would his repeated concessions and compromises truly lead to peace? Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon, and Kong slightly released his observation hockey, discovering it was Zephyr. Come in, Zephyr. The tall man with purple hair pushed the door open, closing it behind him. He was not like Garp, who barged in without a greeting or care. Zephyr, you executed the heavenly gold mission splendidly this time. I heard you encountered Shiki, but managed to return unscathed. Well done. Kong first acknowledged Zephyr's accomplishments, recognizing the significant achievement of safeguarding heavenly gold under the threat of the Flying Sky Pirates. Big Brother Kong, I came to discuss matters regarding the Flying Sky Pirates, Zephyr said as he settled onto a nearby sofa, his expression slightly grave. The Flying Sky Pirates? What has Shiki done now? He truly is a restless fellow. Kong instinctively felt that Shiki was up to something again. It is not about Shiki, but rather a man by the name of Leon Lex. I think it is essential to inform you, Big Brother Kong. Leon? If memory serves, Shiki's last name is also Leon, correct? Indeed, Lex is Shiki's nephew, but what I wish to convey goes beyond that. It pertains to a conversation between Lex and one of the five elders. Izambaron Vita Nejru, Zephyr began, adjusting his demeanor as he recounted the details. After a thorough exchange, Kong remarked, "Oh, it appears he is quite an extraordinary individual. That by the way, is he not a pirate?" Steelbone Kong inquired. According to Lex himself, he is not a pirate. Furthermore, he can converse as an equal with the five elders, yet he is Shiki's nephew, so I hesitate to make any rash conclusions. Zephyr replied after some contemplation. I will keep an eye on this man. However, since Nejuru has not raised any concerns, we in the Navy shall remain oblivious for the time being, Kong decided. Young Master, it has been accomplished. Enel has been taken to Marine Ford by the West Sea Navy branch. The next step is to reach Mariewa and enter CP training without raising any suspicions. Ryan reported on the outcome. Thank you, Uncle Ryan. I will leave the next steps to Enel, the future celestial dragon, the strongest shield. How exciting. Leon thought to himself. Then, young master, I shall proceed to return with Fanny to the New World. Ryan remarked. Well, Uncle Ryan, it is time for you to return. I too shall soon embark on my journey back to the New World. Would you care to join me, young master? Let us share a ride. Ryan was well aware that rather than enduring a tiresome flight to the New World, it would be far swifter to have Lex utilize his spatial abilities. Haha, I would indeed like that. However, I must first make a stop at Mariewa, and then pay a visit to Shiwan. Thus it is not quite on my way though. Young master intends to visit Mariewa? Does the Admiral know? Ryan instantly grasped the significance of this statement, as he was one of the few in this world aware of Lex's lineage. I haven't mentioned it to Uncle. He would surely disapprove if I did. It is hardly a significant matter, merely a brief visit to Mariewa, a courtesy call, if you will, Lex casually stated, having previously promised to share a drink with the old man Guichu, taking it seriously rather than as mere pleasantry. Very well, young master has indeed matured, although you have always been quite mature for your age. I shall take my leave now. Emichum. After ending the call, Lex surveyed the calm expanse before him, noting that Ruska remained in slumber, and shook his head in quiet contemplation. He then activated his observation hockey, his eyes gleaming with crimson light as he connected with the Red Count via Bluetooth. Master, I am taking my leave. MHM, the Red Count replied in a detached manner. Shall I bring back some fine wine from Mariewa? Do you still prefer the secret brew from the West Sea? Just bring back a little. Understood. In the next moment, Lex's form became ethereal, vanishing from the eastern coast of Maple, Hawaii. The Red Count sensed Lex's presence dissipate and subsequently retracted his observation hockey. Mariewa, a sanctum perched atop the Red Earth continent, the dwelling place of the celestial dragons, within Panga City, the nexus of power. A most extraordinary visitor had arrived today. Without any prior announcement, he had directly teleported into the heart of authority, standing at an imposing height of 3 meters and 33 centimeters, with golden locks cascading over his shoulders. Draped in a blue cloak and 2 long blades slung at his waist, his fair visage and eyes, reminiscent of the deep blue starlight within the Milky Way, bore a slight smirk as he stepped forward. 5 elders, I am here. Lex settled himself comfortably, leaning back against the sofa, pouring himself a cup of tea. Upon witnessing Lex's sudden appearance, the 5 elders displayed no surprise, as if it were a matter of course. Lex, what brings you here? Mercury, the leader among them, inquired. Is it not permissible for me to visit a few old friends if I have no other matters at hand? Are you truly so unwelcoming? Venus, Izambaron V. Nasu, promptly countered, exposing Lex's pretense. Haha. Then let us address the first matter at hand. Lex fixed his gaze upon the five elders. Speak, Saturn, the stoic elder, replied, their curiosity piqued regarding Lex's sudden visit after years of absence. I would like you to withdraw the spies you have placed within the Flying Sky Pirates. That I wonder how you feel about this. At this proclamation, the expressions of the five elders shifted, each letting out a cold snort. Such jesting is ill-advised. Mars, mock as Maz, coldly interjected. He did not deny the government's placement of numerous spies within the Flying Sky Pirates, a common practice among powerful factions. Merely differing in the quantity and rank of the spies, do not pretend that you have no allies within the government. Lex, do not utter such childish words in this setting, Jupiter remarked. Allow me to finish my thoughts. You are all aware of Shiwan's situation, correct? Lex continued, unfazed by the elders' rebukes. We were just about to inquire about that. What is your true intention in placing such a person within the Navy? Jupiter pressed further. See, you have already acknowledged that Shiwan is one of my own, indicating that I harbor no secrets regarding this matter. Furthermore, I can assure you that Shiwan is my woman. You must understand what that implies. That only suggests your stance is not steadfast, Mars retorted, having already learned everything from Venus. Noticing the five elders engaged in a verbal spar, Lex dropped the pretense. Humph, I am here to inform you. Not to negotiate. I am directly telling you that through mind reading, I have already discerned the true identities of all the spies, and I shall eliminate them one by one. My visit is merely a courtesy. Owing to the ties we share. Lex laid his cards on the table. Mind reading? How is that possible? Aside from Whitebeard, is there truly another man capable of such a power? Mars exclaimed in astonishment. Do not forget Whitebeard's connection to Lex, Venus reminded. With that statement, no one doubted Lex's ability any longer. Foolishness. Are you truly prepared to relinquish all surveillance over the Flying Sky Pirates? Shiki is far too dangerous a man. We cannot afford to let our guard down for even a moment. But how do you intend to handle this? Rather than waiting for Lex to eliminate all those spies, it would be wiser to withdraw them proactively, minimizing our losses. Yet, the efforts invested over the years would all be for naught. Then what else can you do? Enough with the discussion, Mercury interjected, bringing the debate to a close. That we shall withdraw all surveillance over the Flying Sky Pirates, while simultaneously bolstering Shiwan's standing within the Navy. You must have come with this intention, correct? Mercury inquired, his tone measured. Indeed, as expected of the Voculi saint, you are quite decisive, Lex replied. However, you must also ensure that the Flying Sky Pirates refrain from any outrageous actions. You understand my meaning, Lex. Mercury raised his gaze, continuing the negotiation. The influence of the Flying Sky Pirates shall be confined to the New World. Is that assurance satisfactory? Lex declared, dropping a bombshell. Although Mercury felt a twinge of doubt regarding Lex's swift acquiescence, he refrained from voicing it. Very well. I hope you will uphold your end of the bargain. He held no concern that Shiki would disregard Lex's advice. He trusted Lex's integrity as a man of his word. Now, let us discuss matters concerning Shiwan, Mercury continued. You wish to intervene in naval affairs. We have no objections that we could even promote Shiwan to the rank of admiral, provided she possesses the qualifications. However, Mercury paused. Locking eyes with Lex, we require her to become a celestial dragon. Mercury's proclamation was startling, yet the other four elders displayed no surprise, as this had been a pre-discussed resolution, carefully considered before arriving at this seemingly outrageous decision. This time, it was Lex who fell silent. He meticulously weighed the implications, pondering the intentions of the five elders and their potentially nefarious motives. Yet, even with Lex's profound intellect, he could not discern any detriment to Shiwan. It must be acknowledged that the identity of a celestial dragon, in this era, serves as an exceptional form of protection, a sentiment Lex himself understood all too well. Lex, you may consult Shiwan regarding her opinion. We will not impose. What we wish to convey is that this matter poses no harm to anyone. We merely seek to foster a sense of allegiance towards Marie Joyce. You comprehend? Mercury laid bare his intentions, hoping for a genuine exchange of goodwill. Is that so? Lex grasped the essence. Despite possessing a half-blood heritage of the celestial dragons, he had never regarded himself as one. While he could easily return to Mariewa and ascend to a position of immense power, he clearly held no interest in doing so. And what of the five elders? From a young age, Lex had exhibited extraordinary talents, leading the elders to continually urge his return to Mariewa. The five elders were not feeble. They recognized the reality that Lex now stood atop the pinnacle of the seas. At the very least, none of the five dared to claim they could defeat Lex, even if they combined their efforts. Such prowess, commanding the seas and looking down upon the mundane, was Lex's greatest asset, allowing him to navigate any endeavor with unruffled composure. Furthermore, he bore the backing of three legendary pirate mentors, the Golden Lion, the Red Count, and Whitebeard. Thus, if they could draw Lex closer to Mariewa, to the Celestial Dragons, thus, the most formidable factions in this world crumbled without a fight. I shall soon inquire about the opinion of Ji Yuan. Personally, I harbor no objections to this. After a moment of contemplation, Lex provided his final response. Well, I eagerly await your reply, Celestial Dragon. Your strength is needed. Lex, return to Mariewa promptly, for you shall become the most esteemed man upon these seas. Mercury solemnly stated, though it was evident that he was mistaken, as it may take decades for him to realize the folly of his decision made today. Ha ha ha. I shall take my leave. As Ji Yuan is executing a mission in the New World, I must see her. Lex rose nonchalantly and walked towards the power chamber's exit. Halfway there, he seemed to recall something, turned his head slightly, and said, Old man Guiche, let us discuss the matter of drinking some other time. Also, remember to send a few jars of fine wine to Fenghuai Qianli. You should know the location of that island. Indeed, I am aware. The one known as Zero, clad in white, responded with indifference, disregarding the curious gazes of the other four. His camaraderie with Lex was the strongest among the five. And the next moment, Lex vanished from sight as he stepped outside. Shortly thereafter, a white-clad CP-0 agent entered the power chamber. Point 0, relay the order to withdraw all surveillance within the Flying Sky Pirates, including that of the Navy. Within the power chamber, Mercury addressed the highly esteemed CP-0 officer. Understood. The agent named Zero knelt on one knee, responding respectfully. The following day, the Flying Sky Pirates inexplicably found themselves down several members. Companions, who had shared drinks just yesterday, had vanished without a trace, including a fleet vice captain. On Annie Island, in the rear courtyard of the palace, atop the loft. Admiral, shall we not investigate the disappearance of these individuals? Among them are some government spies whose identities we already know, and the remaining individuals might also be suspects. Gut asked for the Golden Lion's opinion. No need to concern ourselves. Let us pretend these individuals never existed. The Golden Lion remained silent for a moment before responding gruffly. Was it the young master doing? Gut instantly understood. Only the young master could render the admiral indifferent to such matters. No need to worry about it. Gut, continue preparing for the underground world. In due time, Lex will personally take action. The Golden Lion changed the subject. Observing the Golden Lion's reluctance to elaborate, Gut took the hint and departed. Unbeknownst to the Golden Lion, Lex's expedition to Mariewa was shrouded in secrecy. However, upon hearing from Rhine, who had returned from the West Sea, that Lex had indeed visited Mariewa, and considering the sudden disappearance of numerous government spies in recent days, the Golden Lion began to piece together the situation. Thus, he found himself in a state of vexation. He had always been opposed to Lex's journey to Mariewa, as he had been 2 decades ago, and still felt the same. Yet, there was no recourse, and the matter was left unresolved. Similarly, thereafter, the government ceased to infiltrate the Flying Sky Pirates with spies, and all of their actions became increasingly clandestine. This also laid the groundwork for Lex's secret consolidation of the underground world. In the New World. Within the latter half of the Grand Line, the entire Grand Line is divided into 2 segments by the Red Land. The first half is known as Paradise, characterized by stable weather, minimal navigation challenges, and a scarcity of natural disasters such as tsunamis or storm surges. Conversely, the latter half, referred to as the New World, plunges into a hellish mode, with unpredictable weather patterns and colossal tsunami storms. Without adequate nautical experience or formidable strength, one's ability to navigate these treacherous waters remains uncertain. At this moment, Ji Yuan led a naval vessel through the trials of the New World. The sea, once calm and sunny, was suddenly besieged by a torrential hailstorm. Colonel Ji Yuan, the hail is intensifying, and our ship has sustained significant damage. The mast is nearly broken, exclaimed a nearby navigator anxiously. Faced with such a calamity, one could only resign to misfortune. Accelerate our course. We must depart this area, prioritize the safety of our crew, and minimize casualties. Ji Yuan maintained his composure, refusing to be overwhelmed by the extreme weather. As he spoke, an enormous hailstone hurtled towards the warship with tremendous speed and size, leaving little room for evasion. Frost Cherry, not a no Kagami. Ji Yuan swung his sword, unleashing a massive peach-pink slash from his blade. Swoosh! The hailstone shattered into 2 pieces, crashing into the sides of the warship. creating towering waves that propelled the vessel out of the hailstorm into a safe buffer zone. We are saved. The crew collapsed to the deck in exhaustion, the relief of survival washing over every fiber of their being. Thanks to Colonel Ji Yuan's might, we have narrowly escaped disaster, remarked a female lieutenant, noting that the crew comprised entirely of women, all belonging to Vice Admiral Crane's faction. Since joining the Navy, Ji Yuan had grown close enough to be regarded as one of Crane's confidants. Indeed, Colonel Ji Yuan possesses the strength of a flag officer now. Were it not for her lack of seniority, she would have already become the youngest flag officer. Enough of the chatter. Once we have rested, we shall resume our journey and aim to reach Mystelia Island before sunset to complete the mission. Ji Yuan commanded. Yes, the female soldiers responded in unison. Observing his wife command with such authority stirred a complex mix of feelings and lakes. Am I being overly sentimental? A dissonant voice broke the harmony of the female soldiers' responses. Did I hear a man's voice? The lieutenant mused, momentarily bewildered. Surely not. We only have female soldiers here. In no way. Ah, a ghost. There truly is a man. Could he be a pirate? But why is he alone? The female soldiers murmured among themselves, raising their flintlock pistols, aiming at Lakes. Greetings, lovely ladies. I am the husband of your Colonel Ji Yuan. It is a pleasure to meet you. Lakes smiled. The female soldiers were left speechless, jaws dropping in astonishment. Colonel Ji Yuan has a husband? Wow, he is so handsome. Is this truly the Colonel's husband? They seem to have a couple's resemblance. Colonel Ji Yuan was not single. One sweet-faced naval officer whispered, her words leaving Lakes incredulous. Goodness, Ji Yuan's position in the Navy is perilous. There are Yuri elements, and they are always by her side. Ahem, ladies, let us focus on our duties. This is work time. Lakes, unaccustomed to being surrounded by so many chattering women, cast a pleading glance at Ji Yuan. Crossing her arms, Ji Yuan shot him a sidelong glance, exuding charm. All right, enough chatter. Everyone get back to work. If pirates arrive, let us see if you can still laugh. Ji Yuan commanded, her voice, though not loud, carried an authoritative weight. At her words, the naval women scattered like startled birds. I've never seen such a scene before, being surrounded by a group of female sailors. Why did you have to be so blunt, saying, I am your Colonel Ji Yuan's husband? TSK, Ji Yuan retorted, embracing her arms and mercilessly mocking Lakes. Yet, Lakes fully exhibited his shamelessness, pulling Ji Yuan into his embrace. Isn't this a declaration of ownership? I just heard one of your female sailors was interested in you. That's quite alarming. You must transfer her away. You must be joking, feeling jealous over a young girl? How sensitive. Isn't that right, little Lakes? Ji Yuan teased, pinching Lake's cheek, drawing the attention of the female soldiers on board. Dear, how is it that you've become so adept in just over a year in the Navy? Lakes was somewhat surprised, for the Ji Yuan he once knew was not this skilled. Nevertheless, regardless of the changes, she remained Lake's beloved. Now tell me, what brings you here so suddenly? Weren't you supposed to be too busy at sea to even spare a moment to call me? Ji Yuan recalled how Lakes often ended their phone calls hastily, and her irritation flared. You want to check how long you talk on the phone? It's a full 3 hours, from what you had for breakfast to what mission you executed in the afternoon. Even the discount on strawberry pudding at Marineford, every detail you repeat multiple times. Now, tell me, dear, what have I done to deserve such torment? Lex continuously expressed himself, resembling a scorned woman. Go away. Do not embrace me. Ji Yuan, disregarding Lex's explanations, extricated herself from his embrace, embodying sheer petulance and capriciousness. I was wrong. Forgive me. My dear. Lex's tone softened, the earlier bravado fading like a fleeting bloom, as he lowered his head in contrition. Lacking sincerity, I have decided not to forgive you. Ji Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Lex. Look, strawberry pudding. You claimed that Marinfando's strawberry pudding was unpalatable. I specifically brought this from Mary Geos, a delicacy reserved for the celestial dragons. Lex presented his token of sincerity. Not enough. I still do not perceive your true intentions. Then how about this? A stevia milkshake, also a celestial dragon exclusive, along with many other delectable treats. Let us enter and savor them together. Lex took Ji Yuan's hand, guiding her towards the captain's cabin of the warship. Consider yourself barely passing. Ji Yuan half-heartedly followed Lex, leaving behind a group of female naval officers who had feasted on romantic banter. So, you wish for me to become a celestial dragon? Is that why you sought me out? Ji Yuan inquired while indulging in her dessert. That is but one aspect. Primarily, I yearn for you. Lex's gaze deepened, revealing an emotion known as affection. Go on. When did you become so sentimental? Quickly, speak of the next matter. Ziyuan replied nonchalantly. There is no next matter. If accompanying you while enjoying desserts counts as one, then so be it, Lex stated earnestly. But why are you here in the New World? Should you not remain in Fenghui Qianli? Ziyuan queried, recalling that Lex typically spent most of his time there. Lex pulled Ziyuan into his embrace, gently pinching her earlobe. That I have set sail. Once at sea, I must attend to certain matters. Lex spoke softly, the unspoken implication being, I cannot remain by your side indefinitely. Yet I still prefer you to stay in Fenghui Qianli every day. Leaning against Lex, feeling the familiar warmth and scent, Ziyuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Indeed, had it not been for Lex's insistence on attending to numerous affairs, they could have blissfully cohabited in Fenghui Qianli. Growing old together, with Lex's strength and background, a carefree life would be entirely feasible. However, life is devoid of what-ifs. Men are always preoccupied, unable to simply enjoy life without concocting grand decadal plans. Ziyuan mused inwardly. I apologize for bringing you into the Navy. Lex, unaware of Ziyuan's recent thoughts, did not read her mind. There is no need for such apologies. I rather enjoy the Navy, and Sister Crane and the others have treated me well. Ziyuan nestled deeper into Lex's embrace, each time needing to surface for breath before burying herself anew, akin to a child discovering a new toy. Lex continued to indulge Ziyuan, though he shifted the topic to his purpose for traveling. This time I have come to the New World to take action against the underground world, while simultaneously preparing for a comprehensive war against the world government. Why instigate war? Because no matter how well it is concealed, unifying the underground world cannot escape the notice of the world government. A comprehensive war is necessary to inflict pain and compel them to recognize that we possess the strength commensurate with these interests. This is the fundamental law of the world. Lex pondered thoughtfully, having already conspired with his uncle and father regarding this war, predominantly focusing on intimidation. Will the Navy be in danger? Upon hearing this, Lex was momentarily taken aback. Huh? You express concern for the Navy's survival before inquiring about your man's safety. Are you in danger? Ziyuan looked up, asking symbolically. No, then all is well. How foolish of you, Lex, to even feel jealous over such trivial matters. Ziyuan chuckled softly. Is it not because I cannot see you every day that I pay closer attention to your every word? Lex tightened his embrace, speaking earnestly. The unexpected confession rendered Ziyuan speechless, prompting her to burrow deeper into Lex's arms. She was merely 18 years old. Lex bid farewell to Ziyuan's warship, continuing his journey through the alternate dimension, with his next destination being Tado Land, the king of usury, Dufelder's stronghold. Recently, Agira's gut demanded a meeting with Dufelder on behalf of the Flying Sky Pirates. This situation left the Dark King in a perpetual state of unease. Akin to a piglet under the watchful gaze of a dragon. Dufelder even covertly contacted several other factions, hoping to form alliances to protect his interests. All of this had been conveyed to Lex, who remained unfazed. It was precisely because of his long-standing presence in the New World, thriving within the underground world, that Dufelder understood the significance of the words Flying Sky Pirates. At the very least, in the New World, the name of the world government held less weight than that of the Flying Sky Pirates. After all, the admiral of the Flying Sky Pirates was none other than the Golden Lion. At this moment, Tado Land, the stronghold of Dufelder, boasted the largest currency trading center in the New World, alongside the most comprehensive, meticulous, and unscrupulous usury services. As long as one possessed a certain amount of collateral, be it property, a shop, or even family members, any person could secure unimaginable amounts of berries. Countless desperate souls, or those momentarily down on their luck, flocked here daily, seeking to complete what might be their final loan in life. Why the last loan? Because few could bear the exorbitant interest rates. Borrowing 1 million berries today could lead to demands for repayment of 10 million berries by tomorrow. Failure to repay posed no issue. One could repay whatever amount possible, with the remainder compensated by family, wives, daughters, or even oneself, all considered as berries. It is well known that the slave trade in the world of pirates has been remarkably thriving, primarily due to the patronage of the celestial dragons. Thus, it can be said that this trade has endured for over 8 centuries. At this moment, Lexus is leisurely wandering about the island, accompanied by his aide, Agira's gut. Both are clad in formal attire, complete with suits and ties, indicating the gravity they attribute to this meeting. Young master, the time for the meeting is approaching. Shall we head over early to prepare? Gut inquired, glancing at his pocket watch. This dependable man is always meticulous. Lexus cast a look towards the distant marketplace, aglow with vibrant neon lights, where countless individuals meandered in a state of intoxication and oblivion. Some had just acquired high-interest loans and were indulging in lavish expenditures, while others, after being informed of the exorbitant interest rates, succumbed to despair, perceiving their lives as utterly bleak, with an impassive expression. Lexus remarked, "Uncle Gut, that fellow Feld has no sincerity whatsoever, does he?" Agira's gut paused momentarily, contemplating the situation. He knew that Feld had been covertly contacting John and Silveraxe, seemingly seeking their assistance, rather than addressing Lexus's inquiry directly. Gut opted to discuss Feld's recent maneuvers, which clearly indicated a lack of sincerity. I had initially considered allowing him to continue managing the monetary sector, but alas, he is indeed a character who fails to grasp the gravity of the situation at a critical juncture. Lexus stated nonchalantly. In just a few exchanged sentences, it seemed that the fate of this king of usury had been sealed. Gut was not surprised. He silently followed Lexus as they proceeded towards the meeting location. Gut understood that the young master's demeanor was not one of arrogance, but rather a perspective elevated by the heights of the Flying Sky Pirates. Even granting Feld an opportunity for a meeting was an act of benevolence. Yet he completely failed to recognize the vast disparity in their respective strengths. Nevertheless, it mattered little. What did it matter to the dead? Lexus and Gut halted before a resplendent building. "Welcome, esteemed guests of the Flying Sky Pirates. Please, come inside." 2 rows of receptionists bowed in greeting, and a rather astute-looking gentleman awaited them in the lobby. "I am Donald Sheemy. Please follow me. Mr. Feld is eagerly anticipating your arrival in the private chamber." Sheemy executed an elegant nobleman's bow towards Lexus and Gut. "Very well, lead the way," Lexus replied, not pausing to acknowledge Donald Sheemy, continuing onward. Sheemy, undeterred by the slight, smiled to mask his embarrassment and proceeded to guide them. As they entered the corridor, the number of bystanders dwindled until only Donald Sheemy remained, escorting Lexus into a secluded chamber. "Welcome, my friends. I am Du Feld." A corpulent middle-aged man rose and approached Lexus, a cigar dangling from his lips, his curled lips and sharp teeth contrasting sharply with his slender legs and rotund belly. "As you both know, it is preferable for our meeting to remain known to as few individuals as possible, as requested by Lord Gut. Thus, the preparations are somewhat modest. I hope you will be understanding." Feld's pleasantries were delivered with finesse, demonstrating his awareness of social etiquette. "Spare me the pleasantries. Let us sit," Lexus replied, taking a seat on the sofa and preparing to pour himself a glass of red wine. Sheemy, noticing Lexus's actions, hastily took the wine and poured glasses for everyone present, save for himself, the rich liquid gleaming enticingly under the warm light. As a man of considerable cunning, Feld discerned that Lexus's position was superior to that of Agira's Gut, leading him to contemplate whether this golden-haired youth might be the son of the Golden Lion. Regardless, he sat down with a degree of restraint, initiating the discourse. "May I inquire how to address you, my lord?" Feld looked at Lexus. "Leon Lexus. Spare me the formalities. Let us discuss your intentions," Lexus stated, his expression devoid of emotion. "Haha, Lord Lexus is truly unpretentious," Feld replied, a hint of flattery in his voice, seasoned by years of navigating treacherous waters. He continued, "Then allow me to demonstrate my sincerity. When Lord Gut contacted me earlier regarding potential collaboration, I contemplated converting my businesses into various shares, offering a portion as a gift to the esteemed Flying Sky Pirates, and subsequently engaging in deeper cooperation." "Feld," Lexus interjected, abruptly interrupting Feld's discourse. Startled, Feld maintained his composure and inquired, "Is there something amiss, Lord Lexus? I am willing to improve, as long as the Flying Sky Pirates are satisfied." "Feld, was it not cooperation that Uncle Gut proposed? Or did you misunderstand? Or perhaps you are oblivious to the meaning of joining?" Lexus pressed on. "This may indeed be my oversight. However, perhaps we could commence with partial cooperation." Feld attempted to navigate the conversation back on course. "I find you somewhat disappointing, Feld." Lexus rose and began to head for the door. Feld, witnessing Lexus's sudden movement, initially feared an exhibition of force, anticipating the typical pirate methods of coercion. However, to his astonishment, Lexus intended to leave. Feld's heart sank, for he had finally encountered a reasonable young man. And if this negotiation fell through, the next encounter could very well involve the King Rhine or even the Golden Lion himself descending upon Tadong Island, leaving him with nowhere to lament his fate. Thus, Feld hurriedly stood in Lexus's path. "My lord, it is not that I am unwilling to join the Flying Sky Pirates. Rather, many of my businesses are under governmental control, with various factions involved, including the John Pirates and Silveraxe Pirates. This is not a decision I can make lightly. I implore you, grant me some time to persuade them." Feld spoke rapidly, seemingly earnest in his plea. However, Lexus discerned that Feld was attempting to exert pressure by invoking the world government and John Silveraxe. "Very well, Feld." Lexus paused momentarily. "Please, Speak plainly, Lord Lexus. Do you harbor any dreams, or is it merely the accumulation of your berries that you cherish? Lexus posed a seemingly unrelated question. In my youth, I aspired to be a merchant. Yet, I found myself unwittingly ensnared in this path. As it stands, I am inextricably linked to usury, Feld confessed, implying that relinquishing his business was out of the question. At most, he might yield some benefits out of respect for the Golden Lion. Quite admirable, though it does present complications, Lexus remarked. What complications might those be? I shall ensure that everything is executed splendidly for you, Lord Lexus, Feld responded eagerly. Simply put, after your demise, I would need to invest considerable time reorganizing the monetary sector, which is indeed rather troublesome. However, it is of little concern, as time is still ample. In an instant, cold sweat poured down Feld's brow. His years of survival in the underworld had endowed him with an acute sense of impending doom. Lexus was not jesting. He was staring death in the face. Lord Lexus, please grant me an opportunity. I shall join you at once. Just as Feld sought to negotiate his way out, the specter of death had already arrived. In a flash, a brilliant blue light flickered, intersecting with the dim glow of the room. The next moment, Feld's corpulent figure crumpled to the ground, his eyes wide open, unblinking, utterly unaware of how he had met his end. Shimi, is it? Lexus turned to regard the petrified Donald Ximi. Do you wish to live? Lexus inquired with a smile, his gaze fixed on Shimi cowering in the corner, with a sudden weakness in his legs. Donald Shimi collapsed to the ground. Boss has just been slain, and now this smiling golden-haired man is inquiring whether I wish to live. My lord, I wish to live. I wish to live. I am privy to all of Feld's businesses. I am his confidant. I can introduce all these enterprises to you. These are the fruits of Feld's labor over the years. Please, grant me the opportunity to serve you and alleviate your burdens. Very well, rise to your feet. Let us first discuss the general outline of Feld's business, highlighting the key points. Lex leaned back on the sofa once more, while Agulus Gut, appearing completely unfazed, continued to sip his red wine. From the moment he entered, he was certain that Feld was doomed. Thus, he paid no heed to Feld's every utterance, even disregarding him entirely. Feld's primary ventures were rooted in the New World, predominantly centered around usury, which gave rise to a series of related industries, such as pawnshops and banks. Furthermore, Feld maintained trade relations with slave traders from the Shambadi archipelago, utilizing them to deal with borrowers and their families who could not repay their loans. And what of the paradise business? Lex inquired. With each question posed to Shimi, his observation hockey flared to life, revealing secrets with unerring clarity. The principal figure behind Paradise is Puna's. My knowledge is somewhat limited. Yet their operations primarily revolve around legitimate lending. The government and naval power in that region are substantial, thus limiting any extreme measures. In contrast, Feld's dealings in the New World were akin to outright robbery, as he sought to strip borrowers of all their possessions regardless of their ability to repay the loans. The corpse of the old supervisor still lay at the entrance, his eyes wide open. While Shimi had already sold him off without hesitation, for even a moment's indecision would be a disservice to his own life. What of the 4 Cs? Gut then asked. Having unearthed little information regarding the distribution of Feld's influence across the 4 Cs, our involvement there is minimal, due to the natural barrier of the doldrums. Most of our business transpires along the Grand Line, although King of the Seas Unit holds some sway over the 4 Cs. Shimi endeavored to divulge all that he knew, hoping to secure his survival. Shimi, does Feld maintain any ledgers or records detailing all his business dealings? Gut inquired further. Indeed. I shall fetch them at once. Shimi promptly dashed out. Lex and Gut remained unmoved, harboring no concern that Shimi might flee. A brief moment later, Shimi returned at a brisk pace, laden with a multitude of ledgers. My lord, here lies a comprehensive account of all Feld's business operations in the New World. I beseech you to review it. Shimi presented the stacks of ledgers with both hands. Lex glanced at them, showing little interest, and then rose to his feet. Uncle Gut, you shall remain on Tato Land to oversee these affairs. Please also make contact with Paradise, informing them that Feld has been eliminated. Let them manage the situation as they see fit. Shimi, you have performed admirably. Remain here to assist Uncle Gut. Lex stated. Understood. Gut replied. Yes, my lord. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to this task. Shimi exclaimed, filled with exhilaration at having survived. And what of the young master? Who shall be the next Dark Sovereign to meet with us? Gut queried. Needing to prepare in advance. No need for formalities. It appears that polite meetings will not yield the requisite sincerity. Let it be simple. Join us or perish. Lex chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing the absurdity of expecting to negotiate with these Dark Sovereigns under the guise of a pirate. who might very well be wary of a pirate's unreliability. At that moment, Gut's observation hockey detected an approaching pirate ship outside Tato land, its captain exuding a powerful aura, slightly stronger than his own. Young master, while I know your observation hockey surpasses mine, I cannot help but warn you, Gut said. I see it. It appears to be John, likely drawn by the burning life card of Feld, eager to seize these assets. No matter, Uncle Gut, you shall continue to manage affairs here. Have Sister Lily send more of our personnel to oversee this area, and for now, do not announce Feld's demise. As Lex spoke, he had already exited the dim chamber, his right hand resting upon the hilt of his sword. Wanqing Yuquang. John, so eager to meet his demise. Very well, let us grant him that. Lex's eyes suddenly blazed with crimson light, his gaze fierce. As an azure ripple enveloped his form, and the fabric of space shimmered as he stepped forward with great resolve. In an instant, Lex materialized upon the shores of Tato land. The sea breeze gently tousled Lex's hair, a few golden strands dancing near his eyes. John was destined to meet his end at the hands of his subordinates within these 2 years. Whether sooner or later matters not. Am I beginning to alter the course of this world? As the words left his lips, an overwhelming presence of conqueror's hockey erupted from Lex, cascading forth like a river breaching its dam. As crimson lightning illuminated the skies, the aura expanded for dozens of nautical miles. Observation kill. The conqueror's hockey of a kingly combatant, a reckless manifestation atop the ocean. Leon Lex, the man who ascended to the pinnacle of Qinghai at the age of 20. Breaking God, Night God Sakura. As the proclamation echoed, all of Lex's hockey and spatial power converged around Wanqing Yuquang. Simultaneously, his form began to blur, transforming into a radiant red-blue silhouette. He became an amalgamation of hockey and spatial energy. His most potent single-target technique, merging the awakening of his fruit with the most formidable swordsmanship of his three-colored hockey. Dozens of nautical miles away, John stood proudly at the bow of his ship, fantasizing about the riches he would acquire from Tato land, envisioning his treasury bursting with wealth. However, in that fleeting moment, John's heart raced violently. He sensed something amiss, a primal instinct honed through years of life and death struggles, even more acute than his observation hockey. Yet, regrettably, it was all too late. The red-blue silhouette traversed the distance, breaking through the shackles of space, arriving without delay, and in one swift motion, pierced John's chest with a singular stroke. Pooh! Blood erupted uncontrollably, and John's expression shifted as he attempted to draw his sword in retaliation. A warrior in this world could be easily dispatched. Each was a bloodthirsty beast. Understanding this all too well, Lex chose to pursue his advantage. John, behold who I am. Lex did not withdraw the Wanqing Yuquang embedded within John's body. As he spoke, he unleashed the full force of his armament hockey, internal destruction. The surging armament hockey, combined with the sword intent of a grandmaster, violently twisted John's innards, rendering his organs to pulp. With a powerful thrust, Lex drove Wanqing Yuquang upward, piercing through John's chest and directly towards his skull. A finishing blow, ensuring he could not rise again. Attracted by Lex's previous words, John reacted in a fleeting moment, perhaps no more than 0.1 seconds, realizing it was a ploy from the enemy. Yet, 0.1 seconds was more than sufficient. In the next instant, John's body was cleaved in two by Wanqing Yuquang, severed from chest to skull like a block of blood tofu. Seizing the moment, Lex raised his right hand to deliver a decisive strike while his left hand quietly coalesced a pale blue sphere of light. The sphere, no larger than a head, swiftly contracted into an almost imperceptible blue point, which darted into John's body. In the external world, John's organs lay shattered, his body drenched in blood. The upper half cleave as the former captain of rocks, a current sovereign in the New World. One could assert that he stands on par with even the slightly weaker admirals of the Navy. Regrettably, he encountered Lex. Lex gazed for a moment at the gradually calming sea, then stepped forth, arriving at the Dragtao Island. Returning to the side of Guter. Young master, was the resolution so swift? Guter's observation hockey had already discerned the nature of this rapidly concluded skirmish. To Guter, it hardly qualified as a battle. It was merely a one-sided annihilation, for John had been dispatched in an instant. There was no suspense, no tumult. John could not even muster a defense. One strike of void dual sky, one strike of internal destruction, one strike of air explosion, leaving nothing but a void. I was already somewhat irked by Feld's rejection, and encountering John, who overstepped his bounds in attempting to seize Dragtao Island, was merely an opportunity to eliminate him. Lex remarked nonchalantly, "Haha, young master's temperament remains utterly unchanged, resembling that of the admiral. No matter how powerful one becomes, rejection is something to be loathed." Gyuda said with a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Reminiscing about past days. Back then, Agira's Gyuda was merely an inconspicuous newcomer in the Rocks Pirates. It was well known that the Rocks Pirates were a ruthless lot, with Rocks valuing only one's utility. Devoid of any semblance of camaraderie. It was the year 1475 in the era of the sea, during Gyuda's tenure in the Rocks Pirates, when a rotund brute, resembling a pig, stood before him, hands on hips. Bellowing, "Gyuda, kneel before me, and then crawl on all fours like a dog for everyone to hear. Ah ha ha." Just moments ago, Gyuda had taken back a portion of treasure that rightfully belonged to him. And this glutton insisted it was his spoils. Here in the Rocks Pirates, no one would entertain any reasoning. Strength was paramount, and losing treasure was but a trifle, not akin to losing one's life. To take your treasure was merely a show of leniency, and the rotund tyrant, being one of Rock's subordinates, often bullied newcomers, while others turned a blind eye, deeming it inconsequential as long as it did not result in fatalities. Yet Gyuda would not yield. Having fought valiantly for the treasure, why should he relinquish it? Stubbornly refusing, he was met with a brutal beating from the glutton. The youthful Gyuda, naturally no match for such an opponent, found himself on the brink of collapse, bloodied and dim-eyed, as the rotund bully's taunts echoed in his ears, accompanied by the mocking laughter of surrounding pirates. No one would show him any sympathy. And simply not adding insult to injury was considered merciful, but Gyuda was a man of conviction. He secretly gathered his strength. Preparing to strike with the last blow of his life, he began to ponder how pitiful it would be to die at the hands of such an ugly brute. Suddenly, the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. A rolling sound echoed. Gyuda, momentarily stunned, looked down to see a plump head rolling to his feet. This the head of that glutton? Gyuda raised his gaze. Witnessing the headless body of the fat man collapsing to the ground with a dull thud, the warm blood pooling beneath him. Damn it, looking like a pig and shouting around me. It was infuriating. A detached voice resonated in Gyuda's ears. Following the sound, he beheld an unforgettable scene. A man with gold. Thus, the numerous factions in the New World will inevitably be filled with trepidation, and they may even secretly conspire together to resist the formidable expansion of the Sky Pirates. The Sky Pirates will find their journey through the New World fraught with difficulties and setbacks at every turn. When there are many ants, even a lion may find trouble. Has Lex considered this? Surely he has. Does Gut understand the underlying reasons? He must also comprehend the intricacies involved. And what of the Golden Lion's response? It matters not. Simply seize John's territory and simultaneously eliminate all pirate crews in that vicinity. Let them come to Ant Island to seek me out. The Golden Lion, cigar in mouth, is presently seated in the rear courtyard of the Ant Island Palace, with Lily beside him pouring liquor. While Rhine sits across from him. I will have Rhine join shortly. I shall entrust the matter of John's territory to him, and Gut, you may continue to oversee the affairs of Toteo Island. Should you require personnel, simply request them from Lily without needing to report to me. A bunch of insignificant sea rabble, truly mistaking themselves for protagonists. In the New World, there is but one voice, and that is mine. The Golden Lion downed a mouthful of liquor, succinctly outlining the overarching direction for the Sky Pirates. Yes, Admiral, Gut ended the call and approached the diligent Shimi. The two began to discuss the assets left behind by Feld and the distribution of related powers. Shimi, being one of Feld's closest confidants during his lifetime, naturally possessed a wealth of inside information, which he began to relay to Gut. Lex traversed through the alternate space, drawing closer to the stronghold of the Silver Axe. Following the Battle of God's Valley, Wang Zhi, a well-known veteran powerhouse, occupied the former stronghold of Rocks at Hive Island, also known as Hakanosu, a renowned pirate island. The Silver Axe, a close companion of Wang Zhi, chose a nearby island close to Hive Island as his base of operations, commanding the surrounding waters. The two support each other, wielding sword and axe, and with the backing of the remnants of Rocks. They have gained considerable renown in the New World. At this moment, the stronghold of the Silver Axe, the Mizlan Archipelago, is alive with the sounds of revelry. A grand banquet is underway, with goblets clinking and pirates drinking, feasting and boasting, creating a lively atmosphere. The head of the table sit two men. One is tall, over 5 meters in height, with a broad and muscular build, clad entirely in silver armor, his head concealed beneath a silver helmet, obscuring his expression. Beside him stands a massive silver axe, glinting ominously. This is none other than the notorious pirate, the Silver Axe. The other man, draped in a red cloak with a blue lining, golden hair cascading down, blue eyes sparkling, lazily leans against his chair with 2 long swords slung at his waist. This is none other than Leon Lex. Hey, Silver Axe old man, if I recall correctly, you're nearly 60 years old. Right, you were the oldest among the remnants of Rocks back in the day. How have you lived this long? Instead, You believed that fool Feld's nonsense. Lex quaffed a large gulp of liquor and questioned the silver axe. A hint of confusion in his tone. Wahahaha, I'm not sure myself. The silver axe, through his helmet, took a hearty swig of rum, responding to Lex's inquiry in a muffled manner. You're quite the optimist. I originally intended to come over and have a spar with you, but seeing your age, I decided not to bully the elderly. Lex, having received no satisfactory answer, remained unfazed, continuing the light banter. Upon hearing this, the silver axe merely chuckled. Wahahaha, I'm old now, can't compete with you. However, I might not have been able to defeat you even in my youth. Wahahaha. Ah, I love hearing that. You wouldn't have stood a chance against me even when you were younger. Lex shamelessly seized upon the silver axe's words. He clearly understood that the old man was being modest, yet when faced with such a straightforward and guileless person, Lex relished in flaunting his lack of shame. Wahahaha, let us keep drinking, keep drinking. The silver axe offered no further retort, merely chuckling lightly before raising his massive wine bowl in a toast to Lex. I toast to you, respecting the old and cherishing the young. I, Lex, am a man of principles. Wahahaha. The silver axe was clearly delighted. Happy moments seemed to accelerate, passing in the blink of an eye. The banquet quietly concluded, unbeknownst to the revelers. The silver axe and Lex now found themselves in a tranquil room, sipping tea to alleviate the effects of the liquor. Although neither truly required it given their tolerance, the silver axe insisted that Lex partake, claiming it would be beneficial for his health. Silver axe old man. I want to indulge in pleasantries. I have come to you not primarily regarding Feld's connection to counter the sky pirates, but rather for another purpose, Lex stated directly. Old man agrees, without even hearing what Lex's request entailed. The silver axe readily acquiesced, perhaps explaining why Lex, upon discovering John's connection to the silver axe and Feld, had swiftly dispatched John, yet was willing to share drinks with the silver axe. Let me clarify what it is, though it won't significantly affect you. Silver axe old man. I intend to launch an all-out war against the Lania. Contemplated the intelligence, analyzing it seriously. At such a critical juncture, they remain as composed as ever, adopting the naval tactics, observing as we engage in mutual destruction while they sit idly by. Once the young master initiates the war, they shall have a spectacle to behold. None shall escape unscathed. War, the young master is gearing up for significant action once again. How invigorating. Lania stifled a soft laugh behind her hand. To wage an all-out war against the world government. It is only prudent to first secure the rear. Thus, the demise of John serves to admonish the other factions, reminding them to realign themselves properly. I genuinely look forward to witnessing the expression on the government's faces when we suddenly unleash war. They must be seething with rage, utterly helpless. Lania raised her gemstone-like eyes to gaze at Rhine. Indeed, the young master has just met with Mary Geos and the elders, creating a fade, only to swiftly turn on them with a vicious betrayal. Ha ha ha. Rhine burst into hearty laughter, pulling Lania into his embrace, his hand resting at her waist. What, brother Rhine, are you not yet satiated with bloodshed? Do you wish to find another venue for further carnage? Lania glanced at Rhine's restless hand, lifting her chin slightly, casting him an exasperated look, her eyes shimmering. Ha ha ha. Let us relocate the battlefield and indulge in more chaos. Rhine waved his hand exuberantly, his dragon wings flapping as he soared into the sky with Lania in his arms. And where might this battlefield be? Surely not in the bedroom. You've guessed correctly, but the reward will be a more vigorous engagement shortly. Rhine grinned, tightening his embrace around Lania. I eagerly anticipated. Do not falter. Goodness, you never used to speak so bluntly. Hearing such brazen words, Rhine felt for the first time in their years of marriage that he had been outmatched in verbal sparring by his own wife. Lania remained silent. It is said that once women surpass 30, they begin to outshine men in certain aspects, and by 40, they become insatiable and relentless. Tonight, the 39-year-old Brianna Lania shall face off against the 43-year-old Rhine. Hive Island, the stronghold of Wang Ji, the Golden Lion, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji were reveling in a grand banquet. Ha ha ha. Silver Axe, why are you still so obedient? Rox has been dead for years. Loosen up a bit. The Golden Lion, dragging the silver axe along, was dancing in a peculiar manner, amusing himself as a makeshift entertainment for the banquet. This was the Golden Lion's proudest dance. Not only did he perform it himself, but he also taught all his subordinates, with poor dancers facing expulsion from the Flying Sky Pirates headquarters, embedding it into the very culture and spirit of the crew. Meanwhile, the silver axe clumsily imitated, his heavy armor appearing rather absurd, eliciting laughter from the crowd below. Ha! It is indeed a challenge to learn. You are the clever one. Shikit, It was clear that the silver axe was a genuinely earnest individual. Unable to bear seeing his dear friend being thus tormented, Wang Ji stepped forward to join in the dance. Thus, a more comical scene unfolded. In the center stood the golden-haired Shiki clad in a resplendent kimono, flanked by Wang Ji in golden armor and silver axe in silver, performing a joyous dance reminiscent of the legendary duo. Oh, Admiral, you dance splendidly. Ha ha ha, silver axe, loosen up a bit more. Yes, yes, step out with your right foot. Wang Ji, you're quite good too. Ha ha ha. The surrounding pirates cheered and clapped, creating a lively atmosphere. The banquet's origins were simple. The Golden Lion had arrived alone at Hive Island, claiming he wished to reminisce with Wang Ji. Wang Ji, well aware of Shiki's ambitious nature, understood that such a man would never visit without ulterior motives, so he promptly summoned his good friend, Silver Axe, to join. Upon seeing Silver Axe's arrival, Shiki became even more exuberant. Clamoring for a feast, leading to the current spectacle, the three legendary pirates twisted and turned in the hall, engaging in their strange yet captivating dance. Ha ha ha, wahaha. Wang Ji was left perplexed, unable to fathom what was so amusing to the two. Next, other pirates took the stage to showcase their unique talents. One demonstrated the ability to light a lighter using only his mouth, prompting astonished gasps, while Shiki praised him as a talent, requesting he light a cigar for him. Another blew up balloons using his ears, leaving the pirates in awe, cheering continuously. Even a pirate came forth to perform a rolling dance, rolling across the floor with surprising speed and fluidity. As the banquet neared its conclusion, the revelers gathered to sing the pirates' anthem, Bink Sake, to cap off the festivities. Yaho-ho-ho, yaho-ho-ho, we bring you Bink Sake. Riding the winds, I roam freely. Life is short, and the world is unpredictable. Tonight, we drink. And tonight we indulge, following an exuberant song. Only the three leaders remained in the hall as the post-banquet discussions turned serious. Ha ha ha, Wang Ji, I came to see you about a matter. Speak on. Wang Ji approached Shiki, a man known for his perilous nature, with utmost caution. Silver Axe must already be aware. Have you discussed with him the matter of the impending war? Well, if you refer to the all-out war, then yes, I am indeed aware, Silver Axe replied. War. Shiki, I advise you to remain prudent. Do not forget how Rox met his end. Wang Ji spoke coolly, outright refusing. He preferred plundering over warfare. Why ignite a war when one can thrive as a pirate? Ha ha ha, have you grown old? Are you content to stay within the confines of Hive Island? Wang Ji, this war was proposed by Lex, your nephew. Indeed, using the war as leverage to intimidate the government, letting them know that even after Rock's demise, the seas remain under pirate dominion. Wang Ji, I need your assistance. Shiki declared with authority. I must deliberate. This concerns the lives of my subordinates. I cannot treat their lives lightly. Wang Ji furrowed his brow. Fear not. Silver Axe has already joined and I trust you will as well. Shiki remarked meaningfully. What? Silver Axe you? Wang Ji instantly lost his composure. How could his typically honest friend engage in such a perilous endeavor? Wahahaha. Lex invited me to confront the Navy headquarters. Besides, with that fellow Newgate at the forefront, I'm merely there to loiter, Silver Axe said, scratching his head, grinning sheepishly. Upon hearing Silver Axe refer to his involvement as loitering, the Golden Lion remained unperturbed, continuing, Wang Ji, do not think that just because you claim dominion over this territory, you can live in peace. The Navy and the world government will not spare us remnants of rocks. Only by taking the initiative can we drive them out of the New World, ensuring the seas truly belong to us pirates. Is that so? I agree. At worst, we can have another God Valley incident. Where shall I direct my efforts? Wang Ji finally acquiesced. After all, he had emerged from the blood-soaked remnants of the old era, and disliking war did not equate to fearing it. No great pirate would shy away from death. Ha ha ha. You and Silver Axe will coordinate with Newgate to confront the Navy headquarters, with no expectation for concrete results. Simply keeping the Navy firmly restrained at Marineford will suffice. Just a stall. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I thought we were genuinely going to fight. What about you all? Wang Ji inquired pointedly. Mary Geos requires more agile forces. Thus, Lex, Ryder, myself, Rhine, Guter, and Shano, along with Roy, will confront the world government. So many forces. Even the Windswordsman and Dreammaker are involved. Ha ha ha. And even more formidable forces than you can imagine. Rest assured, this time is primarily for intimidation. The world government has overstepped its bounds since Rock's passing. We must teach them a lesson. Very well. I shall give my all. Wang Ji responded earnestly, appreciative of the Golden Lion's personal invitation, which honored him greatly. The Golden Lion departed from Honeycomb Island after reaching an agreement, leaving only Wang Ji and Yin Fu in the hall. Yin Fu, what in the world are you doing? Wasn't it agreed that you would remain obediently in the New World? Why have you suddenly engaged in such a perilous venture? Wang Ji cast a sudden glance at Yin Fu, his tone laced with mild reproach. Waha, what do you think of this, Lex? Yin Fu sidestepped Wang Ji's inquiry, instead posing a question about Lex. Though puzzled, Wang Ji pondered seriously before responding, I must concede. Lex is an extraordinary talent. Not only does he possess undeniable gifts, but he has also ascended to the pinnacle of his abilities. I've heard that John, that miser, was utterly annihilated. I dare say I would not fare much better. Most importantly, unlike us pirates, this man has an enigmatic stance, and he is exceedingly strategic. I suspect this war is entirely his design, with Shiki perhaps merely a pawn like us. Furthermore, he knows how to bide his time. When I first learned of him years ago, he was already comparable to an admiral. Until now, I was unaware that Shiki had a nephew. This alone surpasses rocks by countless measures, with a good friend by his side. Wang Ji held nothing back, voicing his true opinions. As he spoke, he seemed to realize something and turned to Yin Fu. You haven't been swayed by Lex, have you? Planning to side with him? Let me tell you. It's precisely because Lex is so formidable that aligning with him entails greater peril. After this war, we must refrain from further involvement. Before Wang Ji could finish, Yin Fu chuckled. Wahaha. Do you think we can remain aloof? What do you mean? In this sea of freedom, everyone has their own aspirations. We set sail as children, commandeering warships and becoming pirates. Years have passed, and we are fortunate to still be alive, managing to scrape by. But what of our ambitions? Are we merely to grow old, waiting to be captured by the Navy and confined to impel down 6th level, spending our twilight years in darkness? Or shall we one day find ourselves targeted by the world government? Settling old scores and awaiting death, that's unacceptable. That is not what we seek. The winds of the ocean are rising once more, and this time, no one can stand apart, only by plunging in, even standing at the eye of the storm. Can we seize a sliver of hope? The sea is vast and boundless. Seeing his typically earnest friend speak so gravely, Wang Ji's expression turned serious. Yet, Yin Fu seemed unfazed, continuing, my agreement with Lex is not merely to strike against the government. Nor am I seeking a favorable position to rely upon in the future when times get tough. I firmly believe in my choice. I will not only join Lex in this war, but will support any of his future endeavors. This is my decision. Lex has given me a reason to sail these seas once more. I believe he can change everything. Yin Fu's declaration astonished Wang Ji, who gazed deeply at him. After a long pause, Wang Ji finally diverted his gaze, saying, You, of all people, at your age, still clinging to the dreams of youth. Really now, the stable life we fought so hard for is about to be disrupted by you. Though Wang Ji's words seemed like complaints, they unmistakably conveyed his resolve to stand by Yin Fu through thick and thin. Years of shared struggles had forged an unbreakable bond between them. Wahaha. This isn't just youthful idealism. Remember why we set sail 50 years ago? Wasn't it to escape hunger in the flower country, to seek a decent meal? Wang Ji teased. Wahaha. Can't you be a bit more romantic? I still recall you standing on that raft, hands on your hips, shouting at the sea that you would become the freest man in the West Sea. Wahaha. We could barely fill our bellies at that time. Shut it. I was never that childish. It was you who declared you would become the world's greatest axe wielder. Yin Fu's lips curled upwards beneath his armor. Wahaha. So let us do it again. The restless blood flows through our veins. I can already see it. Lex will stir an unprecedented storm in this sea of freedom, and we will be the ones following in his wake. Conjuring winds and rain. Isn't that thrilling? Doesn't this air feel even freer and more fragrant? Ha ha ha. Then it's settled. Once again, we embark. The two boys who once set sail together from the West Sea have weathered countless storms and grown into formidable pirate titans of the New World. Today, these once impassioned youths, now seasoned by hardship, have reignited the dreams that had lain dormant for half a century. Dreams never wither with age. The flame of freedom is ever burning, and no one can hinder the blossoming of dream flowers upon the Sea of Liberty. After departing from the Mizlan archipelago, Lex hurriedly made his way back to Ant Island. After taking the captain of the flying pirate crew's 3rd Fleet, the cannibal monster Montlala Pepe, from Ant Island, he set off once more. Pepe, how is your relationship with that guy, Pietro? Lex inquired as he traversed through the alternate dimension, addressing the diminutive figure at his side. Pepe, still clad in a peculiar outfit, sported a large red nose that dominated half of his face. Resembling a child yet adorned with a bushy white beard, his gnome-like stature added to his eccentric appearance. Pietro only likes killing, not eating people. He is a fool, Pepe replied, raising his pale little face and bright red nose. Pondering for a long while before managing to utter such a statement, I meant to ask how your relationship with this fool who doesn't like eating people is. You fight whenever you meet? Or does he treat you to juice? Lex rephrased his question in a manner Pepe could comprehend, hoping to leverage Pepe to subdue Pietro more smoothly. The so-called great brand undertaker will feed me the people he kills. He may be a bit dim-witted, but he is a good person, Pepe exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement at the mention of eating people. Ah, is that so? That sounds splendid. When you see Pietro, be sure to catch up with him. What does catch up mean, Pepe? Well, it means to reminisce about the times you two have spent together killing and eating people. Pepe, I understand now, Pepe exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Ahahaha. Then let us see your performance. In the year 1489 of the Sea Circle. The New World is currently dominated by 5 dark overlords, who command the underground world and reign supreme. Stussy has also risen in prominence in recent years, thriving in the Red Light District and subtly earning the title of the 6th Dark Overlord. Among these dark overlords, the most powerful and imposing is undoubtedly Pietro from the Assassin Realm, who subtly stands as the leader among the dark overlords, the greatest underground world boss in the New World. This man, known as the Great Brand Undertaker, wields a scythe of death and dons a mask reminiscent of a jester. To be precise, it is a headpiece surrounded by a mane of lion-like hair, giving the impression of a fur-clad figure. Meanwhile, in Pietro's lair, within a grand hall, hey, you, enough already. Stop tugging at my mask. You're going to rip it off. The towering Pietro grasped Motlala Pepe, who was perched on his shoulders, desperately shouting to shake off Pepe's clutches. Pepe, you fool, why are you wearing that ugly mask? Pepe seemed oblivious to Pietro's protests, engrossed in his endeavor to remove Pietro's mask. Like a child, Pepe clung tightly to Pietro's thick golden sideburns, pulling at his signature jester mask with all his might. Damn it, Motlala Pepe, you're pulling my hair. Get off me already. The stark contrast in their sizes created a comedic scene as the two tussled. Pepe, only the size of Pietro's head, clung to him like a little clamp, refusing to let go. Pepe la la la, Pepe hasn't experienced such joy in a long time. In the Flying Sky pirate crew, Jean Sheetsy and Ryan never played with him, while Lily incessantly berated him for being a foolish little gnome. Gute and Lania were perpetually occupied, and Lex would visit only occasionally. The pirates beneath them dared not engage with Pepe, fearing they might be devoured, leaving them with no place to weep. Thus, the playful Pepe spent each day in solitude, at long last. When he accompanied Lex to find Piccoluo, the sight of this long-lost friend filled him with uncontainable delight, leading to this comical scene. You rascal, how did you end up here? Pepe, still clutching Piccoluo's head, asked vacantly. Ha, after we parted ways, I've been here all along. Unlike you, you foolish dolt, who can't even recognize a road and wandered into Jean Sheetsy's territory, leaving me too afraid to rescue you. Piccoluo reminisced. Fortunately, Jean Sheetsy didn't dispose of you on a whim and even made you the captain of the 3rd Fleet. Otherwise, I'd have to burn incense for your foolish self every year. Do you know that? Minglala Pepe. Upon hearing Piccoluo's lament, Pepe tilted his head, chuckling cheerfully, then suddenly recalled something and quickly warned. Pepe, the commander is a good person. Do not speak recklessly. If you say something inappropriate, the young master might kill you. It's very dangerous. Damn it. You're truly foolish. Your young master is here to recruit me. How could he possibly kill me? Forget it. I can't explain it to you. Just stay as you are. As he spoke, Piccoluo cast a glance at Lex, who was sipping tea on the sofa, observing their nostalgic exchange with keen interest. Truly, talents in this vast sea attract one another. It seems you have a rather close relationship with Pepe, even better than I imagined. Piccoluo, Lex remarked, setting down his teacup with a faint smile. It's not too bad. Pepe has been a bother to you all these years. Please convey my gratitude to Commander Jean Sheetsy. I will pay a visit when I have the chance and hope you won't find it bothersome. Piccoluo lowered his stance significantly, exhibiting none of the pride characteristic of the top figure in the underworld. Largely due to Pepe's influence. Oh, how could we? You are always welcome, Lex courteously replied, then turned to say, Piccoluo, you have some idea of my intentions, correct? I have guessed. Recently, that bird-brained Morgan sent me some gossip claiming that Feld has been killed. And John, who was headed to Dodongli Island, also went missing after a tremendous explosion. His entire crew likely perished. Subsequently, the Flying Sky pirate crew swiftly seized John's territory, and now with you bringing Pepe for a surprise visit. I surmised you intend to take action against the underworld, right? Is this Jean Sheetsy's intent, or your personal wish? Piccoluo continued to inquire. My intention aligns with my uncle's, Lex seemed to answer without fully responding. I see. It stands to reason. With your strength to subdue John, you can no longer be perceived as part of the younger generation, Piccolo expressed with deep emotion. The young master is incredibly strong. He is the mightiest, Pepe proclaimed, perched atop Piccolo's head, defiantly asserting his opinion. So what do you mean, Piccolo? I don't wish to elaborate on what joining entails. Just tell me directly, are you in or out? If I opt not to join, would I meet the same fate as beheld? Piccolo suddenly directed a question at Lex, his mask-hiding eyes that bore a strange clarity, as if death held no significant weight for him. He was assessing the man's fortitude. Lex smiled lightly without answering, as if his smile spoke volumes. Pepe will protect you, you fool, Pepe declared, his small hand patting Piccolo's head. Haha, and how will you protect me? Piccolo asked with genuine curiosity, glancing at the diminutive jester atop his head. Pepe will plead with the young master not to kill you. Pepe seemed confident that his method could indeed shield Piccolo from Lex's wrath. Wearing a smug smile. Ha ha ha, to spare you the trouble, I agree, Lex. Oh no, young master. Piccolo laughed heartily, glancing at Lex on the sofa. Just call me Lex, Lex replied with a calm smile, everything progressing unexpectedly smoothly. The bond between Pepe and Piccolo was surprisingly strong. Otherwise, Lex would have had quite the headache. No, I must address you as young master, otherwise, it would disrupt the order. In the underworld, certain hierarchies must be respected, Piccolo insisted. You are quite commendable. Piccolo, Lex observed, his eyes glimmering with appreciation for the towering man before him. He admired Piccolo, a true dark king of the underworld, possessing admirable composure. Then, young master, what must I do? Shall I handle the assassination tasks for the Flying Sky pirate crew? Oh, right. I should bring my distribution and accounts for my assassination business to you. If needed, I can reorganize. It was no wonder Piccolo had risen to the top as the king of darkness in the underworld. He was leagues ahead of that beheld next door. Instantly aligning himself with the situation. No need for that. I trust you. Continue as usual and maintain the facade outwardly for as long as possible regarding my joining, especially with the government's minions. Do not let them catch wind of it. Lex outlined his strategy. With Piccolo's insight and intellect, he quickly grasped that Lex harbored grander ambitions. Then, young master, would you like me to introduce you to the other Dark Kings? Piccolo tentatively inquired. Having sensed the mysterious, powerful, and unfathomable aura from Lex during their brief interaction, yet he found him surprisingly trustworthy. Such individuals often became nightmares for enemies, eager to eliminate them, yet were the most reliable support for allies. No need for such formality. Just follow me. However, my departure might attract the government's and other factions' attention, which contradicts what you mentioned about keeping things concealed, young master. Piccolo hesitated briefly before voicing his concern. Do not worry, just follow, Lex replied, and with that, a brilliant blue radiance enveloped him, connecting them to an alternate space. The concealment of the space fruit was undoubtedly the finest in the blue sea. Pepe tugged at Piccolo's lion-like hair, pulling him toward Lex as if riding a horse, actually reminding Piccolo of Lex's fruit ability, which allowed for instantaneous movement. Hey, Pepe, let go. I know we're heading to the young master now. Aha. As the two engaged in playful banter, they both radiated a brilliant blue aura. In an instant, the trio vanished from the hall, entering the alternate space. This, young master, is this another world? This is astonishing. Such fruit abilities were simply unheard of. No wonder that powerful fellow John was swiftly eliminated. Piccolo surveyed the extraordinary blue expanse around him, boundless and shimmering like water, emitting a continuous blue glow. It seemed like a phantom space, yet it was a transfer station between all dimensional spaces. Hey, it's super amazing. We'll arrive soon. Hey, Pepe proudly proclaimed from atop Piccolo's head, insisting that his young master was the greatest, with no room for rebuttal. It's merely a space fruit. Once you join me, you'll gradually come to understand. Lex said, steering the alternate space toward their next destination, the king of maritime trade, Umit. Yes, young master, I have been meaning to ask a question. Speak. Does your implication mean that I am joining you, rather than the Flying Sky pirate crew? Piccolo inquired, carrying a note of trepidation, as such a question directed toward one's boss was rather impolite. Yet, he had his own subordinates to consider. They needed to eat and find a suitable benefactor. Thus, Piccolo naturally had to consider their interests. I can divulge a fragment of information. I shall soon initiate an all-out war against the world government, and the Sky Pirates are merely one of the numerous factions involved. Do you understand? Lex uttered these words nonchalantly, yet they sent shivers down Piccolo's spine. His heart was filled with astonishment. What did this imply? He had allied himself with the most powerful and influential boss on the high seas. Understood, young master. Picaro swallowed hard, responding. Lex, who had been silently reading Picaro's thoughts throughout, smiled knowingly upon hearing Picaro's inner voice and continued on his course towards Umid. Indeed. From the moment Lex laid eyes on Picaro, his mind reading had not ceased. Observing Picaro's innermost thoughts in silence. Mind reading is a pinnacle extension of Kinbunchika Haki, a purely innate ability. From birth, Lex's soul was extraordinarily powerful, and later, with the enhancement of the space fruit, it became inevitable for him to possess the ability to read minds. However, once the opponent becomes aware of Lex's capability and possesses considerable Kinbunchika Haki, they can effectively guard against it. Therefore, Lex seldom reveals his ability to anyone. Lex is, in fact, quite cunning. The more one understands Lex, the more one realizes that he is not as serene and open as he appears. One discovers a depth to him that is unfathomable. What the true Lex is like remains known to very few. The only certainty is that he lives with unwavering determination, striving solely for his dreams. As for the last time he informed the 5 elders of the world government about his mind reading, it was merely to instill a profound sense of dread in them, urging them not to send annoying flies to bother him incessantly. Moreover, once the underworld reaches a semblance of unification, Lex intends to launch a significant offensive, a full-scale war. How could Leon Lex's departure from the sea occur without a grand celebratory ceremony? Let the entire Qinghai partake in this magnificent spectacle. Slaughter, chaos, darkness, and insurrection are the eternal hues of these waters. Dreams, glory, faith, and justice are merely beautiful words used to gloss over malevolence. Ultimately, it is all about living for oneself. Lex pressed onward, while Picaro and Monrala Pepe continued their playful banter behind him. 0. Has there been any significant occurrence in the New World recently? Within the power chamber, a figure clad in white, designated as 0, knelt on one knee in the hall. He is the highest authority of CP, the strongest shield of the celestial dragons in this era. At the head of the room sat 5 elderly men of distinct appearances, the highest authority in the world. The 5 elders, according to the intelligence gathered by CP6 and CP2, everything in the New World remains unchanged, with no significant upheavals reported. The only noteworthy event is the sudden death of John, a remnant of rocks, whose territory was swiftly seized by the Sky Pirates, now entirely under the dominion of the Golden Lioness aerial domain, guarded by the muscle maniac Paterlus, the commander of Fleet 7. Hearing that it was yet another scenario of pirates feasting upon one another, the 5 elders lost interest, shifting their focus instead to the deceased John. 0. Do you possess any definitive intelligence regarding John's death? Can it be confirmed that it was the work of the Sky Pirates? Jupiter inquired. With the withdrawal of all reconnaissance on the Sky Pirates, the world government is now utterly in the dark regarding their activities. Furthermore, since the Sky Pirates base is situated on an island suspended 10,000 meters above sea level, obtaining reliable intelligence has become even more challenging. Presently, there is no concrete evidence pointing towards the Sky Pirates. John went missing en route to Tato Land following a massive explosion. Rumor has it that someone sensed a powerful burst of Conqueror's Haki in Tato Land, and then, within mere 3 seconds, a colossal explosion occurred in the waters 10 nautical miles away, shaking even Tato Land itself. However, the ensuing tsunami was dissipated by a cross/.0 pondered for a moment before adding, based on our CP think tank's conjecture. It is likely that the individual who executed the cross/ was responsible for John's demise, or at the very least, related to it. However, the subordinates of Tato Land's master, Beheld, should not possess such formidable power. After hearing Zero's report, the 5 elders exchanged glances and nodded slightly, understanding one another's implications. Well done, Zero. You may take your leave, Jupiter commanded. Yes, Zero rose and exited the power chamber. Within the power chamber, it must be Lex without a doubt. Mars asserted with conviction. Indeed, it must be him. The 4 unanimously expressed their agreement. An overwhelmingly powerful Conqueror's Haki, concluding a battle 10 nautical miles away in under 3 seconds. A tremendous explosion, and a cross/ that repelled the tsunami. Everything pointed to that man. Despite having endeavored to estimate his growth as accurately as possible, the notion of resolving John's situation in 3 seconds still seemed utterly preposterous. As a scientist, Saturn reflected, John, though devoid of grand ambitions, was certainly not weak. I doubt anyone present could easily dispatch him. I certainly cannot. Venus glanced at the first-generation ghost cutter in his arms, shaking his head. While killing John was feasible, accomplishing it in 3 seconds was simply impossible. Neither can I. The strongest among them, Mercury, also shook his head. Lex, truly worthy of being the bloodline left behind by our celestial dragons. It seems that retracting the Sky Pirates' reconnaissance and bestowing the identity of Celestial Dragon upon Ji Yuan were both exceedingly wise decisions. Jupiter smiled confidently. He was always self-assured. Agreed. Indeed. I concur. I second that. Well then, let us proceed to discuss the next matter concerning the Navy's emerging power. Mercury initiated the next topic. Carp's son, Monkey D. Dragon, is quite a well-rounded talent, and I believe he should be cultivated intensively. Jupiter again voiced his opinion. He believes Dragon has the potential to reach the heights of Carp and is far more compliant than Carp, possessing the qualifications to become an admiral of the Navy or even the commander-in-chief of the entire military. However, he is AD, so can we truly afford to rely on him? Saturn hesitated. We must wait until next year. Specifically in the year 1490 of the Sea Circle calendar, when Sakazuki and Borsellino will join the Navy simultaneously. Thus, the current new generation of the Navy is almost entirely dominated by Dragon, with Ji Yuan trailing closely behind. We cannot speak so definitively. Have we not relied on DS countless times over the past 800 years? It is essential to remember that after the war 800 years ago, even those with the name D were unaware of its significance, not to mention Dragon, who has grown within the Navy. He will become a sharp blade in our hands. Our enemies, aside from a few specific races, have been nearly eradicated over the years, so there is no cause for concern. Jupiter smiled confidently, speaking eloquently. The other four, upon hearing Jupiter's analysis, clear and profound, could not help but be persuaded. Well then, let us focus on cultivating both Dragon and Ji Yuan among the new generation. We can also consider prioritizing the precious Logia fruits collected within the government for their use. Mercury, having accepted Jupiter's suggestion, made the decision. Subsequently, Mercury proposed the next agenda item. There is one final matter. Don Quixote Homing has submitted another application to withdraw from Mariehua. Shall we refuse once more? What an insolent fool. What does he wish to achieve? To abandon his identity as a descendant of the gods. Does he no longer wish to be a world noble? A traitor? Mars, with his fiery temperament, unleashed a torrent of invective. How dare he fantasize about leaving the Holy Land with his entire family? Believing he can coexist peacefully with those mortals, those foolish commoners would devour him, leaving not a trace. Saturn offered his perspective, seeing clearly into the future as he spoke. The prolonged period of complacency has caused some descendants of the gods to forget their identities. Let us grant him this opportunity. I agree to strip Don Quixote Homing and his family of their celestial dragon status and reclaim their exclusive chip. Jupiter was the first to lead in agreeing to the request of Huaminggu Xing. And he continued with a tone brimming with confidence. He proposed to allocate the vacant position to Ji Yuan. Although she did not share our bloodline, the significance of Lex was incomparable to that of a mere Don Quixote. Lex had become the sovereign of the seas. It was imperative to forge a closer bond between Lex and the sacred land. He would be the paramount force of our Tianlong people upon the ocean. Far more useful than the inept navy. I second this motion. Strip Don Quixote and the Huaminggu family of their Tianlong identity and expel them from the sacred land. I second this. I second this, and the vacant position shall be granted to Ji Yuan. I second this. The long years of governance had rendered the five elders adept at managing such matters, especially Jupiter, the think tank among the five. Always offering astute suggestions, they were dedicated to serving the master of the void throne, governing the vast seas while awaiting the awakening of the divine. Pei, we have arrived. Pei tugged at Piccoluo's lion-like hair, eliciting a painful cry from him. Damn it, let go. You're killing me. Piccoluo stepped out of the alternate space, surveying the surroundings. In just a few minutes, they had traversed half of the New World, arriving at the stronghold of the Sea Trade King, who meet Seahorse Island. Lex surveyed the island, standing at the coastline, gazing at the multitude of ships, cargo vessels, merchant ships, and even the blue ships of the world government, alongside pirate ships adorned with skull flags, bustling in and out of several massive harbors. The air filled with lively chatter. What a bustling scene. No wonder Umit commands 3/4 of the Great Route's maritime trade. His capabilities are extraordinary, Lex remarked objectively. Indeed, one could not help but admire Umit. He had built his empire on exclusive control of the ocean currents, expanding his commercial territory across the entire Great Route in just a decade, which was also why he was dubbed the Deep Sea Current. Piccoluo concurred, stating that heroes often recognize each other's worth, and he and Umid exemplified this. Of course, the primary reason was that their business domains did not conflict. One was a killer, the other a maritime trader. Worlds apart, let us go meet the Sea Trade King. Lex strode forward. Pei, let us set off. Time to devour the Sea Trade King. Piccolo's Pepe waved her tiny hand, joyfully exclaiming, "Fool, we are going to recruit him. Not devour him." Piccolo covered his head. This old friend of his had always been a bit dim-witted. Umit, as one of the dark emperors of the underground world, had a commercial domain that spanned both the black and white markets. In a world where the ocean covered over 90% of the land, a myriad of islands dotted the vast sea. Nations, tribes, and cities predominantly relied on maritime trade. One could say that whoever controlled the maritime trade of this ocean held the reins of the world's transportation services, thereby grasping the economic lifeblood of the world. Umit, the elderly man who would later attend Charlotte Lingling's tea party, sported a bushy beard, heavy eye bags, and age spots, resembling a heavy drinking old stew. Yet now, in the year 1489 of the sea calendar, this man was in his prime, in his 40s and 50s, the peak of a man's career, and Umit was no exception. Thus, compelling such a cunning, strategic, audacious, and capital-rich man to easily submit to others was no simple task. At this moment, within a meeting room, a man bellowed, "Don't joke around. You expect me to bring all my subordinates in the industry I've painstakingly built over the years to pledge allegiance to someone else? Piccolo, how can you say such a thing?" The man wore a towering horned hat adorned with an anchor pattern, his thick black beard giving him the fierce appearance of a pirate. "Umit, I am doing this for your own good. Surely you can sense the power behind the young master. Just the name Golden Lion, can you afford to provoke that?" Piccolo, equally entrenched in the underground world and at Umit's level, was unyielding in his retort. Invoking the formidable name of the Golden Lion. Indeed, upon hearing the name, Umit's composure faltered. He glanced at Lex, who was sipping tea at the head of the table, his eyes betraying a hint of wariness. In the New World, everyone knew what the Golden Lion represented if one angered the Navy or the world government. As long as they possessed some strength, they could escape with merely a bounty on their head and continue living freely in this chaotic sea. However, to offend the Golden Lion, sorry, you would not see the sun rise again. All the thugs around you would stop at nothing to eliminate you, bringing your head to the flying sky pirates in hopes of meeting the Golden Lion. In this chaotic ocean, the last thing one lacked was fearless thugs. Thus, Umit fell silent. Observing Umit's silence, Lex smiled slightly, setting down his goblet, and addressed Umit. "Umit, you need not harbor any concerns. I understand your momentary hesitation. I appreciate candid discussions. Even if you choose not to join, I will not retaliate against you. You may take your time to contemplate." After a brief pause, Lex continued, "Are you worried about the world government?" At that moment, Lex's mind-reading ability proved pivotal. He discerned the inner turmoil within Umit. Umit's thoughts, however, were quite complex at that juncture, having navigated the seas for many years, particularly in the New World. Umit was acutely aware that without the backing of several formidable pirates, he could hardly secure his own survival. Was it not evident in the future union of the Yonko Charlotte Lingling and the Vinsmoke family, with 6 dark sovereigns present to pay their respects? In truth, the relationship between dark sovereigns and pirates was not overly intricate. A pirate could not completely subjugate a dark sovereign. The latter could swiftly turn to ally with other pirates. Furthermore, these dark sovereigns would cultivate relationships with nearly all pirates, as their revenues depended on the support of those monstrous figures at the pinnacle of the sea. Thus, dark sovereigns were akin to hyenas seeking survival among a pack of tigers, navigating skillfully between them, but never fully committing to any single pirate. Moreover, the world government had always endeavored to maintain balance, ensuring no singular entity could dominate. This state of equilibrium hinged on one principle: the presence of multiple sovereigns, each with its own standing. Just as in the future scenario of the 4 emperors. However, what Umit did not realize was that the current ocean was, in fact, under the clandestine control of a singular individual. He had orchestrated the connections among nearly all pirates. As Umit contemplated these dynamics, preparing to subtly communicate to Lex that if he felt pressured, he would promptly pivot to Whitebeard, Wang Ji, or even the world government. But at that very moment, Lex interjected, "Umit, allow me to introduce myself formally. I am Leon Lex, a resident of the West Sea, nephew of the Golden Lion, disciple of the Red Count, and foster son of Whitebeard. My elders include Silver Axe and Wang Ji. And I have a brother, the Gale Swordsman Shano. And the Dreamweaver Roy has also pledged brotherhood with me." With each name Lex uttered, Umit's heart raced, and his internal defenses began to crumble. He did not doubt the veracity of these claims. At their level, such statements could be easily verified. Subsequently, Lex added a remark that shattered Umit's final barrier of resistance. "I almost forgot to mention that I possess half the bloodline of the Tianlong people." though I don't care to acknowledge it much. The 5 old men are always quite enthusiastic. So, I suppose I should mention this matter publicly. I must ask, did you truly kill John and Dewfeard? Umit stammered, unsure where to begin. This was, without a doubt, the most astounding self-introduction he had ever heard. Lex was not adhering to any conventional script. Please, go ahead, Lex responded with a gentle smile. You might appear to be making one last desperate struggle. However, it was Pyeklo, who was frolicking with Pepin nearby, who spoke up first. Ha. You might. Let me make it abundantly clear to you that both John and Dewfeard were personally dispatched by our young master. It's simply because those 2 fools were incapable of discerning the situation that Birdman Morgans must have quietly informed you as well, right? Ha. Upon hearing these words, you might fell silent once more, his mind racing with thoughts for quite a while. I will join. After uttering this phrase, you might felt as if he had shed an immense burden. In an instant, his body felt light as a feather. Yet simultaneously, he also felt as if he had aged a decade in that brief moment. His spirit crushed by the words of the golden-haired youth before him. Some individuals toil their entire lives, yet cannot compare to the stroke of good fortune and superior talent that others possess. You might. Lex spoke up. Yes, young master, what are your instructions? You might quickly adjusted his tone, demonstrating his competence as a formidable figure. That I will not interfere with your daily operations, and you shall not be accountable to anyone other than me. Lex spoke slowly, and you might was left in a daze. Did he mishear? Was the young master implying that he didn't need to do anything for the time being, that he merely had to maintain the status quo? You might sought clarification. Leave the professional matters to the professionals. As an outsider in the shipping business, what reason do I have to meddle in your expertise? Moreover, I do not require anything from you for the time being. You might was engulfed in confusion. Was this some sort of trap? It made no sense. He had just nodded in agreement to join. Even if the young master were to seize most of the business from him, he would have no grounds for complaint. But yet, the young master. Ha. You might. Let me share a confidential matter with you. Young master, I've only just joined. Is it appropriate? You might proactively cautioned, feeling as if he were in a dream since Lex began speaking. His once unfailing rhetoric and psychological tactics had completely failed against this young master, who played by no ordinary rules. Now, he was even being told a secret. Little did he know that Lex's unwavering confidence stemmed from his ability to read minds. A supreme power of observation hockey, granting him an unwavering demeanor in the face of any person or situation. It's fine. Let me tell you directly. After I have consolidated all the Dark Kings, I intend to undertake a significant endeavor. I have recently contacted numerous factions to prepare for a full-scale war against the world government. At that time, you can take the opportunity to expand your influence. This, young master, you might was rendered speechless by shock. He had just heard the young master mention having celestial dragon blood, seemingly maintaining a good relationship with the Gorosei, yet why would he want to strike against the government? Despite his myriad confusions, the overwhelming sentiment within you might remained one of astonishment. Ha. You might. Do you see it now? I told you that following the young master would bring no detriment. There are countless things you are yet to learn. Just follow the young master diligently. The old ways of playing both sides are obsolete. This is the era of the young master. Pyeklo laughed heartily, having been equally shocked when he first learned of Lex's decision. What must I do, young master? I possess numerous secret routes that can discreetly lead to the Red Land and Mariotte. Ha. You might. You are quite competent, but there is no need for that. At that time, you can simply observe from the sidelines. Lex understood perfectly that solely relying on coercion and brute force would only yield temporary submission from these Dark Kings. It was essential to make them realize that aligning with him would bring greater benefits, broader platforms, and brighter prospects. Thus, that long-planned war became all the more necessary. After some exchange, Lex gleaned many secrets from Umite, who also presented the distribution and revenue of his forces to Lex. Truly, one could not help but commend Umite for being the deep-sea current. Each route appeared to Lex as a golden pathway. By the way, Umite and Pyeklo, I heard you mention that Morgans had shared some tidbits about me. What is this all about? Lex inquired with curiosity. This Birdman was undoubtedly at the forefront of the maritime news scene, turning every hot topic into big news. Even Lex's discreet actions of eliminating Dewfeard and John had not escaped Morgans' attention. Although merely rumors, they were sufficient to illustrate the Birdman's influence. That a few days ago, Morgans suddenly sent a message to us, indicating that Dewfeard might have been taken out, suggesting it was unlikely to be the government's doing. He has many spies within the government and would certainly be the first to know. However, Morgan stated he merely had a vague suspicion that the deceased Fatso feared had met with misfortune. And shortly after, John was eliminated by a mysterious powerhouse near the Totaland Islands. Hence, Morgan speculated that someone intended to take action against feared, attempting to seize control of the underworld, advising us to be cautious. If we were to perish, the Birdman's life would not fare well either. You might recount it. Pyeklo chimed in, indeed, what you might said is accurate. I also received word from that Birdman, advising us to refrain from venturing out for a while to avoid drawing attention. I see. Thank you for the information. Lex pondered for a moment before smiling lightly. This Birdman truly had his fingers in every pie, despite the subtlety of his actions, aside from the more pronounced elimination of John. There had been hardly any commotion, yet, based on the slightest clues, Morgans had managed to connect all the dots. What was even more astonishing was that he had intuitively deduced the truth. Lex held great admiration for him. Each profession produced its own elite. This was precisely why Lex exerted such effort to personally recruit these Dark Kings. The vast ocean was filled with exceptional talents, each possessing their own unique strengths. It was vital to acknowledge this and make good use of it. Knowing how to recognize and utilize talent is the hallmark of a true leader. Ha. That Birdman is quite impressive. Lex chuckled. Ha indeed. This Birdman is unparalleled in the realm of news and intelligence. Although he tends to fabricate sensational headlines for attention, his abilities are undeniable. The government has attempted to eliminate him multiple times, yet he has repeatedly relocated his headquarters. It seems that every so often, this Birdman's base must migrate, much like a bird. You might jest it. Birds are not palatable. Humans are. Pepe stuck out her tongue and suddenly chimed in, eliciting hearty laughter from the other three. This moment, in the windless zone at the intersection of the New World and the South Sea, on an uninhabited deserted island, little ones, it's time to get to work. Continue printing newspapers. We must spread the news of the great pirate John's death across the seas as swiftly as possible. In the sky above, a flock of pigeons pulled a massive moving hot air balloon. In the basket, a somewhat rotund Birdman shouted hoarsely, resembling a fervent pyramid scheme leader, dressed in a suit and tie. He flapped his wings vigorously as he called out, even shedding a few feathers. The workers on the deserted island revved up their engines, fully engaging in their tasks, contacting branches worldwide to print newspapers announcing John's death. The Birdman descended and surveyed the area. It was none other than the president of the World Economic News Agency, Big News Morgans, making his grand entrance. Ha, having relocated to the depths of the windless zone. That person will surely be unable to find me now. Even feared and John were effortlessly dealt with. It's quite possible that Pyeklo and you might have already been brought under my wing. What a perilous man he is. I wonder what kind of big news you will create next. I am both fearful and expectant. Absolutely thrilling. This is the allure of big news. Retreating to a corner, Morgans pulled out a photograph. The backdrop was the harbor of Seahorse Island, and the most prominent figure in the photo was a golden-haired swordsman, flanked by Pyeklo and Montblanc Pepe. The golden-haired swordsman was none other than Leon Lex. The photograph was captured from an exceedingly clever angle, evidently taken surreptitiously. Leon Lex. What a remarkable man. What kind of waves will you stir in this ocean? I can hardly contain my anticipation and excitement. Morgan gazed intently at the photograph, his eyes shimmering with a tumult of emotions as he murmured to himself. Today, the vast expanse of the sea was engulfed in a frenzy. The cause was none other than the news published by the World Economic Society. The death of Captain John. This announcement monopolized the entirety of the newspaper's pages, with the remaining sections largely devoted to recounting John's illustrious life and the legendary treasure of Captain John, renowned across the seas. The paper proclaimed, shocking. The infamous pirate John has perished in battle. Does this signify the dawn of a new era of chaos in the New World, or the triumph of justice? The report elaborated on the irrefutable evidence of John's demise. His life card had been nearly consumed by flames, and a bounty poster of John served as the main image. There were no photographs capturing the moment of his death, nor any clarity on how or by whom he was slain. The recent confirmation of Captain John's death in the New World was unsettling. His last known whereabouts were the Toradong Islands, where our agency confirmed his life card had been nearly burnt to ashes. With his territory fully claimed by the Flying Sky pirate crew, the newspaper then devoted extensive coverage to John's life, particularly emphasizing the treasure he left behind, that which was reputed to contain the most berries of any pirate, Captain John's treasure. This ignited the ambitions of countless souls across the ocean, sparking lively discussions about who might have claimed the treasure, or if it had already fallen into the hands of the legendary Golden Lion. At this moment, in the royal garden of the Ant Island Palace, the Golden Lion sat at the head of the table, flanked by high-ranking members of the Flying Sky pirate crew. Rhine, Aguila's Gut, Lily, Monrala Pepe, Brianna Rania, and others. Additionally, several newly inducted Dark Kings were present, including the new representative in the currency domain, Donald Simi, the Assassin Domain's Grand Undertaker, Picro, the Maritime Domain's Deep Sea Current, Umit, and the latest addition in the storage field, the Concealer, Gibson. Today, apart from the fleet captains engaged in missions or guarding sea territories, all other high-ranking members gathered in one place, as per the young master's directive. Oh dear, just because of a few people. The young master has me standing here, Lily pouted, shaking Lex's arm in mild frustration. Sister Lily, Picro, Umit, Gibson, and Simi will all be our allies in the future. That it is essential for everyone to get acquainted with one another. While we must maintain a facade of secrecy to the outside world, unity is imperative within our ranks, Lex stated solemnly, a rare tone of seriousness in his voice when addressing Lily. However, Lily sensed that her perspective was somewhat misguided, prompting Lex to speak with increased gravity. Oh dear, I understand my mistake. Please don't be harsh with me, Lily replied, her face a picture of grievance, as if the words "you are bullying me" were written across her countenance. Lex's tone had merely intensified slightly, but to Lily, the young master was always exceedingly gentle, his words laced with tenderness. I apologize, Sister Lily. I did not mean to imply any blame. It is simply that Picro and the others are indeed quite significant. Now, please do not sulk, Sister Lily. I truly harbor no anger, Lex explained patiently, as if soothing a little girl. He had always regarded Lily as a sister, despite her aspirations to supplant Gon, and I will get along splendidly with them. So please do not worry about me. Oh dear, Lily teased, sticking out her tongue playfully at Lex. I am Picro. It is a pleasure to meet you, Jelly Queen, he said, extending his hand towards Lily. I am immensely grateful for the care Monrala Pepe has shown me these past years. Due to his connection with Pepe, Picro, who had close ties with the Flying Sky pirate crew, approached Lily. Prior to this, Picro had already expressed his gratitude to the Golden Lion, the Heavenly King Rhine, and the Sky Knight Gut. Lily regarded the tall man before her, adorned with a jester's cap, sporting a lion's mane, and wielding a scythe. Remembering Lex's earlier admonition, she nodded slightly. Hello, I am Lily. You may simply call me Lily. Jelly Queen is a title bestowed by the Vile Navy. With patience, Lily greeted Picro, while Lex observed the exchange with keen interest. Picro, Sister Lily has acknowledged you. Why not express your gratitude? Lex hinted, his tone suggestive. This is a gift specifically prepared for Lady Lily. I hope it is to your liking. Picro presented a meticulously wrapped gift box. Lily opened it to find a splendidly extravagant hairpin, a deep azure hue, entirely transparent and adorned with numerous diamonds, clearly a carefully chosen token. Prior to this, Picro had discreetly inquired about the preferences of the Flying Sky pirate crew's prominent figures through Pepe. Though Pepe had been vague, he conveyed a general idea, and as an old friend, Picro understood the implications. Thus, he tailored gifts for everyone, from the Golden Lion down to Captain Fong Sias of the 12th Fleet. Such was the nature of dealings in the underworld. Each gift bore a considerable cost, with the Golden Lion cigar being a rare delicacy from the North Sea, one that even celestial dragons might not experience. Lily tried the hairpin, fastening it at the back of her head, her gaze sparkling as she turned to Lex. Young master, do I look beautiful? It suits Sister Lily perfectly. Oh dear, you are wonderful, Picro. I truly adore this gift, Lily declared, calling Picro by name, a sign of acceptance. Though Lex's influence remained unspoken. Haha, I am delighted that Lady Lily is pleased, Picro responded with a smile. The other Dark Kings, not to be outdone, began presenting gifts to the high-ranking members of the Flying Sky pirate crew. Present among the Dark Kings were Picro, Umit, and Donald Simi, who had taken over the currency domain following the demise of beheld. This included Gibson, the Dark Emperor of the storage domain, whom Lex had personally recruited just days prior. Initially reluctant to join Lex, Gibson's demeanor shifted dramatically upon witnessing Lex's successful enlistment of Picro and Umit, as well as the elimination of beheld. The reason for this change was straightforward. Umit was Gibson's elder brother, overseeing maritime affairs while Gibson controlled storage. Their long-standing collaboration was deeply intertwined. When Umit made his entrance, Gibson readily pledged allegiance to Lex, thus, apart from Morgans, who was currently evading Lex's pursuit, and Stussy, whom Lex was not yet inclined to confront, the entirety of the underworld had been nearly assimilated under Lex's command. With 4 Dark Kings, 1 deceased and 3 defected, Lex had firmly grasped control over the 4 domains. While there remained uncertainties and subtle machinations among the Dark Kings, Lex perceived it all with clarity. He did not press further, understanding that his dominance stemmed from the vast influence and backing he wielded. In just a few days, when the impending full-scale war erupted, such concerns would become inconsequential. Nothing was beyond the resolution of absolute force. If there were, it would simply be a matter of inadequate firepower. The illustrious young master of Leon had set sail. In the year 1489, the Roger pirates had reached the pinnacle of their power, following the events surrounding the Battle of God Valley, GOLD. Roger had arrived at the destination marked by the record pointer, Final Island, Raftel. However, Roger discovered that this was not the true Final Island. Everything pointed to another mysterious land, embodying a spirit of freedom. Roger commenced leading his companions in search of this new destination. During this journey, he noticed colossal stone tablets scattered across the world, inscribed with ancient writings. Roger's ability to hear the voices of all things revealed to him that these were not the historical relics proclaimed by the world government, but rather concealed deeper secrets. He endeavored to pierce through the mists of history to uncover the truths obscured by the world government, seeking to reach the genuine end of the world and establish himself as the unrivaled pirate king. However, the world is often filled with disappointments, with 9 out of 10 things not going as one wishes. Roger awkwardly discovered that he was utterly unfamiliar with these characters, and it seemed that hardly anyone recognized them. It was not until a few years ago that he stumbled upon Lex, and after several exchanges, Roger began to believe some of Lex's words. He started to make rubbings of various historical texts, even though he could not comprehend them at all. Yet Lex assured Roger that he would eventually meet someone who would help him fulfill his dream of translating all these historical texts. Roger was unwavering in his belief. At this moment, on the fringes of the New World, in the far western seas, at the stronghold of the Swordmaster of the Gale, Shano, in the Antalya Islands. Roger, how dare you drink my wine again? There are no more of those peculiar stone tablets here. And you have no reason to linger. Go find someone else. Shano, a man in his 30s, cast a sidelong glance at Roger, who was audaciously gulping down his fine wine, disdainfully issuing an eviction order. Roger and his pirate crew had been mooching off him for nearly half a month, frequently coming by to leech off his hospitality, truly shameless. There was not a hint of the demeanor befitting a king of the seas. Ah, ha ha, Shano, my dear brother, you mustn't say it like that. After all, you're Lex's good big brother, and I am. Stop. Just stop. Don't bring Lex into this. Before that guy swore brotherhood with me, he never mentioned anything about acknowledging that old geezer Whitebeard as his godfather. Whitebeard is merely a decade or so older than me, and now I find myself inexplicably demoted in rank. Damn it. Just thinking about that scoundrel Lex makes me furious. You can leave too. Shano exclaimed, his casual attire and relaxed posture contrasting sharply with his indignation. Ha 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 ha. Next time I see Lex, I will certainly inquire how he suddenly came to recognize that Newgate fellow as a father figure. I believe I could do the same, Roger shamelessly declared. Get lost. You only have your eye on Lex's wealth, hoping he'll treat you to drinks. It's not about that familiar rank for you. Shano retorted, his gaze filled with disbelief as he scrutinized Roger, as if he could see through him. Feeling truly exposed, Roger unabashedly stated his intentions. After all, that guy Lex has already taken down John. So he surely has the means to buy me a few rounds. What a few 100 million berries for drinks. Am I really going to drink him into poverty? This time, not only Shano but even Rayleigh and Jabba averted their gazes, covering their faces in embarrassment as they looked at their captain. They had long known that their captain was a shameless fellow, but witnessing his disgraceful antics in public was genuinely awkward. Captain, let us hurry and set sail to find John's treasure. Once we find that treasure, we want to be so impoverished, cried Buggy, his excitement palpable as his bright red nose added a comical touch. Truly a man born under the auspicious sign of luck. Ha 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 ha. Little Buggy, even if you say that, the treasure is surely in Lex's hands, Roger replied with a resigned smile. My treasure. Little Buggy retreated to a corner, a cloud of gloom enveloping him. Having lived a life of poverty with Roger's crew since childhood, he was particularly passionate about treasures and berries. The unattainable desires of youth would forever haunt him. And thus Buggy's grand treasure hunting plans had yet to begin before they were cut short. Buggy, remain optimistic. There are bound to be other treasures in these vast seas, his good friend Shanks encouraged him. Hey, Roger, why are you so fixated on those strange stone tablets? Shano suddenly inquired after taking a sip of his drink. Well, if we gather them all, we will reach the true Final Island and become the world's foremost pirate crew. Roger proclaimed, brimming with ambition, the Final Island. Does it truly exist? Isn't it forbidden by the world government? Shano asked, perplexed. Ha 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 ha. Isn't that precisely what indicates there must be immense treasures there? Roger countered, seeing through the veils of the world government's attempts to conceal the truth. Well, as long as you're interested, Shano replied nonchalantly. Though he stood at the pinnacle of power over the seas, his aspirations were merely for a stable life, enjoying a drink with a few brothers like Lex. Without any further ambitions. Speaking of which, Lex has been progressing at an alarming rate these past few years. It seems John was eliminated in a heartbeat, Roger noted, aware of the intelligence networks at his disposal. The seas had only reported John's demise, but Roger knew that Lex had been the one to take him down. Indeed, with great swiftness. Few were privy to this information. Roger's intelligence sources were simple. Silver's Rayleigh. Rayleigh's sources were equally straightforward, stemming from his long-standing connection with Shaki, the former empress of the Amazon Lily Kingdom and previous captain of the Snake Pirates, who was now the intelligence chief of Sabaody Archipelago. Through selling himself, Rayleigh had successfully established a strong connection with Shaki, and the two had been longtime lovers. Every time Roger encountered Lex in recent years, he could sense Lex's exponential growth, and now he felt entirely unable to fathom his true capabilities. Shano, upon hearing Roger mention Lex, couldn't he help but feel wistful. That guy Shiki is truly fortunate to have such a good nephew. Why can't he be mine? While Roger was preoccupied with thoughts of his wine expenses. Lex was the perfect cash cow, always possessing an abundance of berries. Each time he coincidentally crossed paths with Lex, Roger would invariably indulge to the point of inebriation. You old bachelor, do you have any relatives? Not even a wife, let alone any kin. Shano mocked openly. Ha 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 ha. Who knows, perhaps in a few years I will encounter the right woman. I'll consider it then. Roger replied nonchalantly. At your age, looking the way you do. With a face full of nose hair, who would possibly look your way? Spare the poor girls. Shano delivered another blow. Seeing their captain subjected to such ridicule, even Rayleigh felt embarrassed, and the wine in his hand suddenly lost its appeal. However, upon reflecting on his own relationship with Shaki, he felt infinitely better off than Roger, and thus resumed enjoying the fine wine that their captain had acquired. In any case, you should hasten to take your crew and leave. You've been mooching off me for nearly half a month, and your audacity is astounding, Shano stated, having reached the end of his patience, leaving Roger with no choice but to depart. Oh, by the way, did Lex mention that matter to you? Just as he was about to leave, Shano suddenly realized something, gazing at Roger's retreating figure. What matter? Are you inviting me for drinks? Roger turned back, feigning confusion. Get lost. Get lost, and don't come here to mooch off me again. If you're so capable, go find the Golden Lion, Shano retorted, dismissing him with a wave. Ha 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 ha. That guy Shiki certainly doesn't welcome me. As the Oro Jackson gradually faded into the distance, disappearing beyond the coastline, Shano shifted his focus back to the woman behind him. Benny, give me the din mushy. I need to call Lex. The beautiful woman behind him, hearing this, produced a nearly gasping din mushy from her bosom and handed it to Shano. The din mushy connected with a click. This is Shano. Lex, Roger just left my place. What is it? Lex's voice came through the receiver, resembling that of a young man with golden hair. Are we not inviting Roger to this war? His pirate crew possesses considerable strength. Shano inquired regarding the imminent grand conflict Lex was about to instigate. I have other arrangements. Roger will not participate, Lex replied ambiguously. Without an invitation, how could he assert Roger's refusal to partake? Shano felt that Roger and Lex maintained a good relationship. More strength would lead to greater odds of victory. Lex, brother, you need not worry about this matter. Our current strength is already sufficient, and I do not intend to rely solely on this war to completely defeat the world government. That would be unrealistic. Moreover, Roger is not entirely absent from involvement. Is he not still entangled with Garp? Well, since it is all arranged by you, I shall merely follow in your wake to engage in the affairs of Mary Geos. I'm hanging up now. Goodbye, brother Shano. When I have the time, I shall go and share a drink with you and second brother. The call was abruptly disconnected. Shano, let us return. Benny tucked the communication device back into her bosom and addressed Shano. Yet, Shano's gaze remained fixed upon the vast ocean before him. The western seas of the New World are perpetually frozen, and at this moment, massive cumulonimbus clouds were beginning to form in the distance, heralding an impending snowstorm to the Antalya Islands. Benny, what do you think Lex is truly after? He is not entirely waging war against the world government. Despite possessing greater power, he opts for concealment. I wonder what my brother is thinking. I do not know either, Benny replied, biting her lip, her expression one of dazed innocence. Ha ha ha. Well, Let us not dwell on Lex. It matters not what he thinks. In any case. He is my brother, and he is also your brother, is he not, my dear wife? Shano grasped Benny's hand and ventured deeper into the island. Quite right. New World. The stronghold of the Golden Lion. In the rear courtyard of the Palace of Andy Island. The loft. In recent days, Lex had been utilizing his fruit abilities to traverse alternate dimensions, establishing contact with numerous notorious pirates to inform them of the impending war, for those pirates or factions unknown to Lex. The Golden Lion himself took flight to deliver the news. Keek, that little last lingling was still defiant, but after a lesson from me, she has learned to obey. The Golden Lion was currently boasting to the Red Count beside him. Recounting his triumph over the beautiful Lingling, the Red Count pretended not to hear, continuing to sip from his goblet of glassy red wine, engaging in idle chatter with Rhine. As the youngest among them. Lex naturally took it upon himself to mediate. So Big Mom has indeed agreed to mobilize and eliminate the Navy branch in the New World. Keek, when I take action, how could she dare to refuse? That is reassuring. Well said. Beside them, Pepe sat in a daze. This was a meeting of the highest order, and Piccolo lacked the qualifications to attend, leaving Pepe to sip the juice Lex had provided in solitude. Present were Lex, the Golden Lion, the Red Count, Whitebeard, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, Shano, the Gale Swordmaster, Roy, the Dream Weaver, Rhine, Guter, Lily, and Pepe, who seemed inexplicably present. They represented the pinnacle of power across these seas. Now then, esteemed colleagues, I shall briefly outline our battle strategy. Lex announced, drawing the attention of all present, our ultimate goal is to instill fear in the world government, securing a liberated space for development in the New World, while simultaneously unifying the underground world and initiating our first decade plan. Everyone in attendance was aware of Lex's decade plan. Thus he had nothing to conceal. And let us also celebrate your departure to sea. Roy smiled warmly at Lex, reminding his younger brother that it was indeed the responsibility of Shano and Roy, as elder brothers, to orchestrate a grand ceremony for their siblings' maiden voyage. Second brother speaks rightly. That is indeed one aspect. Lex grinned broadly. Thus, to fulfill the aforementioned objectives, we have gathered a considerable force. This includes uncles, masters, our father, brother Shano, and second brother Roy, Captain Silver Axe, Captain Wang Ji, along with their subordinate pirate crews. Lex listed the leaders of the various factions. Additionally, we have contacted the remaining pirates of the New World, including Charlotte Lingling, who will be responsible for clearing the Navy branches in the New World. While Lex referred to this as clearing, when war erupts, the brutal pirates such as Big Mom will inevitably turn the seas red with blood. However, Lex paid little mind. Although intimidation was the primary goal, many Navy personnel must perish to ensure the reign of pirates. I, along with my uncles, masters, and Rhine, brother Shano, and second brother Roy, who possess greater mobility, shall handle the main battlefield at Mary Geos. Lex paused momentarily before continuing. Our father, Old Silver Axe, and Uncle Wang Ji will suppress the Navy at Marineford. By then, Carp will be preoccupied elsewhere with Roger, and Zifa should also be engaged in other tasks. Marineford will be left with only Steelbone, Sengoku, and a host of Navy generals, hence the pressure will not be overwhelming. Rest assured, leave it to me. Whitebeard declared confidently. Although his sons were still rather inexperienced, Whitebeard himself was at the peak of his power. With Whitebeard in charge, everything will be fine. Leave it to me. Silver Axe chuckled heartily. No problem. Wang Ji responded affirmatively. The focus lies in the battlefield of Mary Geos. I have not concealed anything, and you all know I have a trace of celestial dragon blood, seeing that no one voiced an opinion. Lex continued with candor. Therefore, I am acutely aware that Mary Geos is not as feeble as it appears. Among the Gorosei, 3 possess peak strength. Although Fleet Admiral Fit is aged, he still possesses formidable combat capabilities. And the CP remains an enigma. Most critically, the Knights of God. Most of those present participated in the God Valley battle and are aware that the celestial dragons are not as weak as they seem. The pressure we face is substantial. Lex narrowed his eyes, his azure gaze emanating a dangerous glimmer. However, it matters not. We are launching a surprise attack. At the very least, the 2 Army Admirals and the Air Force Marshal will not be able to reach us in time. I shall select the opportune moment when Mary Geos rotates its defenses to strike. The others need only to provide support. There are not many I truly wish to eliminate, and our primary target this time is but one, the CP Chief Zero. By instigating this war, Lex was effectively severing ties with Mary Geos. Given the considerable stakes, greater rewards must be reaped. Eliminating Zero would dismantle the high-ranking forces of CP, leading to a significant fracture within CP. Inal and other undercover agents will receive greater cultivation, and Inal is destined to become the strongest shield of the future, laying the groundwork for a genuinely monumental conflict. Lex, what about the garden? The Red Count suddenly inquired. Ha, Master, do not fret. After this war, the world government will not only refrain from targeting the garden, but will also promote her to new heights, perhaps even to the rank of Admiral. Lex smiled knowingly. Recalling something, the Gorasiai's decision to elevate the garden to celestial dragon status was an unexpected twist that alleviated Lex's final concern. Next comes the full-scale war, as secret orders continued to be issued. The entire new world seemed to plunge into silence. The typically chaotic and tumultuous seas were eerily still, caught in an unsettling calm. Before the tempest arrives, the sea level often drops dramatically when the storm strikes. An oppressive silence always prevails that on a humble island in the New World. Hey, have you heard? It seems that war is about to break out in the New World again, one passerby remarked to another while at the tavern. What? Don't the pirates fight each other every day? The other responded dismissively. This time is different. I've heard that nearly all the major pirates have secretly summoned their subordinates back to their strongholds. If it's a secret, how do you know? Are you just boasting? The other man looked at his friend with skepticism. Ha. You wouldn't know, but my cousin is a junior officer in the Phantom Sword Pirates. In the New World, having a relative working under a notorious pirate is far more advantageous than having a Navy relative. This world is indeed so perverse. The pirates are the mainstream, and darkness has long shrouded these seas. That Dreamweaver Roy's Phantom Sword Pirates. Another passerby gaped in astonishment, their reaction bringing immense satisfaction to the observer. Indeed, I too was initially skeptical. However, my cousin unexpectedly wrote to warn me to refrain from venturing out lately, especially near the naval base, as it could prove perilous. Could it be that the Dreamweaver Roy is plotting against the Navy? Did he not recently decimate a naval branch just days ago? The other passerby, filled with uncertainty, pondered the shocking news they had just encountered. It is not merely about Lord Roy. In any case, one should exercise caution, for the New World is on the brink of unrest once more. Although the New World has never known tranquility, this time it exudes an ominous foreboding, as if a tempest is brewing. Beside the two conversing pedestrians at a nearby table, a blind youth clad in wooden sandals and a purple kimono listened intently to their discourse. His name is Ishu Yixing, a fierce individual who, disillusioned by the world's evils, has rendered himself sightless, and he is also a formidable swordsman. This is not the first time Ishiao has overheard such discussions. Almost every island in the New World, indeed throughout the Grand Line, is rife with similar conversations. It seems the word is spread that the pirates are on the verge of war against each other, or perhaps against the Navy. No one can say for certain. Yet, what everyone seems to instinctively overlook is Mariehua, the lofty sanctum of the celestial dragons, the domain of the divine. What are the pirates scheming against the Navy? Yet, how could this pack of hyenas ever unify? Wise Jupiter struggles to comprehend why nearly everyone in the New World seems to know that the pirates are planning a significant upheaval. While the five elders are undoubtedly more aware of the underlying details, according to the intelligence from CP, many pirate crews have recently issued orders targeting naval branches. Saturn divulged this intelligence. Yet, curiously, it makes little sense. What could their motives possibly be? Are they merely intent on targeting the Navy, to drive the Navy out of the New World? Jupiter remains perplexed. There is a possibility that if the Navy is indeed their adversary, this pack of hyenas might temporarily unite to expel the Navy from the New World. Mars stroked his chin, proposing a potential scenario. Pirates are merely individuals driven by self-interest. Only profit can bind them together. Albeit briefly. It is yet another tiresome spectacle of pirates and the Navy clashing, lamented Saturn, noting its resemblance to the events of 5 years ago at God Valley. Indeed, should we provide some reinforcements? After all, if the Navy were to truly lose control over the New World, the Allied nations would undoubtedly inundate us with calls via our transponder snails. Venus clearly concurred that the pirates seem intent on targeting the Navy. Reinforcements are essential. After all, these Allied nations have also invested in the heavenly gold, and if we fail to achieve results, they will surely quarrel incessantly at the next World Conference. Mercury made the decision. I agree with the reinforcements. I second the motion. The five elders reached a consensus, though no one could have anticipated the astonishing conspiracy lurking behind this apparent assault on the naval branches of the New World. At the naval headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Steelbone Kong convened a critical meeting with senior Navy officials today. Everyone, please share your insights regarding the unusual behavior of the pirates in the New World. Kong presided over the urgent meeting. Brand new, the future king of meetings, had not even joined the Navy at this point, and was likely still a mere child. Thus, most Navy meetings are chaired either by Kong himself or by Vice Admiral Tsuru. This sudden contraction of pirate forces, particularly targeting the branches in the New World, with G6, G8, and G15 consecutively attacked by the Swiftwind pirates and the Big Mom pirates, nearly leading to their annihilation, prompted an analysis from Vice Admiral Tsuru, the steering force of the command department. At-43, she was at the peak of her beauty, her visage still radiant, though time had subtly etched marks at the corners of her eyes, revealing a depth of experience that rendered her wisdom and beauty strikingly profound. She is the ultimate idol for all female Navy officers, the beloved dream of all male officers, and the intellectual nucleus of the Navy. Embodying a perfect amalgamation of wisdom, beauty, justice, and strength, Tsuru continued her analysis. I believe this is not merely a matter of several pirate crews forming clandestine alliances. There must be a more significant conspiracy at play. What sort of conspiracy do you suspect? Sengoku inquired, seated in the foremost position to the right of Steelbone Kong, signifying his high rank as Admiral Sengoku. This does not seem as simple as the mere destruction of a few naval branches. It must be noted that it is not just one or two pirate crews that have contracted their forces: the Flying Sky Pirates, the Wangji Pirates, the Silver Axe Pirates, the Swiftwind Pirates, the Phantom Sword Pirates, the Charlotte family, and even the notoriously non-competitive Whitebeard have returned to their bases. What could they be plotting? Tsuru narrowed her eyes, her expression growing graver with each name she uttered. The unification of so many pirate crews must surely indicate a conspiracy that we have yet to uncover. Therefore, we should bolster the naval branches in the New World. I propose dispatching at least 2 admirals to the G1 and G3 branches to quell any potential unrest. What you say makes a great deal of sense, but what are the rest of your opinions? Kong nodded, turning to the other commanders. The atmosphere at the Navy meeting remained relatively congenial. There were no actors staring at their nails, no lethargic enthusiasts wearing eye patches, and certainly no low-quality commanders incessantly puffing clouds of smoke. Of course, except for that one scoundrel vice admiral who was munching on donuts, making an incessant crunching sound that left Sengoku visibly exasperated. There's no need for that. I can just knock them all away. Carp, wearing a dog-headed hat, leaned back in his chair, speaking boisterously, not caring that he referred to himself as old man at the mere age of 45. Carp, the situation is exceedingly urgent. We cannot predict when the pirates might instigate a massive uprising. This is not the time for jokes. Sengoku, donning frog-eyed glasses and sporting braided facial hair, finally reached his limit as he witnessed Carp casually munching on donuts while joking around. Why the rush? I'm merely offering constructive suggestions, Sengoku. Why not try this new flavor of donut? Thud, a swift flick struck Carp squarely on the head, drawing the attention of the surrounding vice admirals, who noted Sengoku's use of haki. Damn it, just shut your mouth and eat your donuts. All right, Sengoku, calm down. Carp has always been this way. Let us return to the matter at hand. Steelbone Kong, as the elder brother of the two, intervened to mediate the situation, a recurring occurrence at these meetings, which Kong had long since grown accustomed to. The vice admirals below wore frowns, deeply contemplating how to respond to the pirates' peculiar actions. Not everyone shared Carp's optimistic outlook, nor did they possess his fearlessness. However, among the vice admirals, 2 exchanged a glance, each recognizing the resolve in the other's eyes. Moments later, one spoke up. Marshal Kong, I have a suggestion, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to voice it. Pigman, what is your opinion? Speak boldly. It will certainly be more reliable than Carp's. Kong smiled faintly, knowing that the more input they received, the better they could coordinate the entire Navy. Steelbone Kong was highly experienced and understood the importance of encouraging others to voice their thoughts. Whether or not those ideas were adopted was another matter entirely. It is this, Marshal Kong and esteemed colleagues. I recently departed for the New World and observed that our Navy's position there is far from optimistic. We are all comrades, so I dare to speak candidly. Our Navy in the New World is weak, significantly lagging behind those formidable pirates. As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of discontent rippled through the crowd, their brows furrowing in displeasure. Yet they could not deny the undeniable truth that Pegman had articulated. The vast majority of the New World lay under the dominion of pirates, while the Navy's branches resembled mere nails, desperately anchored in the crevices, struggling to survive and uphold their meager sense of justice. Only Admiral Tsuru, Sengoku, and Steelbone Kong offered slight nods of acknowledgement, conceding that their weakness was not something to be ashamed of. Blind confidence was the epitome of folly. Pegman, indeed, was correct. Thus, Do you have any superior suggestions? Therefore, my esteemed colleagues, perhaps we should refrain from deploying excessive military strength into the New World. Pegman's words were startling. This was tantamount to directly countering Admiral Tsuru's recent proposal, which had clearly advocated for the dispatch of 2 or more admirals to suppress potential unrest in the New World. Yet, Pegman immediately elucidated. The situation in the New World was already precarious. Thus, I believe that rather than squandering such immense energy on uncertain dangers, it would be wiser to remain and safeguard our headquarters. Even if, hypothetically, the pirates were indeed intent on confronting us, would we truly wish to engage them in a life-and-death struggle in the New World? Can we secure victory? What if our headquarters were to come under attack? What if the pirates' target was paradise? In such a case, countless civilians would suffer unspeakable atrocities. Justice would be sullied. Moreover, even if the pirates were aiming for the Navy's branches in the New World, we could simply focus on defense. For even if the pirates targeted us, it would likely only result in a few branches being obliterated, with minimal civilian casualties. There are far too many uncertainties in this scenario. Which is why I believe we should not put all our eggs in one basket. Pegman's words struck at the heart, resonating deeply with the assembly. Indeed, even if the pirates were to join forces and incite a great war in the New World, must the Navy truly engage them in a reckless confrontation? What if we were to lose? Where would the Navy go from there? What if the pirates launched an assault on our headquarters? Would that not spell our doom? What if the pirates' actual target was not the Navy's branches in the New World? Would that not render our efforts futile? What if the recent attacks on several branches were merely a ruse? They might have ulterior motives. This is highly plausible, for pirates are notoriously treacherous. The thoughts swirling in the minds of the assembly were diverse and peculiar, yet they gradually found themselves swayed by Pegman's arguments, nurturing a sense of retreat. Perhaps it was ill-advised to commit all our forces to the New World, as Admiral Tsuru herself began to feel that her proposal might not be entirely sound. Currently, the Navy was predominantly composed of doves, while the hawks who advocated for a fierce confrontation with the pirates were few and far between. Thus, silence enveloped the meeting room. The attendees remained speechless. Observing this atmosphere, Pegman exchanged a knowing glance with another admiral, a glint of triumph flashing in their eyes, unnoticed by others. The senior Navy officials were still meticulously contemplating Pegman's recent statements. Kong was the first to break the silence. Pegman's proposal is quite reasonable. What do the others think? Note that Kong referred to it as a proposal rather than a suggestion, subtly indicating his subconscious endorsement of Pegman's words. Pegman brimmed with confidence, for he had consumed the emotion fruit provided covertly by the young master, making him an emotion man. The entire Navy remained oblivious to the fact that he was, in secret, a fruit user. And this fruit had been perfectly supplied by Lex. Pegman's rank allowed him to participate in most high-level Navy meetings, and the emotion fruit wielded a subtle, insidious power. Indeed, while the senior officials of the Navy were all formidable conquerors, who would sit through a meeting exuding their hockey the entire time. Hence, Pegman decisively made his move. Yes, Pegman is an actor. The next moment, another admiral spoke up. I find Pegman's proposal quite constructive, yet it is not without its shortcomings and could use some adjustments. Oh, Pacis, what are your thoughts? Kong, as a leader, enjoyed hearing the opinions of his subordinates, a principle inextricably linked to his belief in balanced justice. The admiral named Pacis elaborated. I believe that not sending reinforcements to the New World is unreasonable. Perhaps we could amalgamate the ideas of Admiral Tsuru and Admiral Pegman. Sending reinforcements to the branches in the New World is essential, but how many reinforcements? That remains to be discussed. I believe dispatching one admiral would suffice, accompanied by some elite Navy personnel as a precaution. The headquarters must remain central, with 2 admirals available for defense at all times. Pacis's remarks were well-reasoned, arguing from the perspective of the Navy's grand strategy, suggesting that multiple admirals should not be sent to the New World. It is worth noting that the young master had assigned a strict task to both himself and Pegman. One top-tier force must remain at headquarters, beyond Steelbone Kong. Thus, Pegman and Pacis harmoniously played off each other, with Pegman initially dismissing Admiral Tsuru's proposal to send 2 admirals to the New World, creating 2 extreme opinions. Subsequently, Pacis offered a moderate suggestion that aligned perfectly with Steelbone Kong's consistent approach. An astute undercover agent would excellently grasp the inclinations of their superiors. As anticipated, Kong was swayed. Little Tsuru, what do you think? Nevertheless, Kong still sought Tsuru's opinion. Pacis's points were valid. Rather than risking everything by committing all forces to the New World, It would be wiser to adopt a defensive stance, securing our headquarters to adapt to any changes that it must be said that Saru possesses a remarkable level of discourse. She did not directly acknowledge or refute Pegman's opinion. Instead, she gracefully stepped down from the platform provided by Paces, providing a more straightforward analysis. Sengoku, Zephyr, what are your thoughts? Kong turned to his two remaining admirals. While Karp was conveniently overlooked by all, I request to be sent to the New World. I too request to go to the New World. Sengoku and Zephyr spoke in unison. Kong pondered for a moment. Very well, let Zephyr go this time. He recently transported heavenly gold from the New World and faced Shiki. Gaining a clearer understanding of the situation there, Kong decisively made his choice. Yes, I will ensure the mission's success, Zephyr responded solemnly. Zephyr, you will lead the largest fleet, equipped with 10 admirals and 50,000 elite troops from headquarters. Under the specifications of double the Demon Slayer order, to intimidate those scoundrels in the New World. The Assembly gasped. Such scale far exceeded the Demon Slayer order. This naval expedition would undoubtedly stir up a tremendous uproar in the New World. Sengoku will remain with me at headquarters, ready for support. Karp, you too? Ahahaha. I know. I shall capture that scoundrel Roger. The middle-aged Karp, donned in a dog-headed hat and black suit, laughed heartily, relishing the tasks he assigned to himself. No, it is to ensure that you. Never mind, you are responsible for keeping an eye on the Roger pirates. Although they have been absent for the past half-month, their strength is well known to all present. Allowing Karp to counterbalance Roger is not a waste of force. Kong reflected and explained. Ahahaha. I will certainly imprison Roger and impel down. Karp chuckled confidently. The assembly pretended not to hear, but inwardly they couldn't help but scoff. Is that truly your purpose each time you go after Roger? It is quite embarrassing to expose you. The assembly continued discussing the finer details of the plan. Zephyr, for this personnel adjustment, I grant you direct authority. You may mobilize any troops you deem necessary. Little Tsuru, you are to assist Zephyr, for an expedition of tens of thousands is no trivial matter. This time, we must strike decisively to combat the pirates. For the sake of justice. Kong stood up and bellowed, rallying the assembly, rallying the navy. The others rose in unison, clenching their fists to their chests, proclaiming loudly, for the sake of justice. In the following days, the entire navy transformed into a colossal war machine, operating at breakneck speed. Fleet after fleet of warships readied themselves for departure, while tens of thousands of elite troops from headquarters stood poised. Such massive movements could not escape the notice of countless eyes upon the sea. Discussions erupted over how the Navy would clash with the rogues of the New World. Some felt anxious and exhilarated. Others were deeply concerned, while some observed with cold detachment. Is an era on the verge of erupting? Excellent work, Pegman and Paces. I shall duly note your contributions, Lex stated while seated on a couch in an office. Addressing the two rear admirals before him. It primarily relied on the emotional fruit bestowed by our young master. Otherwise, that group of Navy officers would not have easily changed their minds. Crane's proposal carries significant weight. Pegman humbly replied, there is no need for modesty. I hold your abilities in high regard, and the fruit must be entrusted to the right individuals to realize its fullest potential. Your insight is commendable. Young master, Paces flattered from the side. The three individuals in the office discussed the clandestine Navy meeting from a few days prior with an air of nonchalance. This, after all, was the Navy headquarters. The epicenter of justice in the world, Marineford. Yet, Lex remained unfazed. It's a jest. After the awakening of the space fruit, as long as I wish, no one can detect my presence with observation hockey. Of course, that excludes the likes of the Red Count, whose level of observation has reached a divine realm. Lex had just traversed dimensions to arrive at this office, meeting the highest-ranking undercover operatives he had strategically placed within the Navy. If it were merely a casual encounter with the two admirals, there would have been no necessity for him to personally visit Marineford. His primary aim was to ascertain the enemy's situation. After conversing about the Navy's arrangements for a while, Lex had gained a rough understanding of their strategies, which aligned closely with his predictions. He then rose, prompting the two admirals to hastily follow suit. I shall take my leave to explore Marineford. It has been a long time since I last admired the surroundings, and I am curious about any changes. Take care, young master. We shall remain here. They replied, Indeed, continue with your affairs. As he spoke, a brilliant azure starlight enveloped Lex, and in a flicker of daylight blue glimmers, he vanished from the office. In the residential area of Marineford. Numerous Navy personnel and their families resided. For there was scarcely a place in the world safer than Marineford, save for the rare incursions by notorious pirates. At this moment, Lex gazed at the buildings before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. He retrieved a snail phone from his pocket and dialed a number on the other end. Ji Yuan was tending to her potted plants in her apartment, illuminated by the warm hues of the setting sun streaming through the window. In Lex's absence, she found solace in her greenery. Suddenly, the snail phone rang. She answered, wondering if it was Crane calling her. However, a familiar and gentle voice broke through. "My dear, do you miss me?" Upon hearing those words, Ji Yuan's crimson eyes sparkled with uncontainable surprise and delight. "Huh, what made you suddenly decide to call me? This is the first time you've taken the initiative to do so, right? Hee, have you learned your lesson? Where are you now?" Although her observation hockey clearly sensed the figure in the room above, Lex pretended ignorance and inquired, "Why do you suddenly ask? I'm definitely in Marineford. These plants have been struggling lately. No matter how I tend to them, they don't seem to thrive. What do you think I should—" Before she could finish, Lex interjected, "I've heard that the sunset in Marineford is particularly stunning today. Would you like to come down and see?" Lex tilted his head to gaze at the horizon where the orange-red sun was sinking into the sea, a gentle evening breeze tousling his hair. A gentle breeze, a beautiful sunset, and you're in Marineford? Ji Yuan exclaimed, hastily putting on her shoes and grabbing a cloak as she dashed to the door, throwing it open and racing downstairs. "If I don't see you in 3 seconds, you'd better brace yourself." Though her words were laced with a hint of threat, her expression was one of uncontainable joy. He was here. Below, Lex sensed the familiar aura drawing nearer, and a smile spread across his face, eagerly anticipating the soft, warm figure that would soon leap into his arms. "I wish to see you before sunset. For the gentle breeze and the evening glow pale in comparison to your beauty." The orange-red sunset was particularly gentle, as if every beautiful and unforgettable moment unfolded within such an ambience. Marineford was characterized by a rainy climate, currently nearing the end of the rainy season, filling the air with a warm, humid essence, especially in the twilight adorned with cascading clouds. Ji Yuan raced from the apartment, her eyes fixated on the figure she had longed for. A glance can last an eternity. The wind blew southward, lifting Ji Yuan's garments and guiding her into her lover's embrace. Lex, clad in a well-fitted shirt and without his customary cloak for once, found himself enveloped by Ji Yuan. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" she asked, wrapping her arms around his waist. Tilting her head back, slightly breathless, her fair cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, Lex held her gently, one hand smoothing her tousled hair, and leaned down to plant a kiss on her forehead. "I wanted to see you run towards me and then leap into my arms." Ji Yuan's gaze grew dreamy, her crimson eyes shimmering with affection. "You still know how to say sweet nothings." Lex kissed her again, declaring, "Just for you." He took her hand, leading her toward the plaza of Marineford. Noticing Ji Yuan's cloak was somewhat disheveled, Lex sighed, placing his hands on her shoulders to straighten it out, his tone a mixture of reproach and concern. "Next time, remember to wear your cloak properly before heading out. You might catch a chill." "Are you foolish? How can a cloak prevent me from catching a chill? Besides, with my constitution, I won't fall ill from such trivial matters, but I would worry. In my memories, Ji Yuan has always been the girl who needs care and tenderness. I've grown up now. I don't need your concern. Besides, I was already 14 when you met me." Lex smiled gently. Choosing not to pursue the topic further, he led Ji Yuan by the hand to a quiet bench in the plaza, where they sat together. Ji Yuan nestled against him, both like two sloths clinging together. Utterly still. A brief separation only intensified their affection, making every intimate moment precious. "What brings you to Marineford so suddenly?" Ji Yuan asked, gazing towards the sunset as the light pierced through layers of clouds, painting the entire sky. In the comfort of his familiar embrace, she felt a wave of contentment wash over her. To gather intelligence and observe the Navy's preparations for war, ensuring minimal casualties while striving for a decisive victory. "Do not speak such disheartening words. After all, you are cradling a rising star of the Navy, the youngest colonel in headquarters." "Very well, let us refrain from this topic. How have you been these past few days?" Let me think. I had strawberry pudding yesterday, but the pudding here in Marineford is not as delightful as the one you brought last time. I'll bring you more next time." A few Navy personnel passing by noticed Lex and Ji Yuan, merely perceiving them as a couple in a sweet phase, offering a slight smile before quietly departing. "By the way, am I not now a celestial dragon? Does that mean I can indulge in all those delicious puddings and milkshakes?" Ji Yuan suddenly recalled something, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "My dear, is that all you aspire to? Others would seize the opportunity to flaunt their power. Yet you only think of snacks, you little glutton." Lex looked at the greedy one in his arms with fondness, leaning down to kiss her again. Their bond had not waned with the passage of time. Rather, it grew more profound, akin to a well-aged wine, rich and aromatic. Though it may seem childish, their love remained ever sweet that I don't care. Who told your wife to be such a foodie? You silly boy. Ji Yuan never minded Lex calling her a foodie, for it filled her with happiness. What could be more wonderful than savoring culinary delights from around the world? Oh, wait, indeed there is something better. It's enjoying all the world's delicacies together with Lex, in the new world, amidst the vast expanse of the sky sea, upon the lofty Levante, within the palace's rear courtyard. The scene remains unchanged. Here, in this very location and at this particular hour, the illustrious Gold Lion revels in merriment, sharing drinks and boasting with a myriad of pirates. Ha! Ryder, you are unaware, are you? That little minx. Lingling often attempted to seduce me in the past, wishing to bear my lineage. Humph, alas, I have never been swayed by superficial beauty. The Gold Lion's face flushed crimson from drink, an arm draped over the shoulder of the Red Count. Animatedly recounting his romantic escapades. It is well known that the current Charlotte Lingling has yet to pass her prime. She remains a true paragon of beauty. However, that will soon change, in 3 to 4 years at most. Her figure will succumb to the ravages of frequent childbirth and gluttony, no matter how splendid her foundation. Meanwhile, the Red Count sips his glass of glassy red wine, engaging in a conversation with Rhine about the origins of this exquisite beverage. Completely disregarding the Gold Lion's boisterous antics, Rhine, accustomed to such displays, observes as his admiral, intoxicated, resembles a raucous rooster, prancing about with laughter. This wine, a rarity from the West Sea, is said to be produced only in the Flower Kingdom's court nowadays. Rhine notes, swirling the viscous crimson liquid in his glass. This is precisely why glassy red wine is revered as the secret brew of the West Sea. The Red Count concurs, noting that among the trio of the Flying Sky Pirates leaders, he shares a camaraderie with Rhine and Gutta, aside from his habitual neglect of the Gold Lion, for they are all astute individuals. Indeed, had it not been for our young master's visit to the Flower Kingdom's court a few years back, I would not have had the fortune to savor this. Rhine reflects. The Red Count smiles lightly, continuing to disregard the boisterous Gold Lion behind him. Ryder, there's more. That woman, Shaki, also has an interest in me. Don't be fooled by her current closeness with Rayleigh. It is merely because I look down upon her. In my youth, I was even more handsome than that brat, Lex. The Gold Lion bellows with laughter. Clearly inebriated, boasting without a hint of restraint. On the other side of the table, the conversation shifts to more serious matters. Shano, are you prepared? Lex is planning a surprise attack. War could erupt at any moment. And your fruit abilities are of utmost importance. Dreamweaver Roy inquires of his elder brother. The trio consists of sworn brothers, the eldest, the Swift Blade Master Shano, the second, the Dreamweaver Roy, and the youngest, Leon Lex. No significant issues. Lex mentioned only mobilizing high-level forces. Most members of the Swift Blade Pirates remain stationed at the Antalya Islands, and the participants can depart with me at any moment. Well, that is reassuring. It is the first time Lex has taken something so seriously in years. We must not falter. Roy is a remarkably rational man, meticulous in his calculations, the most intelligent pirate among all the great pirates of the New World. Without exception, captain of the Phantom Blade Pirates, Dreamweaver Roy, with a bounty of 1.47456 billion berries, a staggering figure for the year 1489. No inflation, berries have not depreciated. Equivalent to 3 billion at the time the storyline begins in the future. And without an ounce of exaggeration, notably unlike Eustace Kidd, he would not be easily dispatched with a single blow. The eldest brother, Swift Blade Master Shano, captain of the Swift Blade Pirates, recently fought to a standstill against Marine Admiral Sengoku. His bounty stands at 1.58650 billion berries. They remain the stronghold of the Flying Sky Pirates. Lex is still gathering intelligence in Mariford and will soon head to Mariewa to orchestrate a significant event, celebrating the successful conclusion of the year 1489 in the sea calendar. Thus, with Lex absent, it naturally falls upon Dreamweaver Roy to preside over the final pre-war meeting, the assembly, including the Gold Lion, the Red Count, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, Rhine, and other veteran pirates raise no objections. In theory, Aguilas Gutta could also undertake this role. However, given the coalition of multiple powerful factions, it is necessary for the leader of one major faction to take the lead. And Lex's elder brother, the Dreamweaver Roy, is undoubtedly the prime candidate. Gentlemen, we have 4 hours until we launch our assault on Mariewa. During this time, I request that none of you leave this loft. Roy's tone is gentle, yet resolutely firm. This aligns with Roy's character. soft yet strong, employing wisdom to conquer the world. From this moment forth, entry is prohibited, and I hope everyone understands, even among absolute allies. Roy wishes to avoid any mishaps. Lex's sailing ceremony must not suffer any errors that I comprehend. The Red Count is the first to respond. Subsequently, others express their understanding, recognizing this as their first collaboration, although united temporarily under Lex's leadership. They are all individual pirates who typically operate independently. Yielding easily is not in their nature. Ha ha ha. Roy, you are doing splendidly. Bwahaha. I shall not depart until Lex returns. I2, Wang Ji affirms. With that, Roy picks up a transponder snail. Moshi Moshi, Captain Newgate, this is Roy. What's this? Is it time to commence? On the other end, Whitebeard is occupied. After the recent gathering at Annie Island, he was the sole one to leave discreetly, as he has another matter to organize. How's the progress on the ship's coating? Are we ready to set sail for Marineford at a moment's notice? Roy inquires. In recent days, I have entrusted the Prince of Fishman Island, Neptune, to complete extensive ship coating, and we can set off for Marineford at any time to initiate war. Thank you, Captain Whitebeard. Kurarara, it's a trivial matter. Is Lex back yet? He should still be in Marineford, and will personally visit Mariewa soon. When Lex returns, the war will officially commence. Kurarara, it's been a while since the fervor of Goddess Valley. The scale of this war seems even grander. Indeed, it is about to begin. A dangerous glint ignites in Roy's eyes, and the assembly in the loft bears fierce expressions. This gathering consists of some of the most ruthless pirates upon these seas. In Marineford, by night, in the apartment of the Shrine Garden. On the bed, aren't you here to gather intelligence? The Shrine Garden lounges atop Lex, her youthful and delicate fingers tracing circles on his chest, teasingly remarking, engaging in a deep exchange with you, a Navy colonel, is not without its merits for gathering intelligence. Oh, are you attempting to seduce this colonel, engaging in such a power and pleasure exchange? I find this quite enticing. Come again. The Shrine Garden rises, pressing down on Lex, her bosom a tempestuous wave. All right, just one last time, as we must head to Mariewa soon. Lex chuckles, not one to feign modesty. He rolls over, pinning her petite figure beneath him. The night sky of Mariewa is adorned with countless stars, the Holy Land pristine and untainted, appearing even more sanctified under the celestial glow. This moment. The five elders, rare in their presence within Panga City, find themselves seated in a cool pavilion across from a golden-haired youth, who, though armed with two long swords, possesses a demeanor of gentle elegance. The year 1489 is nearing its end, Lex muses. Indeed, time flies, and the era slowly transforms. Mercury replies casually. Shortly after, Jupiter inquires, Lex, will you return to the Holy Land for the New Year's Eve celebration of 1490? You may bring the Shrine Garden along. The Holy Land warmly welcomes you both. To speak candidly, Jupiter is quite eager for Lex to draw nearer to the Holy Land. His wording suggests that Lex should return to the Holy Land, implying that Mariewa is indeed Lex's home. Perhaps, Lex responds ambiguously. However, in a few hours, the five elders will understand the true meaning behind his words. Nevertheless, Lex sips a refreshing tea, and the enjoyment of sharing drinks under the starry night adds a unique charm, thus lifting the five elders' spirits. Do you recall certain matters? Lex sets down his exquisite teacup and subtly inquires, which matter do you refer to? Mars furrowed his brow, posing a question laced with foreboding. Venus cast a sidelong glance, penetratingly observing Lex, knowing that among their group, he shared the closest bond with Lex. In an instant, he discerned Lex's intent. However, opting for neutrality, he chose to remain an observer. The discourse revolved around a woman named Izambaron V. Anastasia. Lex spoke with fervor, enunciating each word with conviction. Venus, with a flicker of emotion in his gaze, remained silent, continuing to watch with an icy demeanor. Jupiter and Mars, however, wore expressions of grave concern. The woman Lex referred to was the root of the most profound conflict between the Holy Land and Lex, an irreconcilable discord. The reason Lex seldom returned to the Holy Land was intricately tied to this woman. Tell me, if someone were to execute your mother and bring about the demise of your father, would you coexist peacefully with them? Lex's answer was a resounding no. You must understand, Lex, we indeed erred in the past. Yet, throughout these years, have we not strived to make amends? Mercury implored passionately in recent years. Shiki has prospered in the New World, and the Navy has scarcely clashed with the flying pirate crew. When you previously requested the removal of all spies from the flying pirate crew, did we not acquiesce? Your mother's influence in this matter is substantial. We even broke our ironclad rules to elevate your woman to the status of a celestial dragon. Do you truly fail to grasp the significance of this? Mercury continued, earnestly explaining to Lex. Mars, typically fiery, softened his tone. Lex, the Holy Land genuinely wishes for your return. The descendants of the gods require you. Yet Lex slowly shook his head, fixing his gaze on Mercury. What if I insist on eliminating those who were involved in my mother's death? Would you comply? The vice commander of the Knights of God, Muse, cannot be sacrificed. He too is a descendant of the gods and the second in command of the knights. The others are yours to deal with. Mercury conceded, including Zero. Lex softly uttered a name, a code name that caused the four to furrow their brows, for Zero's existence was shrouded in secrecy, known to only a handful of celestial dragons. How do you know of Zero's existence? He was the one responsible for capturing my mother, wasn't he? Did Muse act? If you cannot even surrender these two, it signifies a lack of sincerity. I see. Lex spoke with an indifferent tone. Let the past remain in the past. We should gaze towards the future. All that is required is your return. Mercury attempted to redirect the conversation. No need for further discussion. Farewell, everyone, Lex declared, draining his cup of cool tea before rising to take his leave. As he prepared to exit, Jupiter suddenly inquired, are the pirates of the New World planning to assault the Navy branch in connection with you? Who can say? Lex vanished out on Andy Island. In the palace's rear garden loft, a brilliant azure light erupted. Lex appeared in an instant. All eyes converged upon him, yet silence reigned as they awaited his words. Lex surveyed the room, his mind awash with thoughts, and proclaimed, ladies and gentlemen, though this may feel somewhat hasty, with your support, I find it hard to envision failure. For this, I am endlessly grateful. Now, let us create chaos. Mariewa, Marineford, the New World, the Four Seas, all shall be our battleground. Because it is I, because it is we, victory is inevitable. With a swift motion, the azure blade was drawn. Lex raised it high above his head. And the blue light blazed forth. Oh, ha 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 ha, hum 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 dot boo ha ha ha. Ha, how can you be more audacious than I? You've ignited my fervor, Shano remarked with a smile, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The power of the New World is unimaginable. The dream will envelop the sacred lands of the gods, Roy murmured, his heart racing with exhilaration. I asked the young master about to declare to the world. The true new era begins the moment the young master sets sail. Rhine boldly asserted, Domai. The young master is truly dashing. Lily gazed at the golden-haired youth at the center of the gathering. Pay. Monrara Pepe danced exuberantly, waving his arms around Lex, his mind unable to conjure words to express his current excitement. Newgate, we have arrived, in the depths of the sea, near Fishman Island. Wang Ji and Silver Axe soared through the air. Koolalala, has Lex declared the onset of war? Whitebeard stood proudly at the bow of the Moby Dick, wielding the Tsung Yun cut. Flanked by the Whitebeard pirates, the Wang Ji pirates, the Silver Axe pirates, and hundreds of allied pirate crews. Boo-ha-ha-ha. It's begun. Now full speed ahead towards Marineford. It's been years since I last saw Kong and Sengoku. I've missed them. Koolalala. Missed them, have you? Then you'll be responsible for a fight later. Whitebeard jested at the honest Silver Axe. That's a bit of a predicament for me. But I'll comply. I promise to give it my all. Boo-ha-ha-ha. You handle the Marineford battlefield, Newgate. Your military strategies remain commendable, rivaling Sengoku's. Wang Ji offered. Well, who would have thought that 5 years later? I would still be able to fight alongside you too. Koolalala. Now, all troops, heed my command. To Marineford, advance. Whitebeard raised the Tsung Yun cut skyward, severing the massive ropes binding the Moby Dick, setting sail for the battlefield. In the New World, at the G1 branch, the night had fallen, yet the G1 branch blazed with flames, smoke billowing. The sounds of battle, cannon fire, and gunshots intermingled, as blood and flesh flew, the ground strewn with the corpses of countless Navy personnel and pirates. This was the most brutal war machine, where lives were rendered worthless. Charge, for justice. Numerous Navy soldiers gallantly charged into the hail of gunfire. The vile pirates had united in a surprise assault. A colonel, witnessing the lifeless body of his subordinate lying cold on the ground, was consumed by rage, unleashing his armed hockey as he fought fiercely against the pirates. Ha ha ha. Kill them, brothers. This time we have the backing of big shots from the underworld. An ordinary Navy soldier is worth 50,000 berries. Ha ha ha. Ha. Another sergeant down. 500,000 berries in the bag. Countless pirates fought savagely, their fierce aura nearly overwhelming the Navy, their eyes gleaming with a chilling crimson. Exuding an air of menace, For profit, pirates would go to any lengths. Above the G1 branch, a towering, statuesque beauty, clad in pink leather, stood upon a thundercloud, wielding the sword known as Napoleon, her eyes flashing with red light. None other than Big M.O.M. Charlotte Linlin, ma, a one-sided battle, how delightful. She surveyed the two nearly defeated vice admirals below, having nearly concluded the fight in mere minutes. In her youth, Big Mom's strength and beauty were undeniably at their zenith. With a swift motion, Charlotte Linlin unleashed a devastating slash. Elbaf's gun, W-Egu. A massive wave of slashing energy hurtled downward, unstoppable, aimed at the two vice admirals. Bang! The two vice admirals fell. Katakuri, keep fighting. Let me see your talents. Big M.O.M. watched her most favored son dominate the battlefield as if it were his playground. Yes, M.O.M., Charlotte Katakuri grinned, revealing his sharp teeth, reveling in the carnage. Just then, from afar, a figure of immense presence, moving with the grace of the moonwalk, approached at great speed, his blood-red eyes taking in the devastation at the G1 branch, a realm resembling hell on earth, his heart filled with unbridled fury. Big M.O.M., you scoundrel! Armed, shattering tornado. A shock wave tore through the sky, hurtling towards her. Ma. Finally, someone interesting has arrived. Zephyr, W.U. The signature battle technique of the giant race was unleashed once more, yet this time it was effortlessly shattered by the opposition. The second round begins. Here, at the G7 branch of the New World, recently ravaged by the Dreammaker Roy, had only just been rebuilt a few days prior when it faced another frenzied onslaught from pirates. At the very heart of the battlefield, a fierce confrontation unfolds between the leaders of both factions. The muscle-bound behemoth, Peter Leese, captain of the 7th Fleet of the Sky Pirates, boasts a bounty of 445 million berries. As a vice admiral of the G7 branch utters a name, despair grips his heart. In this era, a bounty of 500 million on the green pepper is already considered legendary, and Peter Leese is no exception. It is worth noting that the captain of the 12th Fleet, Feng Xiaz, holds the title of Trader Vice Admiral. One can only imagine the stature of those captains who rank above him. Ha ha ha. Knowing my name. Why do you not surrender at once? Peter Leese bellows with laughter. Humph. The delusion that justice will bow down is the greatest folly of pirates. Sky finger gun rapid fire bombs. Ha. Then you shall remain here forever. Muscle tsunami. The two sides plunge directly into battle. It is not merely the G1 and G7 branches. Tonight, the entire New World is destined to be a night of blood and turmoil. All naval branches, regardless of size, are met with the frenzied onslaught of pirates as the most nefarious forces of the sea unite. From the colossal Big Mom pirates to the demonic crew of Satan, the subordinate fleets of the Sky Pirates, Gale Swordsman Shano S. Gale Pirates, Dreamweaver Roy S. Phantom Sword Pirates, and countless other affiliated pirate crews. Over 90% of the pirates in the New World suddenly rise in rebellion tonight, launching surprise attacks on various naval branches. If not for Zephyr leading thousands of elite Navy personnel to respond swiftly, the situation would have been far more dire. News reaches Marineford. Bang. What do these scoundrels intend to do? Launch a full-scale war? Then let us engage to the fullest. All CP agents and combat personnel dispatched by the world government are sent to the New World. With Sengoku at the helm, in the Marshal's office, all high-ranking officers are abruptly summoned in the dead of night. Yes, Sengoku's expression is grim. The pirates of the New World have grown too audacious. Just as Sengoku prepares to mobilize the troops, a piercing alarm suddenly reverberates through the skies of Marineford. What is this? A highest-level alert. Sora and the other commanders activate their observation haki, their hearts turning to ice. The sight revealed by their haki is a sea of enemy troops. Outside the shores of Marineford, beneath the night sky, countless pirate ships head for battle, their prows stretching for miles, a majestic sight. At the forefront, 3 pirate ships stand out, their decks occupied by Whitebeard, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji, the marine headquarters. Marineford, this grand island, a symbol of world peace and a bastion of justice, is under a full-scale assault on this fateful night in 1489. For centuries, regardless of the tempestuous and unpredictable nature of the sea, few have dared to directly attack this place. Yet now, beneath the starry night, waves crash and winds howl. The alarms of Marineford blare incessantly, their volume turned to maximum, as all Navy personnel rush to assemble under the cover of night. Heading for the battlefield, Sora, Sengoku, and the other vice admirals soar through the air with haste, upon seeing the familiar figures at the head of the pirate fleet. Steel-boned Sora's expression hardens, his face a mask of fury. Newgate, what do you intend to do? Declare war. Whitebeard smirks disdainfully, offering no reply. He stands proudly at the bow of the Moby Dick. His golden hair billowing in the night breeze, his crescent-shaped mustache pointing towards the heavens. Squinting slightly, he surveys the preparations of Marineford. Just as Lex said, only Sora and Sengoku, along with a few vice admirals, are here to defend. Raising his weapon, the tidal cutter, he channels the full power of the Tremor fruit, a terrifying wave of white energy enveloping the tidal cutter as the fabric of space shatters like a fragile web. Erupting with a deafening roar above Marineford, with a swift slash, Whitebeard tears through the air. The sound of the rending space resonates, and Sora and Sengoku instantly find themselves on high alert, their expressions shifting dramatically. Within their observation hockey lies an overwhelming tsunami crashing towards Marineford. The sea quakes. The man with the power to devastate the world, Edward Newgate, has arrived. Wahahaha, Newgate, you've become even more formidable. Silver Axe, wielding a massive axe and clad in silver armor. Remarks.is this the extent of your power now, Newgate. Wangji gazes upon the colossal tsunami barreling towards Marineford, deftly avoiding the pirate fleet, and instead surging towards the multitude of Navy personnel gathered in the plaza, carrying with it an unstoppable force akin to thunder and lightning. After years apart, allow me to present you with a small gift, a token of my respect. Kuralalala, beneath the night sky, the pirates, witnessing the gigantic tsunami conjured by Whitebeard, raise their weapons in a fervent cheer for his name. Scoundrels, do you intend to destroy this place upon your arrival? Sengoku's fury mounts as he sees the tsunami approaching. The Navy is far from the time of that ever-goggled bicycle enthusiast. Kazan is likely off somewhere unknown, rendering them unable to freeze the battlefield as in the war on the summit. Thus, Sora and Sengoku leap into action, soaring through the air, one to the left and one to the right. Confronting the ferocious tsunami, steel bone shattering, great Buddha shockwave, the two highest combatants of the Navy, the current and future marshals, unleash their might in unison, generating earth-shattering power. The tsunami crashing against Marineford is diminished by half, yet still carries a remnant of its force, surging towards the plaza of Marineford. In the depths of night, countless warships are capsized, and numerous Navy personnel are swept away, meeting their demise. This is Edward Newgate, a man on par with the Pirate King in his prime. Kuralalala, men, seize this opportunity to land on Marineford and engage the Navy in battle. Oh, the roars of thousands of pirates echo through the skies above Marineford. The earth-shattering cries contrast sharply with the desperate screams of countless Navy personnel on the plaza, as Whitebeard skillfully manipulates the flow of war, creating the greatest opportunity for his side, a tactic vividly demonstrated in the later war on the summit. And now, the battlefield of Marineford has ignited. The pirate alliance, shrouded in the night, and the artillery fire from the ships, successfully lands on the main battleground of Marineford. The two forces collide like a sudden flood, instantly erupting into a brutal melee. Death becomes the predominant theme of the night in Marineford. Marco, provide aerial support for everyone and assist our injured comrades. Whitebeard remains at the bow, observing the battlefield ahead, his gaze profound as he instructs the young Marco beside him. In truth, Whitebeard harbors selfish intentions. Marco is only 14 years old, though his strength has greatly improved under Whitebeard's guidance over the past few months. Whitebeard subconsciously feels that this trainee crew member needs to remain under his protection, not wanting Marco to venture into peril. However, the young Marco merely smiles gently as he recalls the words spoken by his brother, Lex, a few months prior. I hope that 30 years from now, the Moby Dick will be shielded beneath the wings of the Phoenix. Do you understand, Marco? If, in 3 months, you have not acquired the strength to defeat a Navy captain, even Dad cannot protect you. As these words race through Marco's mind, they resonate like echoes from yesterday. His youthful gaze sharpens, transforming as the wings of the Phoenix unfurl behind him, the blue flames strikingly visible against the night. He trembles his wings and takes to the skies. Dad, I am no longer a child. With that, Marco ascends directly towards the heart of the fiercest battle, where cannon fire roars, artillery belches flames, and smoke envelopes the air. Yet Marco moves as if in a realm untouched by others, the ethereal figure of the Phoenix weaving through the hail of bullets and cannonballs, these threats proving inconsequential to him as the Phoenix. Marco launches himself towards a Navy captain, who is astonished by Marco's youth and formidable fruit abilities. Whitebeard watches Marco's retreating figure, a sudden grin spreading across his face. Has that little brat developed such resolve? Kurualalala, go forth and make your mark on the world's most prestigious battlefield. The legend of the Phoenix, feared across the seas, begins here. Wang Ji and Silver Axe appear to be in discussion, making their way towards Whitebeard. Newgate, Silver Axe will hold Sengoku off while I deal with those vice admirals. You focus on breaking through. Is that agreeable? Indeed. That was the plan all along. But remember to prioritize delaying the battle, ensuring they cannot spare any personnel until we reach the battlefield at Mariwa. Whitebeard emphasizes, Wahaha, merely holding Sengoku back. That'll be a piece of cake. Leave it to me. Silver Axe chuckled heartily, his lithe form clad in shimmering silver armor, unexpectedly light as he soared into the air, wielding a colossal silver axe, charging towards the Warring States. Warring States, after so many years, do you miss the old man? He bellowed with laughter. Ha. Silver Axe, even you, who usually stays composed, have joined the fray, you rascal. Great Buddha, ocean sovereign quake. The golden palm of the Buddha surged forth, imbued with an inexorable aura of slaughter, hurtling towards the Silver Axe in a display of divine wrath. Ha! Let us see what you've got. Silver Axe retaliated with an enraged swing of his axe. The powerful hockey of armament enveloped the mighty weapon. Bang! The two forces clashed, evenly matched. In another battlefield, Wang Ji donned golden armor, wielding a massive sword, battling several vice admirals led by a crane. While Wang Ji might seem unremarkable among the elite, one must note that even the seemingly mundane belonged to this circle. In later years, the now renowned Blackbeard, having ascended to the rank of one of the four emperors, required a surprise attack to fell the elderly Wang Ji. What of the peak Wang Ji of today? There is no doubt. He epitomizes the standard of a four-emperor. Wang Ji moved through the chaos as if traversing an empty realm, the vice admirals falling before him like fledglings, unable to raise a ripple. Were it not for Lex's admonition to refrain from unleashing true fury in Marineford, reminding him that their true adversaries were not the Navy, he would have long since carved a path through the battlefield alone. For now, he remained entangled with the elite vice admirals led by the Crane, whose astute organization prevented a swift victory. Fortunately, Wang Ji relished the tranquility, taking his time, upon the heights of Marineford. Steelbone Kong's expression remained grave. Although bolstered by the formidable execution of his elite forces, the situation was far from optimistic. Lives were lost every moment. Were it not for Wang Ji's seeming reluctance, the delicate balance would have already shattered. Kong exchanged glances with Whitebeard aboard the Moby Dick. Neither had made a move. Whitebeard aimed merely to stall Marineford's strength, and the longer he could do so, the better. Steelbone Kong, on the other hand, sought to prevent the conflict from spiraling further out of control. Should Whitebeard and he engage in true battle, the headquarters could very well meet its demise this night, as the year 1489 drew to a close. The final day culminated at midnight. Like a volcanic eruption, the ground trembled, and war descended unexpectedly, sweeping everyone into its chaotic embrace. This sudden upheaval instantaneously transformed the once tranquil sea. The new world was ablaze with turmoil. Malicious forces united in an unprecedented alliance, with several prominent figures from the underworld simultaneously stepping forth, offering bounties for the deaths of Navy personnel in this conflict. Admiral Zifa found himself isolated, his thousands of elite troops akin to stones cast into an ocean, failing to fill the endless chasm of war. Marineford faced an unprecedented direct assault from pirates, the New World Pirate Coalition, led by Whitebeard, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji, traversed Fishman Island, maneuvered through the Red Land, and advanced toward Marineford. The situation was dire. The calm belt erupted with countless colossal sea kings, seemingly responding to some unseen command, violently assaulting Navy outposts across the seas. Countless Navy personnel and civilians met untimely ends on this fateful night. The grim news spread like wildfire, reaching Mary Geos. Amidst the power struggles, the five elders convened urgently in the dead of night. Bang! What nonsense! What do these people intend? To topple the divine authority? Mars shouted vehemently, his eyes ablaze with fury. The malevolent forces had coalesced in an unprecedented manner. Was this truly orchestrated by that man? Jupiter spoke softly, recalling that just hours ago, Lex had departed from Panga City. Before leaving, he had been asked by Jupiter whether the pirates intended to assault the New World Navy branches and if this was connected to Lex. Lex had merely snorted in response. Immediately following Lex's departure, the pirates in the New World descended into a frenzy, rampaging against various Navy branches. Even worse, Marineford was now mired in the quagmire of war. Who else could it be? That scoundrel Lex, despite our concessions, he has indeed rallied the pirates to wage war. What does he intend? A coup d'etat? To showcase strength, to threaten us into surrendering those responsible for the death of Anastasia? Saturn was deeply dissatisfied. Lex was an insatiable wolf. The pressing matter at hand was how to quell the war. I do not wish for Lordum to awaken to such a chaotic sea. Mercury interjected gloomily. Marineford had already made several calls for reinforcements. Jupiter began to relay intelligence. Reinforcements must be dispatched. The branches in the New World can be destroyed and rebuilt, but if Marineford falls, our reputation will be trampled beneath Lex's feet. It would be ruthlessly ravaged. The world government would lose its credibility. The allied nations would waver, even breaking free from our control. Saturn addressed the gravity of the situation. Who shall we send? Mercury queried, urgency coloring the need for a swift decision. The two top-tier military powers could utilize their abilities to reach Marineford quickly. Let Zero be dispatched to reinforce Zephyr in the New World. Otherwise, after this war, the New World will slip entirely from our grasp. Jupiter assessed. It must be said, Jupiter indeed possessed some genuine skill, effectively managing to quell the war without compromising the interests of the Holy Land. Most crucially, immediate contact with Lex was essential to negotiate. This time, we must demonstrate sincerity, Jupiter added. The other three nodded in agreement. Given the circumstances, we had no choice but to proceed as such. However, in the next moment, Venus, the financial war god, Isambron v. Nazareo, suddenly spoke. Gentlemen, it seems we have overlooked a crucial detail. The others frowned, pondering what Venus might express. Cradling an ancient sword, Venus began. Those closest to Lex, including Lex himself, have scarcely appeared in this conflict. Venus's words struck like thunder, causing cold sweat to break out among the others. Indeed, where was Lex? Where was the Golden Lion, the Red Count? What of Lex's two brothers, Shano and Roy? They quickly contemplated a troubling possibility. Mercury promptly seized a platinum-colored transponder snail, dialing through without hesitation. Good evening, Lord Mercury. I am at your service, came the greeting from the other end. Without a moment's delay, Mercury commanded. Immediately dispatch the two army generals to the Holy Land. At any cost, hurry to the Holy Land. Simultaneously, Jupiter summoned the highest-ranking CP officer stationed in the Holy Land, Zero, and the current commander-in-chief stationed in Mary Geos, fight, just as the group prepared to rise and strengthen the defense of the Holy Land. A magnetic voice resonated through the skies of Mary Geos. Good evening, everyone. Leon Lex. The five elders felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. The worst-case scenario had come to pass. Above Mary Geos, Lex stood resolutely against the wind, dual long blades exuding an imposing aura, his blue cloak billowing in the night breeze, golden hair flowing freely. His gaze was calm yet suffused with an overwhelming pressure. Behind him stood the Golden Lion, the Red Count, Shano, Roy, Rhine, Aguila's Gut, Lily, Monrala Pepe, Brianna Lania, Zophist, captain of the 5th Fleet of the Flying Sea Pirates, and it captain of the 6th Fleet, arrayed in a formidable line. All standing defiantly against the void, though only a mere dozen figures, their presence transcended the heavens, exerting divine pressure upon the Holy Land. The five elders, led by Mercury, closed their eyes, unable to reopen them. Gazing at the 12 figures above, their hearts shaken like never before. Could the Holy Land truly endure such devastation? Mercury produced a device from within his attire, sounding the alarm that had not echoed in Mary Geos for 800 years. The deep bellows resonated through the Holy Land, summoning the Knights of God into immediate action, while the Celestial Dragon clan prepared for the highest state of readiness. Phegaland Jalan, wielding a single sword, relied solely on his unparalleled mastery of martial arts to instantly arrive beneath the gathered crowd of Lex. He beheld those in the heavens, their gazes fixed upon Lex, and exchanged a profound glance with him. Shortly thereafter, the remaining members of the Divine Knight Order, including Vice Captain Muse, arrived in succession. Lex remained poised in the void. He refrained from unleashing a cataclysmic explosion in the sacred land. Nor did he exploit the power of spatial fruits to launch a surprise attack, decimating Mariehua. Nor did he command the Golden Lion to manipulate dozens of islands for a divine retribution. Instead, he simply manifested in silence, even withholding his conqueror's haki, as he awaited the arrival of the enemy's generals. In the next moment, CP Commander Zero, accompanied by a cadre of white-clad CP agents, hurriedly arrived, followed closely by the Supreme Commander, Fit. The assembly gathered behind Mercury. Mercury, perplexed by Lex's presence alongside such formidable allies without taking action, could only surmise that perhaps Lex still harbored some lingering sentiments. He was the first to speak, his tone tinged with hesitation. Must we truly escalate matters to this extent? Lex, if Muse and Zero are to behead, I shall depart. Lex steadfastly maintained his principles. Among the crowd, Phegaland Jalan exhibited a complex expression, while Muse's countenance darkened ominously. Underneath Zero's white mask, his face betrayed no emotion. Resembling a frigid machine, Muse could not yield. Should he open this Pandora's box, the celestial dragons would irrevocably lose their dignity. Mercury had conceded to the utmost, suggesting even zero could be surrendered. Enough of this nonsense. If it's impossible, say so. Let us engage in battle. The Windblade Master, Shano, erupted in fury, drawing glances of dismay from those below, yet none dared to counter his outburst. Lex exhaled a heavy breath, his expression placid, his gaze slightly downcast, his azure eyes shimmering in the night. Was it truly the end of the year 1489 in the era of the sea? A rather fortuitous day, indeed. The assembly was left bewildered by his murmurings. Yet all eyes involuntarily gravitated toward the youthful figure of 20. Lex. I still hope. Jupiter was about to speak, attempting to coax Lex into compromise. Yet in the very next instant, Lex's form vanished in an instant. The members of the world government hastily activated their observation hockey, striving to capture his silhouette, all uncertain of his intentions, but one thing was certain, danger loomed ominously. Destruction, void obliteration. A familiar voice echoed softly. Drawing the gazes of the crowd, they beheld a brilliant blue blade gleaming beneath the starlit sky, as Muse was grievously wounded by a single strike, blood cascading from him as his body was hurled away. Muse, powerless to control his trajectory, was propelled several miles, crashing through countless structures of Mariehua. In the central area of the sacred land, all celestial dragons urgently retreated under the protection of the CP agents. To be precise, from the moment Mercury activated the highest combat readiness alert for the celestial dragon race, the entire sacred land erupted like a placid pond struck by a meteor, sending tumultuous waves surging forth. The celestial dragon race experienced an unprecedented upheaval in 800 years. The 5 elders bore heavy hearts. Should the one among the flowers fail to awaken promptly and instill fear in the enemy, the race of gods would likely face annihilation. You've gone too far, Lex. Mars, Makazmaz, known for his fiery temperament, witnessed the second-in-command of the Divine Night Order, Muse. Grievously injured by Lex's blade, he transformed into a colossal mythical beast. Black flames swirling around him, morphing into a great bird, black wings trembling, stirring up fierce winds. In his true sky form, he dove toward Lex with incredible swiftness, his massive frame showing no signs of sluggishness. With his claws enveloped in armament hockey, aiming to strike Lex. Ha! A pitch-black monstrosity dares to approach the young master. Allow me to engage you. Without hesitation, the figure of Rhine in the sky transformed. His own black wings unfurling, engulfed in apocalyptic black flames, taking on a man-beast form, mythical beast black flame-winged dragon form. Heavenly King Mirror Slash. There was no grand, devastating strike, only an incredibly swift figure. Cloaked in black flames and ominous energy, surged toward Mars, brandishing a black blade. Boom, the two figures collided, claws meeting blade, unleashing an immense shockwave. This seemed to signal the formal commencement of this premier battlefield. In the next heartbeat, nearly everyone sprang into action simultaneously, their energies dispersing the clouds above, clearing the moonlit sky over the sacred land. Nearly 10 instances of Conqueror's hockey erupted simultaneously. Torrents of crimson lightning ravaging Mariehua. The ground fracturing, pathways obliterated. Ha ha ha. Quit dawdling. You, old fool, come here and face your demise. The golden lion's eyes sparkled with malevolence. After 20 years, he had finally arrived here, breached the sacred land, and was poised for slaughter. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a golden slash directly aimed at the current supreme commander, Lion's Might Thousand Cuts Valley. Endless slashes rained down, their razor edges causing pain even from hundreds of meters away. Each golden strike embodying the prowess of a grand swordsman, and there were thousands of them. The world's foremost swordsman, the Flying Admiral, Golden Lion, Leon Ski, had arrived. Wicked Ski, after Rock's downfall, will this sea fall to you? Let me show you the unassailable dignity of the sacred land. Supreme Commander an elder who had endured through countless eras, now radiated divine might. His muscles swelled, and the intense armament hockey erupted from his body. The black hockey swirled around him, and with a single punch, he dissipated several golden slashes. It appears I'm not yet senile. Allow me to inform you who the sovereign of this sea is now. Lion's Might Venomous Serpent. The ability of the smooth fruit activated, as the ground beneath the golden lion was manipulated at will, forming formidable giant serpents that coiled around while boundless slashes rained down from above. In the next moment, the golden lion made his move. Conqueror's hockey enveloped Sakura Tin and Magoku, the two great swords illustrating the pinnacle of dual-wielding mastery, a level Lex could not temporarily match. Lion's Might Cherry blossoms under the moon. Just as struggled to contend with these serpents and golden slashes, the golden lion had already descended, dual swords in hand, even though his observation hockey had sensed the danger. The Golden Lion's speed was such that Fit could no longer evade. Blood gushed forth as Fit sustained a grievous injury. Yet, true to his reputation as a master of martial arts who had traversed eras, Fit gritted his teeth against the agony and retaliated with a punch, despite enduring a devastating blow from the Golden Lion. Armament 10,000 breaks. His fist, cloaked in swirling black energy, embodied over 70 years of martial arts mastery. Honed to perfection with armament hockey, boom, the Golden Lion was struck, sent staggering back 100 meters, his ribcage slightly concaved, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Yet he erupted into laughter. Ha! Fit, you truly are aging. 20 years ago, your punches were much harder. Although Fit had landed a successful blow, his weathered face bore a grimace, for the Golden Lion had spoken true. He was indeed feeling somewhat outmatched. In another battlefield, the atmosphere was not as fiercely contested as that between the Golden Lion and Supreme Commander Fit. Both were swift attackers, yet here, no battle remnants spread. Instead, they stood, engaged in conversation that it seems we haven't seen each other in quite some time. Barolik Redfield, one remarked. Indeed, Fagaland Jolin, it has been quite a while since 1485. The other replied, 1485. You remember so vividly. I've nearly rusted away in the sacred land, almost forgotten how to fight, remarked the Supreme Commander of the Divine Knight Order. Fagaland Jolin, with his crescent-shaped red hair. This just is hardly amusing. If you cannot fight, does that not highlight Newgate's incompetence? The Red Count chuckled softly, and amidst the tumultuous battlefield, only these two engaged in light-hearted banter. Strangely, not a single soul dared approach their vicinity. In fact, all battle seemed to unconsciously steer clear of these two. These two individuals were likely ranked among the top tier of all the formidable beings present. Perhaps even within the top 3. Upon hearing the mention of Whitebeard's name, Fagaland Jolin smiled faintly. How's that fellow Newgate? I've heard he has been gathering his sons. It seems Lex has become his first son. Quite amusing indeed. Perhaps I should have Lex acknowledge me as his father as well. Ahahaha. It was indeed Lex who instigated this war that swept across the world. However, Gagarin, belonging to the celestial dragon lineage, seemed unperturbed, even smiling as he mentioned Lex's name, joking with Lex's master. His demeanor appeared genuinely sincere, almost as if he wished to adopt Lex as his son, despite being only a few years older than him. Newgate must be confronting Sora right now, the Red Count remarked casually. Before the war, Lex had issued orders to everyone to hold their opponents at bay, allowing Lex to sweep through the battlefield. Thus, the Red Count found himself leisurely engaging in idle chatter with the leader of the Knights of God across from him. As for Fagaland Gagarin, he was already privy to Lex's scheme. Yes, he was aware that Lex intended to strike Mariewa tonight. Everything has its cause and effect. Ahaha, per Sora. If my memory serves me right, the forces stationed at Marineford aren't particularly formidable. Who knows? Gagarin suddenly recalled something important and inquired of the Red Count. By the way, did Lex find you a mythical Zoan fruit? The Red Count, upon hearing this, did not respond verbally. Instead, his form gradually shifted, and the leathery wings on his back unfurled. He then retracted them, answering Gagarin's question through his actions. Oh, so it is this fruit. Among the descendants of the gods, there are always those who seek to obtain it. I never expected Lex to secure it. When he first told me, I was quite skeptical. So, the Red Count replied nonchalantly. Outside of their conversation, the battlefield was fiercely contested, with immense boulders soaring through the sky, shattered by unknown strikes, and soared energy, lightning, flames, and energy waves were rampant. The celestial dragons, sheltering deep within the Holy Land, trembled and feared. At Marineford, it was now around 3 a.m. Since midnight, the Pirate Alliance had launched their assault, and several hours had passed, resulting in a stalemate. One must admit, the regular army is indeed formidable. Even though the pirates, bolstered by Whitebeard's thunderous strike before the war and taking the initiative, held the advantage, the responding navy quickly stabilized their ranks. Confronting the pirate fleet and safeguarding the countless lights of Marineford behind them, in the plaza, Ji Yuan stood resolutely on the battlefield. As a naval captain, she had no reason to remain on the sidelines. Frost Cherry Narrow, with a flourish of Jean Pira, a massive peach-pink slash cleaved through the air, felling a myriad of pirates. Though a captain by rank, Ji Yuan's strength had already reached a level comparable to that of a general. Damn Lex, is this your so-called surprise from last night in bed? Humph, you'll get what's coming to you. As Ji Yuan traversed the battlefield, dispatching nameless pirate minions, she internally cursed Lex, unaware of why she referred to herself as old lady at the tender age of 18. Meanwhile, the two supreme commanders on the Maritime battlefield, Whitebeard and Steelbone Sora, were both keenly observing the battlefield, adjusting their respective strategies while keeping a watchful eye on each other. Both were acutely aware of each other's strengths. Whitebeard had no desire for his sons to encounter danger, preferring to spar with a contingent of ordinary Navy personnel. If the scheming Steelbone Sora were to act without honor and directly target his sons, there would be no place for tears. Steelbone Sora harbored similar thoughts. Despite Whitebeard's reputation for righteousness among the many pirates, he was, at heart, a villain without mercy. To expect him to uphold principles and regulations during war was akin to leading one's subordinates to their doom. Mercy towards enemies equates to cruelty towards oneself, a truth Steelbone Sora understood well. In the next moment, both seemed to recall something, their gazes sweeping across the battlefield in search of something. Their observation hockey activated to the fullest, leaving no detail unnoticed. Soon, their eyes simultaneously locked onto Ji Yuan. She was still engaged in battle. She was no mere canary for Lex, but a golden phoenix deserving of the true dragon that Lex was. For her, combat was the norm. The simultaneous focus of the two titans upon her did not register in Ji Yuan's mind. She was entirely absorbed in the skirmish. However, the expressions of Whitebeard and Steelbone Sora suddenly shifted. They both noticed that the other was fixated on the same target, Ji Yuan. Whitebeard's expression turned strange as he glanced at Ji Yuan, then at Steelbone Sora, feeling a twinge of confusion. What is Sora doing? Why is he watching my daughter-in-law? Steelbone Sora shared a similar sentiment. Ji Yuan was a key figure recently designated for protection by the Five Elders, tasked with receiving proper training while ensuring her safety at all costs. Losing even a single hair would warrant an inquiry. In the next instant, both internally groaned. Damn it, why is that bastard Sora fixated on Ji Yuan? Nevertheless, the battlefield would not quiet down due to this minor interlude among their commanders. The war raged on, fiercely contested, on the battlefield of Mariewa. Thus I wish to discuss some matters regarding this mythical Zoan fruit. Fagalan Gagarin mused over the words of the Red Count, chuckling lightly. The Red Count responded, slightly puzzled. Gagarin wasted no time with suspense, providing clarification. Lex specifically asked me to investigate some records concerning the celestial dragon lineage, which contain details about this fruit, and how to effectively remedy certain deficiencies of the vampire fruit. Deficiencies? What specifically do you mean? The Red Count inquired. While it can maintain youth through blood, achieving true immortality through it is not entirely feasible. It requires the integration of certain secret arts. To be precise, it necessitates specific techniques to harness this fruit, achieving a state of prolonged peak condition. Of course, in our lineage's history, there has been no precedent for immortality. I see. Following this, the Red Count and Gagarin delved into discussions about the secrets of this fruit, which Lex had tasked Gagarin to research from the hidden records of the celestial dragons. Elsewhere on the battlefield of Mariewa, a resounding crunch echoed through the skies, a deafening sound unmistakably that of bones and flesh being chewed. Pepe faced off against dozens of CP0 operatives, all elite members, many of whom were leaders of CP action teams, each possessing the strength of a naval rear admiral. Yet, before Pepe, they struggled to hold their ground. With injuries occurring constantly, blood spraying forth, dozens were being utterly suppressed by Pepe alone, unable to stir even a ripple. The cannibalistic monster, Mont-Blanc Pepe, captain of the 3rd Fleet of the Flying Sky Pirates, user of the superhuman fruit, crack fruit. Here I come. Pepe, 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 eat, eat, eat. Pepe, Pepe, in a frenzy, darted through the battlefield, his diminutive form moving at a speed that far surpassed the CP's use of sorrow. This was the advanced application of the crack fruit. Shattering resistance. The superhuman fruit plays with concepts. Thus, even relying solely on his short legs, Pepe's speed reached an astonishing level. Mont-Blanc Pepe continued his relentless charge, casually striking down enemies with a slap, upon contact. A white-clad CP operative was met with an irresistible shattering force, bones fracturing, blood and flesh flying. Pepe took the opportunity to consume the shredded meat, replenishing his own energy while growing ever more frenzied. Human flesh was his favorite delicacy. The cannibalistic monster, Mont-Blanc Pepe. Oh dear, this foolish little jester is so impressive. I can't afford to slack off either. Wouldn't you agree, my dear? On another front, Lily, who had been playing with the numerous high-ranking CP operatives, finally grew serious. Oh dear, jelly domain awakening. In the next instant, a radius of several hundred meters centered around Lily was transformed into jelly. The ground, walls, rocks, and even vegetation became smooth jelly. Following this, an endless tide of jelly surged forth. enveloping all enemies within. The CP0 agents attempted to break free with all their might, but it felt as though they were striking cotton. Oh dear, jelly ceiling. Lily, with her pristine, rounded long legs, kicked out, her high heels charged with dense hockey. Dispatching a CP0 agent with each kick. In mere seconds, several CP0 operatives met their demise. Queen of Jelly, Lily, captain of the second fleet of the flying pirate crew, wielder of the superhuman jelly fruit power, makes her grand entrance atop the Red Land, in the sacred realm of the gods, Mary Geos, beneath a starlit sky where moonlight cascades like a waterfall across the heavens. Tranquility reigns, yet now, chaos and flames of war engulf the scene. Shiki, you scoundrel, how dare you so brazenly affront the dignity of the government? They shall not let you escape unscathed. Commander-in-Chief Fate, now aged and weary, finds himself utterly overwhelmed, firmly pressed by the peak-formed golden lion, whose body is marred by a multitude of sword wounds, blood streaming profusely. Ha 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 ha. Fate, have you lost your wits in your old age? Do you think I care for your reputation? I am the golden lion. Lioness might, cherry blossom under the moon. Another assault, imbued with the domineering hockey, crashes down upon Fate, whose countenance darkens as he desperately concentrates to muster his own hockey to counter. Bang. In but a moment, Fate falls defeated, blood once more spilling from the corner of his mouth. Not solely is it the clash between the golden lion and Fate. Elsewhere on the battlefield, fierce engagements unfold. Ha ha ha. As the pinnacle of world authority. Is this all you are capable of? Truly pathetic. In the skies above, two figures, their black wings vibrating, collide with ferocity, each impact generating boundless shockwaves. This is aerial combat, coincidentally. Both combatants possess the ability to fly. Belonging to the mythical Zoan type, the flying pirate crew's heavenly king Rhine, in the form of the black flame-winged dragon, the world's highest authority, Mars, Marcus Maz, the god of environmental warfare, in the form of Garuda. Merely a pirate. How dare you act so recklessly? Black Veil, Soul Devour, the wings of Mars flap, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that surges toward Rhine. Ha, have you been dazed in Mary Geos? You've employed this technique several times tonight. I'll tell you, it's utterly ineffective. Rhine scoffs, wielding his long blade, shrouded in ghostly energy, Heavenly King's illusory slash, the Black Strike, seemingly birthed from the depths of hell, spills forth a terrifying torrent of ghostly and domineering energy as the black flames of the Zoan type swirl around. With a single slash, it shatters all illusions, instantly obliterating the Black Veil. Mars suffers yet another defeat. Blood erupting from his chest, a spurt escaping his lips. Ha, with such skill, you dared to speak insolently to the young master moments ago. Rhine spares no mercy, delivering a sharp taunt. However, not all of the elders are subdued. Mercury, Topman Vorkili, the god of legal warfare, is firmly suppressing the Gale Swordmaster Shano. It appears you are no match for Lex, Gale Swordmaster. Mercury speaks coolly, casting a glance at Lex, who is engaged in a 2-on-1 advantage. Heh, so what? It suffices to eliminate you, old fool. Though Shano's demeanor is carefree and casual, his tongue remains resolute. Despite his body being riddled with wounds and his position precarious, he holds steadfast. Mercury is undoubtedly the strongest among the elders, surpassing even Venus, who wields the legendary Demon Slayer. In just a few hours, the once mighty Gale Swordmaster Shano has begun to show signs of decline. It matters not. The absolute power of the gods will reveal all answers. Mercury, unperturbed by Shano's insults, maintains his composure, yet his attacks grow ever more ferocious. In Alia Gale, Shano musters all his strength to defend, for every collapse on the battlefield could precipitate total defeat, of course. Aside from the Red Count and Figuran Gaggering, who have been idly chatting since the onset of battle. It appears your stance is not as pure as it once was. The Red Count muses softly, his innate mind-reading ability allowing him to perceive anomalies, even amidst those difficult to penetrate. Moreover, even a fool could surmise that this commander of the Knights of God has forged some undisclosed arrangement with Lex. My stance. I have not shifted in the least. Though Gaggering speaks thus, his gaze involuntarily drifts toward the battlefield's epicenter, where Lex engages in combat with the gravely injured Moose and the supreme commander of CP, 0.1 against 2, firmly holding the upper hand. Yet Lex's intentions extend far beyond merely suppressing the two. This night, he stirs war and unrest upon the seas to personally slay these two before him, Deputy Commander of the Knights of God. Moose, Supreme Commander of CP, 0, do you truly intend to eradicate us entirely? Moose, heavily wounded, speaks with a mix of defiance and dread. Hours of battle reveal to him that this 20-year-old junior exceeds all expectations. Even with the synergy between himself and Zero, they are nearly overwhelmed. Eradicate you entirely? You overestimate your significance. I merely made a brief visit to Mary Geos and will conveniently eliminate you. Lex's expression remains impassive. Blood droplets falling from his weapon. The moonlight refracted by the sharp blade. Lex's casual mention of conveniently renders Mu's utterly insignificant. His expression darkens with a blend of dread and indignation. As the second in command of the Knights of God. Being effortlessly bested in a one-on-two struggle is a bitter pill to swallow. Beside him, Zero, though slightly panting, maintains an icy demeanor beneath his white mask, silent, merely a sword in the hands of the celestial dragons. Devoid of unnecessary thoughts, even as he once captured Lex's mother, even after years of bloodshed, even as countless souls cry out for vengeance, he is set to meet his end at Lex's hand. But so what? From the moment he gained consciousness, he was indoctrinated with the celestial dragon's notion of supremacy, trained as the strongest shield throughout his life. Death is the inevitable conclusion. Being slain by Lex is but a fitting finale. Muz and Zero remain oblivious to Lex's mind-reading ability, thus failing to take precautions. Consequently, Lex perceives their inner thoughts with crystal clarity. Compared to the cowardice of Muz, Zero is commendable, albeit aligned with the wrong side. Lex internally reflects, though it is merely a fleeting thought, this night, both Muz and Zero shall perish here. Annihilation space. Without hesitation, Lex invokes his awakened fruit ability, the most potent control technique, annihilation space. Patterns ripple across the void, continuously undulating and expanding outward, forming a unique dimensional space. Muz's expression tightens, while Zero's face remains devoid of emotion beneath his white mask. Lex, the death of your mother was not solely my doing. Without their consent, I could not have struck. I was merely the executioner. Why must I die? Muz bellows in rage, attempting to unleash his domineering will to shatter this annihilation space. He can distinctly feel his dwindling haki being consumed at an alarming rate. As though multiplied by dozens, this is the peculiar nature of this space. It doubles the enemy's haki consumption. Why must I kill you? Lex's voice echoes, yet he is unseen. Enough of your prattle. Lex engages in this trivial exchange with Muz solely to allow their haki to deplete completely, rendering them utterly defenseless. Finally, nearly a minute passes. Within the annihilation space, Muz and Zero are battered by its relentless force, their haki nearly exhausted. Realizing death approaches, Muz shamelessly pleads, Zero, cover me. Let me escape, as a descendant of the celestial dragons. I cannot perish here in such a pitiful manner. In Muz's eyes, he considers himself a being of high standing, even among the celestial dragons. How much more so compared to Zero, merely a servant. Understood, Zero responds, compliance with the celestial dragon's command ingrained in his very being, a rather tragic fate for a top-tier warrior, yet it is the truth. Muz, remember my name, Leon Lex. Lex's voice resounds. In despair engulfs Muz. Dawn, dimensional slash. Within the annihilation space, Lex's figure materializes behind Muz. Wanchin Yukong, Buddha Yuhuan, infused with azure spatial energy, the haki of domination entwining the blade. Swift, approaching its zenith. As Muz hears Lex's voice, his head is already severed from his neck. Muz is dead. In a moment of urgency, Zero sought to seize the fleeting shadow of Lex as he struck. Lex chuckled lightly, showing no signs of evasion. Instead, crossing his twin blades in front of his chest. Zero, what is your name? It was Zero's turn, yet Lex remained unhurried, inquiring about Zero's name with a grin. Lex was acutely aware that such a being was little more than a tool. Aside from the warmth of blood that proved he was no cold-blooded creature, he was indistinguishable from one. I have no name. Zero is my name. As if he had come to terms with his inevitable demise. A slight movement flickered across Zero's eternally stoic visage beneath the white mask, the corners of his mouth twitching into a smile he had nearly forgotten for decades. Had it not been for my mother's plight, perhaps we would not be at odds. Lex sighed softly. In truth, by slaying Muz, he had avenged himself significantly. Zero's death was more about paving the way for Inalu's ascendance. I, too, possess the bloodline of the celestial dragons. I trust you are acutely aware of this. Indeed, Lord Lex. Lord? You are on the brink of death. Why still venerate the bloodline of the celestial dragons? Because that is my destiny. Lex fell into a contemplative silence, pondering for a moment before expressing his curiosity. As the strongest shield, do you not unconditionally execute every command? Do you truly believe you possess a destiny? If you could spare me a moment, I would like to speak about the Valley of Gods. Throughout his life, Zero had never harbored such subjective thoughts. In the eyes of others, and even in his own reflection, he was merely a heartless tool. Yet now, he dared to voice such a request. He had always been the one commanded. Seldom had he articulated demands. He understood he was facing death. Even the most emotionless soul exhibits a change when confronted with their end. Speak. Upon hearing Lex grant him the opportunity to express himself, Zero felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you for your mercy. You are unlike the celestial dragons of the Holy Land. Zero continued. The Valley of Gods is a victim of the celestial dragons' triannual nation extermination games. At that time, I, as the supreme commander of the CP, took it upon myself to release some individuals. Why? Lex inquired, intrigued. Zero glanced at the cooling body of Muse at his feet and continued, they were not key figures. Merely some enslaved children. I felt an inexplicable connection to them. I in them. I seem to see myself, to find myself. What truly differentiates me from them? I am called Zero. They too possess their own names. The distinction is merely that we are all slaves to the celestial dragons. The only difference is that they bear the 9 heaven-soaring dragons' hoof behind them, while I have always lived under a fate akin to theirs, a fate devoid of freedom. Is it called freedom? Lex was momentarily taken aback, before chuckling softly. Yes, it is called freedom. In the next moment, Zero slowly raised his right hand, removing the pure white mask to reveal his countenance. An exceptionally ordinary face, marked by the wear of middle age. Yet the most captivating aspect was his gaze, devoid of any ripples, as if his pupils were eternally fixed in place, unmoving. Thank you for revealing to me the meaning of freedom. He smiled faintly. Now, please, do what you must. Kill me. You have nothing further to say? Lex smiled slightly, entirely unfazed, as if he were not confronting the murderer of his mother. After all, avenging the mother he had never met was merely one of the motivations for his actions tonight. If it pleases you, I would ask that you lay me to rest in a place of freedom, ideally one untouched by the celestial dragons. I promise you, you shall rest in a place known as Maple and Sephora in 1,000 miles, which is beautiful. Thank you, Lord Lex. There is no need to address me as Lord, nor anyone else. You are you, in your final moments of life. Why not live for yourself? Ha. Thank you, Lex. Ha. No need for thanks. Freedom dimensional / Zero closed his tranquil eyes, extending his arms to embrace death, to welcome freedom. The azure blade's radiance flickered and vanished in an instant. His body slowly, gradually, fell. Lex sheathed his twin blades, exhaling a breath of exhaustion, his gaze growing increasingly profound. Having been in this world for 20 years, he had finally achieved this step through his own strength. Thus he offered flowers to himself, riding forth in song towards freedom. Ahahaha. On the battlefield of Marineford, Newgate, who exactly instigated this war? Bang! Another earth-shattering clash echoed as Steelbone Sara and Whitebeard simultaneously recoiled. The two were unaware of when their battle had commenced. Kahahaha. I merely wished to stroll through Marineford. Is that not permissible? Sora. You, along with Wang Ji and Silver Axe, could not have accomplished this without someone orchestrating from the shadows. Sora knew Whitebeard's words were entirely nonsensical. Whitebeard, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe were not inherently combative individuals. How could they possibly unite to launch a surprise attack on Marineford? Behind this chaos, including the war in the New World and the recent assault on the Holy Land that Sora had just learned of, there had to be a hidden hand manipulating it all. It was terrifying. Even during Rox's prime, there had never been such influence. Kohahaha. You should focus on yourself first. Sora unleashed a quake, shattering the space around him as the white shockwave surged forth. Steelbone Sara braced himself for the impending threat. For behind him lay Marineford. Steelbone, Jade shattered. Boom. The shockwaves from the collision generated titanic waves, sweeping away numerous pirates and marines, creating an expanse of desolation. Even if you don't speak, I have already deduced. The one instigating the war is likely in Mariehua. That is where your true battleground lies. Sora continued analyzing without waiting for Whitebeard's response. If your aim were merely the Navy's branch in the New World, there would be no need for such grandiose measures, nor for the war to engulf the world. And you, tasked with the surprise assault on Marineford, seem to have held back, merely seeking to delay us. Wang Ji is the best proof of that. Sora glanced at Wang Ji, who had been idly observing. Thus, your true objective is singular. Mariehua. Applause suddenly resonated from above. Ahahaha. As expected of Marshal Steelbone Sora. Your analysis is spot on. Lex descended gracefully, landing beside Whitebeard. Whitebeard turned to his son. Has it concluded over at Mariehua? Well, nothing unexpected. It ended smoothly. Though he spoke nonchalantly, Lex could not help but recall the fleeting, overwhelming presence he sensed just before their withdrawal from Mariehua, a deity. At the moment he obliterated the space and declared the war over, A domineering aura emanated from the depths of Pango City. And Lex instantly grasped who it was, impelled down, just as he prepared to unleash an explosion to test him's current strength. Him seemed to awaken, foreseeing the monumental blast that would soon unfold at Mariewa. The aura instantly locked onto Lex, and in that instant, Lex felt an all-too-familiar sense of mortality. Thus, without the slightest hesitation, Lex activated his dimensional powers, instantly evacuating everyone on his side, leaving behind the ruins of Mariewa. Sora's expression turned grave as he regarded Lex, bathed in the flames' glow. Lex, draped in a red and blue cloak, with twin blades slung at his waist, golden hair cascading down, his gaze indifferent, bore no semblance of someone who had just made an emergency retreat from Mariewa. Upon hearing Lex's exchange with Whitebeard, Sora promptly realized that this golden-haired youth must be the one who had attacked Mariewa. But who was he? Kong, self-proclaimed commander of the Navy for decades, was well acquainted with the remarkable figures of the sea. Yet he could not recognize the young man before him. Sensing Kong's gaze upon him, Lex smiled gently, remaining silent. His body gradually levitated, ultimately standing majestically above the battlefield of Marineford. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki erupted forth, and crimson lightning pierced the heavens. Instantly, 99% of the Navy personnel at Marineford fell unconscious, their eyes rolling back, while none of the pirates succumbed. The unparalleled mastery of observation Haki and the peak application of Conqueror's Haki were on full display. I am Leon Lex, the supreme commander of the pirate Grand Fleet, the instigator of this war. From the moment the Conqueror's Haki was unleashed, all on the battlefield of Marineford ceased their combat and turned their gazes toward the man in the night sky. Trafalgar, that bastard dares to show his face at Marineford. Marco, brother Lex has finally arrived. Silver Axe and Wang Ji, it's about time. This has been quite the struggle. Lex surveyed the battlefield, his gaze briefly lingering on Trafalgar, whose dark eyes met his in an instant. Lex averted his gaze, pretending not to see. Then, with a sudden flourish, he drew his twin blades, their azure glimmer slicing through the night sky, illuminating the entirety of Marineford. Ladies and gentlemen, I extend my sincerest apologies for our visit today. War is but one means of resolution, and my purpose here has been fulfilled. Henceforth, let us cease hostilities. With a sweeping motion of his blades, a cross-shaped slash tore through the air, heading straight for the headquarters building of the Marine at Marineford. Kong's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to intervene. But Whitebeard swiftly intervened, blocking Kong in place with a powerful strike. Kohahaha, my son is going to do what he loves. You should just watch. In another part of the battlefield, Sengoku attempted to unleash a shockwave of the Great Buddha. But Silver Axe reacted with remarkable speed, swinging his colossal axe to counter the attack. Bang! At that moment, no one at Marineford possessed the strength to halt the immense cross-slash. Zing! All present could do nothing but watch helplessly as the formidable azure blade of energy pierced through the colossal plaque inscribed with justice, continuing unabated to cleave the building in two. Boom! The Marine Justice Building, standing tall for centuries, collapsed with a thunderous roar. I hereby declare, at the end of the year 1489, the war at Marineford concludes with a complete victory for our allied forces. Oh. The pirates, a throng at Marineford, erupted in ecstatic cheers, celebrating their resounding triumph. Against all odds, they had indeed triumphed at the very heart of justice in this world, vanquishing the Navy. Now, retreat, set sail for the new world. Let us celebrate our victory. Lex's voice boomed, and the pirates gazed fervently at the figure in the sky, some familiar with Lex, others not. Yet, at this moment, the scene was etched in the memories of the Pirate Alliance forever. Kong and Sengoku's expressions were grim. The new world had endured a night of brutal combat, with both sides suffering considerable casualties. In Lex's strategy, only the battlefield of the new world was truly engaged. Primarily aimed at annihilating all remaining naval forces, Marineford was primarily a suppression effort, while the battlefield at Mariewa aimed to eliminate Muse and Zero. If the opportunity arose, they would also test his strength. Now, with the objectives at Mariewa achieved and Marineford declaring total victory, only the New World battlefield remained. As for the Sea Kings under Lusk's command, they had been sent out from the Combelt to intimidate the seas and had now returned. Without their emergence, Lusk was the true Sea King. At the G1 branch, dawn was about to break. Mama. Zephyr, it's futile. As long as I'm here, you won't be leaving this island. Big Mom stood atop Zeus, wielding the Emperor's sword. Napoleon, who exactly is orchestrating your attack on the Marines? Zephyr had asked this question at least 5 times during their hours-long battle. Who was behind all this? Mama, I won't say unless you agree to have a child with me. If it's your bloodline, your offspring would surely be powerful. Zephyr's countenance darkened as he faced Charlotte Linlin, known as Big Mom, whose formidable physique resembled an iron balloon. Even though Zephyr's armament hockey could easily inflict internal damage, he found himself at a slight disadvantage against Big Mom's astonishing defense. That it was important to note that this Big Mom was not the deranged woman of 30 years hence, but rather the true pirate queen of the seas. The next moment, a brilliant azure glow illuminated the skies above the G1 branch. Lex had arrived. Sister Linlin, thank you. Although not particularly familiar with Big Mom, Lex had a long-standing rapport with the Golden Lion, thus affording her the courtesy of the title Sister Linlin. This address seemed to please Big Mom. Mama. So, you were Lex. It appeared to be the first time she had seen him in person, and Big Mom regarded Lex with keen interest, recognizing his extraordinary demeanor and potent aura. While I may not wish to admit it, I indeed cannot defeat you. Haha. Yes, Sister Linlin, thank you for your assistance in this war in the New World. I will personally visit the Land of Wonders to express my gratitude. Though he expressed his appreciation, the underlying message was clear. The conflict here had reached its conclusion, and it was time for her to withdraw. Big Mom, perceptive as she was, picked up on this but bore no offense, smiling widely. Mama, I shall await you in the Land of Wonders. With that, Big Mom departed the G1 branch, accompanied by her children and subordinates. Lex smiled, recognizing that the current Big Mom was still quite astute, aware that the formidable power behind the upheaval of such a war was not something the Charlotte family could provoke. That power was none other than Uncle Zephyr. Lex turned to Zephyr, who had remained a cold observer throughout. Zephyr did not impede Big Mom's departure. After all, this was a defensive battle, and allowing the enemy to retreat was advantageous. Moreover, the golden-haired youth before him was Lex, whom Zephyr had encountered once during the transport of the heavenly gold. This marked their second meeting, and Zephyr understood that he was indeed formidable. "Oh, you have any words of wisdom?" Zephyr inquired, remaining vigilant. There is no need for such tension. This is indeed our second meeting, Uncle Zephyr. Lex's choice to address Zephyr as uncle rather than admiral carried its own significance. I have never had any dealings with pirates. One cannot say that. You are not a pirate, the one who instigated this war and indirectly caused countless deaths. If you are not a pirate, then there would be no pirates in the New World. Enough. No need to elaborate further. We must focus on the matter at hand. Lex paused before continuing. That I kindly ask Uncle Zephyr to convey to the Marines that from this day forth, beginning in 1490, the Navy shall not freely tread into the New World. A grandiose dream. Say what you will. I merely left too hastily at Mariawa and neglected to mention it at Marineford. Thus, I must trouble you to relay this message. Of course, I can also issue a statement later. The fate of countless innocent civilians in the New World cannot be dictated by your mere words. Zephyr's sense of justice would not permit such a thing. Surrendering the entire New World to pirates was nothing short of absurd. It should be noted that tonight, many civilians had lost their lives due to the conflict. Lex slightly raised his head, gazing at the dawn that was soon to break. The morning light was emerging on the horizon, casting its glow upon the sea. There is no need for this pretense. I am not pretending. The dead will remain dead, and I shall not regret any of my decisions. Ultimately, the ownership of the New World is not determined by who is more just, but solely by the strength of both parties. This night, I attacked Mariawa and stormed Marineford, igniting the war in the New World, simply because I possessed the strength to do so. Uncle Zephyr, return to Marineford and convey these words to the Navy. Henceforth, in the New World, my voice alone shall suffice. Lex stared directly into Zephyr's eyes, betraying not a hint of emotion. Zephyr's inner turmoil was profound. He could sense that Lex's words were heartfelt and genuine. Indeed, to merely submit to power was not the path of righteousness. After a lengthy pause, Zephyr finally uttered a response. Lex chuckled lightly. The stance of justice will always belong to power. Return now, Uncle Zephyr. I harbor no animosity towards the Navy regarding the New World. Should you believe you can defeat me, feel free to return at any time. With that, Lex turned and departed. Zephyr, lost in thought for a moment, gazed at the remnants of the G1 branch, his expression somber. No animosity towards the Navy, you say? Leon Lex. Mary Geos, the landscape of shattered walls, a once sacred site now reduced to ruins under the morning light. Lex was no saint. He had neither liberated slaves nor slain celestial dragons. His intentions had always been crystal clear: to eliminate Muse and Zero, who had long resided in Mary Geos, without personally confronting them in the Holy Land. It would be impossible to achieve such an objective. However, once one arrives at Mary Geos, the forces one must contend with become far more complicated. Lex was already immensely powerful, both in terms of his own strength and his formidable background. Thus, he was capable of undertaking what seemed an almost fantastical endeavor, brazenly ascending to the Holy Land and slaying the vice-commander of the Knights of God and the highest commander of CP under the public's watchful gaze. What a scoundrel! Does he truly disregard all sense of compassion? Mars, having just fought against Rhine, found himself at a disadvantage, and the desolate scene at the Holy Land only added to the flames. He has already shown considerable regard for our feelings. Enough of this bickering. We must focus on reconstructing the Holy Land, for that is our pressing concern. Mercury, after a moment of silence, spoke slowly. Regard for feelings? Is that about rallying a group of pirates to assault the Holy Land and eliminate Muse and Zero? What kind of regard for feelings is that? If he truly disregarded compassion, how many of us would still be standing here to listen to your grievances? At this moment, within the halls of power, only the 5 elders and Vegapunk Geiger were present. With Fleet Admiral Fit overseeing matters outside as they were all celestial dragons. Mercury felt liberated to speak directly. Geiger, do you have anything to say about this war? Simultaneously, Mercury's gaze fixed intently on the leader of the Knights of God before him. Geiger's expression, concealed beneath his red crescent-shaped hair, remained calm, devoid of any sign of panic. What is there to say? That Lex has grown stronger, perhaps. Scoundrel, you must have struck a deal with Lex. Mars erupted, enraged that he had been suppressed by Rhine, while Geiger seemed to enjoy a leisurely chat with the Red Count all night. A deal? How can one call it a deal? It is merely mutual admiration, a profound friendship, Geiger replied nonchalantly. Well then, since Muse is dead, pursuing the matter further holds little significance. Our immediate priority is the news from the Navy. Are they truly willing to cede the New World to him? Venus redirected the conversation. The New World cannot be so easily relinquished, Saturn asserted. What will you do then? Organize a fleet to retake the New World. Do you believe we can win? Jupiter queried, maintaining a composed demeanor as he continued to analyze the situation. In my view, this war does not yield entirely negative consequences, Dodo. What leads you to that conclusion? Mercury, who typically held faith in Jupiter's wisdom, inquired. From the outcome of the war, the New World has faced a complete rout. The Navy branches are nearly depleted, Marineford is suppressed, and the Holy Land has witnessed the loss of 2 major generals on its home turf. Jupiter began by summarizing the losses of the war before continuing. However, the most crucial aspect is the instigator of this war. Isn't that Lex? Mars questioned, puzzled. Jupiter smiled slightly. That is the crux of the issue. Last night, Lex visited us in the dead of night and inquired about his mother. Despite our many concessions, we refused to relent on matters concerning Muse. Immediately thereafter, the New World erupted into war, and soon enough, the pirates landed in Marineford, with Lex leading his vast pirate force to assault the Holy Land. Is this not evident? Saturn remarked. Indeed, it is also obvious, yet it is also clear that Lex's intentions are unmistakable. Jupiter continued to elucidate. Is it revenge for his mother? Certainly, we have all considered that. I understand, but if we delve deeper, Lex possesses the same bloodline as us. Were such actions to be taken by a pirate, we would undoubtedly pursue him to the ends of the earth. Yet, because it is Lex, there is a different narrative at play. Jupiter, disregarding the bewilderment of others, continued to rationalize his thoughts. For the sake of his mother, he is willing to incite such a large-scale war, risking everything to confront his enemies, demonstrating the depth of his obsession with her. This obsession, too, reflects a sense of identification with us. The greatest conflict between the Holy Land and Lex is, after all, the death of his mother. Having reached a resolution, there is little animosity left between the Holy Land and Lex. Are you suggesting that we should not target Lex, but rather seek to win him over? How can that be possible? What of the Holy Land's dignity? Mars exclaimed, incensed. What can you do? Jupiter replied coolly, his words imbued with wisdom and confidence. Mars hesitated, his lips moving but no words emerged. He wished to assert that they could organize a counterattack and storm the New World. Yet, Mars also recognized the impracticality of that notion. Lex, within the Holy Land, the very stronghold of the celestial dragons, maneuvered with ease. Were it not for Lord M's subtle leak of energy, the Holy Land might very well be on the brink of collapse. Thus, to permit them to invade the New World and confront Lex and his massive pirate forces was nothing short of folly. Jupiter continued, this is not an attempt to win over Lex. It merely demonstrates our stance. Handing the New World over to Lex is not out of the question, but the manner of doing so remains to be negotiated. With that, Jupiter glanced at Geiger, who sat idly nearby. Entrusting the matter of contacting Lex to Geiger should pose no issue, should it? At this juncture, it was clear that everyone had tacitly accepted that this highest commander of the Knights of God shared some undisclosed arrangement with Lex. However, as they were all people of stature, no one dared to pierce through this thin veil. Me. Now, Vegapunk Geiger, taken aback by the mention of his name, finally reacted. Mercury frowned. Not now. Lex has just withdrawn from the Holy Land. And Zephyr has only recently returned to Marineford from the New World. To initiate contact with Lex now would merely place us in a more passive position. Well then, you all decide. In the end, these matters are of little concern to me. The other four elders, aside from Venus, felt a sense of displeasure at Geiger's nonchalant remarks. While we are caught in the midst of battle, you were chatting with the Red Count all night. Now you act as if this is none of your concern. Even Lord M's direct guard shouldn't be so arrogant. Nevertheless, recognizing the importance of the situation, everyone chose to remain silent within the celestial dragons. Harmony was not guaranteed. Where there are people, there are rivalries. Moreover, upon closer reflection, it became evident that everyone understood Geiger's underlying motives. Muse was the second in command of the Knights of God, but was at odds with the Vegapunk family. Geiger's words were often disregarded. Thus, leveraging Lex to eliminate Muse was a plan Geiger would gladly embrace. The five elders were aware of the intricate dynamics at play, but could only feign ignorance. Very well, in any case, the matter of the New World will be discussed later. The immediate priority lies with that fellow Morgans that I must inquire. Why is it that the Holy Land is inundated with his reporters? Mercury posed the question. Just moments ago, news arrived from the CP lurking within the World Economic News Agency, indicating that Morgans has already learned of last night's fierce battle in the Holy Land and is preparing to print newspapers en masse to proclaim it to the world. Truly, misfortune does not come singly. Lex has launched a significant assault, directly targeting the Holy Land, followed by a relentless stream of dire news. The infiltration of the Holy Land has reached alarming levels in recent years, and all present bear some responsibility. However, the crux of the matter is how to halt Morgan's newspaper printing. Venus responded. Morgan should have been eliminated long ago. He was merely a reporter during the Valley of the Gods incident. Yet within a few years, he has seized control of the World Economic News Agency, becoming a leader in the intelligence community, repeatedly evading capture under CP's watch. This time, we must ensure he suppresses the news thoroughly, allowing no leaks about last night's attack on the Holy Land. Jupiter declared with determination that if the news of the Holy Land being ravaged by a band of pirates, even resulting in the loss of two formidable commanders, were to spread across the world, the celestial dragon's dignity, the Holy Land's prestige, and the government's authority would suffer unprecedented blows. We must dispatch more CP agents, ideally to capture Morgans himself and stifle the information. Saturn Satan, the god of scientific defense, suggested. The other four divine warriors nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, Figureland Gaggering Shink spoke up, somewhat out of sync. 5 elders, although this does not fall within my purview. May I audaciously inquire if there are still sufficient CP agents available for task execution? Instantaneously, a hush fell among the power brokers. Following last night's battle, CP has experienced a significant rupture. The number of CP0 agents eliminated by Lily and Pepe is not insignificant. Furthermore, numerous CP operatives have perished in the Holy Land. Most distressing for the 5 elders is that the supreme commander of CP0 has also fallen to Lex's hand. Ahem, let us reconvene on this matter. In any case, we shall deploy the remaining CP agents within the government to pursue Morgans. Very well, it must be so. By the way, has the government not recently acquired a prodigious youth named Enel? I have heard he is the most gifted individual within the CP in 800 years, and we should focus on nurturing him. Let us cultivate him to the standards of the next CP commander-in-chief, without concern for resource expenditure. As long as Enel can reach or even surpass Zero's level, it will all be worthwhile, Jupiter stated. Indeed, I second that. I concur. Agreed. I second that. Just from Jupiter's words, the 5 elders regained their confidence. As descendants of the creators, the depth of the celestial dragons is beyond the imagination of the common folk. Indeed, although Zero has just perished, a talent like Enel has emerged. The government's rule is not something Lex can easily shake. Meanwhile, in the calm belt at the junction of the New World and the South Sea, on an uninhabited deserted island, after Lex enlisted the Dark King, Morgans keenly sensed something amiss and immediately relocated his headquarters to this deserted island for refuge. Little did he expect that the government would swiftly set their sights on him again. Truly, a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Humph. But this mere government thinks I would abandon such a significant scoop. That is impossible, Morgans muttered to himself, his bird-like eyes glinting as he surveyed the employees tirelessly working on the major news regarding last night's attack on the Holy Land. Who among them is a government agent? I have hidden in the Combelt, yet this swarm of flies still targets me. It seems I will have to relocate my headquarters once more. If it comes to that, I might have to resort to that last resort. Morgans, no longer hesitating, proclaimed loudly, "Boys, it's time to leave this place. Pack your things. We are relocating the headquarters immediately." With a flap of wings, feathers flying, Morgans bellowed hoarsely, though his heart felt somewhat unsettled. These CP agents from the government are truly seamless. Resembling my former self who would stop at nothing to capture a major scoop. I in the New World, at the stronghold of the Flying Sky Pirates, in the attic of the palace at End Island. Young master, have you sensed it? Agira's gut inquired. At this moment, Lex had returned to End Island, and only a few remained: the Golden Lion, the Red Count, Rhine, Gut, Shano, and ROY.AS for Lily, Pepe, and the other fleet commanders. They had rushed to seize the newly expanded territories after the war. I sensed the aura of Nerona M, albeit just for a brief moment, but I still made my retreat. Lex recalled last night's encounter while glancing at the Red Count. Your master's observation hockey should have sensed it as well. Yet, there seemed to be some subtle connection targeting you specifically. In any case, this war has been a resounding success. Lex rose and raised a toast to those present. The crowd responded. He continued. The first phase of our decade-long plan has closed perfectly. Now, it is time to reap the rewards of victory. The New World shall be entirely under our command, young master. After this war, some of the territorial claims still need to be negotiated. Gut reminded, ever the meticulous man. Are we talking about Satan and Apophis? Lex inquired. Not just them. The New World pirate crews, represented by Charlotte Linlin, also participated in this extermination of the New World Navy branch. Thus, how to delineate the suddenly vacated territories of the former Navy remains uncertain. Gut analyzed carefully. Ha ha ha. Let us eliminate them all. The Golden Lion suddenly laughed heartily. Speaking boldly, Gut refrained from responding. Rhine chuckled softly but remained silent. If it were merely the Admiral making decisions, such an act might indeed be possible. Lex raised an eyebrow. Ha ha ha. Uncle speaks wisely. Let it be so. Huh? What kind of logic is that? To forcibly seize the territories of other pirate crews is colloquially known as black eating black in the pirate world. Ha! Lex, what about the territories belonging to Roy and me? Shano paused for a moment before suddenly laughing. Lex's response took everyone by surprise, as it was not in line with his usual character. Lex, however, took a sip of rum, his gaze profound. He slowly began to speak. Brother Shano, what do you think those in Mariewa will do regarding the New World? They will undoubtedly be afraid of us and will simply yield, letting us engage in dog-eat-dog, Shano remarked, though usually carefree. He could see the larger picture as a dominant force. Although a day has passed since the war concluded, neither Mariewa nor Marineford has made any response. They also remain silent regarding Lex's assertion that the New World will only have one voice. Those in the attic understood that these individuals were merely licking their wounds, unwilling to provoke the pirate forces led by Lex. However, as time passes, the likelihood of the government and Navy abandoning the New World will decrease. More Navy and CP agents will continue to cross the Red Line, entering the New World to reclaim their territories. Thus, the group largely agreed with Shano's sentiment. No, it's not that they are afraid of us, but they will indeed cede the New World to us for reasons that are quite complex. Lex paused before continuing. What we need to do next is to swiftly seize the unclaimed seas of the New World without concern for our growing influence inciting government retaliation. For we no longer need to fear them. This war, in which we eliminated Muse and Zero, was merely a side benefit. The most crucial aspect is to conquer the New World. Simultaneously, we must demonstrate our strength to the world government. Let them fear us. Let them hesitate to act recklessly. There were words Lex chose not to voice, merely repeating silently in his heart. In this world, numerous conspiracies exist, but once absolute power is attained, such schemes become increasingly insignificant. What we need is simply more strength. So, young master, what about the demon Satan and Apophis? Eliminate them all. Lex continued, stating that henceforth, in the westernmost seas of the New World, only Shano's Gale pirates would reign supreme. To the north of the Eightvor Sea, the territory would belong solely to Roy's illusionary sword pirates. the Whitebeard pirates, under the command of Old Dad, currently faced a shortage of manpower but still commanded a significant presence in the central seas of the New World as for the southern seas of the latter half of the New World. The Totland of the world government remained under the dominion of the Bigmum pirates, with the territory set to expand slightly towards the former Navy G1 branch. The Flying Sky pirates would govern the central seas of the New World, as well as the entire eastern seas of Eitvor. Beyond this, certain special nations and seas, such as Wano, Elbaf, and Zo, along with smaller territories under the protection of the Roger pirates, were to be disregarded for the time being, allowing those incessantly pouring into the New World to retain a glimmer of hope. No one, including the likes of Shiki, anticipated that Lex had already meticulously planned the division of the entire New World. It was evident that war had been schemed for quite some time. In just a few concise statements, he had delineated the realms of power among the pinnacle forces of this vast ocean. Those in the attic harbored no doubts regarding the implementation of these declarations. They understood that behind these few words stood the mightiest force of the sea. Moses, this is Stussy from Happy Street. May I inquire who is calling? In the headquarters of Happy Street on an island in the New World, Stussy held a personal transponder snail, gazing curiously at the golden-haired visage simulated by the device. This unexpected call left her somewhat perplexed. Few knew this number, and those who did were all formidable figures commanding respect across these waters. I am Leon Lex. I wonder if the esteemed Miss Stussy remembers this name. A calm male voice resonated, causing Stussy's expression to shift dramatically, her brows knitting together. This was it. The inevitable had come. Lord Lex, may I inquire what brings you to contact me? If you seek our girls, I can. Stussy fell silent for a moment before promptly continuing, only to be interrupted by Lex. Thank you for your kind offer, but it's unnecessary. The purpose of this call is quite straightforward. Join me. Lex's voice emanated from the transponder snail, his demeanor seemingly unfazed, as if inviting Stussy to join him were merely a matter of course. Does joining imply accompanying Lord Lex? Stussy questioned. As the newly crowned Dark Queen of the Underground World, she had many avenues to be acquainted with Lex's name and the power it entailed. Thus, she resorted to a crude jest to mask her discomfort. Stussy's thoughts were tumultuous, racing through numerous scenarios. To join Lex meant a death sentence if she outright refused, but how could she align herself with him? On the surface, she was a madam running a red light district, while secretly, she was an agent of the government SCP-0. Yet none of these identities revealed her true nature. She was a clone created from the genes of Miss Bakken by Dr. Vegapunk. Remarkably, as a technological creation, Stussy had developed her own emotions and thoughts. Serving Dr. Vegapunk loyally. A double agent, a scientific clone. This was the true identity of the Queen of Happy Street. She pondered how to navigate this encounter with the New World's newly ascended ruler. The transponder snail crackled to life again, Lex's voice cutting through the silence without acknowledging Stussy's jest. Whitebeard once mentioned that in his youth, he shared a ship with Miss Bakken and held a close relationship with her. Of course, Whitebeard had never uttered such words. These were fabrications spun by Lex. Yet, to Stussy, it sent a jolt through her, her beautiful eyes widening in alarm. How did he know? Ahem, Miss Stussy, may I address you as sister? Just as Stussy braced for a confrontation, a seemingly nonsensical remark emerged from the transponder snail. Of course, I would be delighted. It is indeed an honor to be recognized as Lord Lex's sister. Hee. Stussy covered her mouth with a chuckle, uncertain of Lex's intentions, yet deeming it prudent to maintain her usual demeanor in the face of the unknown. Even if he wished to act, she would play along. I must say, Sister Stussy, you are quite amusing, but there's no need to address me as Lord. Simply use my name. Very well, Lex. Stussy complied, her voice laced with a subtle allure, perhaps believing Lex was intrigued by her. Since Sister Stussy is still contemplating joining, let us discuss another matter. Another matter? More significant than my joining? Stussy queried, puzzled, but in the next moment, Lex spoke again. May I inquire, Sister Stussy, if you happen to know the whereabouts of Dr. Vegapunk? I have searched the New World thoroughly and found nothing, which has left me rather vexed. I wonder if you could assist me. Lex's smile was palpable, as he spoke with ease. Stussy closed her eyes, despair flooding her mind. This was it, he knew everything. I'm afraid I do not know who Dr. Vegapunk is. I've never heard of him. Sister, this is becoming rather dull after a prolonged silence. Stussy was the first to break it, her tone weary. Engaging in banter with someone who knew her so intimately while remaining entirely ignorant of his life story and character was exhausting. Most importantly, their power levels were not even comparable. Thus, Stussy reluctantly conceded. What do you wish to find him for? It's nothing of great importance. If possible, I would like you to introduce me to Dr. Vegapunk, if that proves inconvenient. I have some messages I would like you to convey that I have long admired the great scientist and wish to connect with him, but have lacked the opportunity to do so. I am well aware of Dr. Vegapunk's commitment to peace, and I, too, am a proponent of peace. I have many thoughts I would like to share with this great scientist. Stussy found herself at a loss for words upon hearing this. You advocate for peace? If you truly did, then why the recent war sweeping through the New World, encompassing Marineford and the assault on Marioa? Was it for world peace? Although Morgans has yet to publish his paper. Capable individuals like Stussy have long recognized Lex's name as a thunderous echo across the seas, the newly ascended king of the ocean, a man capable of standing against the world. Yet, despite her internal criticisms of Lex's twisted sense of humor, Stussy maintained her cheerful facade. Is that so? Then I shall endeavor to assist you. After all, having like-minded individuals advocating for peace would surely delight Dr. Vegapunk. Ha ha ha. Lex chuckled. Having achieved his aim, Stussy's words effectively acknowledged her allegiance. She was one of Vegapunk's people. Then, sister, please inquire about Dr. Vegapunk, and I will await your contact. Is that acceptable? Of course, Lex. Stussy's voice softened, having dropped her pretense upon realizing he was aware of her true identity. Ha ha. I eagerly await your good news. By the way, Sister Stussy, is there anything else? Would you like me to introduce you to a few girls from the red light district? I could be of service as well. Ha ha. Thank you, but I merely wish to ask if you have any interest in expanding the scale of your red light district. I have largely unified the New World. Rest assured, you would still operate independently. I will not interfere, and all profits and channels will remain yours. May I ask, why would you want to assist me in this? Ha ha. There are many reasons, but the primary one is simply because you are beautiful. Lexus let out a chuckle, tinged with jest. Stussy appeared momentarily stunned. Her emotions were quite intricate. She was acutely aware that the primary reason Lexus offered to assist her in expanding the red light district was to demonstrate sincerity to Dr. Vegapunk. Yet, she could not shake off an inexplicable thrill. Well then, thank you in advance. We shall discuss the details later. She mused. I will reach out to my sister in a few days. You can contact me directly if anything arises. Understood. After hanging up the call, Stussy gazed at the communicator in her hand, her expression a tapestry of complexity and a hint of daze. When Lexus mentioned Miss Bakin's name, followed by Dr. Vegapunk's, it was evident, even without explicit confirmation, that he was aware of her identity as a clone. However, during this exchange, what Stussy felt was merely the equality and gentleness imbued in Lexus's words, reminiscent of a true brother. As a being endowed with human emotions, Stussy was not a mere tool, nor a simple technological creation to be exploited at will. Rather, she was a beautiful woman with vibrant life. Lexus, unaware that his casual manner of speaking could impact Stussy so profoundly, was simply being himself. This was a testament to his character. He never overlooked any life due to his own strength and respected each individual equally, whether through taking a life or saving one. It was a form of respect and equality towards existence. This egalitarian attitude struck Stussy, who had long questioned her own worth, as a profound revelation to her very soul. Lexus, it seems that joining you might indeed be a splendid choice. Stussy murmured to herself as she brought the communicator back to her bosom, her eyes shimmering with thought. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Lexus reclined on a sofa in the grand hall. Accompanied by the Hurricane's swordsman Shano and his wife, Benny, they were situated in the heart of the Antaria Islands, the stronghold of the Hurricane pirates in the far west of the New World. Could Stussy truly be trusted? Was he being too lenient with her? Shano, having listened to the entirety of Lexus and Stussy's conversation, finally voiced his doubts once the call ended. Stussy was a clone, created from the genes of Miss Bakin, a member of the original Rocks Pirates, by Dr. Vegapunk. However, due to Dr. Vegapunk's godlike technology, Stussy possessed her own emotions and will, making her indistinguishable from a normal human. Stussy held great respect for the one who created her, Vegapunk. Thus, her fundamental identity remained that of Vegapunk's creation. Being generous towards Stussy was merely a gesture of goodwill towards Vegapunk. Lexus smiled. Is this Vegapunk truly that significant? Shano inquired, noting the extensive preparations Lexus had undertaken for the sake of Vegapunk in recent days. Unlike other Dark Sovereigns whom Lexus would eliminate without hesitation, such as beheld, or the more compliant Umit and Kyberson, Stussy was merely a fledgling Dark Sovereign, having only recently established her position. Yet Lexis exhibited remarkable patience with her, Shano understood. Ultimately, it was due to the scientist named Vegapunk. Indeed, he is of great importance, or rather, technology itself holds great significance. Vegapunk, in many ways, represents the technological prowess of this sea. What we require is precisely this power, Lexis elucidated. I see Daiti was unclear how Shano interpreted this, but he nodded solemnly, indicating his comprehension that in his eyes, Lexis would never engage in any endeavor devoid of purpose. How shall we handle the Satan of the Far West? Should I take action, or will you? Shano asked, recalling that Lexis's first decade plan forbade the existence of pirates in the New World who defied his authority. Let us wait a bit longer. Wait for what? For a certain birdman to deliver his newspaper to every corner of this world, for my name to permeate the seas, and for the world to become agitated. Ha ha ha. If that is the case, then indeed, we shall have to wait. Shano laughed heartily, turning to his gentle and charming wife. Benny. Don't you agree, my dear? Indeed, Lexis will astonish this sea. Ha ha, we shall count on your words. Sister-in-law. Hey, my dear wife, I too have a share in this achievement. That afternoon, Morgans finally found a relatively safe refuge, although he was unaware of which of his subordinates were government spies. The astute Morgans had already discreetly dispatched messages during their migration, urging local branches to work overtime to print newspapers, while the headquarters remained unmoving, drawing the attention of the spies. Consequently, even the government's CP0 was powerless to intervene. The outcome was predictable at dawn the following day. With the first rays of sunlight on January 2nd of the year 1490, a deluge of newspaper delivery seagulls descended upon the seas. An unprecedented event swept across the world like a tempest. The seas were utterly stirred. In East Blue, at Fusha village, a white-haired child clutched a newspaper tightly as he sprinted home. Today's newspapers fell like torrential rain, seemingly free of charge, as if the sole intention was to disseminate the news to the world as swiftly as possible. The 4-year-old child, known as Smoker, could not read all the characters on the paper, yet the incredulous headline compelled him to race home, eager for his mother to read the contents to him. The entire population of Fusha village looked on in disbelief at the news, their eyes wide, shoulders trembling uncontrollably, repeatedly swallowing hard, and occasionally wiping their eyes, as if unable to trust what they were seeing. Hey, is this real? A patron at a tavern exclaimed loudly, shattering the tense silence. In the North Sea, the Don Quixote family, who had just relocated from Mariewa to a more peaceful ordinary island, found themselves in a precarious situation. 9-year-old Don Quixote da Flamingo handed a newspaper to his father, who, thanks to the inherent authority of the former celestial dragons, still managed to live a relatively stable and affluent life. Don Quixote, homing, took the newspaper from his eldest son, frowning as he read it. After a moment, he remarked, "Thank goodness we moved out of Mariewa. With a man like that on the seas, even the Holy Land may not be safe." Don Quixote, homing, reflected. However, the young Doflamingo merely scoffed dismissively, his eyes hidden behind sunglasses betraying a hint of disdain. He did not concur with his father's beliefs or actions. At the tender age of 9, Doflamingo gazed at the man with golden hair and a knife on the newspaper, pondering inwardly, if I possessed such power, my foolish father would not have moved away from the Holy Land. Perhaps the Holy Land is not so significant after all. In the West Sea, a brand new pirate ship sailed across the ocean, clearly belonging to a crew that had only recently set sail. Yet, the captain's bounty already soared to 70 million berries. This captain, of the horror 3-masted sail pirate crew, was none other than the shadowy user of the shadow fruit. The West Sea's formidable hero, Moonlight Moria. At the age of 18, he exclaimed with enthusiasm, Lexis, you are simply extraordinary and audacious. You shall be the target of my ambitions upon reaching the New World. The robust and towering Moria let out his signature laugh, addressing his comrades with exuberance. But Captain Moria, is it not too reckless to directly challenge a man of such caliber? Beside him, a hesitant minion remarked. Of course, not now. We must first traverse the upside-down mountain, enter the Grand Line, defeat more foes, and then challenge this man. The young Moria, brimming with ambition and vigor, chuckled once more and continued. To set sail and establish oneself at the pinnacle of the ocean truly stirs one's spirit. However, the audacity to raid Marineford is indeed commendable. In the kingdom of Alabasta, within the royal court, the 11th king of the Nefertari family held a newspaper, addressing his most esteemed son and heir. Nefertari Cobra, what are your thoughts? The somewhat youthful Cobra gazed intently at the photograph of a golden-haired man on the front page, gravely responding, "He is an exceedingly dangerous man. Even the world government and the Navy headquarters have fallen at his hands. The New World has become his domain, and it is hard to believe that he is merely a 20-year-old youth who has just set sail. I believe we should adopt a wait-and-see approach, remaining unyielding as we await the stance of the world government." Ha ha ha. You speak wisely, Cobra. Though Alabasta is indeed powerful, we are utterly insufficient when faced with a man of such caliber, not to mention the vast pirate forces behind him. Therefore, we must not provoke him under any circumstances, the old king emphasized. Father, Alabasta is indeed a lineage of 20 queens. Does such a status not permit us to engage him as equals? Cobra queried in confusion. The old king shook his head. There are many things you will come to understand once you ascend to the throne. But at all times, do not provoke this man. This man named Leon Lex. Cobra took a deep breath and solemnly nodded. Understood. Father. In Marineford, which had recently suffered the ravages of war, reconstruction was underway. However, Colonel Cheyenne, as a high-ranking officer, still possessed her own private apartment. Within her room, Cheyenne stared with a complex expression at the newspaper in her hands, observing the man she knew all too well. Humph, quite impressive, the king of the New World. Well then, let us see you refrain from entering my bed, she muttered, feeling vexed. While she was aware of Lex's decade-long plan and understood that her man's initiation of such a large-scale conflict was not merely for bloodshed, but rather for a grander strategy, it still left her dissatisfied. Humph, that bastard Lex. Despite her verbal disdain, Cheyenne carefully preserved the newspaper, placing it beside her bed. This marked the first newspaper since her man's departure at sea, holding great sentimental value. Across the vast ocean, countless individuals were left astounded by Lex's actions. Many were captivated by his formidable power, while others were inspired to either idolize or challenge him. Yet, amidst all this, only Cheyenne chose to cherish the newspaper, storing it with care in her room, not for Lex's might or reputation, but solely for him as a person. The meticulously placed newspaper bore bold headlines. Year 1490 of the sea calendar. The king's departure, ascending to the pinnacle of the world. Flames of war enveloped the sacred lands. The king of the New World. The man who commands the pirates. Leon Lex. The Navy's defeat. War engulfs the New World. Marineford attacked. The 3 great pirates strike the Navy headquarters, with the man behind it being. The cover featured a striking photograph of Lex, wielding twin swords, his golden hair flowing as he exuded an imposing presence over Panga City. With figures such as the Golden Lion, Red Count, Shano, Roy, Rhine, and Gut standing behind him. In the extreme western seas of the New World, at the Antalya archipelago, Shano exclaimed, "Ha! Morgans, that birdman, certainly has a way with words. And this photo is quite splendid. Indeed, Morgans is remarkably capable," Lex praised. Some of the content in the newspaper was pinned at Lex's behest, reflecting his admiration for the News King. A man dubbed King of News must possess considerable skill, capturing images amidst the divine battlefields of Mariawa, and publishing them despite the government's stringent surveillance is no small feat truly. He is the pillar of the sea's shock division, Lex pondered deeply. So, as of now, only Morgans and Stussy from the underworld remain outside my sphere of influence. Shano, being an absolute ally, did not hesitate to broach the subject with Lex. Yes, but that will soon change. To put it plainly, only these 2 possess valuable intelligence systems and control over the ocean's narrative. The rest are inconsequential, Lex analyzed accurately, deftly unraveling the extensive networks of the 2 dark monarchs to reveal their core. Morgan's World Economic News Agency, as the sole newspaper in the sea, boasts an intelligence system of unparalleled strength. Serving as the primary source of information in this isolated ocean. It is evident how profound Morgan's influence is on these waters. As the saying goes, in the tumultuous sea, the birdman decides. Stussy, as the queen of Pleasure Street, also gathers secrets through her subordinates while serving clientele. A significant reason why the government supports her establishment of a red light district is to create a more robust intelligence network. Lex continued, thus, it is imperative to absorb the influence of these 2 factions, but not at this moment. Shano raised an eyebrow, inquiring, is it because we must first consolidate the powers of the other dark monarchs? Indeed, one must consume a meal 1 bite at a time, and tread the path step by step. We have ample time ahead of us, Lex responded. Shano, however, harbored a lingering confusion, or rather, he had long been puzzled by a certain matter. I say, Lex, with our strength, do we truly need to wait so long? We could summon forces and raid Marijoys.as for that Neuronaim you mentioned. We have yet to confront him. How can we ascertain his true strength? Lex lowered his eyelids momentarily before raising them again, stating, "What do you think my aspirations are, Brother Shano? It seems peculiar to ask someone about your own aspirations. How could I possibly know? Perhaps it involves overthrowing the world government and destroying Marioa." Shano replied. Lex chuckled softly, elucidating, "That's part of it. However, what I truly desire is to live freely, to exist as I wish to end the struggle against the world and the maneuvering of the sea. I can sense freedom and the essence of being alive." "Ah, never mind. You know best about such matters. I, on the other hand, live quite comfortably, except for the occasional annoyance of Roger dropping by to mooch off me. Ha ha ha. Captain Roger is indeed quite the character." "Hey, Lex, since you consider Roger to be of your uncle's generation and I am your elder brother, yet Roger calls me little brother, this relationship is all quite muddled, isn't it?" "Ha ha ha," Shano jested. Over the years, Lex had come to recognize quite a few relatives. Previously, everyone maintained their own standings, but with Lex as the core, the hierarchy seemed to have become rather tangled. For instance, Whitebeard, being 42 years old, and Shano, at 32, found their ranks altered due to Lex's influence, causing Shano, who should have been of the same generation as Whitebeard, to unwittingly find himself of a lower standing. Ha ha ha, such matters needn't trouble us. Everyone has their own standings. We would be better off discussing how I should approach Marineford with Cheyenne. Lex laughed, shifting the topic. Cheyenne, I am of little assistance. Lex, you are on your own with this one. Shano chuckled, well aware that whatever the reason, Cheyenne was now a member of the Navy, while Lex was, according to the widely circulated title that reigns over the ocean today, the King of the New World. But what exactly is this New World? It is the homeland of pirates, the arena for great pirates, the ultimate battlefield for formidable heroes. One must possess immense capacity and strength to reign supreme in these waters. The last individual to achieve such a feat was Rox D. Zebek. If you were to claim that Lex is not a pirate, no one would believe you. Yet, the truth remains that Lex is indeed not a pirate. He does not belong to any pirate crew, nor has he established one himself. So where does the notion of piracy stem from? He is merely a relentless libertarian. Upon hearing Shano's self-pitying words, Lex's expression darkened as he turned to Benny. Sister-in-law, as a fellow beauty, what do you think I should do to avoid angering Guillaume? Benny, caught off guard by the sudden question, appeared a bit dazed. She hesitantly replied, what did you do to upset Guillaume? Well, it's a long story, but essentially, I went to Mariewa to find her, then took a nap. Promising her a surprise, but the surprise turned out to be me waging war and launching a surprise attack on Mariewa and Mariewa. Lex chuckled. Well, I suppose there's no remedy for that. You might as well wish for the best. Benny, astonished, could hardly believe that Lex could engage in such antics just to provoke his wife. Haha, I mainly thought Guillaume's life in Mariewa was too dull, so I wanted to give her a little surprise now and then. Lex, you truly are something, Shano sincerely remarked, in the first half of the Grand Line. At Mariewa. Get lost. A voice filled with anger emanated from within the apartment. Hey, let us talk this out. Don't lock the door. Oh, aren't you quite capable? Why not just use your devil fruit powers to come in? Isn't my door an easy entry for you? Guillaume retorted, her anger turning into a bitter laugh directed at Lex outside the door. Well, it depends on which door you're referring to. What other door could there be? Get lost, you scoundrel. Guillaume quickly realized Lex's mischievousness, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she scolded him. Haha. The man outside, who had erred, continued to chuckle foolishly. When a woman is angry, shamelessly sticking around can sometimes be an effective strategy. Still outside Guillaume's apartment, Lex persisted. I can enter through any door. So my dear, please open up and give me a chance to explain. Humph. What does humph mean? Humph. My dear, grant me the opportunity to show off. I brought caramel puffs from Elbaf. Guillaume remained silent, but Lex's keen observation skills quickly detected a subtle change in the atmosphere inside that he then intensified his efforts. I also brought fresh carb from Wano. Just for you. I'll cook it up for you. You haven't had any since Mr. Kayuki left, have you? My wife? Dear, speak to me. Bang. The door suddenly swung open. Lex stepped back to avoid being hit. Don't call him Mr. Kayuki. Call him father. Guillaume's fair face held a hint of annoyance, fully aware that Lex deliberately referred to her deceased father as Mr. Kayuki to coax her into opening the door, yet she couldn't resist his ploy. Haha, I never said he was my father. Lex eagerly stepped forward, embraced Guillaume, and closed the door behind them. Moving inside. Humph, how lucky you are. You can just whip up a few dishes and get away with it. Guillaume feigned resistance from Lex's embrace, pouting her lips. Hey, you can't say that. What do you mean by just whipping up a few dishes? Do you know how much effort I put into preparing these? The caramel puffs from Elbaf that even Big Mom can't get her hands on, and the fresh giant carp from Wano. A country that has practically closed off to outsiders. Do you have any idea how much power I had to exert to gather these delicacies you love? Well, as long as you're happy. That's what matters, Lex concluded, his myriad of words distilled into the simple phrase, as long as you're happy. He then dashed into the kitchen, ready to showcase his culinary skills. Humph. Guillaume turned her head away. Crossing her arms, continuing to sulk, she certainly understood that these dishes from various corners of the world were not easily obtainable. Even the celestial dragons could not indulge in them so readily. Elbaf was off limits, and Wano was a nation that had long shut its doors to the world, both powers that disregarded the world government, given that Lex is now the most powerful and influential figure in the New World. Acquiring these items was no simple task. Even with his current renown, it required considerable effort. The date was January 5, 1490 in the sea calendar, and 3 days had passed since the newspapers were published. After 3 days of relentless speculation, coupled with Morgan's revealing some of Lex's lesser-known identities, such as having an uncle who was the Golden Lion, a foster father who was Whitebeard, and 2 older brothers who were the pirate overlords ruling over the New World, Lex's name resonated across the seas. Known by all. Yet even so, it had nothing to do with Guillaume. Lex still dutifully retreated to the kitchen to prepare meals. As long as Lex was around, Guillaume would always be the happiest of them all. The kitchen was filled with the sounds of carp sizzling in hot oil. Upon hearing this, Guillaume's lips curled slightly upward as she comfortably leaned back on the sofa. A girl who was cherished as a princess. On Ant Island, the headquarters of the Flying Sky Pirates. With the war temporarily over, the Golden Lion, feeling bored, was boasting with the Red Count. Many high-ranking officers were holding a banquet. The Golden Lion had made a special trip to Wano. Returning with numerous massive and delicious carps, after Lex took his share, there was still plenty left, making it perfect for a banquet. The cuisine from the mysterious samurai nation was undeniably enticing. Ha ha ha. I am the most trusted elder of Lex, proclaimed the Golden Lion, proud of himself, since these carps were caught at Lex's request. Thus, he took it upon himself to believe that Lex relied on him, his good uncle. The Red Count chuckled, not paying much heed to this. The Golden Lion, however, did not perceive the Red Count's indifference as a slight. The Red Count was the sort of person who could not hold a conversation with anyone for long, and the Golden Lion merely sought someone of equal standing to boast to. Conversing with a bunch of underlings felt utterly unsatisfying. For the sake of my dear nephew's wife, I specially made a trip to Wano, a place I haven't returned to in 10 years. Just to bring back many carps, right, Pepe? The Golden Lion cast a peculiar glance at the bouncing Monrara Pepe beside him. He seemed to be thrilled by the prospect of the enormous carp that was about to be grilled. Prancing around the massive grill that dwarfed him by hundreds of times while shouting excitedly, capturing the attention of the Golden Lion and the others. Pepe, Pepe, upon hearing the captain seemingly call her name. Pepe, not quite catching what the Golden Lion said, continued her jubilant cheers. The less one thinks, the more joy one finds, a truth vividly embodied in Pepe. Ha ha ha. Let the feast begin. It's been ages since I've tasted the delicious carps from Wano. With that, the Golden Lion casually swung his sword, unleashing a flurry of rapid golden blade flashes. Slash, slash, slash. Several enormous carps were instantly sliced into hundreds of portions, each piece roughly the size of Pepe. Pepe, Pepe. Pepe was the first to pounce on the food, paying no mind to the bones, her mouth wide open as she dove in. Oh, this is delicious. Lily elegantly picked up a plate, savoring small bites. Given the immense size of these carps, each bone resembled a small bone and was unlikely to get stuck in one's throat, while the fish meat was extraordinarily succulent. Currently, the water sources in Wano had yet to be tainted by Kaido's weapon factories. Thus, the carp, nurtured in pristine waters, boasted a taste that was unmatched in the world. Gutter, have you ever tried this before? Ryan handed a slice of fish to the nearby Lania while inquiring of the figure on his other side. Agula's gut. Let me think. I believe I have dined on it once. Back aboard the ship of rocks, many years ago, Gut responded. Rocks, huh? Regrettably, I have never set foot on his vessel, Ryan remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Ha ha ha, Brother Ryan was personally invited to sail by the Admiral himself after his independence. The rock ship is formidable, the camaraderie among his crew pales in comparison to that of the Admiral's. Gut smiled. Ha ha ha, I have heard tales that Rock's ship was filled with monsters. Were you, a man of your stature, merely a junior officer back then? Ryan inquired with curiosity, for prior to the Golden Lion's invitation for this top-tier powerhouse to set sail, he had little engagement with worldly affairs, leaving him somewhat uninformed about the dark overlord of the previous era, Rox. Gut pondered for a moment, seemingly striving to provide a succinct answer, and began. The most noteworthy pirates upon these seas today are, to varying degrees, connected to Rox. Many were once his principal subordinates. How enviable. Such a powerful pirate crew, yet they were shattered by a single war. It is indeed lamentable, Ryan said, accepting the glass of red wine. Braxy, that Lania had offered, taking a small sip and reflecting on it. Gut hesitated slightly before posing a question to Ryan. Does the existence of the young master today not rival that of Rox in his prime? Ryan slowly shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. Gut, do you truly believe that the young master can be classified as a pirate? Or that his power to unite the formidable beings of the New World equates him to the dark overlord that was Rox? The young master does not possess the same malevolence as Rox. Indeed, not only that, the young master has never been a pirate like us. Regardless of the identity he assumes, it is merely a temporary means for him. A tool to realize his ambitions. The concepts of good and evil have lost their significance in the eyes of the young master, Ryan elucidated. Yet, everyone indeed holds him in utmost reverence, Gut added. This is precisely what makes the young master so captivating. Despite his tranquil demeanor and seemingly indifferent disposition, so unlike the admiral's boisterous nature, he continuously draws the powerful from the seas to him. This, too, is a formidable strength. However, the young master's greatest power will always be himself. Though several days have passed, it is still somewhat unbelievable that he defeated 2 top-tier warriors in a 1-on-2 confrontation. At just 20 years of age. Ha ha ha, can we truly say he is deserving of such a title? Or is it that only the young master could achieve such a feat? Ryan expressed with excitement. Gut concurred, indeed, while the young master's fruitability is well suited for engaging multiple foes. To simultaneously vanquish 2 top-tier warriors. He truly is the king of the New World. King of the New World? No. In the future, perhaps he shall be the king of the New World. In the apartment of Guion. The two nestled together. Do not indulge solely in the sweet. Take a sip of the fish soup. It is quite delectable. Feed me. I do not wish to move. In truth, it was not that he did not want to move, but rather that he desired to be fed by her, a sentiment that Lex understood well. Open wide. Not bad. Your culinary skills have seen some improvement. Cough. Merely a slight improvement. Lex fed another spoonful of Guion's exquisite clear fish soup. What more do you desire? Shouldn't there be some acknowledgement? Ha. In the bedroom. What is this? You even placed my newspaper here, as if you care, Lex teased, wrapping his arms around Guion with a playful smile. Humph. Stop being so self-important.